Religion, nonconformist sects, imprisonment of Bunyan, Fox, and the Society of Friends, the punishment of James Naylor, expulsion of Roger Williams, other religious sects, literature. Milton, his works, Cowley, Butler, Dryden, minor poets, dramatists of the Restoration, prose writers. Milton and Dryden, Hobbes, Clarendon, Baxter, Bunyan, Walton, Evelyn, and Pepys. Founding of the Royal Society, physical science, discoveries of Napier, Newton, and Flamsteed, mathematicians and chemists, Harvey and Worcester, painting, sculpture and engraving, coinage, music, furniture, costume, manners and customs, state of London, sports and amusements, country life, traveling, the clergy, yeomen, village sports, growth of the revenue and commerce, growing prosperity of the north of England, the Navigation Act, Norwich and Bristol, postal arrangements, advantages derived from the industries of the foreign refugees, the East India Company, condition of the people, wages, the poor law, efforts of philanthropists. The struggles of the Church we have sufficiently traced in our recent chapters. With the Restoration, it came back to full power and possession of its revenues and honors, and held them firmly against all rivals, till James menaced them with the recall of the Roman hierarchy. When, joining with the alarmed public, it compelled the monarch himself to fly, and continued on its own vantage ground. The only notice of religious phenomena at this period demanded of us is rather what regards the sects which now became conspicuous. The leading sects, the Presbyterians, the Independents, and the Baptists, then called Anabaptists, differed little in their faith. They were all of the Calvinistic school, whilst the Episcopal Church was already divided by the contending parties of Calvinists and Arminians. We have related the struggles of the Presbyterians, English and Scottish, for the possession of the establishment in England to the exclusion of all other faiths. The triumph of the Independents, with more liberal views, through Cromwell and the army, and the expulsion of both these parties from the national pulpits following on the Restoration. The Baptists, though many of them were high in the army and the state during the Commonwealth, never displayed the political ambition of the other two great denominations. They cut, indeed, no figure in the secular affairs of the nation, but they were most honorably distinguished by their assertion of the right of private opinion. They were as tolerant of religious liberty as the Independents, or more so, from whom they differed only in their views of the rite of baptism. Their early history in England was adorned by the appearance in their pulpits of one of the most extraordinary men of modern times, John Bunyan, whose Pilgrim's Progress continues to delight all classes of men and will continue to do so as long as the English language is read. Bunyan, a tinker by trade, was serving in the parliamentary army at Leicester at the time of the Battle of Naseby. And when Charles I fled to that town, John was ordered out as a sentinel, and his life was saved by another soldier volunteering to take his duty, who was shot at his post. Bunyan was thrown into prison for daring to preach under Charles Roman II, and lay in jail 12 years and a half, solely because he had a conscience of his own, and was only liberated on the declaration of indulgence by James Roman II. A Mr. Smythe, a clergyman of the Church of England, who adopted their faith, was the first to open a chapel for the Baptists in London, and, encouraged by his example, others were soon opened, and the views of the denomination soon spread over England and Wales, in later times to be eloquently expounded by Robert Robinson and Robert Hall. But the most remarkable organization of a religious body was that of the Society of Friends, or, as they soon came to be nicknamed, Quakers, whose founder, George Fox, was born at Drayton in Leicestershire in 1624. His father was a weaver, and George was apprenticed to a shoemaker, who also had a little farm. He informs us in his own journal that he preferred the farming, and chiefly devoted himself to it. When he was about 19, he became deeply impressed with a religious feeling. It was a time when religious discussion was making rapid progress amongst the people from the more general access to the Bible, and many were dissatisfied with the different churches, which seemed too much engaged in attempts at worldly aggrandizement and at achieving a dominance over each other. 353 George was one of these. In seeking for clear views of religious faith, such as could set his mind at rest, he went to various clergymen of the established church first, but he found no light. One of them bade him take tobacco and sing psalms, and another, Craddock of Coventry, was beginning to speak comfortably to George as they walked in the garden, when the embryo reformer unluckily happened to set his foot on a flower border, which threw the clergyman into such a rage that the discourse was abruptly brought to an end. Roger Williams leaving his home in Massachusetts, CP 354. See larger version. Finding no relief or illumination from professors, as he called them, Fox wisely took his Bible, and used to retire into a hollow tree in the fields, where he read and prayed earnestly to God to enlighten his understanding to comprehend the sacred volume, and the genuine will of the Lord. The result was that he came to a clear and steadfast conviction that Christianity was strictly a spiritual thing, having nothing specifically to do with states and governments, with worldly pomp and power, and strivings after mortal honors and high places. That Christ simply and strictly defined it when he said, "My kingdom is not of this world." He saw that it was the grand principle by which the soul of man is intended to be regenerated, born again, in fact, and made fitting to enter into the kingdom of disembodied souls, in the presence of God and his angels. He found himself, in a word, called back from the conflicting views and empty ceremonies of the time to Christianity as it existed among the apostles, a perfectly spiritual and holy and disinterested thing, embodying the wisdom and the truth of God, and inhabiting not formal creeds and outward ceremonies, but the heart of man, and thence influencing all his thoughts and actions for good. George perceived that all fixed creeds, all rites and ceremonies, all investments in state power, were but as cobwebs and old rags with which the self-interest and self-love of men had enveloped, encumbered, and degraded it, and he felt himself called to go forth and proclaim this, which he emphatically styled the truth. Fox carried his great Christian text into every act and department of life. He was the first to elevate woman to her true place, and 354 intellectual, moral, and political equality with man, basing his principle on the apostolic declaration that male and female are all one in Christ Jesus. Acting on this principle, the women of his society became preachers and transacted their own affairs of association in their own meetings. He refused to take an oath before a magistrate because Christ expressly forbade his disciples to swear at all under any circumstances. He refused to say thou to a poor man and you to a rich one, as was then the odious practice. He refused to take off his hat as a mark of homage to the wealthy and great, on the same principle that it was a custom of pride and invidious distinction. And he addressed prince or magistrate with the respectful boldness, which became a man sensible that the only true dignity was the dignity of truth. The sufferings which were brought upon him and his followers by these novel doctrines and practices from all parties were terrible. About 3,000 of them were imprisoned, even under the more liberal rule of the Commonwealth, and as many under Charles Roman too. Their property was spoliated, their meeting houses were pulled down, and their families grossly insulted in their absence. Yet the doctrine spread rapidly, and many eminent men embraced it. Amongst others, William Penn, the son of Admiral Penn, and the learned Robert Barclay, who wrote the celebrated Vindication of their Faith. At the same time, the violent agitation of the period and the enthusiasm of this new doctrine led some of Fox's followers into considerable extravagances. The most prominent case was that of James Naylor, who for a time was undoubtedly led into insanity by the effervescence of his mind under his religious zeal, and allowed women to lead his horse into Exeter, crying, "Holy, holy, holy," and spreading their scarves and handkerchiefs in the way before him, as if he had been the Savior come again. Naylor professed that this homage was not offered to him personally, but to Christ within him. His case occupied the House of Commons for nearly 2 months altogether. There were violent debates on it from morning till night. But at length, on the 17th of December, 1656, it was voted that he should be set in the pillory in Palace Yard for 2 hours, then be whipped from Westminster to the Old Exchange, London, twice, wearing a paper containing a description of his crimes, should have his tongue bored through with a hot iron by the hangman for his blasphemy, be branded on the forehead with the letter B, that he should be sent to Bristol, and there whipped through the city on a market day, paraded face backwards on a saddleless horse, and then sent back to Bridewell in London, where he should be kept to hard labor and debarred from the visits of his friends and from access to pens, ink, and paper. All this was rigidly inflicted upon him and borne heroically. After 2 years' confinement in Bridewell, he was dismissed, thoroughly cured of his hallucination, ready to admit it, but as firm in his adhesion to the principles of Quakerism as ever. And the society, pitying his fall, never withdrew from him their sympathy or the enjoyment of his membership. He died soon after his release. In America, in New England, the Quakers were more fiercely persecuted than in England by the Puritans, who had themselves fled from persecution. In Massachusetts and Connecticut, they were ordered to have their ears cut off if men, to be publicly whipped if women, and for a second offense to have their tongues bored through if they dared to come into these colonies. And this not deterring them, they hanged several men and women. Endicott, the governor of Connecticut, when one of them quoted the words of St. Paul, "For in him we live and move and have our being," irreverently replied, "And so does every cat and dog." This intolerance of the Puritans was equally exerted against one of their own members, the venerable Roger Williams, who was driven from Massachusetts for courageously advocating the doctrine of perfect freedom of conscience. In fact, Roger Williams was one of the very first, if not the first man, who proclaimed this great doctrine, and therefore deserves to be held in eternal remembrance. The honor of being the earliest publisher of the right of spiritual freedom must perhaps be awarded to Leonard Busher, who published a work on the subject in 1614 and dedicated it to King James. Roger Williams, expelled from Massachusetts, proceeded to Narragansett Bay and became the founder of the colony of Rhode Island and Providence plantations, where the most perfect freedom of religious faith was allowed. Besides the sects in England already enumerated, there were many minor ones. The millenarians, or Fifth Monarchy men, whose views we have already explained. To this sect Major General Harrison belonged, and they created a riot under Venner, the wine cooper. There was a sect called the Seekers, amongst whom Fox 355 once fell, and many of them joined him, believing they had found what they sought. There were the Ranters, a body noted for their noise and vociferation. Behmenists, or disciples of the German mystic Jacob Behmen. Vanists, followers of the religious views of Sir Harry Vane. And lastly, Muggletonians, the disciples of one Ludovic Muggleton and John Reeve. Muggleton was a journeyman tailor, and he and Reeve pretended to be the two witnesses mentioned in the 11th chapter of the Revelation. They were fanatics of the wildest and most furious character, and professed to have power to save or damn all whom they pleased, and they dealt damnation round the land with the utmost freedom. The Quakers and Behmenists were the objects of their most violent denunciations, probably because Fox and Penn protested against their wild and fanatic doctrines, which were the antipodes of those of Fox. For, instead of representing God as a pure spirit, they asserted that he had a corporeal body, and came down to earth in it as Christ, leaving the prophet Elias in heaven to rule in his absence. They contended that man's soul is inseparably united to his body, dies and rises again with it. They professed to have an especial knowledge of the place and nature of heaven and the place and nature of hell, with the persons and natures of devils and angels. The truculent ravings of these fanatics may be seen in the works and letters of Muggleton, still extant. In one letter he delivers sentence of damnation on 26 Quakers at once. Inasmuch, he says, as God hath chosen me on earth to be the judge of blasphemy against the Holy Ghost. Therefore, in obedience to my commission from the true God, I do pronounce all these 26 persons whose names are above written, cursed and damned in their souls and bodies from the presence of God, elect men and angels in eternity. But this was little. He declared all Quakers and Behmenists and numbers of other people damned and cursed forever. This repulsive apostle of perdition was tried at the Old Bailey, and convicted of blasphemy in 1676, and died in 1697 at the age of 88. We have seen with what a desolating sweep the bloody conflicts of the Parliament against the encroachments of kingship prostrated the pursuits of literature and art. We might have expected that the return to established tranquility under restored monarchy would have caused a new spring of genius. But in no reign in England, and in no country except France, have debauchery and the most hideous grossness so defiled the productions of poetry and the drama. Amid the sadder crew of degraded men and women who then represented the literary world of England, some few, however, maintained a pure and dignified career. At the head of these, equally exalted above the rest by genius and purity of life and morals, stood John Milton, b. 1608, d. 1674, one of the greatest epic poets, if not the greatest, that the world has produced. Milton had saturated himself with the poetic spirit, imagery, and expression of the prophetic bards, as well as with knowledge of those of Greece and Rome, and he brought to bear an immense mass of varied learning on his subject, with a power of appropriation that gave to it a new and wonderful life, instead of the aspect of pedantry. Names of people and places which he molds into his diction seem to open up to the imagination regions of unimagined grandeur and beauty amid strains of solemnist music. And the descriptions of scenery, such as abound in communes, lycidas, and arcades, as well as those diffused through Paradise Lost and Paradise Regained, are like the most exquisite glimpses into the most fair and solitary landscapes, breathing every rural fragrance and alive with all rural sounds and harmonies. But it was when he was old, and poor, and blind, and living among the hatred and the ribald obscenity of the Restoration, that he had scaled those sublime altitudes of genius, and seemed to walk on the celestial hills amid their pure and glorious inhabitants, rather than on earth surrounded by rankest impurities and basest natures. It was when his soul was like a star and dwelt apart, when he had fallen on evil days, that he had alone allowed himself leisure to work out these the earliest of his aspirations. Long before, when he had returned from his pleasant sojourn in Italy, where he saw Galileo in his prison, and was himself received and honored by the greatest men of the land, as in anticipation of his after glory, and was now engaged in defending the sternest measures of the Republicans. In his Reasons of Church Government urged against prelacy, he unfolded the grand design of his master work, but kept it self-denyingly in his soul till he had done his duty to his country. The views which he cherished in his literary ambition are as exalted in their moral grandeur as his 356 genius was in its native character. These were, he said, that what the greatest and choicest arts of Athens, Rome, or modern Italy and those Hebrews of old did for their country, I, in my proportion, with this over and above of being a Christian, might do for mine, not caring to be named once abroad, though perhaps I could attain unto that, but content me with these British islands as my world. At this period, it seems, he had not made up his mind whether he should adopt the epic form, as exemplified by Homer, Virgil, and Tasso, or the dramatic, wherein Sophocles and Euripides reign, or in the style of those magnificent odes and hymns of Pindarus and Callimachus, not forgetting that of all those kinds of writing the highest models are to be found in the Holy Scriptures in the Book of Job, in the Song of Solomon, and the Apocalypse of St. John, in the grand songs interspersed throughout the Law and the Prophets. But in one thing he was fixed, that the work should be one, not raised from the heat of youth, or the vapors of wine, like that which flows at waste from the pen of some vulgar amorist, or the trencher fury of some rhyming parasite, nor to be obtained by the invocation of Dame Memory and her siren daughters, but by devout prayer to that eternal Spirit, who can enrich with all utterance and knowledge, and sends out his seraphim with the hallowed fire of his altar, to touch and purify the lips of whom he pleases. So prayed, more gaining than he asked, the bard, holiest of men. So he waited, fighting the battles of his country side by side with Cromwell and Hampden, Pym and Marvell, and when at length he found leisure to achieve his last great triumph, he was left alone in the field. He had outlived the long battle of king and people, in which extraordinary men and as extraordinary events had arisen, and shaken the whole civilized world. Blind, poor, and old, as if some special guardianship of Providence had shielded him, or as if the very foes who had dragged the dreaded Cromwell from his grave feared the imprecations of posterity, and shrank from touching that sacred head. There sat the sublime old man at his door, feeling with grateful enjoyment the genial sunshine falling upon him, or dictating immortal verses to his daughters as the divine afflatus seized him. Much has been said of the small sum received for his Paradise Lost, and the slow recognition which it met with, but it is not a fact that Paradise Lost was coolly greeted. Long before Addison gave his laudatory critique in The Spectator, the glory of Milton's great poem had been attested by Barrow, Andrew Marvell, Lord Anglesea, who used often to visit him in Bunhill Fields, by the Duke of Buckingham, and by many other celebrated men. Sir John Denham appeared in the House of Commons with a proof sheet of Paradise Lost in his hand, wet from the press, and being asked what it was, replied, "Part of the noblest poem that ever was written in any language or age." The poem went into 2 editions during the author's life, and he corrected it for a third, which was published soon after his death. In fact, Milton's fame had to rise from under piled heaps of hatred and ignominy on account of his politics and religion, for he had attacked the church as formidably as the state in his treatise on the best mode of removing hirelings out of it, as well as in his book against prelacy. But it flung off all that load of prejudice, and rose to universal acknowledgment. Need not detain ourselves with much detail of his other poetical works, which are now familiar to all readers. They consist of his early poems, including the exquisite El Allegro and Il Penseroso, his Camus and Lycidas, a masque and an elegy, his magnificent sonnets, his Samson Agonists, a sacred drama, but constructed strictly on the Grecian model. It has been often said that Milton had no genius for the drama. The Samson is a sufficient refutation of that opinion. It is full of dramatic power and interest. It is like some ancient piece of sculpture, unique, grand, massive, and solemn, and indeed, had Milton devoted himself to the drama, it would have been rather in the style of Sophocles than of Shakespeare, for he was too lofty and earnest in his whole nature for real humor, or for much variation in mood and manner. He could never have been a comic poet, but, had he willed it, would undoubtedly have been a great tragic one. The epic character, however, prevailed in him and decided his career. Milton dictating Paradise Lost to his daughters, CP 356. After the picture by Munkacsy. See larger version. Besides these poetical works were his odes, including the splendid ones of the Nativity and the Passion, and a great number of translations from the chief poets of Greece, Rome, and Italy, original poems written in Latin and Italian, portion of the Psalms done into meter, and Paradise Regained. This last poem, though bearing no degree of equality to the Paradise Lost, is yet a noble poem and would have made a great reputation for any other man. It is clearly not so 358 well thought out and elaborated as the Paradise Lost, which was the dream of his youth, the love and the labor of his prime. Paradise Regained, on the other hand, was the chance suggestion of Thomas Elwood, his Latin reader, and closed with the temptation of Christ in the wilderness, instead of including the crucifixion and ascension, which might have given the poet a scope equal in magnificence to that of his former great epic. Of his prose works we shall speak presently. The most popular of all poets of this period was Abraham Cowley, b. 1618, d. 1667. He is a striking example of those authors whom the critics of the time cry to the skies, and whom more discriminating posterity are willing to forget. Cowley in his lifetime had 10 times the fame of Milton. Johnson, so unjust to many of our poets, can hardly be said to be so to Cowley. He says, though in his own time considered of unrivaled excellence, and as having taken a flight beyond all that went before him, Cowley's reputation could not last. His character of writing was not his own. He unhappily adopted that which was predominant. He saw a certain way to present praise, and not sufficiently inquiring by what means the ancients have continued to delight through all the changes of human manners, he contented himself with a deciduous laurel. He, in fact, for popularity's sake, preferred art, or rather artifice, to nature. Yet there are many beautiful thoughts, much real fancy and wit scattered through his poems, but they are too often buried in outrageous conceits and distorted meter. He never seems really in earnest, but always playing with his subject, and constructing gewgaws instead of raising immortal structures. Cowley was a zealous royalist. He went over to France when the Queen of Charles I retired thither, and became her secretary for her private correspondence with Charles. Afterwards, he was sent over in the character of a spy on the Republican Party and its proceedings. Under pretense of privacy and retirement, he was to take occasion of giving notice of the posture of things in this nation, but became suspected and was arrested. He then fawned on Cromwell, wrote verses in his honor, which, however, were only shown in private. And when the Commonwealth began to exhibit signs of dissolution, he again hastened to the exiled court in France and came back in the crowd of royalists eager for promotion. But his flattering of Cromwell had been reported, and he was treated with coldness. Yet after some time, through Buckingham and the Earl of St. Albans, he obtained a lease of some lands, and after the ill reception of his play of The Cutter of Colman Street, he retired into the country, first to Barn Elms and next to Chertsey in Surrey, where he died in his 49th year. The great satirist of the age was Samuel Butler, b. 1600, d. 1680, who in his Hudibras introduced a new kind of poetry, a comic doggerel, now styled as sui generis Hudibrastic. Butler was the son of a yeoman, and had been educated for the church without those connections which lead to promotion. With an immense accumulation of learning, and talent enough to have made half a dozen bishops, he became at one time a clerk to one Jeffreys, a justice of the peace at Earl's Combe, in Worcestershire, and afterwards to Sir Samuel Luke at Woodend in Bedfordshire. In these situations, he gleaned the characters and materials for his Hudibras, a burlesque on the Puritans. Sir Samuel Luke was the actual Hudibras. The poem ridicules the Puritans in every way, but especially for attempting to put down bear-baiting, and accordingly the first canto. The adventure of the bear and fiddle is sung but breaks off in the middle. Hudibras and his man Ralpo attack the bear, but are defeated, and then Hudibras retires and makes love to a rich widow. He is a Presbyterian and Ralpo an independent. And in the course of the story, all the leading characters of the Commonwealth, Cromwell, Fleetwood, Disborough, Lambert, are ridiculed by name, as are Pym, Calamy, Case, Byfield, Lentham, and the rest under more or less transparent nicknames, as Ashley Cooper under the name of the politician, and John Lilburn under that of Brother Haberdasher. The first part was published in 1663, the second in 1664, and the third in 1678, 14 years later. Still, the poem remained unfinished. It did not require, however, even the second part to make it famous. It was received with one universal burst of laughter and applause by the royalists. Charles Roman too, and his courtiers were merrier over it than all, and Charles quoted it continually with unfailing gusto. The Earl of Dorset resolved to seize the opportunity, and introduced the author, through Buckingham, to Charles. Buckingham gave him an audience, but just as they were entering on conversation, Buckingham saw some ladies of loose character going past, ran out after them, and the poet was not only forgotten, but could never get a second interview. Clarendon, however, promised to see him duly rewarded, but never kept his word, and 359 Butler lived poor and died neglected, at the age of 80. This shameful neglect has been much commented on, but no one seems to have reflected that there may have been more in this than mere neglect. Butler, in his double-edged satire, made some very hard hits at the church, and, while ridiculing the Puritans, gave some not very light backstrokes to the licentiousness of the Royalists. He wrote an avowed satire on the licentiousness of the age, and in his third part so far vented his resentment at his neglect as to satirize Charles himself for being led by the apron strings of his numerous mistresses. He laughed at the sages of the newly established Royal Society in his Elephant in the Moon, and such a man is more frequently kicked than rewarded. The Church did not forget his sallies against it, and refused him burial in Westminster Abbey, when he wrote the questions and answers between the man disguised as a devil and Hudibras. What makes a church a den of thieves? A dean, a chapter, and white sleeves. What makes all points of doctrine clear? About £200 a year. And that which was proved true before, prove false again, 200 more. Though the sting was intended for the Puritans laid hold on the passage and quoted it against the church, and this and like blows rebounded, no doubt, on the poet's head. The most illustrious name of this period, next to that of Milton, is that of John Dryden, B. 1631, D. 1701. He wrote almost every kind of poetry, satires, odes, plays, romantic stories, and translated Juvenal, Persius, the epistles of Ovid, and Virgil. It was unfortunate for the genius of Dryden that he was generally struggling with poverty, and by marrying an aristocratic and uncongenial wife, the sister of Sir Robert Howard, he was all the more compelled to exert his powers to live in the style which their circumstances demanded. Hence he produced an immense mass of writings which added little to his fame. Foremost amongst these are his plays, nearly 30 in number, which were mostly unsuccessful, and which abound with such gross indecencies that, had they even high merit otherwise, they would be found to be unperusable. He had the presumption to new model Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream and The Tempest, two of the most poetical compositions in existence, and blurred them with the foul leprosy of obscenity. He treated the Paradise Lost in the same way, nor did his necessities lead him to these enormities only, but there is little doubt they drove him to apostatize from his religion and from his original political faith. His first poem of any note was a most eulogistic elegy on the death of Cromwell, in which, amongst many other such things, he said, "Heav'n in his portrait showed a workman's hand, and drew it perfect, yet without a shade." His very next poem, and that of some length, was Astra Redux, a poem on the happy restoration and return of His Sacred Majesty Charles Roman II, immediately followed by a panegyric on his coronation, in which he heaps still more glowing praise on the young royal libertine and flings dust as liberally at his late idol. While our cross stars denied us Charles's bed, whom our first flames and virgin love did wed. For his long absence church and state did groan. Madness the pulpit, faction seized the throne. Experienced age and deep despair was lost. To see the rebel thrive, the loyal crossed. The accomplished sycophant received as his reward the office of poet laureate, with £300 a year, and he paid officiously more than his peppercorn of praise in the Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, 1666, in which the sea fights with the Dutch and the fire of London were commemorated in elegiac stanzas, and the most fulsome and almost impious adulation was poured in showers on both the king and his heir apparent, the Duke of York, not forgetting an especial poetical address to the Duchess on her husband's victories over the Hollanders. No doubt Dryden made himself sure that his laureate's salary was safe, but he was mistaken. James, though the best who ever bore the name, could forget benefits and even flatteries, but he never forgot an ill turn or anything that endangered his great design of restoring popery. And Dryden, to please the church and the late king, whom he did not know to be at heart a papist, had written his Religio Laicae, in which he had pulled the Catholic Church to pieces and lauded superlatively the Anglican hierarchy. James first took away his butt of sack, and then his salary, whereupon Dryden directly turned Catholic and wrote The Hind and the Panther, to beslaver popery, kick down Protestantism, and reconcile the public to James's invidious scheme of abolishing the Test Act for his own purposes. This succeeded, and Dryden continued to receive his pay and do his dirty work during James's reign. It was expected that he would wheel round again on William and Mary's success, but he lived and died Catholic. With all respect for the genius of Dryden, it is thus impossible for a truthful historian to take any but a melancholy view of his personal character and of the mass of his writings. They are, in fact, mostly on subjects that do not fall within the legitimate province of true poetry. His Absalom and Achitophel, written to ridicule Monmouth and Shaftesbury with their accomplice Buckingham under the name of Zimri, and to damage the Whig party generally, is transcendently clever. But even the highest satirical and political verse is not poetry. It is only cleverness in verse. And this is the grand characteristic of Dryden's poetry. It is masterly verse. There is no creative faculty in it. It is a matter of style rather than of soul and sentiment, and in style he is a great master. This made Milton say that Dryden was a good rhymester but no poet, and in Milton's conception of poetry, and in that which has taught us to venerate Homer, Shakespeare, Milton, Wordsworth, Shelley, and others, Dryden was not a poet of the highest rank. A modern critic has given him great credit for creative power and genius in his adaptations of some of Chaucer's tales, but this is a mistake. The creative genius is Chaucer's. Dryden has only remodeled the tales in modern language. The ideas, the invention, are all Chaucer's. Dryden's share consists in his wonderful, elastic, musical diction, in which he undoubtedly excels every English author in the heroic measure. Pope's is more artificial, but is far behind in musical rhythm and elastic vigor. Dryden's heroic verse is music itself, and music full of its highest elements. In it the trumpet sings, the drum beats, the organ blows in solemn thunder, the flute and fife shrill forth eloquence, and all mingled instruments seem to chorus in a combination of blissful sounds and feelings. In the latter part of his life, Dryden, standing independent of all government drudgery, shows more worthily both in life and verse. His translation of Virgil yet remains the best in our language. He had done with his contemptible squabbles with Elkanah Settle and Shadwell, who won from him the honors and profits of the theatre, and his fables, as he called them, tales from Chaucer, seemed to inspire him with a more really poetic feeling. In them he seemed to grow purer, and to open his soul to the influences of classical and natural beauty, to the charms of nature, and of old romance. These tales will always remain the truest monuments of Dryden's fame. His odes, much as they have been praised, are rather feats of art than outpourings of poetic inspiration. As Alexander's Feast is but a description of the effects of music on a drunken conqueror and a courtesan. Who now would dream of placing it by the side of Coleridge's Ode to France, or Wordsworth's Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Childhood? But anyone turning to Palamon and Arcite will find himself in a real fairyland of poetry, and perceive how much Keats, Leigh Hunt, and other modern poets have formed themselves on his style, and have even adopted his triplets. We have given so much space to these the greatest poets of this period, that we have little for the rest. We have mentioned Andrew Marvell's beautiful ballad, The Emigrants, p. 180, and Wither's poems, p. 178, in our previous review. Sir John Denham's descriptive poem, Cooper's Hill, had great popularity, and is a good specimen of that class of verse. Waller was a reigning favorite for his lyrics, which are elegant but destitute of any high principle or emotion, as the man was, who wrote a panegyric on Cromwell and another on Charles Roman II. And when Charles told him he thought that on Cromwell the better, replied, "Sir, we poets never excel so well in writing truth as in writing fiction." Amongst the courtiers of Charles, Buckingham and Rochester were poets. Buckingham's comedy, The Rehearsal, which was written to ridicule the heroic drama copied by Dryden from the French, still finds admirers, and the genius of Rochester was unquestionable, but still inferior to his obscenity. Sir Charles Sedley, another courtier, wrote comedies and songs almost equally famous for their dissoluteness. Charles Cotton, the author of Virgil Travestied, was a writer of much wit but nearly equal grossness, though he was the intimate friend of Izaak Walton, who was also no mean poet. The Earls of Roscommon and Dorset were popular, the first for his essay on translated verse, written in verse, and the other for his splendid ballad written at sea, commencing To All You Ladies Now on Land. Pomfret, a clergyman, wrote a didactic poem called The Choice, which Dr. Johnson declared to be more frequently read than almost any poem in the language, and which Southey believed to be the most popular poem in the language. It is, in reality, one of the commonplaces gone by. Sir William Davenant, a reputed son of Shakespeare, wrote Gondibert, a heroic poem in elegiac stanzas which has good parts, but, as a whole, is intolerably dull. Sir Richard Fanshawe was celebrated as a translator 361, especially of Guarini's Pastor Fido. Another translator from Greek and Spanish was Thomas Stanley, the learned editor of Shylus and the author of the History of Philosophy. Besides these may be mentioned Bulteel, a popular songwriter, Philip Ayres, a lyrical poet, Dr. Henry Moore, author of a poem, The Life of the Soul, in Spenserian stanzas, and Flatman, an imitator of Cowley. Samuel Butler. See larger version. The dramatic writing of the period was rather voluminous than first-rate. Davenant wrote above 20 plays, masques, etc., but the most eminent dramatists were the unfortunate Otway, Nathaniel Lee, Sir George Etheredge, Wycherley, Crown, Southern, and Jasper Mayne. Otway's Orphan and Venice Preserved still maintain their fame. He wrote altogether 10 plays. Nathaniel Lee wrote 10 tragedies, a great mixture of talent and bombast. The most celebrated of them are his Theodosius and his rival queens. Crown wrote 17 plays, in which the selections made by Charles Lamb in his dramatic specimens show that there exists perhaps the most preeminent dramatic genius of the age. Etheredge is the author of 3 comedies of great polish and brilliancy, and set the pattern for Wycherley, and for Congreve, Farquhar, and Vanbrugh in the next period. Wycherley wrote 4 comedies equally remarkable for vigor and indecency. In fact, it is scarcely necessary to repeat that the whole of the dramatic literature of this period is thoroughly disfigured with the coarsest and most revolting sensuality and obscenity. Southern belongs properly to the next era, as he produced only 2 of his plays during this period, his tragedy of The Loyal 362 Brother and his comedy of The Disappointment. Shadwell and Settle inundated the stage with worthless plays, and Mrs. Ephra Bain, a courtesan as well as writer, was the author of a whole host of comedies, novels, and poems. Of the 2 comedies by Jasper Mayne, who, by the by, was a clergyman, The City Match is the better. Perhaps we ought not to close this review of the poets without a mention of the most successful poetaster of the age, Nahum Tate, who was in such estimation as to be allowed to supply our churches with his most wretched version of the Psalms, and to be employed by Dryden to continue his satire of Absalom and Achitophel. At the head of the prose writers of this period, as of the poets, we must place Milton. Though his writings are for the most part on controversial subjects, they were subjects of such immense importance that they acquired a lasting value. They bear a certain relation to his poetry. This in its highest exhibition celebrated the triumph of the deity over the powers of evil. His prose writings were employed to support the struggle of liberty against the advocates of all political evil, absolutism. Poetry seemed to have become the habitual expression of his mind, and therefore, there is in his prose style a certain awkwardness and stiffness. He moves like David in armor that he had not well proved, and his utterance, solemn and full of deep thought and erudition, is, as it were, forced and formal. But when he warms up with the greatness of his subject, he runs into a strain of grave eloquence which has scarcely an equal in the language. The great prose works of Milton comprise his History of England from the earliest times to the Conquest, including all the old legends of the chroniclers, the arrival of Brute from Rome, the story of King Lear, and those fine fables which have been the storehouses of poets and dramatists. His Tractate on Education, his magnificent Areopagitica, his Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, the Iconoclasts, the Defensio pro Populo Anglicano and Defensio Secunda, vindicating the conduct of England in deposing impracticable kings, his treatise on the best manner of removing hirelings out of the church, his essay on civil power in ecclesiastical causes, his state letters, written at the command of Cromwell, an art of logic, a treaty of true religion, heresy, schism, toleration, and what best means may be used against the growth of popery, and his familiar letters in Latin. Besides these, he left in manuscript a brief history of Muscovy and a system of theology, both since published. It may be safely said that scarcely any other writer has left such a sound and profound body of knowledge of all that is necessary for the maintenance of freedom, civil and religious, in the state. Dryden is also a vigorous prose writer, but nothing can be more characteristic of the 2 men than the prose of Milton and Dryden. The one is grave, solemn, independent, upholding the sacred interests of religion and liberty; the other, that of Dryden, besides short lives of Polybius, Lucian, and Plutarch, and an essay on dramatic literature, consists chiefly of a mass of his dramatic writings, couched in the most extravagant and unmanly terms of flattery. It is in vain to say that this was the spirit of the time. We have only to turn to Milton, and behold that a great soul despised such sycophancy as much then as now. Clarendon's History of the Rebellion and Memoirs of his own life assume a permanent importance from the position which he occupied in the struggles of those times. As literary compositions, they are unique in style, but as historical authority, it is necessary to read them with caution. Hobbes b. 1588, d. 1679, the celebrated philosopher of Malmesbury, was one of the most powerful minds of the age. By his works called The Leviathan, his treatise on human nature, on liberty and necessity, and his Decameron Physiologicum, with others of the like kind, he became the head of a great school of writers which found wide acceptance in France, Germany, and England. Mr. Mill says, Hobbes is a great name in philosophy, on account both of what he taught and the extraordinary impulse which he communicated to the spirit of free inquiry in Europe. But, on the other hand, it has been well observed by a modern writer that, as for what is properly to be called his system of philosophy, and it is to be observed that in his own writings his views in metaphysics, in morals, in politics, are all bound and built up together into one consistent whole. The question of the truth or falsehood of that seems to be completely settled. Nobody now professes more than a partial Hobbism, if so much of the creed of the philosopher of Malmesbury, as affirms the non-existence of any essential distinction between right and wrong, the non-existence of conscience or the moral sense, the non-existence of anything beyond mere sensation in either emotion or intelligence, and other 363 similar negatives of his moral and metaphysical doctrine, has still its satisfied disciples, who is now a hobbist either in politics or mathematics. Yet certainly it is in these latter departments that we must look for the greater part of what is absolutely original in the notions of this teacher. Hobbes's philosophy of human nature is not amiss as a philosophy of Hobbes's own human nature. Without passions or imagination himself, and steering his own course through life by the mere calculations of an enlightened selfishness, one half of the broad mass of humanity was to him nothing better than a blank. Hobbes was a thorough advocate of personal monarchy, as is testified by his De Corpore Politico, his Leviathan, and Behemoth, the last being a history of the Civil War from 1640 to 1660. Hobbes lived to a great age, praised by his admirers as an example of independence. His arguments were ably answered by Cudworth, by Clarendon, Bishops Cumberland, Bramhall, and Tennyson, by Dr. Henry More in his History of Philosophy, by Eachard and others. A writer who has had a different influence was Richard Baxter, B. 1615, D. 1691. Baxter held the same position in the religious world as Halifax in the political one. Halifax gloried in the name of a trimmer. He was constantly occupying the middle post in the world of party. Sometimes one party congratulated itself that it had him, but presently it found him defending measures of its opponents. In fact, he was an independent thinker, and, extending his hand to either party as he thought it right at the moment, he turned the balance of conflicting opinions. Exactly so with Baxter, a clergyman of the Church of England. He was yet a decided nonconformist. He was a monarchist in theory, but was so disgusted with the royalists for their licentiousness and notions of absolutism that he went over to the camp of Cromwell and preached in it. But when Cromwell assumed the supreme power, again Baxter was on the other side, condemning to his face his usurpation. Baxter's mediating views led him to hope on the return of Charles Roman II, that nonconformity and the Church might shake hands. He believed in Charles's healing declaration and drew up an accommodating liturgy, but found himself deceived. The hierarchy rejected such compromises. He became a sufferer from nonconformity, and yet remained an advocate of conformity to a certain extent. So was it in his theological views. With one hand he embraced Calvin, with the other Arminius. He rejected Calvin's doctrine of reprobation, yet accepted his theory of election. That is, that certain persons are preordained from all eternity as instruments for certain work by God. But he agreed with Arminius's assertion that all men whatever are capable of salvation, for that Christ distinctly declared that he died for all, and that whoever believed should be saved. The views of Baxter were adopted by large numbers, who became a sect under the name of Baxterians, but they were gradually absorbed into the different denominations of the Independents, Baptists, etc., who may now be considered as generally holding Baxter's mild and amiable opinions. Watts and Doddridge were eminent professors of Baxter's creed. The chief works of Baxter are his Methodus Theologiae, his Catholic Theology, and his Saints' Everlasting Rest. The last is by far the most popular. It has been circulated by tens of thousands into all quarters where the English language reaches, and, like the Pilgrim of Bunyan, is to be found on the shelves of the cottage and the farm in the remotest nooks. Perhaps no book ever gave so much consolation to the spirits of so many simple and earnest seekers after religious rest as this work of the venerable Richard Baxter. Bunyan, b. 1628, d. 1688, was a contemporary of Baxter, but a man of a more robust and sturdy temper. Lying 12 years in Bedford jail for his religious faith, he there produced his immortal Pilgrim's Progress, a work which, as the production of an illiterate tinker, was contemptuously ignored by the critics and the learned of the time, till it had spread like a flood over the whole land and was become the delight of the nation. The Pilgrim is a wonderful work for any man, and Bunyan was undoubtedly a genius of the very first class. With Baxter and Bunyan, the gentle angler, Isaac Walton, b. 1593, d. 1683, claims a place for his Lives of Religious Worthies, and not less for his Complete Angler, one of the first works, along with Percy's Reliques of Ancient English Poetry, which awoke the love of nature. Side by side with these worthies stands John Evelyn, b. 1620, d. 1706, a man who mixed with the court in Charles Roman II's reign without defiling himself. He was the model of a true English gentleman, pious, honorable, and exerting himself at once to maintain sound morals and to promote science. His memoirs present a lively picture of the dissolute age in which he lived, and he sought to draw men away from the 364 sink of corruption by encouraging them to plant and cultivate their estates. For this he wrote his Silva, or A Discourse of Forest Trees, still a standard and most delightful work. He was one of the first members and promoters of the Royal Society, and wrote Numismata, a Discourse of Metals, a parallel of ancient and modern architecture, a work on theology, and the first Gardener's Almanac. John Bunyan. See larger version. As a memoir writer of the same period, Samuel Pepys, b. 1632, d. 1703, is more popular than Evelyn. Pepys was secretary to the Admiralty in the reigns of Charles Roman II and James Roman II, and his inimitably gossiping volumes of whatever he saw during those times have been often reprinted and read everywhere with great unction. Pepys, besides this, continued a most invaluable collection of old ballads begun by Selden, from which Bishop Percy amply helped himself in collecting his reliques. So that to Pepys and John Selden, we really owe much of that great revolution in taste and poetry, which we ascribe almost exclusively to Percy. Another memorialist of this period was Sir William Temple, a man who, like Evelyn, maintained a high moral status and was held in great esteem for his philosophical essays. In Scotland, Sir George Mackenzie stood conspicuous for his Institution of the Laws of Scotland, and not less for various works of taste, as his Aratina, or the Serious Romance, and his Religio Stoici, or the Virtuoso. Burnet, the author of The Sacred Theory of the Earth, also belongs to this period. In his work, the biblical account of the origin of the earth is made the foundation of a scientific treatise. The church at this period possessed great and 365 eloquent men, Tillotson, Sherlock, Barrow, South, Stillingfleet, and others. Their sermons remain as storehouses of religious argument. They were nearly all of the Arminian school. Barrow was, besides, one of the ablest geometricians that have appeared. Gresham College, where the Royal Society was first housed. See larger version. During the period now under review, a great step in the progress of science was made by the foundation of the Royal Society. The honor of originating this famous society belongs to Mr. Theodor Hock, a German who was resident in London. At his suggestion, a number of scientific gentlemen, including Dr. Goddard, a physician in Wood Street, but also a preparer of lenses for telescopes, Dr. Wallis, the mathematician, Dr. Wilkins, afterwards Bishop of Chester, Drs. Ent, Gisson, and Merritt, and Mr. Samuel Foster, professor of astronomy in Gresham College. These meetings began in 1645 and were held at one of their houses, or in Gresham College, or at apartments in Cheapside. Though some of these gentlemen were removed by promotion, others continued to join it, as Boyle, Evelyn, Wren, afterwards Sir Christopher. In 1662, a royal charter was obtained, and in the following year additional privileges were granted under a second charter. The first president was Lord Brouncker, and the first council consisted of Mr. Afterwards Lord Brereton, Sir Kenelm Digby, Sir Robert Moray, Sir William Petty, Sir Paul Neal, Messrs. Boyle, Slingsby, Christopher and Matthew Wren, Ball, Erskine, Oldenburg, Henshaw, and Dudley Palmer, and Doctors Wilkins, Wallis, Timothy Clark, and Ent. Ball was the first treasurer, and Wilkins and Oldenburg the first secretaries. The society was pledged not to meddle with questions of theology or state, and their chief subjects of notice were the physical sciences, anatomy, medicine, astronomy, mathematics, navigation, statistics, chemistry, magnetism, mechanics, and kindred topics. In the spring of the second year, the society numbered 115 members. Amongst them, Besides many noblemen and gentlemen of distinction, we find the names of Aubrey, Dr. Barrow, Dryden, Cowley, Waller, and Spratt, afterwards Bishop of Rochester. The Society commenced the publication of its 366 Transactions in 1665, which became a record of the progress of physical and mathematical science for a long series of years. During the short period over which the present review ranges, that is, from the Restoration in 1660 to the Revolution in 1688, that is, only 28 years, some of the greatest discoveries in science were made which have occurred in the history of the world. Namely, the discovery of the circulation of the blood by Dr. William Harvey, the improvement of the tables of logarithms constructed by Napier, the invention of fluxions by Newton, and the calculus of fluxions, or the differential calculus, by Leibniz, the discovery of the perfected theory of gravitation by Newton, the foundation of modern astronomy by Flamsteed, and the construction of a steam engine by the Marquis of Worcester, originally suggested by Solomon de Caus, a Frenchman. Napier, b. 1550, d. 1617, published his tables of logarithms in 1614, under the title of Mirifici Logarithmorum Canonis Descriptio, and in the same or the next year he and his friend, Henry Briggs, gave them their improved and perfect form, for from that time to the present they have admitted of no further improvement. They came from the hands of their author, and his assisting friend perfect. The principle of their construction Napier did not declare, but this important revelation was made by Briggs and Napier's son in 1619. By these tables Napier superseded the long and laborious arithmetical operations which great calculators had previously to undergo, and which the most simple trigonometrical operations demanded. Without this wonderful aid even Newton could not have lived to formulate the principles that he drew from, and established forever upon, the material accumulated by prior mathematicians. Napier in fact furnished by these tables a scale by which not only the advantages which he proposed of shortening arithmetical and trigonometrical labor were effected, but which enabled his successors to weigh the atmosphere and take the altitudes of mountains, compute the lengths and areas of all curves, and to introduce a calculus by which the most unexpected results should be reached. By reducing to a few days the labor of many months, says Laplace, it doubles, as it were, the life of an astronomer, besides freeing him from the errors and disgust inseparable from long calculations. We are not, however, to suppose that Napier was the first who had a perception of the nature of logarithms. In almost all grand discoveries, the man of genius stands upon the shoulders of preceding geniuses to reach that culminating point which brings out the full discovery. In very early ages it was known that if the terms of an arithmetical and geometrical series were placed in juxtaposition, the multiplication, division, involution, and evolution of the latter would answer to, and might actually be effected by a corresponding addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of the former. Archimedes employed this principle in his Arenarius, a treatise on the number of the sands. Stiefel, in his Arithmetica Integra, published at Nuremberg in 1644, exhibits a still clearer notion of the use of this principle. But the merit of Napier was this, that whilst those who preceded him could only apply the principle to certain numbers, he discovered the means of applying it to all, and thus was enabled to construct and bring to perfection at once his admirable tables. There was an attempt to show that he had stolen the idea from Longomontanus, but that great mathematician settles this matter by himself, attributing the whole invention to Napier. Besides the logarithms, Napier, or to give him his full title, Lord Napier of Merchiston, is also noted for his elegant theorems, called his analogies, and his theorem of the 5 circular parts, which furnishes a ready solution of all the cases of right-angled, spherical triangles. He also invented what are called Napier's bones, to facilitate the performance of multiplication and division, instruments of such value that had he not discovered the logarithms, they would have, to a certain extent, supplied their place. The discoveries of Sir Isaac Newton, b. 1642, d. 1727, however, put the crown to the glories of this period. Their extent can only be learnt by a perusal of his Principia, or Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, containing his complete theory of the laws of the universe, based on the grand doctrine of gravitation, of which he published afterwards a popular view under the title of De Mundi Systemate, enunciating the truths contained in the 3rd book of the Principia, his Optics, containing his theories of light and color, founded on a host of curious experiments, his De Quadratura Curvarum, containing an exposition of his method of fluxions, his method of fluxions and analysis by infinite series. A great many of those discoveries were 367 made known to the public through his communications to the Royal Society. The announcement of his binomial theorem, by which he was able to determine the area and rectification of curves, the surface and contacts of the solids formed by their revolution, and the position of their center of gravity. A theory of infinite avail in his determination of the laws of the planetary bodies, is dated 1664, that of his method of fluxions, 1665. But he did not claim this till 1669. He professed to have written a tract on the subject in 1664, but he did not produce this tract till he had seen some of the same results published in Mercator's Logarithmotechnia 4 years afterwards. In 1666, he demonstrated the great law of gravitation and applied it to the planets, but was baffled in his attempts to apply it to the moon through a false estimate of the Earth's diameter. This was corrected by Picard's measurement of an arc of the meridian, with which Newton became acquainted in 1682, and then after 16 years' delay he completed his system. But his Principia was not published collectively till 1687, his Optics till 1704, with his De Quadratura Curvarum. Unparalleled as were the achievements of Newton, these were not accomplished, any more than any other great performances, without substantial hints and assistance from preceding or contemporary genius. The very principle of gravitation had been pointed out by Robert Hooke, and Newton was compelled to admit, and offered to publish a scholium acknowledging the fact that Hooke, Wren, and Halley had already deduced this law, that the gravitation of the planets was as the curvic square of the distance, from Kepler's second law of analogy between the periodic times and the mean distances of the planets. Newton's defenders say that he probably made this concession for the sake of peace, but was Newton likely to surrender a great truth, vitally affecting his fame for science and discovery, if there were not solid grounds for it? Still less to the credit of Newton was his conduct towards Leibniz in the dispute regarding the differential calculus. Leibniz, having heard through Oldenburg that Newton had made discoveries as to the measurement of tangents, in fact, as to his binomial theorem, and as to fluxions, desired to have some account of them. And Newton, through Oldenburg, communicated to Leibniz his binomial theorem, but concealed his knowledge of fluxions under a most abstruse anagram, which was formed from the words data equation quatcunc fluens quantitates involvent fluxions in venir, et vice versa. It has been well observed that if Leibniz could draw any light from that anagram, he must have possessed superhuman sagacity. Leibniz, however, having himself made most important discoveries in fluxions, at once and candidly communicated the theory of what he called, and what is still called, the differential calculus to Newton. This, Newton, in a scholium included in his Principia, admitted to be a method hardly differing from his own except in the form of words and symbols. Yet in the third edition of the Principia, he omitted this confession, claimed the exclusive invention of the differential calculus for himself, and branded Leibniz as a plagiarist. The fact was that Leibniz had gone a step beyond Newton. Newton had discovered fluxions, but Leibniz had discovered the fluxionary calculus, or, as he termed it, the differential calculus. Still more discreditable was the conduct of Newton to Flamsteed, B. 1646, D. 1719. Flamsteed was the first astronomer royal. Charles Roman, too, established an observatory at Greenwich, one of the best things he ever did. The observatory was, in fact, the Queen's house in Greenwich Park, and Flamsteed was appointed astronomical observator, with the magnificent salary of £100 a year, and not a single instrument, not even a telescope. It was in vain that he applied for instruments, and his appointment might have been a sinecure had he not procured instruments at his own expense and taught pupils to maintain himself. But through all these difficulties, he went on making observations, and in time not only made a mass of the most valuable lunar observations, but had made a map and catalogue of the stars, such as there had never been before for completeness and accuracy. His catalogue included 3,300 stars, whose places were more accurate than any determined in the next 50 years, and whose selection and nomenclature has served as a basis to every catalogue since that time. Bailey, Flamsteed's biographer, claims, and very justly claims, that the commencement of modern astronomy dates from his observations, for no one would care to go beyond them to compare any made in our day. Newton was very intimate with Flamsteed, and with good cause, for he depended on his supplying him with the necessary observations to enable him to establish his lunar theory. And it is on evidence that Flamsteed furnished him with every lunar observation that he made. When Flamsteed 368 had completed his catalogue, He proposed to publish it, and Prince George of Denmark, knowing that Flamsteed had expended on his instruments £2,000 more than his salary, offered to pay for the printing. A committee, consisting of Newton, Sir Christopher Wren, Dr. Arbuthnot, Dr. Gregory, and Mr. Roberts, was appointed to superintend this publication. The whole story, based on letters and documents of the time found at Greenwich Observatory, is too long to be detailed here. But the upshot of it is that the catalogue and observations of Flamsteed were printed and published, not as his own, but as those of Halley. In vain did Flamsteed protest against this most scandalous deed. Newton and his associates were strong in the favor of the Queen and Halifax, and Newton used the most opprobrious language to the man by whose labors he had so greatly benefited, and whom he had now helped to rob of his dearest possession, his fame. The softest name that he gave him was that of puppy. Flamsteed could obtain no redress, though they had broken his seal to come at his catalogue, till after the death of Queen Anne in Halifax, when he was enabled to get possession of the remainder of the books called Halley's, styled Historia Celestis Libri Duo. He immediately began preparations for publishing them himself and demanded his MSS from Newton, who refused and was sued for them by Flamsteed. In the meantime, to avoid being compelled to give up the MSS to the rightful owner, Newton handed them over to Halley. Every insult was offered to Flamsteed. He was summoned before the Royal Society to answer whether he had his instruments in order, a matter in which the society had no authority, and what made the matter more atrocious, the instruments were Flamsteed's own. Newton even twitted Flamsteed with his £100 a year salary, at which Flamsteed indignantly reminded him that he had been receiving £300 a year himself ever since he came to London. Flamsteed's work was not completed till after his death, when it appeared under the name of Historia Celestis Britannica. It is difficult to conceive more overbearing, unjust, and unworthy proceedings than those of Newton against Flamsteed. Sir David Brewster, in his Life of Newton, endeavored to defend him by asserting that Flamsteed did not appreciate Newton's theory, as if Flamsteed was not quite at liberty to have his own opinion, an opinion shared by many at the time, and which theory, in the first edition of the Principia, the only one then out, was in some respects grossly incorrect, rejected, as Flamsteed remarked, by the heavens. Brewster also urged that Flamsteed showed unwillingness to furnish Newton with the requisite lunar observations. He was under no obligation whatever to do so. Yet, as proved, he furnished him with all he had made. It is contended also that the committee had a right to break the seal of Flamsteed to get at his catalogue, an assertion than which nothing can be more immoral. On the whole view of this case, as it rests on broad facts, we are compelled, in justice between man and man, to declare our opinion that Flamsteed was not only one of the most illustrious astronomers which England has ever produced, but also one of the most ill-used of men. And without derogating an iota from the scientific merits of Sir Isaac Newton, it is clear, from his conduct to both Leibniz and Flamsteed, that he adds another proof to that of Bacon, that intellectual greatness and moral greatness do not necessarily reside in the same mind. Amongst the other men of mathematical note in this period, we may mention Henry Briggs, the coadjutor of Napier. His Trigonometrica Britannica showed that he had had a near view of the binomial theorem afterwards discovered by Newton. This work was published after his death by his friend, Henry Gellibrand, also an able mathematician. Thomas Harriot, author of a work on algebra, Artie's Analytic Praxis, is said to have discovered the solar spots before Galileo and the satellites of Jupiter only a few days after Galileo. Jeremiah Horrocks was beforehand with Newton in the theory of the lunar motions, which Newton afterwards demonstrated to be the necessary consequence of gravitation. Dr. Wallis, Crabtree, Gascoigne, Milborne, Shackerley, and Gunter, the author of Gunter's scale, were all men of high merit in those branches of science. Barrow we have already mentioned as a distinguished geometrician as well as a theologian. He was only excelled in optics by Newton himself, and in his Sections Geometric, he nearly anticipated Newton's principle of fluxions. James Gregory, professor of mathematics at Edinburgh, the first constructor of a reflecting telescope, and his nephew, David Gregory of Oxford, John Collins, author of various philosophical works and papers, Roger Coates, author of Harmonia Menturarum, etc., and Dr. Brooke Taylor, author of Methodus Incrementorum, were all substantial 369 contributors to the higher sciences at this era. Halley, whose name occurs so unfavorably in the affair with Flamsteed, succeeded him as Astronomer Royal, and is noted as being the first to find out the exact return of a comet which bears his name, and for his catalogue of the southern stars, published in 1679. Besides his profound astronomical talents, he added in various ways to the knowledge of the time. He was the first to construct tables of mortality, introduced improvements in the diving bell, and wrote treatises on the variations of the compass, on the trade winds, and other subjects. Sir Isaac Newton. See larger version. In pneumatics and chemistry, the Honorable Robert Boyle made some discoveries and considerably improved the air pump. And Robert Hooke, already mentioned as one of the earliest theorists of gravitation, also had a pretty clear notion of the gas now termed oxygen. Thomas Sydenham is a great name in medicine of this time, and the Department of Natural History took a new start under the hands of Ray, Willoughby, Leicester, and others. Ray published his Historia Plantarum and edited Willoughby's works on birds and fishes. Conchology was advanced by Martin Leicester, and Woodward opened up the new region of mineralogy. The two most extraordinary discoveries, however, next to those of Newton, were those of the circulation of the blood by Harvey, B. 1578, D. 1657, and of the steam engine by Solomon de Caus, introduced into England by the Marquis of Worcester, B. 1601, D. 1667. The theory of the circulation of the blood, like almost every other great theory founded on fact, was not left for Harvey to think out ab origin. That the blood flowed from the heart to the 370 extremities was known to the ancients, and stated by Aristotle. Galen even had argued, from the discovery of valves in the pulmonary artery, that the blood was also returned to the heart. Servetus of Geneva, the same who was put to death for heresy, had demonstrated the circulation through the lungs, and again this theory had been propounded by Rualdus Columbus in 1559. In 1571, C. Salpinus of Arezzo came still nearer to the true theory, from observing the swelling of veins below a ligature, thence inferring that the blood flowed from the extremities as well as to them. It is clear, therefore, that all but positive demonstration was arrived at when Harvey appeared. But though this demonstration was all that was now needed, it was a work of no ordinary courage and genius. The few facts known were overlaid by such a mass of absurd and contradictory notions amongst medical men that nothing but the nicest and completest experiments could establish the truth. This Harvey undertook to do, and accomplished it. He informed Boyle, as we learn from that philosopher's treatise on final causes, that the idea of the true circulation was first suggested to him when studying under Fabricius Aquapendent at Padua by noticing the valves in the veins, the same that had attracted the attention of Galen. To ascertain the fact, he made numerous accurate experiments on both dead and living animals, and the result was the clearest proof of the fact that the blood is propelled from the heart through the arteries and returned to it through the veins. Besides this, his experiments threw a flood of light on the action of the heart, on its diastolic and systolic functions, as observed both in adult subjects and in the ftus, on the true action of the lungs on the blood, and other important points. His completed views were so opposed to the notions of the faculty at the time, that a stupendous prejudice was raised against him, and his practice fell off greatly from the clamor which was raised against what his fellow practitioners called his wild speculations. It is a well-known fact that not one medical man who had passed his 40th year ever admitted the discovery of Harvey. The most famous anatomists abroad joined in the outcry against his theory. Primrosius, Parasanus, Riolinus, professors of anatomy at Paris, and Plempius, professor at Louvain, were violent against it. Harvey very modestly permitted the storm to blow, certain that a truth built on positive facts would in the end prevail. He refused to answer the attacks of anyone but Riolinus, but his friend, Dr. Ent, ably wielded the pen in his defense, and Harvey had the pleasure to see Plempius before long confess himself a convert, and many others then followed. Besides Harvey's great discovery, he made many other anatomical investigations with great care and ability, and especially on a vital subject, detailed in his treatise, Degeneration. His merits became so fully acknowledged that he was elected president of the College of Physicians. But the gifted men of this age who could determine the laws of worlds, and systems of worlds, and the vital principles of the living body, failed to perceive the wondrous capabilities of another invention destined to revolutionize society at a later day. The Marquis of Worcester, whom we have seen figuring conspicuously as the Earl of Glamorgan in the civil strife of Charles I's reign, constructed a steam engine, a very rude one, of course, which Sorbière, a Frenchman, saw at work at his lordship's house at Vauxhall in 1663. It was capable of throwing up water to a great height. This engine is described by the Marquis in his Century of Inventions, published this same year, 1663, It is the 68th in the catalogue, and entitled An Admirable and Most Forcible Way to Drive Up Water by Fire. He used a cannon for his boiler, and says he has seen water run like a constant fountain stream 40 feet high. One vessel of water rarefied by fire driveth up 40 of cold water. The Marquis had learned this invention from the work of a Frenchman, Solomon de Caus, entitled Les Raisins des Forces Mouvantes. This de Caus had traveled in England, and had importuned his own countrymen to examine what he deemed a wonderful discovery, the power of steam. But like Thomas Gray, when urging on England a system of railroads, he was treated as a bore and a maniac. The Marquis found de Caus actually confined in the Bicêtre in Paris as a madman, for wanting to convince his countrymen of the marvelous powers of steam. The Marquis's own notion appeared to be that the engine might be employed chiefly for the raising of water, a trait attributed to him by Stuart in his Anecdotes of Steam Engines, published in 1651, in which the writer mentions a little engine at work at his house in Lambeth, which might be applied to draw or hail ships, boats, etc., up rivers against the stream, to draw carts, wagons, etc., as fast without cattle, to draw the plough without cattle to the same dispatch, if need be. The views of the Marquis were thus rapidly 371, expanding on the subject, and it is wonderful that the invention should have been suffered to sleep a century and a half longer. Still more wonderful is it that the powers of steam slept so long, when, according to Gibbon, the architect of St. Sophia, Constantinople, centuries ago, was so well aware of it that he used to shake the house of his neighbor, an enemy of his, with steam machinery. Of architecture there was none belonging to this period. The glorious old Gothic had closed for the time its career, and even the most eminent architects despised it. Inigo Jones introduced an Italian style and committed the atrocity of erecting Grecian screens in Gothic cathedrals, and we shall find Wren, the architect of the noble classical fabric of St. Paul's, equally incapable of perceiving the beauty of Gothic. To him it was barbarian. With Charles Roman, too, came in French taste, and almost all the professors of painting, sculpture, and engraving were foreigners. The whole art of painting was expended in portraiture and on the decorations of walls and ceilings after the fashion of Lebrun, but not with his genius. Verrio and Sir Peter Lely engrossed the patronage of the court and the admiration of the public. Antonio Verrio, a Neapolitan painter, who transferred himself to France and then to England, covered immense spaces of wall and ceiling at Windsor Castle and other places with his gods, goddesses, and similar figures, pouring them out, as Walpole observes, without much invention and as little taste, but certainly with a great show of color. He painted most of the ceilings at Windsor, one side of the Hall of St. George and the chapel, most of which works are now destroyed. On the ceiling of St. George's Hall he drew Ashley Cooper, Earl of Shaftesbury, as faction-dispersing libels, and the housekeeper, Mrs. Marriott, as Fury, because she had offended him. He was paid an enormous sum for these works and spent it in ostentation. He had a house in St. James's Park, and was also master gardener to the king. Walpole gives an extraordinary example of his freedom in demanding money of the king. He had just received £1,000 when he appeared at court, and found Charles in such a circle that he could not approach him. But nothing daunted, he called out to him that he desired to speak to him. Being asked what he wanted, he replied, "Money." The king smiled and reminded him of the £1,000 just had. "Yes," said he, "but peddlers and painters cannot give long credit. That was soon paid away, and I have no gold left." "At that rate," said Charles, "you would spend more than I do." "True," replied the impudent foreigner, "but does your majesty keep an open table as I do?" Being a Tory, at the Revolution he refused to paint for King William, but was employed by the Earl of Exeter at Burleigh House and the Earl of Devonshire at Chatsworth, where plenty of his works remain. Dr. Wagen says he received more from Lord Exeter alone than Raphael or Michelangelo received for all their immortal works. The Earl paid him for 12 years £1,500 a year. That is, £18,000, besides his keep and equipage at his disposal. At length the Earl persuaded him to work for King William at Hampton Court, where, besides other things, he painted the staircase so badly that he was suspected to have done it on purpose. In the wake of Verrio came Jacques Rousseau and Charles de la Fosse, the painters of the Dome of the Invalids in Paris. Some few Englishmen, too, were employed in fresco painting. Among them were Isaac Fuller, remains of whose performance may be seen in the Dome of St. Mary of Church in London, John Freeman, a scene painter, and Robert Streeter, a man of superior skill, who painted the ceiling of the theatre at Oxford, and many other ceilings besides historical subjects and even still life. Lely, the painter of Charles's Beauties, now at Hampton Court, was a native of Germany, but had studied chiefly in Holland, where Charles is supposed to have met with him. His ladies are endowed with remarkable beauty and grace, but there is a certain likeness running through them all, especially in the complexion, the tone and tint of the flesh, as well as the disposal of the drapery, which gives one the inevitable impression that they are to a great degree got up, and made rather after his peculiar model than their own real appearance. However, whether they are striking likenesses or not, they are beautiful pictures. His draperies are arranged in broad folds, and he relieves his figures by a landscape background which made Walpole say, his nymphs trail fringes and embroidery through meadows and purling streams. The essence of Lely's painting is court artifice. It is showy, affected, and meretricious. Besides his court portraits, he occasionally attempted the historic, one of the best of this kind which he executed being Susanna and the Elders, at Burleigh House. 372, amongst a crowd of foreigners who sought to share Sir Peter Lely's popularity, were Henry Gaskar, James Huysman, and Sunman, from the Netherlands, all excellent portrait painters. Necher also came to England for a time, and William Wissing, of Amsterdam, an admirable artist, succeeded Lely at his death, and was only eclipsed by the rising fame of Kneller, a German, who afterwards became King William's court painter. Of the French school was Philip Duval, a pupil of the celebrated Lebrun. Evelyn discovering Grinling Gibbons, CP 372. See larger version. Amongst native portrait painters may be mentioned Michael Wright, a Scotsman who painted the judges for the Guildhall of London, though he is more noted for his portrait of Lacy, the actor, in Three Characters, of Henry Anderton, a pupil of Streeter's who became very popular, of John Greenhill and Thomas Flatman, the last being also a poet of some note. A number of Dutch and Flemish painters of still life were also employed in England at this period, of whom the most celebrated were Van Soon, Hoogstraat, Rostraat, and Verelst, who also attempted portraiture. There were also Abraham Hondius, animal painter, and Danker, Vosterman, Griffier, Lankrink, and the two Vanderveldes, landscape painters. The Vanderveldes were justly in high esteem. Lankrink was the painter of Lely's backgrounds. The two great sculptors were Caius Gabriel Cibber, a native of Holstein, and Grinling Gibbons, whom Macaulay calls a Dutchman, but who, though supposed to be of Dutch extraction, was an Englishman, born in Spur Alley, London. Cibber, who was the father of Colley Cibber, afterwards poet laureate, and immortalized by Pope in the Dunciad, is now chiefly known by his two figures of Raging and Melancholy Madness, which adorned the principal gate of Old Bethlehem Hospital, and were afterwards removed to South Kensington, works of real genius. He also erected the bas-reliefs on the pedestal of the London Monument, and did much work at Chatsworth. Grinling Gibbons was found by John Evelyn in a cottage at Deptford, carving his celebrated 373, stoning of St. Stephen, after Tintoretto, and by him introduced at court. He executed a marble statue of Charles Roman II, for the area of the Royal Exchange, and another in bronze of James Roman II, for the garden at the back of Whitehall, which fixed his high merit as a sculptor. But his unrivaled genius in carving soon drew him from sculpture, and he became extensively employed at Windsor, Chatsworth, Petworth, and other great houses, carving flowers, feathers, foliage, and like ornaments, which rival in wood the lightness and accuracy of nature. In the chapel at Windsor, he executed abundance of carving of doves, pelicans, palm branches, etc. At St. Paul's. He did much of the foliage and festoons of the stalls and the side aisles of the choir. At Chatsworth there are feathers in limewood that rival those of the living goose, and he there executed in wood a point-lace cravat of marvelous delicacy. At Southwick, in Hants, he embellished an entire gallery, and a room at Petworth, which is generally regarded as amongst his very finest performances. Engraving at this era fell also greatly into the hands of foreigners. Logan, Boodling, Vallet, Haller, and Vanderbank were amongst the chief, but there were two Englishmen who were not less patronized by their countrymen. Robert White was a pupil of Logan's, and, like his master, excelled in portraits. Walpole enumerates 255 works of this artist, many of them heads drawn by himself, and striking likenesses. But William Faithorne was unquestionably at the head of his profession. Faithorne in his youth fought on the royal side, and was taken by Cromwell at the siege of Basing House along with Haller. Haller left England during the Commonwealth, and resided at Antwerp, where he executed his fine portraits from Leonardo da Vinci, Holbein, and other great masters. On the Restoration he returned to England, and did the plates in Dugdale's Monastican, History of St. Paul's, and Antiquities of Warwickshire, and in Thoroton's Nottinghamshire. And he made drawings of the town and fortress of Tangier for Charles, which he engraved, some of these drawings still remaining in the British Museum. Faithorn took refuge in France and there studied under Nantuil and acquired a force, freedom, richness, and delicacy in portrait engraving which were unequaled in his own time and have scarcely been surpassed in ours. He drew also in crayons. The art of mezzotint was introduced at this period by Prince Rupert, who was long supposed to have invented it. This, however, has since then been doubted, but its introduction by him is certain, and it became so much cultivated as to become almost exclusively an English art. The coins of this period were the work of the Rotary family. Of these there were John and Norbert, his son, Joseph and Philip. Their father was a Dutch banker, who had obliged Charles during his exile by the loan of money, on condition that, in case of restoration, he should employ his sons. They were men of much taste and skill, as their coins show, though by no means equal to Simon, the coiner of Cromwell. They, however, introduced some decided improvements into our coin, particularly that of graining or letters on the rims of the coin. Charles called in all the Commonwealth money and coined fresh. In 1662, the gold coin called a guinea was first invented, from gold brought from the coast of Guinea, and bore the stamp of an elephant under the king's head, in honor of the African company which imported it. In the last year of Charles's reign, he coined farthings of tin, with only a bit of copper in the middle. The figure of Britannia still retained on our copper coinage was first introduced in the copper coinage of Charles, CP 205, and was modeled by Philip Rotary from Miss Stuart, afterwards Duchess of Richmond, of whom Charles was deeply enamored, much to the scandal of all decent subjects. James Roman II followed the fashion of Charles in coining tin halfpence and farthings with copper centers. After his abdication, he was reduced in Ireland to the necessity of coining money out of old brass cannon and pots and pans, and when these failed, out of pewter. With the Restoration came back mirth and music, which had been banished by the Puritans from both churches and private houses. However, it is but just to accept Cromwell and Milton from censure. Cromwell was especially fond of the organ, and gave concerts in his own house when at the head of the government. Milton, as might be supposed from his poetical nature and the solemn music of his verse, was equally attached to harmony of sounds. He was the friend of Henry Lawes, one of the greatest composers of the time, and addressed to him the well-known sonnet on the publication of his airs, beginning, Harry, whose tuneful and well-measured song first taught our English music how to span words with just note and accent. But perhaps the Royalists were all the more musical on their return to power to mark their 374 contempt of the gloomy Puritans, and music burst forth in church and chapel, in concert and theater and private house with redoubled energy. The theaters and operas did not delay to draw the public by the charms of music as well as of representation. Even during the latter years of the Commonwealth, Sir William Davenant opened a kind of theatre under the name of Masque and Concert, and enlivened it by music. The Royalists at Oxford during the time Charles I.'s court was there, held weekly musical parties with the members of the university, and no sooner was the Commonwealth at an end than the heads of houses, fellows, and other gentlemen renewed these parties, and furnished themselves with all necessary instruments and the compositions of the best masters. But what marks the musical furore of this period more than all was the flocking of the aristocracy and the finest musical performers to the miserable house of a dealer in coal dust in Clerkenwell, where musical parties were held. It was, says Dr. John Hawkins, in Aylesbury Street, Clerkenwell. The room of the performance was over the coal shop, and strange to tell, Tom Britton's concert was the weekly resort of the old, the young, the gay, the fair of all ranks, including the highest order of nobility. Dr. Pepusch and frequently Handel played the harpsichord there, though this must have been at a later period, for he did not arrive in England till 1710. Mr. Needler, Accountant General of the Excise, Hughes the poet, Wollaston the painter, and many other amateurs were among the performers. Walpole says Britton took money from his visitors, but Hawkins entirely denies it. The example of Tom Britton was contagious, and similar places of musical entertainment, but on the principle of professional emolument, were soon opened east and west. Amongst the first of these was Sadler's Wells. One of the finest composers for the theatre and opera was Matthew Locke. He was appointed composer in ordinary to Charles Roman II, and composed a church service and some anthems, but he was much more famous for his setting of songs and the music to plays. He wrote that to Davenant's alteration of Macbeth, to Shadwell's opera, Psyche, and various other dramas. He received a salary of £200 a year as director of the King's music. He became a convert to Catholicism and was made organist to Catherine, the Queen of Charles. But the rage for everything French was growing, and Locke was succeeded in his office by a Frenchman, Cambert, who produced an English opera, and he by Louis Grabat, another Frenchman, who set Dryden's Albion and Albanius, a satire on Shaftesbury, a poor performance. After Charles quarreled with Louis Roman XIV, Italian taste superseded the French, and Italian music and musicians were patronized. Amongst the latter, Nicola Mattes was a popular violinist. But that which possessed the most decided merit was the church music of this period. It was not that which one would have expected in the reign of Charles Roman II, but we must do him the justice to say that he seems to have encouraged greatly the musical services of the Church. He united all the distinguished composers and performers to assist in restoring this service to its former glory. And, amongst the survivors of his father's reign, reappeared Dr. Child, Dr. Christopher Gibbons, Dr. Rogers, Dr. Wilson, Henry Lawes, Milton's friend Byron, Lowe, and Cook, commonly called Captain Cook, from his having borne a commission in the Royalist army. Cook was made master of the children of the choir in the Royal Chapel, Child, Gibbons, and Lowe, organists, Lawes, clerk of the Check, Rogers, organist at Eton, Byron, organist at St. Paul's, and Wilson was attached to the service in Westminster Abbey. By these means, the church musical service was soon raised to a high pitch of excellence. A spirit was diffused through the whole kingdom from the King's Chapel, and the cathedral services became as fine as ever. Captain Cook trained his boy choristers to admiration, and out of them arose some of the best composers of sacred music that England possesses. Amongst them are Pelham Humphrey, Michael Wise, John Blow, and, superior to them all, Henry Purcell. Some of these produced anthems whilst mere striplings, which still remain in use. Amongst these Pelham Humphrey greatly distinguished himself, and was, therefore, sent by Charles to Paris to study under the famous Lully, and then made gentleman of his chapel. At the death of Cook, his master, he succeeded to his office. Michael Wise became, for a time, organist of Salisbury Cathedral, but returned to the Royal Chapel as one of the gentlemen. His anthems are still greatly admired. Blow succeeded Humphrey as master of the children and was organist of Westminster Abbey. He published various compositions, both sacred and secular, some of which are yet in much esteem, while others have fallen into neglect. But the musical master of the age was Henry 375 Purcell, B. 1658, D. 1695, organist of Westminster Abbey and afterwards of the King's Chapel. His sacred music, especially his Te Deum and Jubilate, has never been surpassed. Dr. Burney declared him superior to all the foreign composers of the day, Carissimi, Stradella, Scarlatti, Kaiser, Lully, and Rameau, but others do not accept any composers of any previous age. In his secular music he again surpassed himself. His music of the drama is voluminous. He set the songs in Nahum Tate's Dido, the music for Lee's Theodosius, that for the Tempest, as altered by Dryden, which is still heard with delight, that for the Prophetess, altered by Dryden and Betterton from Beaumont and Fletcher, the songs of Dryden's King Arthur, in which are the lovely air Fairest Isle, the charming duet Two Daughters of this Age Stream Are We, and the inimitable Frost Scene. He furnished the music for Howard's and Dryden's Indian Queen. In Dryden's altered Boadicea, the duet and chorus to Arms, and the air Britons Strike Home, are still heard with acclamations on all occasions of patriotic excitement. Besides these, he wrote airs, overtures, and set tunes for numerous other dramas, as Dryden's and Lee's Timon of Athens, Dippus, the Fairy Queen, altered from the Midsummer Night's Dream, and Dryden's Tyrannic Love. He wrote many odes, glees, catches, rounds, many single songs and duets, 12 sonatas for 2 violins and a bass, etc. The air of Lillibullero is attributed to him. His widow published many of these after his death, in 2 folio volumes called Orpheus Britannicus. The music of Purcell is national property, and in spite of more recent genius, will long continue to be heard with rapture. Notwithstanding Charles Roman II's restoration of church music, he endeavored to degrade it by the introduction of French customs, and at one time introduced a band of 24 fiddlers into his chapel, in imitation of Louis Roman XIV. Tom Durfee ridiculed it in the song, 24 fiddlers all in a row, and Evelyn describes his disgust at witnessing this strange sight, more fit for a tavern or playhouse than a church. The public feeling, indeed, soon caused the king to withdraw the Gallic innovation. Amongst the musical productions of this time we may note Blow's Amphion Anglicus, Roger North's Memoir of Music, still in manuscript, Sir Francis North's Philosophical Essay on Music, Lord Brounker's translation of Descartes' Music Compendium. Marsh, Archbishop of Armagh, was the first to treat acoustics methodically, in a paper in the Philosophical Transactions. Dr. Wallis, one of the founders of the Royal Society and an eminent mathematician, wrote much in the Philosophical Transactions on musical subjects, and published an edition of Ptolemy's Harmonies. Thomas Mace, John Burchentia, Christopher Simpson, and John Playford are musical authors of that age. The furniture of this period had the general characteristics of the last age. Cane backs and seats began to be used in chairs, and the beautiful marqueterie work adorned tables, cabinets, clock cases, wardrobes, and other rich pieces of furniture. The Louis Couture style, with its rich sweeps and abundance of carving and gilding, began to appear in England but did not attain to general use till a later period. The floors began to be covered with gay-colored mats and carpets, but the richest pieces of Turkey carpet were still more frequently used for table covers. Oilcloth was now introduced from Germany and manufactured in London. The Gobelins tapestry manufactory was established in France in 1677, and towards the end of this period, the walls of the great mansions of England were covered with the products of its looms. The costume of gentlemen underwent rapid and various metamorphoses in Charles Roman II's time. From the rich and elegant costume of Charles I, it degenerated first into one with an exceedingly short doublet, without any under waistcoat, loose petticoat breeches, with long drooping lace ruffles at the knee. This costume, however, still retained much of the Van Dyck style. It had the high-crowned hat and plume of feathers, the falling lace collar, and the natural hair. But soon came the monstrous peruke, or periwig, as the word was corrupted to in England, copied from the fashion of the court of Louis Roman XIV, which superseded the natural hair in both men and women, the women appearing to have adopted it first. Then followed the square, long coat and huge jackboots, and cocked hat, which became the general dress of the next century. False hair had been worn by both sexes in the times of Elizabeth and James I, but never to the same preposterous extent as now. Charles Roman II, though adopting the periwig fashion himself, and thus confirming it, yet refused to allow the clergy to use it. He wrote a letter to the University of Cambridge, ordering the clergy neither to wear periwigs, nor smoke tobacco, nor read their sermons, 376, and on a fellow of Clare Hall venturing to preach before him in a wig and holland sleeves, he ordered the statutes concerning decency of apparel to be put in force against him and similar offenders. The high-crowned hat or broad-leaved sombrero of Spain not harmonizing well with the periwig, the crown was suddenly lowered, the brim turned up, and a drooping feather thrown backwards over it. The petticoat breeches came in as early as 1658, and, in the following year, Randall Holmes thus describes a gentleman's dress: a short-waisted doublet and petticoat breeches, the lining being lower than the breeches, is tied above the knees. The breeches are ornamented with ribbons up to the pocket, and half their breadth upon the thigh. The waistband is set round with ribbons, and the shirt hanging out over them. These petticoat breeches soon grew into actual skirts, and the doublet or jacket, which at the beginning of the reign scarcely came below the breast, towards the end of it was so elongated that it was an actual coat, and had buttons and buttonholes all down the front. Along with a particular costume described by Evelyn, which Charles adopted in 1666, consisting of a long close vest of black cloth or velvet pinked with white satin, a loose surcoat over it of an oriental character, and instead of shoes and stockings, buskins or brodequins, he also wore small buckles instead of shoestrings. Charles was so proud of this dress that he vowed he would never wear any other, but it did not last long, and buckles did not become the general fashion till the reign of Queen Anne. Long and short kersey stockings were an article of export in this period, as well as stockings of leather, silk, or woolen, and worsted for men and children. Socks also occur under the name of the lower end of stockings. Amongst the imports were hose of crewel, called Mantua hose, and stockings of wadmal. Neckcloths or cravats of Brussels and Flanders lace were worn towards the end of the Merry Monarch's reign, and tied in a knot under the chin, the ends hanging down square. The costume of Knights of the Garter assumed its present shape: the cap of estate, with its ostrich and heron plume, and the broad blue ribbon worn over the left shoulder and brought under the right arm, where the jewel or lesser George hangs, being introduced just before the publication of Ashmole's History of the Order. The baron's coronet dates from this reign. The costume of James Roman II's reign varied little from that of Charles. The hats indeed assumed various cocks, according to the fancy of some leader or party. One cock was called the Monmouth cock. The ladies in the voluptuous reign of Charles Roman II abandoned the straight-laced dresses with the straight-laced manners of their Puritan predecessors. Bare bosoms and bare arms to the elbows were displayed, and the hair, confined only by a single bandeau of pearls, or adorned by a single rose, fell in graceful profusion upon their snowy necks. The rounded arm reclined on the rich satin petticoat, whilst the gown of the same rich material extended its voluminous train behind. Lely's portraits are not to be regarded as representing the strict costume of the age, but they give us its spirit, a studied negligence and elegant deshabille. The starched ruff, the steeple-crowned hat, the rigid stomacher, and the stately farthingale were, however, long retained by less fashionable dames of the country, and when the ruff was discarded, a rich lace tippet veiled the breast. The women of ordinary rank also still retained much of this costume, with the hood and tippet. In their riding habits, the ladies imitated the costume of the men as nearly as they could. Evelyn says that he saw the Queen in September 1666 going to take the air, in her cavalier riding habit, hat and feathers and horseman's coat. This seems to be a very rational dress for the occasion, yet the sight did not please Mr. Pepys, for he remarks about the same time. Walking in the galleries at Whitehall, I find the ladies of honor dressed in their riding garbs, with coats and doublets with deep skirts, just for all the world like men, and buttoned in their doublets up to the breast, with periwigs and with hats, so that only for a long petticoat dragging under their men's coats, nobody could take them for women in any point whatever, which was an odd sight, and a sight that did not please me. Yet Mrs. Stuart, afterwards Duchess of Richmond, did please him. But, above all, Mrs. Stuart in her dress, with her hat cocked and a rich plume, with her sweet eye, and little Roman nose, and excellent tail, is now the greatest beauty I ever saw, I think, in my life. The military costume of the period remained much the same as during the civil wars and Commonwealth, but vambraces were abandoned by the arquebusiers, and defensive armor was gradually falling into disuse. The helmet and 377 corset, or cuirass, or the gorget alone, worn over a buff coat, formed all the defense of steel worn by the officers at this period. The arms, offensive and defensive, says the statute of the 13th and 14th of Charles Roman II, are to be as follows: the defensive armor of the cavalry to consist of a back, breast, and pot, and the breast and pot to be pistol-proof. The offensive arms a sword, in case of pistols, the barrels whereof are not to be under 14 inches in length. For the foot, a musketeer is ordered to have a musket, the barrel not under 3 feet in length, a collar of bandoliers with a sword. Pikemen to be armed with a pike of ash, 16 feet long, with a back, breast, headpiece, and sword. Costumes of the time of Charles Roman II. See larger version. The familiar names of several of the regiments of the British Army commence from Charles Roman II's reign. The Life Guards were raised in 1661, composed and treated, however, like the Gardes du Corps of the French, being principally gentlemen of families of distinction, who themselves or their fathers had fought in the Civil War. In the same year the Blues were embodied, and called the Oxford Blues, from their first commander, Aubrey, Earl of Oxford. The Coldstream Guards date their formation from 1660, and 2 regiments were added to the one raised about 10 years previously by General Monk at Coldstream, on the borders of Scotland. To these were added the 1st Royal Scots, brought over from France at the Restoration, the 2nd, or Queens, raised in 1661, the 3rd, or Old Buffs, so named from their accoutrements being composed of buffalo leather, embodied in 1665. The Scottish Fusiliers, afterwards the 21st, raised in 1678, and so called from their carrying the fusil, invented in France in 1630, being a firelock lighter than the musket, but about the same length, and the 4th, or King's Own, raised in 1680. During this reign the bayonet, so called from Bayonne, where it was invented, was sometimes 3-edged, sometimes flat, with a wooden hilt like a dagger, and was screwed or merely stuck into the muzzle of the gun. The bayonet superseded the rapier attached to the musketrest in James's reign. Even then the bayonet was a far inferior weapon to what it subsequently became, as it had to be removed 378 to fire and charge again. The grenadiers were introduced in 1678, and were so called from being practiced to fling hand grenades, each man having a pouch full. To these James added, in 1685, the 1st, or King's Regiment of Dragoon Guards, the 2nd, or Queen's Dragoon Guards, and the 5th and 7th Regiments, called the Royal Fusiliers. And in 1688, the year of the Revolution, the 23rd, or Welsh Fusiliers, were raised. We need not repeat what has been so frequently stated in these pages about the profligacy of the court and aristocracy in Charles Roman II's reign, which soon polluted the spirit of the greater part of the country. However harsh and repulsive were the manners and social maxims of the Puritans, they were infinitely preferable to the licentiousness and blasphemy of the Cavaliers, who mistook vulgarity and obscenity for gentility. Notwithstanding the traditionary feeling left by the royalist writers of these times, and too faithfully taken up by such writers as Sir Walter Scott, it is now beginning to be perceived that the Cavaliers were, in reality, the vulgar of the age. If to swear, gamble, bully, murder, and use the most indecent language, and lead the most indecent lives, be marks of vulgarity, These were the distinctive marks of too many of the Cavaliers. The Puritans, with all their acerbity and intolerance, had a reverence for sound and Christian principles at the core of their system. Virtue and moral piety were their admiration, however rudely they demonstrated it. But the Cavaliers gloried in every opposite vice the more, because the Puritans, whom they despised, denounced them. We have seen the spirit of private assassination which animated them, and led them to the murder of Dorislaus, the Commonwealth ambassador in Holland, of Escam, its minister at Madrid, of Colonel Lisle at Lausanne, and their repeated attempts on the life of Cromwell, in pursuance of their avowed doctrine of assassination shown in the tract called Killing No Murder. This does anything but justify their high claim to the title of men of honor, and finds no parallel in the principles or practices of the Puritans of England, though the Scottish Covenanters stooped to this base practice in the murder of Archbishop Sharp. Then, as to profane swearing, their conversation, larded with oaths, would have disgraced the most uncouth trooper of today. The new band of wits and fine gentlemen, says Macaulay, never opened their mouths without uttering a ribaldry of which a porter would now be ashamed, and without calling on their Maker to curse them, sink them, confound them, blast them, and damn them. No man, says Lord Somers, was accounted a gentleman, or person of any honor, that had not in 2 hours sitting invented some new modish oath, or found out the late intrigue between the Lord B and the Lady P, laughed at the fopperies of priests, and made lampoons and drollery on the sacred scriptures themselves. As to drinking and gambling, these vices were beyond conception, and the plunder of the people by the Cavalier troopers was carried on as if they had been in an enemy's country. We have only to refer to the abandoned character of the women of Charles's court, and amongst the aristocracy, who imitated the monarch in selecting mistresses and even wives from the stage, to remind the reader of the immoral character of the age. As we have already said, anyone who would convince himself of the sink of infamy and obscenity which society was then, has only to look at the plays which were acted, at their language, declaimed by women without a blush or any evidence of disgust, plays written even by such men as Dryden. Whatever our dramatists touched, says Macaulay, they tainted. In their imitations, the houses of Calderon's stately and high-spirited Castilian gentlemen became styes of vice, Shakespeare's Viola, a procuress, Molière's misanthrope, a ravisher, Molière's Agnes, an adulteress. Nothing could be so pure or so heroic, but that it became foul and ignoble by transfusion through those foul and ignoble minds. The same writer, making a few exceptions, and a noble one in the case of Milton, says of the poets of that age that, from Dryden to Durfey, the common characteristic was hard-hearted, shameless, swaggering licentiousness, at once inelegant and inhuman. While such was the condition of the court, the aristocracy, the theatre, and the literature of the country, we may imagine what was the condition of the lower orders. The state of London was little, if anything, improved in civilization, by no means improved in its moral tone. Since the days of James I, the city was rising in a more healthy and substantial form from the fire, with wider streets and better drainage, but it was still badly lighted and disgraced by filthy kennels. At the close of Charles Roman II's reign, London was lighted, by contract, by one Herring, who engaged to place a lamp at every 10th door, when there 379 was no moon, from 6 to 12 o'clock at night, from Michaelmas to Lady Day, and this was thought to be a wonderful advance. To us it would appear just darkness visible, and vast tracts of population were destitute of even this feeble glimmer. Whitefriars still continued the haunt of thieves, bullies, desperate debtors, and abandoned women, who rushed out and defended themselves from any visitations of duns or constables. The neighborhood of Whitehall itself was little better, from the resort of the bully mob of those who called themselves gentlemen. These young men, often belonging to good families, or the sons of wealthy citizens, assembled for noise and mischief in theaters and in the streets. They had been successively known as the Dar Hearts, the Heroics, the Muns, Titartus, the Hectors, the Roaring Boys, and Bonaventures, so continually figuring in the comedies of the time. They now bore the name of the Scourers, and frequented the theaters to damn plays, and the coffee-houses to pick up the last sayings of the wits, which were commonly not very cleanly, when such men as Rochester, Sedley, Dryden, and Wycherley were the stars there. They then sallied into the streets in bands, breaking windows, tearing off knockers, defacing signs, upsetting stalls, fish or fruit sellers, storming taverns, beating quiet passengers, and rudely insulting respectable women. Frequently they came to a regular fight with some other mob of scourers, and then rushed headlong, knocking down all whom they met. The watchmen carefully kept out of their way, and the military had to disperse them when they became particularly riotous. One great delight of these genteel ruffians was to hustle passengers into the kennel, or into Fleet Ditch and its tributaries, which ran then in open Styx-like blackness along the streets. To add to these dangers of walking the city in the evening, thieves and pickpockets assaulted the passers-by from dark entries below, and it was the common practice to empty all sorts of filth out of chamber windows. The city apprentices still kept up their riotous character. On one occasion, having attacked and beaten their masters, they were some of them put into the pillory, whereupon they tore down the pillory, and when set up again they again pulled it down. There were feuds and street encounters everywhere. The weavers and butchers, the frequenters of bear gardens and theaters, or sword players, were continually falling into parties and ending the dispute by a general melee. The aristocracy had evacuated the city, especially since the fire, and had located themselves along the Strand, Lincoln's Inn Fields, Bloomsbury, Soho, and all quarters tending towards Whitehall. Others located themselves in Covent Garden, and in the fields now covered by the piles of Bedford Square and the British Museum stood the magnificent mansions of Bedford House and Montague House. But most of the sites of the splendid squares and streets of our now West End were open country or the rubbish heaps of the neighborhood. Club life was just beginning. There were numbers of political clubs, the most famous of which was the King's Head, or Green Ribbon Club, from the members wearing a green ribbon in their hats to distinguish them from their opponents. There was the Club of Shaftesbury and the Whig Party, which was engaged in the design of excluding the Duke of York from the succession, and which raised all the Titus Oates plots to accomplish their object. It met at the King's Head Tavern opposite to the Temple Gate. But coffee houses, now become general, were in reality clubs, and every class and party had its coffee house where its members met. There was the literary coffee house called Will's, situate between Covent Garden and Bow Street, where Dryden was the great man, and where literary lords, literary lawyers, dramatists, players, and wits of all sorts met to settle the merits of literature and the stage. There were lawyers' coffee houses, citizens' coffee houses, doctors' coffee houses, the chief of them Garraway's, Jesuits' coffee houses, Puritans' coffee houses, and Popish coffee houses, where every man found his fellows and partisans met and learned the news. And in these haunts the spirit of party and of religious antagonism was carried to its fiercest height. The chief place of public lounging was the New Exchange in the city, and Spring Gardens, Hyde Park, and the Mulberry Garden, which were continually occurring in the comedies of the day as the places of assignation, as well as the fashionable masquerades. But whilst such were the most marked features of life in London at that day, we are not to suppose that there was not a large number of the population who retained a love of virtue, purity, and domestic life. The religious were a numerous class, and the stern morality of the nonconformists beheld with pity and indignation the dissipated flutterings of the corrupt world around them. Besides these, there was a numerous population of sober citizens, who, though they did not go with 380 the Puritans in religion, were disgusted with the French manners, maxims, houses, and cookery, and stood by their native modes and ideas with sturdy John Bullism. The musical taste of the age tended to draw them together to more rational enjoyments than debauchery and the tainted stage, and the increasing use of coffee and tea gave to musical and social parties a more homelike and refined character. Chelsea Hospital. See larger version. The popular sports and amusements still, however, were of the usual description. All the old cruel sports of bear baiting, bull baiting, and cock fights, which the Puritans had suppressed, came back with royalty. Horse racing was in vogue, and gambling was such a fever amongst the wealthy that many great estates were squandered at cards. And the Duke of St. Albans, when more than 80 years of age and quite blind, used to sit at the gaming table from day to day, with a man beside him to tell him the cards. Billiards, chess, backgammon, and cribbage were in great request, and bowls, ninepins, boat racing, yacht racing, running at the ring were sports both with the people and the gentry. Ladies joined in playing at bowls. Skating was introduced by the courtiers, who had spent much time in Holland. Swimming and foot races were fashionable. Colonel Blood planned to shoot Charles once when he went to swim in the Thames near Chelsea, and the Duke of Monmouth, as we have seen, in his popular tour, ran races against all comers, first without boots, and then beat them running in his boots whilst the others ran without. Charles prided himself on his pedestrian feats. The common people were as much delighted as their ancestors with all the exhibitions of Bartholomew Fair and Smithfield, of fire-eaters, jugglers, rope dancers, dancing dogs and monkeys, punch, feats of strength, and traveling theaters, where some scripture story was represented, as is yet the case on the continent. In the country, life continued to move on at its usual rate. Land had not approached to anything like its present value, and education was an immense way farther behind, so that a large number of the aristocracy, including nearly the whole of the squirearchy, continued to live on 381 their estates and rarely made a visit to London. The ravages which the Civil War had made in all parts of the country had left traces on many a rental, which were yet far from being obliterated, and the contempt into which the clerical office had fallen since the Reformation and absorption of the church lands left one outlet for the sons of the squirearchy at this time little available. The landed gentry, therefore, for the most part, continued to occupy a position of much local importance, but, with few exceptions, did not mingle with the great world of London or aspire to lead in social or political rivalry on the national arena. The squire was on the bench and at the quarter sessions. He was often colonel of the militia and knew his importance in the country. But beyond that he was little heard of, except when civil strife called him out to defend the altar and the throne. But within his own little world, he was all in all, proud of his power and prouder of his pedigree. But if the squire westerns of Fielding's time are faithfully portrayed, how much more rustic, torrified, and confined in the range of their ideas and experience must they have been nearly 200 years before. Few of them had the ambition to distinguish themselves by literary attainments. Such accomplishments they left to the Drydens and Danbys of the metropolis. Many heirs of estates, therefore, at this era never went to a university, or, if they did, made but a brief abode there, and returned little better for the sojourn, depending on their property to give them all the eclat they aspired to enjoy the sports of the field, attend the county race meeting and county ball, to live surrounded by huntsmen and gamekeepers, to keep a coarse but exuberant table, and to terminate the day's sport by a drunken carouse, included the pursuits and habits of three-fourths of this class. As these gentry went little to town, their manners were proportionally rustic, and their circle of ideas confined, but from their confinement the more sturdy. Toryism of the extremest type was rampant amongst them. Church and state, and the most hearty contempt of everything like dissent and of foreigners, were regarded as the only maxims for Englishmen, and the most absolute submission of the peasantry to the despotic squirearchy was exacted. In a justice room, if a man was poor, it was taken for granted that he was wrong. Justice Shallows and Dogberries were not the originals of the pages of Shakespeare, but of the country bench of magistrates and its constabulary. Ideas traveled slowly, for books were few. A Bible, a common prayer book, and a Gilham's heraldry were the extent of many a gentleman's library. Newspapers were suppressed by the restrictions on the press during the latter part of Charles's reign, and the newsletters which supplied the country contained a very meager amount of facts, but no discussion. There were few coaches, except in the districts immediately round London, or to the distance of 20 or 30 miles, and the roads were in general impassable in winter. On all but the main lines of highway, pack horses carried the necessary merchandise from place to place through deep narrow tracks, some of which remain to our time. It took 4 or 5 days to reach London by coach from Chester, York, or Bristol, and this was attended by perils and discomforts that made travelers loth to encounter such a journey, and often to make their wills before starting. Macaulay has summed up the terrors of the road, as given by our diarists, in the following passage. On the best lines of communication the ruts were deep, the descents precipitous, and the ways often such that it was hardly possible to distinguish them in the dusk from the unenclosed heath and fen on both sides. Ralph Thoresby, the antiquary, was in danger of losing his way on the Great North Road between Barnby Moor and Tuxford, and actually lost his way between Doncaster and York. Pepys and his wife, traveling in their own coach, lost their way between Newbury and Reading. In the course of the same tour, they lost their way near Salisbury, and were in danger of having to pass the night on the plain. It was only in fine weather that the whole breadth of the road was available for wheeled vehicles. Often the mud lay deep on the right and the left, and only a narrow track of firm ground rose above the quagmire. At such times, obstructions and quarrels were common, and the pass was frequently blocked up during a long time by carriers, neither of whom would give way. It happened almost every day that coaches stuck fast, until a team of cattle could be procured from some neighboring farm to tug them out of the slough. But in bad seasons, the travelers had to encounter inconveniences still more serious. Thoresby, who was in the habit of traveling between Leeds and the capital, has recorded in his diary such a series of perils and disasters as might suffice for a journey to the frozen ocean or to the desert of Sahara. On one occasion, he learned that the floods were out between Ware and London, that 382 passengers had to swim for their lives, and that a higgler had perished in the attempt to cross. In consequence of these tidings, he turned out of the high road and was conducted across some meadows, when it was necessary for him to ride to the skirts in water. In the course of another journey, he narrowly escaped being swept away by an inundation of the Trent. He was afterwards detained at Stamford 4 days, on account of the state of the roads, and then ventured to proceed only because 14 members of the House of Commons, who were going up in a body to Parliament, with guides and numerous attendants, took him into their company. On the roads of Derbyshire travellers were in constant fear for their necks, and were frequently compelled to alight and lead their beasts. The great route through Wales to Holyhead was in such a state that, in 1685, a viceroy going to Ireland was 5 hours travelling 14 miles from St. Asaph to Conway. Between Conway and Beaumaris, he was forced to walk a great part of the way, and his lady was carried in a litter. His coach was, with much difficulty, and by the help of many hands, brought after him entire. In general, carriages were taken to pieces at Conway and borne on the shoulders of stout Welsh peasants to the Menestreats. In some parts of Kent and Sussex, none but the strongest horses could, in winter, get through the bog, in which at every step they sank deep. The markets were often inaccessible during several months. It is said the fruits of the earth were sometimes suffered to rot in one place, while in another place, distant only a few miles, the supply fell short of the demand. The wheeled carriages in this district were generally pulled by oxen. When Prince George of Denmark visited the stately mansion of Petworth, in wet weather he was 6 hours going 9 miles, and it was necessary that a body of sturdy hinds should be on each side of his coach, in order to prop it. Of the carriages which conveyed his retinue several were upset and injured. A letter from one of the party has been preserved, in which the unfortunate courtier complains that, during 14 hours, he never once alighted, except when his coach was overturned or stuck fast in the mud. To avoid the nuisance of carriages on such roads, the habit prevailed of traveling on horseback. But then it was necessary to go well armed, and, if possible, in company, for the country was infested with highwaymen. The adventures of horsemen were commonly as numerous and exciting as those of the folk who used carriages, though mails and carriages were also frequently stopped by the highwaymen of the day. To abate the difficulties of the road, on the Restoration the turnpike system was adopted, a new era in road making, and what were called flying coaches were put on the amended ways, which conveyed passengers at a better rate. During the Commonwealth, travelers met equally provoking impediments in passing through towns if they dared to travel on Sundays. There was a fine for such a breach of the Sabbath, and Elwood describes his ludicrous dilemma when riding to a friend's meeting on Sunday, on a borrowed horse, with a borrowed hat and greatcoat, for his father had locked up his own horse, hat, and coat to keep him from the conventicle. Being stopped and brought before a magistrate, he was ordered to pay the fine, but he replied that he had no money. "You have a good horse, however," observed the magistrate. "That is borrowed," said Elwood. "Well, you have a good greatcoat." "That is borrowed too," added Elwood. "Nay, then, we must have your hat, it is a good one." "That also is borrowed," continued the young Quaker. At which the magistrate, declaring that he never saw such a traveller in his life, who had nothing but what was borrowed, ordered him to be detained till the morrow, and then sent back again. In the times we are now reviewing, the tables were turned, and the royalist churchmen and squirearchy were employing their country leisure in breaking up the conventicles of all sorts of dissenters, pulling down the meeting houses of the obstinate Quakers, and sending them to prison by shoals. Sir Christopher Wren, by order of the king, tried his hand at pulling down Quakers' meeting houses before he built St. Paul's. The spirit of political and ecclesiastical party violence raged through the country and formed a strange contrast, in the cruelties and oppression practiced on the truly religious portion of the community, to the profligacy of the gentry, and above all of the court. What rendered this condition of things more gloomy was the low position which the country clergy then occupied. The property of the church having fallen into the hands of the aristocracy, the generality of country livings were poor, and depended chiefly on the small tithes and a miserable glebe of a few acres, whilst some few men of distinguished abilities, like Burnet, Tillotson, Barrow, and Stillingfleet, rose to distinction and occupied the few wealthy dignities 383 and livings. The parish clergymen were too commonly men of low origin and little education. Men of family disdained the office, and the chaplain of a great house was looked on as little better than a servant. He married the cook or the housekeeper, and became the hanger-on of some country hall, joining in the rude riot and the ruder jests of his patron. Even so late as Fielding's time, the relative position of the squire and the parson were those of Western and Parson Adams. Perhaps the most pleasing feature of country life was that of the position of the yeoman, or man of small independent property. This class had been increased by the various distributions of great estates, and it is calculated that at this time 1/7 at least of the population consisted of men with their families who lived on their own little domains, producing from 50 to 100 pounds a year. The number of men who farmed the lands of the aristocracy at that time is affirmed to have been much fewer than those who farmed their own. This independence of condition gave them independence of mind, and it was amongst this class that the strongest resistance to the dominance and intolerance of the squirearchy was found. Many of them during the Civil War and the Commonwealth adopted the Puritan faith and continued to maintain it in defiance of 5 Mile Acts, conventicle acts, and acts of uniformity. From them descended the sturdy spirit which, uniting with a kindred spirit in towns, continued to vindicate the liberties and manly bearing of the British population. Nor amid the corruptions and bitternesses of the times had all the ancient poetical customs of the people disappeared. Neither the asceticism of the Puritan nor the profligacy of the Cavalier had been able to utterly extinguish such customs as had a touch of nature in them. The Londoners made their swarming excursions to Greenwich and Richmond and Epping Forest, where they gave way to all their pent-up fun and frolic, and enlivened the banks of the Thames with their songs as they rode to and fro. The old holidays of the departed church still survived. Valentine's Day was still a day of love missives, and of presents of gloves, jewelry, silk stockings, and ornamental garters from gentlemen to their valentines. May Day reassumed its jollity. Maypoles, put down by the Commonwealth, again lifted their heads, and Herrick's beautiful verses resumed their reality. There's not a budding boy or girl this day, but is got up and gone to bring in May. A deal of youth ere this is come. Back and with whitethorn laden home. The Puritans beheld the return of the custom with horror. In 1660, the year that Charles Roman II, and Maypoles came back again, a Puritan, writing from Newcastle, says, "Sir, the country as well as the town abounds with vanities. Now the reins of liberty and licentiousness are let loose. Maypoles and players and jugglers, and all things else now pass current. Sin now appears with a brazen face." Just as Charles and James were landing in the merry month of May, at Dover, Thomas Hall published his Funebria Flor, The Downfall of May Games, a most inopportune moment. With equal horror, the Puritans beheld the old sports at village wakes and Whitsuntide, the jollity of harvest homes, and the mirthful uproar of Christmas, come back. New Year's Day, with its gifts, a Roman custom as old as Romulus, not only reappeared as a means of expressing affection amongst friends, but as a source of great profit to the king and nobility. For as Numa ordered gifts to be given to the gods on that day, so gifts were now presented by the nobility to the king, and long after his time by the dependents of the nobility, and those who sought favor from them, to the nobles. Pepys says that the whole fortunes of some courtiers consisted in these gifts. But Christmas boxes, which originated in New Year's gifts and have become confounded with them in England, have survived the New Year's gifts of the time we are reviewing. The great evidences of the growth of a nation are the increase of its trade, its population, and its governmental revenue. When these three things continue to augment, pari passu, there can be no question of the substantial progress of a nation. All these had been steadily on the increase during this period, and the advocates of royalty point to these circumstances to prove the mischiefs of the Civil War and the Commonwealth. It would be enough in reply, even did we admit the reality of the alleged facts, to observe that the mischief, whatever it was necessitated by the crimes and tyrannies of royalty. But we have only to look carefully at the whole case to see that the prosperity following the Restoration had its source in the Commonwealth. In spite of the violent changes and dislocations of society during the period of the conflict with Charles I, these upheavings and tempests threw down and swept 384 away a host of things which cramped and smothered the free action of commerce and internal industry. The lava which burst in fiery streams from the volcano of revolution, though it might for a time destroy life and property, only required a little more time to molder and fertilize the earth. A host of mischievous monopolies were annihilated in this convulsion. The foreign commerce was carefully extended. Not only at home were Englishmen relieved from the incubus of government absolutism and interference with private speculation, but the haughty fleets of Dutch and French and Spaniards were swept from the ocean, and English merchants were encouraged to extend their enterprises, not only by the greater security at sea, but by the act of the Long Parliament allowing the import of commodities from its colonies and possessions in America, Asia, and Africa, only in English bottoms. This, it has been contended, did us no good, because it compelled the Dutch to turn their attention to the Baltic trade and enabled them to get the precedence of us there. But this is a mistake, for the removal of the overbearing fleets of the Dutch and the stimulus given to our commerce by this privilege led to a far greater amount of mercantile activity in England and helped us to assume a position in which at a later date we could safely introduce the principles of free navigation. May Day revels in the time of Charles Roman II. See larger version. Cromwell fostered British commerce by all the means in his power, and most successfully, and the commercial activity thus excited acquired power, and continued to increase ever afterwards. He encouraged and extended the colonies, especially by the acquisition of Jamaica, and the trade with the West Indies and American colonies added increasingly, during the period now under review, to our commercial wealth and navy. The writer of The World's Mistake in Oliver Cromwell, published in the Harleian Miscellany, says, when this tyrant, or protector, as some call him, turned out the Long Parliament in April, 1653, the kingdom had arrived at the highest pitch of trade it ever knew. The riches of the nation showed itself in the high value of land and of all our native commodities, which are the certain marks of opulence. Besides this, the great quantity of land thrown into the hands of 385 small proprietors, from time to time, and from a succession of causes, ever since the breaking up of the Roman Church, and all its monasteries and convents by Henry Roman VIII, was every day telling more markedly on the wealth and spirit of the people. We have just seen what a powerful body the yeomanry had grown, and, from the same causes, a large accession of capital had flowed into trade. The culture of these divided lands was enormously increased. Instead of lying as vast deserts and hunting grounds, they now were become fertile farms. The internal resources of the country were rapidly and constantly developing themselves, and from the cool transfer of the taxation from the aristocracy to the people at large, it had become the interest of the monarchs, if they did little positively to accelerate the growth of national wealth, at least to leave in freedom the capital-increasing exertions of the population. The more the people traded abroad, the greater were the proceeds of the customs. The more they consumed, the greater the proceeds of the excise, now the chief items of the royal revenue. All the sources of national wealth originated in the Long Parliament and the Commonwealth, for the transfers of the customs and excise were first made then, and only resumed after the Restoration. Ships of the time of Charles Roman II. See larger version. We may now notice the rapid growth of these items of revenue. In the first year of Charles Roman II's reign, namely 1660, the proceeds of the customs were £361,356. In the last year of James's reign, 1688, they were £781,987. Thus, in 28 years the customs had more than doubled themselves. We have not the same complete accounts of the excise, imports and exports for the same period, but those which we have show the same progressive ratio. In 1663, the imports and exports together amounted to £6,038,831. In 1669, or only 6 years afterwards, they were £6,259,413, and, since 1613, they had risen up to this amount from £4,628,586. This showed a steady increase of consumption in the nation. During this time, the imports exceeded the exports considerably, demonstrating the fact that the internal wealth was greater than the export of goods. But the balance of trade gradually adjusted itself, and, in 1699, the excess 386 of exports over imports was £1,147,660, showing that even exportable articles of manufacture, of raw produce, or of commodities the growth of our colonies and settlements, had continued to increase. The proceeds of the excise in 1660, when Charles became possessed of it, amounted only to about 1 million, but increased so rapidly that in little more than a century it reached 10 millions. The value of land and of all kinds of property rose in proportion. Davenant, in his Discourses on Trade, shows that the value of the whole rental of England in 1660 was but £6 million. In 1688 it was £14 million. So that in 1660, the whole land of England at 12 years' purchase was worth only £72 million. But in 1688, at 14 years' purchase, its then estimated value, it was worth £254 million. As to the mercantile shipping of the country, its tonnage in 1688 was nearly double what it was in 1666. Sir William Petty, in his Political Arithmetic, published in 1676, states that, within the previous 40 years, the houses in London had doubled themselves. The coal trade from Newcastle had quadrupled itself, being then 80,000 tons yearly. The Guinea and American trades had grown up from next to nothing to 40,000 tons of shipping, the customs were trebled. The postage of letters increased from 1 to 20. The whole income of government, in short, was trebled, and the number and splendor of coaches, equipages, and household furniture were wonderfully increased. These effects were surely no results of the wise measures of such monarchs as Charles and James. They were traceable, as clearly as light to the sun, to the bold and able heads of the Long Parliament and Commonwealth, to their victories over the enemies and rivals of the nation, and to the able regulations which they had made in all quarters for the honorable maintenance of our name and the prosperity of our commerce. What such men as Charles and James did may be seen by examining the condition of what fell under their own management. What the nation at large did by its native energy we have just seen. What these monarchs did let us now see. The Royal Navy, in 1666, amounted only to 62,594 tons. But in 1685, the last year of Charles, it amounted to 103,558 tons. And though it fell off a little under James, in 1688, the last year of James, it still reached 101,892 tons. This looks admirable on the surface, but it is necessary to look under the surface, and then we perceive a marvelous difference. The nation had become justly proud of its navy, which had destroyed the Great Armada, and, under Blake, had put down the supremacy of Holland and Spain at sea. And though the commons were averse from trusting Charles Roman II with money, after they saw that it all went to concubines and parasites, they were never appealed to on the subject of the navy in vain. When Danby was minister, they voted at once £600,000 for the building of 30 new men of war. On the evidence of Pepys, the Secretary of the Admiralty, we have it that scarcely any of this magnificent array of ships were fit for use. The very 30 new vessels for which the £600,000 had been voted had been built of such villainous timber that they were absolutely unseaworthy. And the rest were so rotten and worm-eat that they would have sunk if they were carried out of port. The same testimony was borne by the French ambassador, Bonrepaux, who, when Charles made a bluster as if he would go to sea, in 1686, examined our fleet, and reported to his government that it need not trouble itself about the English navy, for that both ships and men were merely nominal. In fact, the money which should have repaired the ships and paid the officers and men had gone the way of all Charles's money. Pepys was pursued in the streets by starving sailors, who demanded the redemption of their tickets. Shoals of them lay in the streets, without food or means of procuring shelter. Many of them perished of hunger, and some officers are said to have shared the same fate. The whole was the most shameful scene of waste of the public money, neglect of vessels and of men, of utter indolence on the part of the crown, and consequent negligence on the part of the authorities, of scandalous corruption in many of them, and knavery and peculation in contractors. Such was the state of things that, in 1667, or 7 years after the Commonwealth, the Dutch under de Ruyter entered the Thames, destroyed the fortifications at Sheerness, took and burned some of our largest ships, and threw the capital into paroxysms of terror. Many English sailors, says Pepys, were heard on board the Dutch ships, crying, "We did heretofore fight for tickets, now we fight for dollars." Besides the causes already enumerated for the rapid progress of England in wealth and prosperity at this period, the persecutions of Protestants abroad, which drove hither their weavers and artisans, and the union with Scotland, giving internal peace and security, had a wonderful influence. De Witt, the celebrated Dutch minister, refers to these causes in a remarkable passage of 387, his work called The Interest of Holland, published in 1669, when, he says, the compulsive laws of the Netherland halls had first driven the cloth weaving from the cities into our villages, and, by the cruelty of the Duke of Alva, the say weaving went also after it. The English by degrees began to send their manufactures throughout Europe. They became potent at sea, and no longer to depend on the Netherlands. Also by that discovery of the inexpressibly rich cod bank of Newfoundland, those of Bristol in particular made use of that advantage. Moreover, the long persecution of Puritans in England has occasioned the planting of many English colonies in America, by which they derive a very considerable foreign trade thither. So that this mighty island, united with Ireland under one king, seated in the midst of Europe, having a clear, deep coast, with good havens and bays, in so narrow a sea that all foreign ships that sail either to the eastward or the westward are necessitated, even in fair weather, to shun the dangerous French coast, and sail along that of England, and in stormy weather to run in and preserve their lives, ships, and merchandise in the bays, so that England now, by its conjunction with Scotland, being much increased in strength, as well as by manufactures as by a great navigation, will in all respects be formidable to all Europe. The clear-sighted Dutch diplomatist has summed up the grand points of England's advantages at that and succeeding periods, and some of these deserve our particular attention. The union with Scotland, though yet dependent only on the crown of the two countries resting on the same head, was a circumstance of infinite advantage. It gave a settlement and security to all the northern portions of the island which they had never enjoyed before, till James Roman VI. Of Scotland became James I of England. Not only agriculture, but all kinds of manufacturing and commercial enterprise were kept in check by the frequent hostile inroads of the Scots. Even when there was peace between the crowns, the fierce people inhabiting both sides of the border were in continual bickerings with each other, and a numerous body of moss troopers, whose only profession was plunder, harassed the rich plains of England by their predatory raids. The state of things described by Sir Walter Scott as existing in these regions only about a century ago gives us a lively idea of what must have been the savagery of the borderers at the time we are describing. If he himself, as he tells us, was probably the first who drove a gig into Liddesdale, and if at that time the wilds and moorlands of the border were peopled by tribes of freebooters as lawless as savages, what must have been the state of the northern counties whilst the two countries were at feud? We are told that even the judges and king's officers could not reach the towns on the border without a strong military guard. But as the union of the crowns became settled and consolidated, a new era commenced north of the Trent. These counties, full of coal and ironstone, abounding with streams and all the materials for manufacture, began to develop their resources and to advance in population and activity at an unexampled rate. Birmingham and Sheffield extended their hardware trade, Leeds and its neighboring villages its cloth manufactures, Manchester its cotton spinning, though yet little aided by machinery, and Liverpool was rapidly rising as a port by its trade with Ireland. The union of the crowns was, in fact, the beginning of that marvelous impetus which has at this day covered all the north with coal works, ironworks, potteries, spinning and weaving factories, and towns, which have grown up around them with their 530,000 people, like Birmingham, their 425,000 like Sheffield, their 445,000 like Leeds, their 780,000 like Manchester with Salford, and 716,000 like Liverpool. It was the same security amid attendant advantages which raised the immense commercial and manufacturing population of Glasgow, Paisley, Greenock, and neighboring towns on the other side of the border. Glasgow alone now numbering its 787,000 people. In the south and west, Norwich and Bristol were most flourishing towns. Norwich owed its growth and prosperity to the establishment of the worsted manufacture, brought thither by the Flemings as early as the reign of Henry I in the 13th century, and to the influence of 4,000 other Flemings, who fled from the cruelty of the Duke of Alva in Elizabeth's time, bringing their manufacture of bombazines, which has now expanded itself into a great trade in bombazines, shawls, crepes, damasks, camlets, and imitations of Irish and French stuffs. Norwich had its fine old cathedral, its bishop's palace, its palace of the Duke of Norfolk, adorned with the paintings of Italy, and where the Duke used at this time to live with a state little less than royal. It had also a greater number of old churches than any town in England, except London, old hospitals and grammar schools, and the finest marketplace in the kingdom. Bristol, next to London, was the great trading 388 port, and the commerce with America and the West Indies was fast swelling its importance. One of its most lucrative, and, at the same time, most infamous sources of commerce was the conveyance of convicts to the plantations of America and Jamaica. We have seen the eagerness of the courtiers of James Roman II, and even the Queen and ladies, for a share of this traffic, and the numbers of the unfortunate men implicated in the insurrection of Monmouth who were sent off thither and sold. Jeffreys himself condemned 840 of them to this slavery, and calculated that they were worth £10 apiece to those who had to sell them to the British merchants, who probably made much more of them. That the profits were enormous is evident by the avidity with which victims were sought after, and with which innocent persons were kidnapped for the purpose. Bristol, indeed, at that time was engaged in a veritable white slave trade, and the magistrates were deep in it, which fact coming to Jeffreys' knowledge, he made it a plea for extorting money from them. To understand, however, the immense difference between the England of that day and of the present, we have only to state that the population of none of these preeminent towns amounted to 30,000, few county towns exceeded 4,000 or 5,000, and the whole population of England was, according to various calculations, at the most 5 millions and a half, nor was it increasing at all rapidly. To protect the trade of England, Charles Roman II passed an Act, Statute 12 Car, Roman II, c. 18, commonly called the Navigation Act, carrying out the principle of the Act of the Commonwealth already referred to, confining the import of all commodities from Asia, Africa, or America to English bottoms, and also all goods from Europe to English ships, or the ships of the particular country exporting them. The next year, a similar act was passed by the Scottish Parliament. The Act of the Commonwealth had effected its purpose, the depression of the Dutch carrying trade, and it was now time to relax these restrictions. But we shall see that even at a later day it required a struggle to repeal these laws, and to convince people, by the subsequent immense increase of foreign commerce, of the impolicy of them. Charles's government went further, and in 1662 forbade any wine but Rhenish, or any spirits, grocery, tobacco, potashes, pitch, tar, salt, resin, deals, furs, timber, or olive oil, to be imported from Germany or the Netherlands. In 1677, alarmed at the vast importation of French goods and produce, his government prohibited every French article for 3 years, but the act remained unrepealed till the 1st of James Roman II, by which our merchants and shopkeepers were deprived of great profits on these silks, wines, fruits, and manufactured articles, and the public of the comfort of them. Another evidence of the growth of the country was the increase of the business of the post office. The origin of the English post office is due to Charles I, who, at the commencement of his disputes with the Parliament, established a system of posts and relays. This the Civil War put an end to, but the Commonwealth in 1656 established the post office with several improvements. At the accession of Charles, a new act was passed, 12 Car, Roman II, c. 25, and 3 years afterwards the proceeds of this office and of the wine duties were settled on the Duke of York and his heirs male. The Duke farmed it out at £21,500, but on his accession, the revenue amounted to £65,000. By this post, a single letter was carried 80 miles for twopence. Beyond 80 miles, threepence was charged, and there was an advance according to the weight of packets. The privilege of franking was allowed, though not expressly granted in the Act, to peers and members of Parliament. There were mails, however, only on alternate days, and in distant and difficult parts of the country, as on the borders of Cornwall and the fens of Lincolnshire, only once a week. Wherever the court went, mails were sent daily. This was the case also to the Downs, and, in the season, to Bath and Tunbridge Wells. Where coaches did not run, men on horseback carried the bags. The increasing business of London soon demanded a more frequent delivery, and the penny post was first started by William Dockwray, which delivered letters 6 times a day in the city and 4 times in the outskirts. At this time, the post office business included the furnishing of all post horses, whence the name, and the governments on the continent generally retain more or less of this practice. The growth of England from the time of the Stuarts till now receives a significant proof in the present gross revenue for letters, stamps, telegrams, and other post office business being upwards of £16 million a year. The transmission of the mails made it necessary to improve the roads, and hence arose the toll bar system by an Act of 15 Car, Roman II, which ordered the repairing of highways and the erection of bars or gates upon them, in Hertfordshire 389, Cambridgeshire, and Huntingdonshire, owing to the Great North Road being so much cut up by the heavy malt and barley wagons going to Ware, whence their contents were forwarded by water to London and other towns. The system was found so advantageous that it gradually became general. The Old East India House in 1630. See larger version. The extension and improvement of our manufactures was greatly promoted by the persecution of the Protestants in France and the Spanish Netherlands. The revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685 compelled thousands of citizens to seek refuge in England, who, as we have seen, were at first warmly patronized by James Roman II, but afterwards as much discouraged. Their value to the country was, however, too obvious for the community to sanction this neglect. They settled in Spitalfields and introduced the weaving of silks, brocades, and lutestrings, and the trade and the descendants of these refugees until lately distinguished the same quarter of London. It is supposed that they also brought with them the art of making the finest kinds of writing paper, which was previously imported from France. Before this, and from the very beginning of this period, other foreigners, refugees tempted by liberal offers, had introduced other manufactures. In the year of Charles's accession, the Anglo-French population of Jersey and Guernsey were allowed to import wool from England duty-free and push their manufacture, worsted hosiery, to great perfection. In 1660, some Flemings introduced the improved arts of dyeing and dressing woolen cloths, by which they raised our cloths to an equality with the continental ones. Other foreigners in the same year were encouraged to commence the manufacture of linen and tapestry. Some others settled at Ipswich in 1669, and the Scots, who had carried the linen weaving to Ireland, were at this time making great progress with it there. In 1670, the Duke of Buckingham brought from Venice men skilled in the manufacturing of glass. The Dutch loom was brought over, and in 1676, the printing of calicoes, now so vast a trade at Manchester, was commenced in London, in imitation of those brought from India. In 1680, machines for ribbon weaving were introduced, to which Coventry owed so much of her trade. The art of tinning 390 sheet iron was brought over from Germany by natives of that country, at the instigation of Andrew Yarranton, the agent of an English company. A Dutchman erected the first wire mill in England at Sheen, near Richmond, and pinchbeck was introduced by its inventor under the patronage of Prince Rupert. In fact, the seeds of many of the greatest branches of English manufactures were sown during this period. One of our largest trading companies also was fast growing and was destined to lay the foundation of the grandest colonial territory which the world ever saw. Most of the companies which had previously existed were now gone down or were broken up by the increasing aversion of the nation to monopolies. But the East India Company were every day acquiring fresh life and power. The scene of their operations lay so distant from public observation, particularly at that day, when the means of communication were so tardy and partial, and the press did not maintain an instant and perpetual attention upon everything concerning the realm, that the government were only too glad to leave with the company the whole management of those remote affairs, especially as they poured so much profit into the country, of which the government had their share. Accordingly, Charles had scarcely seated himself on his throne than he renewed the charter of the company granted by Cromwell in 1657, with augmented powers. This charter, dated the 3rd of April, 1661, gave the company the most absolute and unconditional power. They were authorized to seize and send home any Englishman presuming to trade in the East, and found so trading either in India or the Indian seas. They were empowered to appoint their own judges, and conduct the whole civil and military establishment, to make war or peace with any of the native powers, or any powers not Christian, to build any ports they pleased there or in St. Helena for their accommodation and defense. In short, the most complete absolutism was conferred on them in their territories, or such as they should gain, and the most entire secrecy of transactions, by shutting out every individual who might be disposed to pry into or criticize their proceedings. Bombay, which Charles had received with Catherine from Portugal, as part of her marriage portion, was, in 1667, handed over to the company, and the effect of this addition of territory and of power was soon seen. In 1676, their accumulated profits had doubled their capital, and the price of their stock rose to 245%. The following facts, drawn from a publication supposed to be written by Sir Josiah Child, entitled The East India Trade a Most Profitable Trade to this Kingdom, which appeared in 1667, will show the extraordinary traffic of the company at that early period. They employed, the writer said, from 30 to 35 ships of from 300 to 600 tons burden. Their annual exports amounted to £430,000, and their imports to £860,000, consisting of silks, raw and wrought, calico, drugs, pepper, indigo, saltpeter, etc. They moreover licensed other traders who brought from India diamonds, pearls, musk, ambergris, etc., to the amount of £150,000, and took out goods from England to double that amount. The writer proceeds to show how profitable this trade was to the public as well as to the company. The pepper I reckon at 8 pence a pound weight, so necessary a spice for all people, which formerly cost us 3 shillings and 4 pence a pound, being nowhere to be had but in India. And were we obliged to have it from the Dutch, they would probably raise it as high as they do their other spices. Yet, supposing it so low as 1 shilling and 4 pence a pound, it would be a further expense of £6,000 to the nation. Saltpeter is of that absolute necessity that, without it, we should be like the Israelites under the bondage of the Philistines, without the means of defending ourselves. Possibly, if we had no Indian trade, we might, in time of peace, purchase it, though it would cost us double what it does now. But in case of war, where could we have sufficient? Not surely from our enemies. Or would our gentlemen, citizens, and farmers be willing to have their cellars and rooms dug up, as in Charles' Ice reign, and be deprived of freedom in their own houses, exposed and laid open to saltpeter men? Which method would be, besides, by no means equal to the affording us the necessary supplies. Raw silk we might possibly be supplied with from other parts, though not so cheap as from India, and Indian wrought silks serve us instead of so much Italian or French silks, which would cost us almost treble the price of Indian silks, to the kingdom's loss of about £20,000 a year. Calicos serve instead of the like quantity of French, Dutch, and Flemish linen, which would cost us thrice as much. Hereby £200,000 or £300,000 is saved to the nation. Amongst the articles of the greatest luxury, which the company imported was tea. So long as we procured tea from the Dutch merchants, it was too dear for general use. So late as 1666, that 391 is, 6 years after the Restoration. It cost 50 shillings a pound from the Dutch East India Company. But the English company soon afterwards made their way to China in 1678 and imported 4,700 pounds of it. And from this period, we may date the more frequent use of tea. It was long, however, before it became the formidable rival of beef and beer at breakfast, or superseded these articles at the afternoon meal. It was at first sold in the liquid state in London, and it was many years before it made its way through the country. Many ladies, in ignorance of its true use, committing the mistake of boiling the leaves and serving them up as greens, throwing away the liquid. In 1677, under the privilege of a new charter from Charles, the company began to earn money in their Indian territories. These privileges were again extended by a fresh charter from Charles in 1683 and by James in 1686. In 1687, the company laid the foundations of Calcutta and went on rapidly acquiring trade and territory, to be noticed at a later period. Meanwhile, the trade with our American and West Indian colonies was becoming valuable. During the latter years of the Stuart dynasty, the exports to these colonies had risen to the amount of about £400,000 per annum, in different manufactures, provisions, household furniture, etc., and the imports thence in tobacco, sugar, ginger, cotton wool, fustic, indigo, cocoa, fish, furs, and timber to nearly 1 million. Thus the trade and wealth of England at the close of this period were in a condition of healthy and rapid development, and our colonial system was beginning to attract the envy and admiration of the world. What this has grown to by a steady progression in our time may be seen by comparing the revenue of the country now with what it was then. Then it amounted to about £1,500,000. Now it amounts from all sources to over £141 million. Notwithstanding the rapid growth of the country in commerce and internal wealth, it would be a false indication that the working classes were well off. They were a body without education, without political rights, and consequently, without that intelligence and union which can alone ensure the fair reward of their labor. Nor was the humanity of the most civilized portion of the community at that period of a degree which regarded the sufferings of others with much feeling. All accounts of it leave the impression that it was a hard and cruel age, as is usually the case, when sensuality and barbarity go hand in hand. The sanguinary vengeance which Charles took on the leaders of the Commonwealth immediately on his restoration, the savage persecutions for religion in England and Scotland, the terrible use of the iron boot and the thumbscrew in the latter country, the bloody campaign of Jeffreys in England, the sale of convicts, and the kidnapping of innocent people for the plantations, public whippings, pilloryings, brandings, and tongue-borings, as in the case of James Naylor, all indicate a brutal and unfeeling tone of society. Macaulay quotes from writers of the age many other revolting traits of this stamp. Whigs were disposed to murmur because Stafford was suffered to die without seeing his bowels burned before his face. Tories reviled and insulted Russell as his coach passed from the Tower to the scaffold in Lincoln's Inn Fields. As little mercy was shown by the populace to sufferers of a humbler rank. If an offender was put into the pillory, it was well if he escaped with life from the shower of brickbats and paving stones. If he were tied to the cart's tail, the crowd pressed round him, imploring the hangman to give it the fellow well and make him howl. Gentlemen arranged parties of pleasure to Bridewell, on court days, for the purpose of seeing the wretched women who beat hemp their whipped. A man pressed to death for refusing to plead, or burned for coining, excited less sympathy than is now felt for a galled horse or an overdriven ox. Fights, compared with which a boxing match is a refined and humane spectacle, were the favorite diversions of a large part of the town. Multitudes assembled to see gladiators hack each other to pieces with deadly weapons, and shouted with delight when one of the combatants lost a finger or an eye. The prisons were hells on earth, seminaries of every crime and every disease. At the assizes, the lean and yellow culprits brought with them from their cells to the dock an atmosphere of stench and pestilence, which sometimes avenged them signally on the bench, bar, and jury. But on all this misery society looked with profound indifference. But we shall soon find that this conclusion is, on the whole, too sweeping. Even that age had its philanthropists, and we may name the crowds who flocked to witness the agonies of a hanging man, to point in some degree the wide distance between the mobs of this age and that. But, as concerns the condition of the people, The important difference is that the humanity which now pervades the community was scarcely to be 392 recognized then. The poor were treated with little tenderness. Though four-fifths of the working people were engaged in agriculture, agriculture was then extended over a very small portion of the country. There was a surplus of hands, and these, therefore, were poorly paid, whilst their clothing and provisions were comparatively high. Not more than half the area of the island was then, it is supposed, in cultivation, and the tillage was rude and slovenly. The rate of wages for agricultural laborers, woodcutters, shepherds, and the like, differed in different parts of England, but in the best it did not average more than 4 shillings a week with food, or 6 shillings without. In 1661, the magistrates of Essex fixed the rate of wages from March to September at 8 pence a day with food, and 1 shilling and twopence without, and for the other months, 6 pence with food and 1 shilling without. Women had, of course, less. In most counties, a similar scale was fixed by the magistrates, and an act of Elizabeth empowered them to punish whoever gave more or less, and the laborer who received more or less. Wheat at that time was 70 shillings a quarter, a price enormously in excess of current prices. All kinds of clothing that they could make themselves were much higher than with us, because manufacturing was not so extensive. The wages of artisans were but little better, except in London, where first-rate bricklayers and carpenters could earn 2 shillings or 2 and 6 pence a day. In many counties, indeed, they were restricted to the same rate as that of the laborers. In 1685, this was the case in Warwickshire, where the daily wages of masons, bricklayers, carpenters, shinglers, and other handicraftsmen were fixed with those of ploughmen, miners, ditchers, etc., at only 6 pence a day. 1 shilling a day is quoted as extravagant wages. The consequence was that children were compelled to work as early as 6 years of age. This was very much the case at Norwich, and writers of the time refer with pride to the fact that before 9 years of age children earned more than was necessary for their own support by £12,000 a year. The consequence of the miserable pay and the dearness of food and clothing was an amount of pauperism scarcely less than in the reign of Henry Roman VIII, or Elizabeth. The poor rates amounted at that period to from £700,000 to £900,000 a year. The condition of the poor was rendered infinitely worse 2 years after the restoration of Charles Roman II than it had been by an act which was passed to prevent them from settling in any other place than the one where they had previously resided. This was the origin of the law of settlement, which continued down to 1834 to harass the poor and to waste the parochial funds in litigation. In fact, Sir Frederick Eden, in his work on the state of the poor, asserts that it caused more litigation and was more profitable to the lawyers than any other act ever passed. The preamble of the Act of 1662 recounts the prevalence of pauperism, and at the same time professes that this enactment is for the good of the poor. The necessity, it says, number and continued increase of the poor, not only within the circles of London and Westminster, with the liberties of each of them, but also through the whole kingdom of England and dominion of Wales, is very great and exceeding burdensome, being occasioned by reason of some defects in the law concerning the settlement of the poor, and for want of due provision of the regulations of relief and employment in such parishes or places where they are legally settled, which doth enforce many to turn incorrigible rogues, and others to perish for want, together with the neglect of the faithful execution of such laws and statutes as have formerly been made for the apprehension of rogues and vagabonds, and for the good of the poor. It was therefore provided that any 2 justices of the peace should, on complaint made by the churchwardens and overseers of the poor, within 40 days after the arrival of any newcomer in the parish, proceed to remove him by force to the parish where he had last a legal settlement, either as native, householder, sojourner, apprentice, or servant, unless he either rented a house of £10 a year, or could give such security against becoming chargeable as the judges should deem sufficient. This was made more stringent by a subsequent act, 1 James Roman II. C. 17, which, to prevent anyone from getting a settlement by the neglect or oversight of the parish authorities, dated the day of his entrance into the parish only from the time that he gave a written notice of his new abode and the number of his family. These enactments, in fact, converted the free laborers of England into serfs. They were bound to the soil, and could not move from the spot unless by the will of the overseers and justices. It was not necessary that a man should 393 become chargeable to the parish in order to effect his removal. It was enough that the authorities could assume that he might become so, and it was not till 1795, in fact, till the reign of George Roman III, that this oppressive law was ameliorated, allowing working people to change their abode as they saw a better chance of employment elsewhere, so long as they did not come upon the parish. The unsatisfactory state of pauperism, to which the law of settlement brought the kingdom, set numbers of heads at work to plan schemes of employing the destitute poor. And Sir Josiah Child proposed that persons should be appointed for this purpose, to be called the Fathers of the Poor. This seems to be the origin of the modern guardians of the poor. It was too early in the history of endeavor to educate and employ the poor, for these recommendations to receive much general attention. But there were some individuals who set themselves zealously to work to convert the swarming paupers into profitable workers and respectable members of society. The most eminent of these were two shopkeepers of London, Andrew Yarranton and Thomas Firmin. Yarranton was a linen draper, and, being employed by 12 gentlemen of England, to bring over men from Saxony and Bohemia, who understood the art of tinning sheet iron, he there made close observation of the manufacture of linen, and conceived the idea of introducing the linen manufacture, and employing the unemployed poor upon it and the manufacture of iron. He went to Ipswich to see whether the linen manufacture could not be established there, but he found the poor already so well employed in the stuff and say and Colchester trade that he did not think it a suitable place. He calculated the paupers at that time at 100,000, and reckoned that by employing this number at fourpence a day each would occasion a profitable outlay amongst them of upwards of £600,000, by which means almost the whole of the poor rates would be saved. In 1677, he published a book containing his views called England's Improvement by Sea and Land, showing how to set at work all the poor of England, with the growth of our own lands, to prevent unnecessary suits at law, with the benefits of a voluntary register, where to procure vast quantities of timber for the building of ships, with the advantage of making the great rivers of England navigable. He gave rules for the prevention of fires in London and other cities, and informed the several companies of handicraftsmen how they might always have cheap bread and drink. In short, Mr. Yarranton was a regularly speculative man, but one who had a good share of calculating common sense in the midst of his manufacturing and philanthropic schemes. Apparently he traveled the kingdom well, and made careful observations as to the best localities for carrying on his proposed trades, and he seems to have come to the conclusion that the Midland counties would be the best for the linen manufacture, and that most people might be employed on it. The Midland counties he regarded as admirably adapted for the growth of flax, from the fertility of the land, and for the trade, because of the easy conveyance of goods by water on the rivers Trent, Soar, Avon, and Thames, from the counties of Nottingham, Leicester, Warwick, Northampton, and Oxford. He found many parts of England already so well supplied with manufactures that he did not think the poor required more work there, and his descriptions of the manufactures going on in different parts of the island give a lively view of the manufacturing industry of the time. In the west of England, he says, clothing of all sorts, as in Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, Shropshire, Staffordshire, and a small portion of Warwickshire. In Derby, Nottingham, and Yorkshire, the iron and woolen manufactures. In Suffolk, Norfolk, and Essex, the woolen manufacture. In Kent, Sussex, and Surrey, some cloth, iron, and materials for shipping. Then the counties to raise provisions and to vend them at London to feed that great mouth are Cambridge, Huntingdon, Buckingham, Hertford, Middlesex, and Berks. A publication like this of Andrew Yarranton was calculated to produce the most beneficial change in the condition of the people. It pointed out the true resources and wealth of the nation, and showed a way to get rid of pauperism, and at the same time to raise and enrich the whole realm. It made landowners aware of the extent to which their estates would be augmented in value by the introduction of popular industries, and one of its most immediate effects seems to have been its influence on Yarranton's fellow London shopkeeper, Mr. Thomas Firmin. In the life of Mr. Thomas Firmin, late citizen of London, written by one of his most intimate acquaintance, 1698, we learn that he was a shopkeeper of Leadenhall Street. We learn, moreover, that he was born at Ipswich in 1632, and 394 began the world as a tradesman with £100. His character for probity and ability was already such that he flourished, married a citizen's daughter with £500, and in process of time occupied superior premises in Lombard Street. Here, though a confirmed Unitarian, and entertaining the celebrated Unitarian leader, Mr. Biddle, and procuring him an allowance of 100 crowns from Cromwell, whilst he was kept prisoner in Scilly, yet he was on intimate terms with Dr. Tillotson, and many other eminent churchmen. Though not bearing on our main subject, the following extract is worth diffusing amongst the religious of today. During the imprisonment of Mr. Biddle at Scilly, Mr. Firmin was settled in Lombard Street, where first Mr. Jacomb, then Dr. Outram was minister. With these two being excellent preachers and learned men, he maintained a respectful and kind friendship. Now also he grew into intimacy with Dr. Witchcott, Dr. Worthington, Dr. Wilkins, afterwards Bishop of Chester, Mr. Tillotson, for he was not yet Doctor, Archbishop of Canterbury. But in their dignity, and to their very last, Mr. Furman had the same place and degree in their friendship, and esteem that at any time formerly he had. While Dr. Tillotson preached the Tuesday's lecture at St. Lawrence, so much frequented by all the divines of the town, and by a great many persons of quality and distinction, when the doctor was obliged to be at Canterbury, where he was dean, or was out of town, either for diversion or health, he generally left it to Mr. Furman to provide preachers for his lecture. And Mr. Furman never failed to supply his place with some very eminent preacher, so that there never was a complaint on the account of Dr. Tillotson's absence. And this Mr. Furman could easily do, for now there was hardly a divine of note, whether in London or in the country, that frequented London, but Mr. Furman was become acquainted with him, which thing helped him much to serve the interests of many hopeful young preachers and scholars, candidates for lectures, schools, cures, or rectories, for whom he would solicit with as much affection and diligence as other men do for their sons or other near relations. See here a trader, who knew no Latin or Greek, no logic or philosophy, compassed about by an incredible number of learned friends who differed so widely in opinion from him. The secret of it was Furman's freedom from bigotry, and his perfectly benevolent character. When the plague broke out in 1665, which carried off nearly 100,000 people, and left vast numbers destitute from the flight of the employers, Furman seized on the plan of manufacturing linen, so earnestly recommended by Yarranton, and this upon a method first set on foot by Thomas Gouge, the clergyman of St. Sepulchre's. This was to buy up both flax and hemp rudely dressed, and give it out to the poor to spin at their own homes. He built a house in Aldersgate, which he called his great workhouse, or spinning house, and there he gave out the flax and hemp and took in the yarn. The object of Furman was not to make money by the speculation, but to allow the poor people all the profit. And, indeed, he allowed them more, for he sank a considerable sum of money in it. But he was fast growing rich, and he was too wise to allow himself to become the slave of riches. And though from £600 his capital had grown to £20,000, he determined not to leave more than £5,000 behind him. His object was to employ the people instead of giving them money as a charity, and he observed that he found it greatly to the relief of the poor. For that they could earn threepence or fourpence a day, working only such times as they could spare from any other occupations, who, being at work in their own homes, and where they could with convenience attend it, many of them became so much pleased with it, that so much money given them for doing nothing would not have done them half so much good as that which they got by their own labor in this employment. But Furman had not studied the dry rules of political economy, and had therefore no objection to give money to where he saw it was needed. He had studied in the school of Christ, who said, "The poor ye have always with you, and what you do to one of these little ones you do also unto me." He was not opposed to all almshouses and hospitals, lest people should calculate on them and grow lazy. Concerning this workhouse and the spinners, he would often say that to pay the spinners, to relieve 'em with money begged for 'em, with coals and sheeting, was to him such a pleasure as magnificent buildings, pleasant walks, well-cultivated orchards and gardens, the jollity of music and wine, or the charms of love or study are to others. East India and Guinea companies, as well as many private persons, took his goods, and the fire of London, following the plague, gave him plenty of work to do in the way of assisting the destitute. Furman added woolen spinning and weaving to the spinning of flax and hemp, 395, but after all, he considered the making of linens the most adapted to employ the people in such circumstances. "I know of no commodity of the like value," he says, "that can be set up with less stock. 3 parts of 4, even of that cloth which comes not to above 2 shillings an ell, will be paid for work to the spinner and weaver. And many times a woman will spin a pound of flax that cost but sixpence or sevenpence to that fineness, that she will receive 12 or 14 for her pains, which will make an ell of cloth worth 3 shillings, at which rate 5 parts of 6 will be paid for labor. Nay, sometimes I have seen a pound of flax, not worth above 1 and 6 at most, spun to that fineness that it hath been worth 10 shillings, and in other parts I have seen a pound of flax of not much higher value spun to that fineness that it hath been worth 3 or 4 pounds sterling." Furman next set children to work in schools of industry, a plan again introduced as new in our own day. The idea, he confesses, came from abroad, but he had the honor of introducing it in England. "I have," he says, "at this time some children working for me, not above 7 or 8 years old, who are able to earn tuppence a day, and some that are a little older, 2 shillings a week. And I doubt not to bring any child about that age to do the like. And still, as they grow up and become proficients, even in this poor trade of spinning, they will be able to get more and spin better than older people. Neither would I have those schools confined only to spinning, but to take in knitting, and make lace or plain work, or any other work which children shall be thought most fit for. He then refers to the foreign practice, and to the fact of children being employed at Norwich, where it was computed that they had earned £12,000 more than they had spent in knitting fine Jersey stockings. This was a plan admirable for teaching children all kinds of businesses and household work, but liable to enormous abuses. And the trading community seized on it and carried it into coal mines, and cotton and other factories, to that fearful extent of cruelty that compelled the legislature of our time to step in and protect the unhappy children. Furman's honest and benevolent mind did not foresee this evil use of the idea, yet he was by no means incautious. He used to beg often as much as £500 a year, and distribute it amongst the poor. But he always took pains to inquire into cases of real necessity, and visited the sufferers in their own houses to convince himself of their actual distress. In Yarranton, Gouge, and Furman, we see the pioneers of that great host of philanthropists who have from time to time followed in their steps, till now the whole country is alive with schools, ragged schools, reformatories, schemes of industry, and the numerous institutions which are on foot to improve the condition of the poor. In that age, we see the germs of the vast manufacturing system, which has made one great workshop of Britain, and caused its redundant population to overflow to the amount of nearly 250,000 a year into other countries and hemispheres, carrying their industrious habits and skill to found new nations. Indeed, taking altogether the age under review, notwithstanding the dissoluteness of the government, and the selfishness of the upper and middle classes, and the roughness of the lower, it was an epoch in which the elements of future greatness were rife. The rigor and independence which punished the tyranny of Charles I and created the Commonwealth, though they seemed to recede in Charles Roman II's reign, again displayed themselves under James Roman II, and driving away the impracticable Stuarts, established an elective monarchy, the Bill of Rights, and religious freedom. In that period, philanthropy became united with manufacturing and commercial enterprise, whence have sprung the glory and greatness of England. And then, too, in the writings of Child, Davenant, Petty, and others, dawned the first principles of political economy, afterwards elaborated into a system by Adam Smith, and still perfecting itself as a science by the correction of its errors, and the blending of a spirit of humanity with its original exactness of deduction. The great principles of the Commonwealth, molding the monarchy at the Revolution to its demands, settled permanently the liberties and the ascendancy of the English race. Great Seal of William and Mary. Chapter 12. Reign of William and Mary. Accession of William and Mary, discontent of the Church and the army, William's first ministry, his Dutch followers, the Convention becomes a parliament, oath of allegiance, settlement of the revenue, suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act, the Mutiny Bill, settlement of religion, the coronation, declaration of war with France, violence of the Revolution in Scotland, parties in the Scottish Parliament, letter from James, secession of Dundee, Edinburgh in arms, settlement of the government, Dundee in the Highlands, Battle of Killiecrankie, Mackay concludes the war, the revolution in Ireland, panic among the Englishry, Londonderry and Enniskillen garrisoned, negotiations of Tyrconnell, his temporary success, landing of James, he enters Dublin, his journey into Ulster, the siege of Londonderry, it is saved, legislation of the Irish Parliament, arrival of Skomorg, factiousness of the English Whigs, state of the English army in Ireland, renewed violence of the Whigs, Corporation Act thrown out, William threatens to leave England, dissolution of Parliament, Tory reaction, venality of the new Parliament, settlement of the revenue, Whig propositions, the Act of Grace, preparations for war, a Jacobite plot, William goes to Ireland, progress of the war under Skomorg, gradual improvement of his position and ruin of the Jacobite army, the Battle of the Boyne, flight of James, William enters the Irish capital, news from England, siege of Limerick, Battle of Beachy Head, landing of the French in Torbay, courage of the English people, settlement of Scotland, Marlborough's successes in Ireland, Parliament grants liberal supplies, Preston's plot thwarted, William sets out for Holland, vigor of Louis, fall of Mons, trial of Jacobite conspirators, treason in high places, punishment of the non-jurors, the Continental Campaign, condition of Ireland, arrival of St. Ruth, siege of Athlone, battle of Aghrim, second siege and capitulation of Limerick. William of Orange had now fully succeeded in his enterprise. By the resolution of the two Houses of Parliament on the 13th of February, 1689, He was admitted to hold the crown for his life in conjunction with his wife, who was not merely queen consort, but queen regnant. They were declared to be elected to that office and dignity by the free choice of the nation. They could neither of them claim the crown by direct succession, for James was alive and protesting against the idea of his abdication. Mary could not claim by succession, even if James had abdicated. For, although there had been much endeavor to prove the infant son of James a supposititious child, the effort had failed. There was no sufficient proof of the fact, but much evidence against it, and nobody now doubts that the infant who afterwards acquired the name of the pretender was the real son of James and the Queen. Had the right of succession been admitted, neither William nor Mary could have succeeded, but this right was now, in fact, denied. The right for the subjects to elect their own monarchs was proclaimed by the Bill of Rights, and by that right, and no other, William and Mary sat on the English throne. But splendid as was the position which William had achieved, that of the monarch of one of the very first kingdoms of the world, his throne was no bed of roses. The Catholics and the Tories 397 still retained their old leaning towards James. True, many of the Tories had been greatly embittered against James by his later measures, but now that he was deposed, and a monarch sat on the throne who had been notoriously brought in by the Whigs, a strong reaction took place in them. They professed surprise at William assuming the scepter. They pretended that they had expected from his declaration that he intended only to assist them in bringing James to reason and in putting him under proper constitutional restraints. Numbers of them were already in full correspondence with the banished prince. The clergy were equally disaffected. They had resisted the attempts of James to bring in popery, but they had now got a Presbyterian king and were not very sanguine of his support of the hierarchy. Kensington Palace, from a photograph by F.G.O. Stewart, Southampton. See larger version. Similar feelings prevailed in the army. It had been powerful in numbers, but had done nothing to withstand a foreign prince at the head of foreign troops marching through the country and placing himself on the throne. They had not been exactly defeated because they had not come to a regular engagement, but they saw a foreign prince, supported by his foreign troops, presiding in the country, and though not beaten, they felt humbled, and were now as near to mutiny as they had been ready to revolt under James. As for the Whig party, which had invited and supported William, they were only eager for office and emolument. It was not patriotism in the bulk of them which animated them, but the triumph of their party, and they thought that nothing could ever pay them for the favor they had conferred on William. The accounts of those writers who were present and cognizant of their proceedings represent them as clamorous for place, honor, and emolument, no one thinking that William could do enough for them, and every one ready to upbraid him for giving to others those posts to which they thought they were more entitled. His first public measure was to announce that all Protestant subjects who were in office on the 1st of December last should retain their posts till further notice. On the 17th of February, he published the list of his Privy Council, which 398 contained men of almost all parties, Danby, Halifax, and even old Sancroft, the Archbishop of Canterbury, in order to show the Church that its interests would be protected. This and all other endeavors, however, failed to win over the High Church prelate. If some of the members of the council gazed at each other in astonishment to find themselves included in one body, still more was that the case with the ministry. Danby, though a Tory, was made president of the council. But whilst this offended others, who remembered that he had opposed the idea of the throne being vacant, though he had resisted the appointment of a regency, he himself was woefully disappointed in not receiving the white staff. But William neither now nor till the end of his reign entrusted the office of Lord High Treasurer to a single person, but put it in commission. On the other hand, Halifax, who had not joined William's party till the last moment, received again the Privy Seal, and was continued Speaker of the House of Lords, to the great disgust of the Whigs, who remembered how long he had deserted them, and how successfully he had opposed them on the question of the Exclusion Bill. To add to their chagrin, the Earl of Nottingham was made Secretary of State. Nottingham had been foremost amongst those who had maintained the doctrine of passive obedience, who had denied that the throne could for an instant become vacant, who had declined to give up James or to call in William, but had also led this party in submitting to the decision of the Convention in favor of William and Mary on the ground that we are enjoined by the New Testament to be subject to the powers that be. The other secretary, the Earl of Shrewsbury, was indeed a Whig, and in the highest favor with that party. He had been foremost in calling in William, but then he was a mere youth, only 18-20 years of age. Admiral Herbert expected to be appointed Lord High Admiral, and to have the entire control of the Admiralty. but he had the mortification to see a number of others placed at the Board of Admiralty to share his authority, though he bore nominally the name of First Lord of it. Churchill expected to be made master of the ordnance for his treason to James, but William had too cert evidence that he was at this very moment a traitor to himself, was in correspondence with the court of St. Germain's, and believed that he would be one of the first to run if any future success warranted a hope of James's restoration. He was therefore appointed only to a post in the household, along with Devonshire, Mordaunt, Oxford, Dorset, Lovelace, and others, whilst the gallant foreigner Skomberg was made master of the ordnance. Whilst the leaders, therefore, were deeply disappointed, all aspirants to favour were extremely jealous of the three staunch Dutch adherents of William, Bentinck, Overkirk, and Zulestein, whom William kept about him with a very natural feeling, for they had been faithful to him through all his arduous struggles in his own country, and were now, indeed, almost the only men in whom he could put implicit confidence. The main thing in which Danby, Halifax, Nottingham, and Shrewsbury agreed was in complaining that William did not make them his confidants, but preferred the secret advice of Bentinck, whom he soon made Earl of Portland, and the Council of Sidney, whom he created Lord Sidney. William had but too much cause for keeping the knowledge of his thoughts and intentions from those around him, for many amongst his privy councillors and chief ministers would have betrayed them at once to the exiled monarch. Danby had been heard to say, even after James had quitted England, that if he would only abandon his priests, he might come back again, and others besides Churchill were in regular traitorous correspondence with James's court. With all William's caution, not a thing was discussed in his council, but was immediately transmitted to St. Germain's. To his trusty countrymen already mentioned, William gave profitable offices near his person. His great friend Bentinck was made groom of the stole, with £5,000 a year, Overkirk master of the horse, and Zulestein had charge of the robes. These arrangements being made, on the 18th of February, William, for the first time, addressed the two Houses of Parliament. It is remarkable that the very subject which he introduced to them was a demand for liberal supplies to carry on the war on the continent. He had, he said, no choice in the matter, as France had already begun war on England. William reminded them, too, that their domestic affairs would demand serious attention, and especially the condition of Ireland, where a strong feeling was known to exist for the fallen dynasty, through the interests of the Catholic religion. He exhorted them, moreover, to take immediate measures for securing the dispatch of business. This alluded to the settlement of the great question 399, whether the convention could continue to sit legally after the deposition of the monarch who had called it. The question had been debated in the council, and now, on the king's retiring, the lords immediately laid on the table of the House a bill declaring the convention a valid parliament. It was speedily carried and sent down to the Commons, but there it excited a warm debate. The Whigs were vociferous for it. The Tories, who believed that the calling of a new parliament would be in their favor, were as vehemently against it. The depositions of Edward Roman II and Richard Roman II were referred to and strongly argued upon, but the case in point was the convention which recalled Charles Roman II, and continued to sit and act long after. Sir John Maynard moreover contended that, as they were like men who found themselves in a trackless desert, it was not for them to stand crying, "Where is the king's highway?" but to take the track that would lead them out of it. That track was the precedent of Charles Roman II's reign. The House passed the bill without a division, and it received the royal assent on the 10th day after the accession. A clause in this bill provided that, after the 1st of March, no person could sit or vote in either house until he had taken the new oath of allegiance to their majesties. Great excitement was occasioned by this oath. It was hoped by the Tories and High Church there would be found a sufficient number of persons of influence who would refuse the oath, so as to render the seat of the new monarchs unstable and open the way to the return of James. Care was taken to consult the prejudices of the adherents to the old notions of right divine as much as possible, and the words rightful and lawful sovereigns, after deliberation, were omitted, but this did not prevent many from refusing it. As the day approached for taking the oath, the capital was full of rumors. It was said that the Duke of Grafton had escaped to France in order to reconcile himself to his uncle, and numerous other persons were supposed to have followed his example. When the day arrived, however, Grafton was one of the first to present himself, and the number of the lords who declined it, amongst them the Earls of Clarendon, Lichfield, and Exeter, with the Archbishop of Canterbury and some of the bishops, was small. Of the bishops, 5 were of those who refused to obey the commands of James to publish his indulgence, and had been sent to the Tower. Rochester, the brother of Clarendon, was expected to refuse the oath, as he had adhered to James after Clarendon had abandoned him. But Clarendon's income was secure from his estate. Rochester had a pension of £4,000 a year, which he would lose if he refused the oath. A strong argument which seems to have proved convincing, for he took the oath. 400 of the lower house had taken the oath on the 2nd of March, and amongst them Seymour, who had led the Tory opposition. But when the oath was extended to the clergy and other individuals in office, above 400 of the clergy, including some of the most distinguished dignitaries, refused it, and thus began the great schism of the non-jurors, who long continued to figure as the unswerving advocates of divine right. The next great question was that of the revenue. The parliaments of Charles and James had been exceedingly munificent in their grants of income. In the heat of their loyalty at the Restoration, the Commons forgot all the salutary fears of their predecessors, and gave up every point for which they had contended with Charles. Tonnage and poundage were granted for life, and afterwards confirmed to James. They settled on these monarchs half of the excise in perpetuity and half for life. The fixed revenue of Charles and James had been £1,200,000, but the actual revenue had been a great deal more. It was now found by examination of the accounts that James had been in the annual receipt of no less than 2 millions, of which £90,000 had been expended in secret service money. William had, since arriving at Whitehall, been in the habit of collecting and applying this magnificent revenue as chief of the state, and seemed to expect that it would be now settled on him. The first question discussed was whether an income granted to a monarch for life could be received legally by his successor in case of his abdication so long as he lived. Many of the chief lawyers contended that the revenue was granted to the monarch in his political capacity, and not to the man, and that, therefore, the prince who came to discharge his official duties so long as he lived was rightfully in receipt of it. But the more common sense opinion prevailed, that the prince who superseded another by the call of the nation must receive all his rights as well as his call from the nation. The House therefore passed to the question of the amount of the revenue, and they did not appear very much disposed to use the same lavish folly towards William as they had done towards the late monarchs. Instead of granting him a life revenue 400, they granted him £1,200,000, the sum allowed to Charles Roman II, but only for 3 years, one half of which was to be appropriated to the civil list, the other half to the public defenses. William was sensibly chagrined by this caution, and complained much of want of confidence in him and of unusual parsimony. He presented a claim of £700,000 from the Dutch, the cost of the expedition which had placed him on the throne. The Commons consented to pay £600,000, and William received the sum for his careful countrymen with a very ill grace. The Commons did not the less displease him by reducing his demand for the navy from £1,100,000 to £700,000, and by granting the supply for the army for only 6 months. Sir Edward Seymour all the time warning them that it was the foolish liberality of Charles Roman II's Parliament which enabled him to enslave the nation as he had done. William Roman III. See larger version. One thing which did William great credit, however, was the recommendation to the Commons to abolish the abominable hearth tax. As he had advanced from Torbay to London, the people had importuned him on all sides to set aside this detestable tax, which had been farmed out to rapacious collectors, who treated the people with every species of insult, cruelty, and violence in enforcing payment of it. It was a most unequal tax, which fell with disproportionate weight on the very poor. For as it was levied, not by the value of the property, but by the number of chimneys, the peasant in many cases paid nearly as much as a man of 4, one really great substance. And, where the money was not ready when called for, the tax-gatherers forced open even bedrooms, and sold the very bed from beneath the sick, and the table at which the family sat. William was much impressed by its injustice, and, at his special desire, the act was repealed. Mary Roman II. See larger version. Whilst in the midst of the money debates, a circumstance occurred which materially hastened the decision, and no doubt increased the liberality of the Commons. William announced to them that James had sailed from Brest with an armament for Ireland. But the alarm of James's descent on Ireland and the disaffection in the army roused the Commons from their tone of caution. They passed resolutions of patriotic devotion to the crown, and in an address assured William that their lives and fortunes were at his service in its defense. They went further. As there were great numbers of political persons in custody, persons openly disaffected to the present dynasty, having been prudently secured during the progress of the Revolution, now that the Revolution was completed, and authorized judges were once more on the bench. It was feared that these prisoners would demand their habeas corpus and come forth at the very moment when all the adherents of James were on the alert to watch the effect of his reception in Ireland. The Commons, therefore, passed an act to suspend the Habeas Corpus Act for the present. But simultaneously, the Commons were passing another act of scarcely less significance. Hitherto, there had been no military power of controlling and punishing soldiers or officers who offended against discipline or their oath. They were subject only to the civil tribunals and must be brought there, and tried and punished as any other subjects. James had obtained from his servile judges a decision that he might punish any deserter from his standard summarily. But this was not law, and the Commons, now alarmed by an affair at Ipswich, where a regiment of Scottish soldiers had mutinied, passed an act called the Mutiny Bill, by which any military offenders might be arrested by military authority and tried and condemned by court-martial in perfect independence of the civil authority. This bill, which passed without a single dissentient vote, at once converted the soldiers into a separate class, and in effect founded what all parties disclaimed and affected to dread: a standing army. Like the act for the suspension of the habeas corpus, it was only for a limited period. But the unsettled state of the kingdom at the moment of its expiration caused it to be renewed, and it became a permanent institution, though to this day we annually go through the ceremony of formally renewing the Mutiny Bill. The passing these extraordinary measures excited the alarm of many even well-disposed to the Revolution, but to the adherents of the Stuart dynasty, they afforded the opportunity for the most vehement declamation against the new monarch. The person, the manners, the spirit, and intentions of William were severely criticized. He was undeniably of a close and gloomy temperament, and found it impossible to assume that gaiety and affability of demeanor which to Charles Roman II were natural. He had the manners and the accent of a foreigner, and chilled all those who approached him at court by his cold and laconic manners. In fact, he knew that he was surrounded by traitors, and could unbend only in the company of his Dutch favorites. He became extremely unpopular, and not all the endeavors and the agreeable and cordial manners of the Queen could prevent the serious effect of his own reserved temper. At the same time, more was truly to be attributed to the force of circumstances than to any bias of William towards tyranny. In one direction, William was anxious to extend the liberties of the nation. He was for establishing the utmost freedom of religious opinion. He would have abolished the Test Act and granted free enjoyment of all Christian creeds and of office to members of all denominations. But though there was no fear of a leaning to popery in him, he found himself stoutly opposed in these intentions by his subjects. The church was split into high church and low church, jurors and non-jurors, but every party in the church, and almost every body of dissenters, was averse from conceding any liberty of creed or capability of office to the Catholics. Again, the church was bent against admission of anyone to office who refused to subscribe to the 39 Articles, and to take the oaths, not only of allegiance but of supremacy. Under these circumstances, William found it impossible to set aside the Test Act or the Corporation Act, but he brought in and passed the celebrated Toleration Act. Yet even this act, from which we still date our enjoyment of religious liberty, was circumscribed. It did not repeal the obnoxious Act of Uniformity, the 5 Mile Act, the Conventicle Act, and those other statutes which so harassed and oppressed the dissenters, but it exempted them from their operation on certain conditions. They must subscribe 34 out of the 39 Articles, which most of them could do. The Baptists were excused from professing belief in the efficacy of infant baptism, and the Quakers from taking an oath if they professed a general belief in Christianity, promised fidelity to the government, and made a declaration against transubstantiation. This act, therefore, cautious and meager as it appeared, gave a freedom to the dissenting world which it had hitherto been destitute of. Covenanters preaching. From the picture by Sir George Harvey, RSA. In the Corporation Art Gallery, Glasgow. See larger version. William made a resolute effort also to heal the great schism of the Church, and admit, by a comprehensive bill, the main body of nonconformists. By this bill as introduced, it was proposed to excuse all ministers of the established Church from the necessity of subscribing the 39 Articles. They were only to make this declaration: I do approve of the doctrine and worship and government of the Church of England by law established, as containing all things necessary to salvation, and I promise, in the exercise of my ministry, to preach and practice according thereunto. The same looseness of declaration was extended to the 2 universities. Presbyterian ministers could be admitted to the pulpits and livings of the Church by accepting from a bishop a simple command to preach, administer the sacraments, and perform all the ministerial offices of the church. Except in a few churches, the clergyman might wear the surplice or not as he wished, might omit the sign of the cross in baptism, might christen children with or without godfathers and godmothers, might administer the sacrament to persons sitting or kneeling as they pleased. Besides this, the bill proposed a commission to revise the liturgy, the canons, and the Constitution 403 of the ecclesiastical courts. But it was soon found that no such sweeping changes could be effected. There was no determined opposition to the revision of the liturgy, but the danger to the rights on which the High Church laid so much stress soon called forth powerful resistance. It was represented that all manner of anomalous and contradictory practices would soon rend to pieces the harmony and decorum of the Church. Presbyterian and Puritan would set at defiance the most honored practices of the establishment. The dissenting body were as much alarmed as the High Church. This wide door of admission to the Church, it was feared, would draw away a whole host of their ministers and members, and as the Test Act was by no means to be removed, they would thus become additionally unable to contend for its future abolition. The bill, after much discussion and many modifications, fell to the ground. The next attempt was to modify the oaths of allegiance and supremacy, so as to accommodate the consciences of the non-jurors. But it was finally agreed that all persons holding ecclesiastical or academical preferment who did not take the oaths before the 1st of August should be suspended, a pecuniary allowance to the deprived, in some cases to be at the option of the king, but not to exceed 1/3 of the income forfeited. This was followed by the passing of a new coronation oath, by which their majesties bound themselves to maintain the Protestant religion as established by law, and the coronation took place on the 11th of April. These domestic matters being thus settled, war was declared against France on the 13th of May. The inhuman desolation of the Palatinate in the preceding winter, where Louis's general, Duras, had laid waste the whole country, burned down the towns, leaving all of that fertile and populous district one black and terrible desert, had roused the powers of Europe against him. Germany, Spain, Holland, and England all prepared for vengeance, and the people and Parliament of England were equally loud in denunciation of the worthless desolator. Whilst these affairs had been progressing in England, Scotland had been equally active. The Scots had even more profound cause of hatred to James and more hope of effectual relief from William than the English. In England, the Church had managed to maintain its ascendancy, and the fierceness of persecution had been somewhat restrained. There the iron boot and thumbscrews, and the fury of Tory troopers, had not perpetrated the horrors that they had done north of the Tweed. The Scots had had the hateful yoke of episcopacy forced on them, their church completely put down, and their liberties in a variety of ways crushed by the authorized license of James's delegated ministers. No sooner, therefore, had James fled than the suppressed feeling of the people burst forth. At Edinburgh, crowds assembled, took down the heads of the slaughtered Whigs from the gates, and committed them in solemn ceremony to the earth. The episcopal clergy were set upon in many parts of Scotland, especially in the west, where the Covenanters prevailed, and where they had suffered so much from the emissaries of the Church. The Covenanters now chased them away from their manses, ransacked them, turned their wives and children out, broke all the furniture, or set fire to it. They tore the gown from the back of the clergyman if they could catch him, destroyed all the prayer books they could find, locked up the church, and warned ministers not to be found there again. 200 clergymen were thus forcibly ejected. Christmas Day was selected for the commencement of this summary process, to mark their abhorrence of such superstitious festivals. As amid this violence many began to plunder, the Presbyterian ministers and elders assembled, and resolved that in future every incumbent of a parish should have due notice served on him to quit his parsonage peaceably, to avoid the necessity of being driven out by force. The bishops and dignitaries made an instant appeal to William for protection, and a proclamation was issued, for William had no military force in Scotland, ordering the people to desist from further violence towards the clergy till the Parliament should determine the form of the establishment. But so little regard was paid to it, that on the same day that it was published at Glasgow, the mob rushed to the cathedral and drove out the congregation with sticks and stones. On the 14th of March, the Scottish Convention of Estates met, by the able management of Sir James Dalrymple of Stair, afterwards Lord Stair, and his son, Sir John Dalrymple, who was an able debater. It was so managed that chiefly Whigs were returned. Sir James was a man of great legal learning and consummate talent, though of doubtful character, who had been deprived of his position as a privy councillor and chief lord of the Court of Session, and had gone over to Holland, and was William's main advisor as to Scottish affairs. His son, Sir John, longer 404, continued to side with the Stuarts, and was made Lord Advocate. But at the Revolution he appeared in the other party, and was supposed to have been for some time in effect pledged to William's cause in secret through his father. He at once declared for William on his landing, and exerted himself zealously for his interests in Scotland. With the Dalrymples was associated George Lord Melville, who had also been for some time with William in Holland. On the other hand, the celebrated Graham of Claverhouse, Viscount Dundee, and Colin Lindsay, Earl of Balcarres, were the chief agents of James in Scotland. These two leaders had pretended to go over to William, or at least to acquiesce in the change of dynasty, had waited on him on his arrival at Whitehall, and been well received by him. William was urged to arrest these noblemen, as too deeply implicated in the tyrannies of James and the murder of the Covenanters, ever to be allowed to mingle with the new order of things. But William would not listen to the advice, determining to give every one a fair trial of living peaceably. So far did they promise this, that William granted them an escort of cavalry on their return to Scotland, without which they would not have been allowed by the Covenanters to reach Edinburgh alive. The name of Claverhouse was a horror in every Scottish home in the Lowlands, where he was loathed for his terrible cruelties towards the Presbyterian population. No sooner did they reach Edinburgh than they set to work with all possible activity to assist the interests of James in the Convention and the country. The Duke of Gordon, who held the castle for James, was on the point of surrendering it when they arrived. But they exhorted him to hold out, and called upon all the royalists who were elected at the Convention to take their places and defend the absent king's interests. When the estates met, the Earl of Argyll, who had been proscribed by James, took his seat amid the murmurs of the Jacobites, who declared that, as a person under legal attainder, he was incapable of performing any office in the state. This was, however, overruled by the majority. Melville, who had been living abroad too, and had reappeared with William, presented himself, but without any opposition. The Duke of Hamilton was put in nomination by the Whigs for the presidency of the Convention, and the Duke of Athol by the Jacobites. Neither of them was a man whose conduct in the late reign was entitled to respect. Hamilton had adhered to James to the last, and had acquiesced in many invasions of the laws and liberties of Scotland. Athol had not only been a violent partisan of James, but had fawned on William immediately on his arrival, and, being coldly received, had wheeled round again. Hamilton was chosen president, and the moment this was discovered, 20 of the Jacobites instantly went over to the stronger side. It was a striking fact that in Scotland, while the great body of the people had stood to the death for their principles, the nobility had become so corrupt through compliance with the corrupt court, and in eagerness for office, that public principle was at the lowest ebb amongst them. The convention, having thus organized itself, sent a deputation to the Duke of Gordon demanding the surrender of the castle, as its cannon might at any moment knock in the roof of the Parliament House and drive thence the convention. Gordon requested 24 hours to consider the proposition, but Dundee and Balcarres again succeeded in inducing him to hold out. The convention determined to try the force of arms. They summoned the castle to surrender in due form, and pronounced the penalties of high treason on all who dared to occupy it in defiance of the estates. They called out a guard to stop communication with the castle, and made preparations for a regular siege of the fortress. The next day a messenger arrived from King James with a letter, which, on being read, was found to be a furious denunciation of the convention, and of everyone who had shown a willingness to receive William. At the same time, it offered pardon to all traitors who should return to their duty in a fortnight, with the alternative, if they refused, of the utmost vengeance of the crown. There was no regret for any past acts which might have tended to alienate his subjects, no promises of future redress. The very friends of the king, whom nothing could alter or improve, were astonished and dispirited, and they stole away out of the convention, pursued through the streets by the groans and curses of the crowd. At the same time, a letter was read from William, modest and liberal, trusting to the result of the free deliberations of the estates. James, as was always the case with him, had done incalculable service to the cause of his rival. His most bigoted adherents could not avoid seeing that, were he restored to the throne, he would only continue to pursue the blind and foolish course which had already driven him from it. What added to the disgust of all parties was that the letter was countersigned by Melfort, James's 405 Secretary of State, a furious papist and apostate from Protestantism, and nearly equally abhorred by both Protestants and Catholics. Covenanters evicting an Episcopalian clergyman, CP 403. See larger version. The Royalists, thus hopeless of effecting anything in the convention, and yet unwilling to yield up the cause, adopted the advice of Dundee and Balcarres, who had the authority of James to open a rival convention at Stirling. Athol consented to go with them. But on Monday, the 18th, he showed a fear of so far committing himself and requested the party to wait for him another day. But the case of Dundee did not admit even a day's delay. The Covenanters of the West, whom Hamilton and the Dalrymples had summoned to Edinburgh, and who for some time had come dropping in small parties, till all the cellars and winds of the city were thronged with them, vowed to kill the hated persecutor. And he made haste to flee, accompanied by his daredevil followers, all as well known to, and as detested by, the Covenanters as himself for their atrocities in the West. Whilst the convention was in deliberation, sentinels from the castle hurried in to say that Claverhouse had galloped up to the foot of the fortress on the road to Stirling, accompanied by a detachment of his horsemen, and that he had climbed up the precipice high enough to hold a conversation with Gordon. At this news, the convention was thrown into a tumult of indignation. Hamilton ordered the doors to be locked and the keys laid on the table, so that no one should go out but such persons as should be sent by the assembly to call the citizens to arms. By this means, all such royalists as were in became prisoners, till such time as the citizens were ready. Lord Leven, the second son of Lord Melville, who inherited the title of Old General Leslie in right of his mother, was sent to call the Covenanters to arms, and presently the streets were thronged with the men of the West in rude military array, sufficient to ensure the safety of the estates. As the drums beat to arms, Dundee descended from the rock and, waving his cap, with the cry that he went to where the spirit of Montrose called him, rode off towards Stirling. The convention now proceeded with their business. They sent a letter of thanks to William, which the bishops to a man refused to sign, the 6th Bishop of Edinburgh having, as chaplain, before prayed for the return of James. William has been said to have privately wished that episcopacy might be established in Scotland, but if so, such specimens of the prelatic spirit there must have gone far to extinguish that desire. Other symptoms of opposition were not wanting, even yet. The Duke of Queensberry arrived from London, and revived the spirits of the Jacobites. Again, they urged the Duke of Gordon to fire on the city, but he refused, and the chances of resistance were now taken away by the arrival of General Mackay with the 3 regiments of Scots who had served under William in Holland. The convention immediately appointed Mackay general of their forces, and, thus placed at their ease, they proceeded to arrange the government. They appointed a committee, after the manner of the Lords of the Articles, to draw up the plan which should be adopted. As a last means of postponing this business, a proposal was made by the Jacobites to join with the Whigs to concert a scheme of union of the kingdom with England. This was a scheme which was now growingly popular. During the Commonwealth, the trade of England had been opened to Scotland. All custom houses and levying of duties on goods imported or exported between the countries had been removed. The Scots had been admitted to perfect freedom of foreign trade with England, and the benefit had become too apparent to be lightly relinquished. But on the Restoration, all this had been altered. The old and invidious restrictions had been renewed, and the great loss of wealth thus induced had wonderfully modified the spirit of national pride, which opposed the abandonment of the ancient independence of the nation. The Dalrymples and Lord Tarbet were favorable to this proposition, but the convention at large was too wise to endanger the defeat of the acknowledgement of the new sovereign by an indefinitely prolonged debate on so vital a question. They proceeded to declare that James, by his misconduct, had forfeited his right to the crown, that is, that he had forfeited it, a much more manly and correct plea than that James had abdicated, which he continued to protest that he never had done, and he was at this moment in arms with Ireland, asserting his unrelinquished claim to it. As the term forfeited, according to Scottish law, would have excluded all his posterity, an exception was made in favor of Mary and Anne and their issue. This resolution was warmly defended by Sir John Dalrymple, and as warmly by Sir James Montgomery, the member for Ayrshire, who had been a determined champion of the Covenanters, and was resisted by the bishops, especially by the Archbishop of Glasgow. It was carried with only 5 dissentient voices, and was then read at the Market Cross, in the High Street, by Hamilton, attended by the Lord Provost and the heralds, and the Earl of Argyll, the son of James's decapitated victim. Sir John Dalrymple and Sir James Montgomery were deputed to carry it, with the second resolution that the crown should be offered to William and Mary, to London. To define on what principles this offered transfer of the crown was made, a claim of right, in imitation of the English Bill of Rights, was drawn up and accompanied it. But with the acknowledgement of William as King of Scotland, he was far from having acquired a state of comfort. In both his governments, his ministers and pretended friends were his continual tormentors. In England, his council and his chief ministers were at daggers drawn, every one dissatisfied with the post he occupied, jealous of the promotion of his rivals, and numbers of them in close correspondence with the court of James. In Scotland, it was precisely the same. It was impossible to satisfy the ambition and the cupidity of his principal adherents. The Covenanters were exasperated because the Episcopalians were merely dismissed from the establishment and were not handed over to retaliation of all the injuries they had received from them. Sir James Montgomery, who expected a much higher post, was offered that of Chief Justice Clerk and refused it with disdain. He at once concerted plans of opposition and made his attack amidst a whole host of similarly disappointed aspirants. Amongst these were two who had been in the insurrections of Monmouth and Argyll, Sir Patrick Hume and Fletcher of Saltoun, men of great ability, but of reckless and insubordinate character. A club was formed, in which these men, with Montgomery, the Lords Annandale and Ross, and a whole tribe of minor malcontents, did all in their power to thwart and embarrass the government of William. The chief promotion had been conferred on the Duke of Hamilton, who was made Lord High Commissioner, the Earl of Crawford, a very indigent but very bitter Presbyterian, who before this appointment did not know where to get a dinner, was made President of Parliament. Sir James Dalrymple was appointed the principal Lord of Session, and his son, Sir John, was restored to his office of Lord Advocate. Lord Melville became 407 Secretary of State, and Sir William Lockhart Solicitor General. But whilst some of these thought they ought to have had something higher or more lucrative, there were scores for whom the limited administration of Scotland afforded no situation in accordance with their own notions of their merits, and these hastened to join the opposition. Meanwhile, Dundee was exerting himself in the Highlands to rouse the clans in favor of King James. But this he found an arduous matter. The Highlanders, at a distance from the scenes and the interests which divided both England and the lowlands of Scotland, occupied with their hunting and their own internal feuds, cared little for either King James or King William. If anything, they would probably have given the preference to William, for James had more than once sent his troops after them to chastise them for their inroads into the domains of their Saxon fellow subjects. Dundee himself had retired to his own estate, and offered to remain at peace if he received from William's ministers a pledge that he should not be molested. But unfortunately for him, an emissary from James in Ireland, bearing letters to Dundee and Balcarres, was intercepted, and immediately Balcarres was arrested, and Dundee made his escape into the Highlands. There, though he could not move any of the clans by motives of loyalty to declare for James, he contrived to effect this object through their own internal enmities. Most of them had an old and violent feud with the clan Campbell. The Argyll family had, through a long succession of years, extended its territories and its influence over the Western Highlands at the expense of the other clans, some of which it had nearly extirpated. And now the head of the family came back from exile in the favor of the new monarch. And all these clans, the Stuarts, the Macnaghtons, the Camerons, the Macdonalds, the Macleans, were in alarm and expectation of a severe visitation for past offences, and for unpaid feudal dues. They were, therefore, moved from this cause to unite against William, because it was to unite against Mac Callum More, the chieftain of Argyll. If William was put down, Argyll was put down. Whilst Dundee was busy mustering these clans, and endeavouring to reconcile their petty jealousies and bring them to act together, he sent earnestly to James in Ireland to dispatch to him a tolerable body of regular troops. For without them he despaired of keeping long together his half-savage and unmanageable Highlanders. Till then he avoided a conflict with the troops sent by the Convention under Mackay against him. It was in vain that Mackay marched from one wild district to another. The enemy still eluded him amongst the intricate fastnesses and forests of the Highlands till his troops were wearied out with climbing crags and threading rugged defiles and morasses, and he returned to quarters in Stirling, Aberdeen, and other towns at the foot of the mountain district. It was the opinion of Lord Tarbet, who understood the statistics of the Highlands well, that, if William would send about £5,000 to enable the clans to discharge their debts to the Earl of Argyll, and obtain from that chieftain an assurance that he would abstain from hostilities against them, they would all submit at once, and leave Dundee to find support where he could. But his advice was attempted to be carried out in so absurd a manner, by choosing an agent from the clan Campbell as the mediator on the occasion, that the clans refused to treat with him, and became all the more devoted to the interests of James. Things were in this position when in June a civil contention broke out in Atholl. The Marquis, unwilling to declare for either side, had retired to England, and his eldest son, Lord Murray, who had married a daughter of the Duke of Hamilton and declared for King William, was opposed by the Marquis's steward, who declared for King James. The steward held Blair Castle, and Lord Murray besieged him in it. This called out Dundee to repel Murray and support the steward, the adherent of James, and Mackay, hoping now to meet with him, put his forces in march for the place of strife. The two armies, in fact, at length came into contact in the stern pass of Killiecrankie, near Dunkeld. This was then one of the wildest and most terrible defiles in the Highlands, the mountain torrent of the Garry roaring through its deep and rocky strait. The forces of Dundee consisted of about 3,000 Highlanders, and a body of Irish, under an officer of the name of Cannon, amounting to about 300, an ill-armed and ragged rabble whom James had sent over instead of the efficient regiments for which Dundee had so earnestly prayed. On the other hand, Mackay commanded about the same number of regular troops. These were the 3 Scottish regiments which he had brought from Holland, a regiment of English infantry, afterwards the 13th of the line, and 2 regiments of Lowland Scots 408 newly raised, commanded by the Lords Kenmore and Leven. He had, besides, 2 troops of horse, one of which was led by Lord Belhaven. On the morning of Saturday, the 17th of June, Mackay had just struggled through the pass of Killiecrankie, his 1,200 baggage horses, for no wheel carriages could approach such a place, were scarcely through, when the enemy was upon them. The men had thrown themselves down on an open space on the banks of the Garry, to recover from their fatigue, when they were called to resume their arms by the appearance of Dundee leading on his troops of wild Highlanders. Cameron of Lochiel, a man of distinguished bravery and ability, was second in command, and urged Dundee to come to an engagement without the least delay. The 2 armies drew up, that of Mackay with the Garry on its left, that of Dundee with the stream on its right. Lord Murray and the few forces with him united with the forces of Mackay. It was early in the afternoon, when the hostile parties began to fire on each other, and the regular troops of Mackay did considerable execution on the Highlanders. Yet it was 7 o'clock in the evening before Dundee gave the order to charge. Then the Highlanders raised a wild shout, which was returned by the enemy with a cry so much less lively and determined that Lochiel exclaimed, "We shall do it now. That is not the cry of men who are going to win." The Highlanders dropped their plaids and rushed forward. They were received by a steady fire of the Lowlanders. But as these prepared to charge with the bayonet, they were so much delayed by the nature of the operation, having, according to the practice of the time, to stick the bayonets into the muzzles of their guns, instead of, as now, having them already fixed beneath them, that the Highlanders were down upon them before they were prepared, and cut through and through their lines. Having discharged their firearms, the Celts threw them away, and assailed the Lowland troops with dirk and claymore. The whole of the Scottish regiments broke, and were scattered like leaves before a whirlwind. Balfour was killed at the head of his regiment. Mackay's brother fell whilst gallantly endeavouring to keep together his men, and Mackay himself was compelled to give way. The English horse were yet on the ground, and Mackay spurred towards them, and called on them to charge and break the onslaught of the furious Highlanders on the foot. But he called in vain. In spite of the brave example of Belhaven, the horse fled as fast as their steeds could carry them. There was nothing for it but for Mackay to endeavour to save himself, and, followed by only one servant, he managed to cut his way through the enemy and reach a neighbouring height. There the scene that presented itself was astounding. His whole army had vanished except the English regiment, which kept together in perfect order, and a few of the troops of Lord Leven. These had poured a murderous fire into the ranks of the Highlanders, and still shot numbers of them down as in fiery rage they pursued the flying Lowlanders down the ravine, where the confused mass of enemies were plunged in chaotic strife, one violent, horrid effort to escape or to kill. In this strange melee were involved the 1,200 pack horses, which alone effected a diversion for the fugitives, the Highlanders stopping to make themselves masters of so rich a booty. Mackay lost no time in getting the English regiment, with Lord Leven and his remnant of men, and such few others as he could collect, across the Garry. This being effected, he halted, and again looked back, expecting that he should be hotly pursued, but no such thing. The Highlanders were, in fact, too agreeably detained by the plunder. But this supposition did not account to him for the easy manner in which such a general as Dundee allowed of his retreat, and he declared to his guards that he was sure Dundee must have fallen. And in this opinion he was right. Dundee had fallen in the very commencement of the general charge. He had led it on, contrary to the advice of Lochiel, who had urged on him the necessity of not exposing himself too much. Waving his hat and calling his soldiers to follow him, he dashed forward, when a bullet struck him below the cuirass, which was raised by his action of rising in his stirrups and waving his arm, and he fell to the ground. The tradition of the Highlands is that Dundee was believed to have made a compact with the devil and bore a charmed life which no ball of lead or iron could touch. That a soldier of Mackay's army, seeing him galloping unharmed amid showers of flying balls, plucked a silver button from his own coat and fired at him with instant effect. The fall of the general was observed only by a few of his own soldiers who were near him, and one of them caught him in his arms. He asked, "How goes the day?" "Well for King James," said the man, "but I am sorry for your lordship." "If it be well for the king," replied Dundee, "it matters the less for me," and expired. Battle of Killiecrankie, the last charge of Dundee, CP 408. See larger version. Mackay made his way over the mountains by Weem Castle and Castle Drummond to Stirling. On the way he overtook the fugitives from Ramsay's regiment, who had fled at the first onset. They were completely cowed and demoralized, and it was only by threatening to shoot any man that left the track that he could prevent them from dispersing amongst the hills. Many of them, after all, managed to elude his vigilance and were killed by the Highlanders for their clothes. It was reported that Mackay lost 2,000 men in the battle, and that 500 were made prisoners. But on the other hand, a great number of the Highlanders fell on the field. The rest, before retreating with the booty, piled a great heap of stones on the spot where Claverhouse fell. This is still shown, and is the only monument of John Graham, Viscount Dundee, for the church of Blair Athol in which he was buried has long since disappeared, and his tomb with it. The news of the defeat of Mackay caused consternation throughout the lowlands, and even in London, whither it was carried by couriers charged with earnest appeals to the king to hasten forces on to Scotland, to protect the people from the torrents of victorious barbarians from the mountains, who were with terror expected to devastate the whole country. The Scottish Convention urged Hamilton to dismiss them, that they might provide for their safety. But fast on the heels of the first news came that of the certain death of Dundee, which at once reassured the country. For, without him, the Highlanders were regarded as comparatively innocuous as a body without a head. And this was very near the truth, for the command had now fallen on the Irish officer Cannon, who, with his ragamuffin brigade, was not likely to remain long very formidable. In fact, he very soon managed to disgust the proud Highland chieftains. Lochiel returned home, and many of the Celts, satisfied with their plunder, followed his example. Others, however, stimulated by the hope of similar good fortune, came rushing from their hills, adding, by their conflicting prejudices and wild insubordination, only to the weakness of the force. Cannon dispatched a party of the Robertsons into the lowlands to collect cattle and provisions for his army, but Mackay came upon them at St. Johnstone's and killed 120 of them, and took 30 prisoners. This revived the spirit of his troops, and infused new confidence through the country. In fact, Mackay was an excellent general, and was unremitting in his exertions to renew the courage and discipline of his troops. He had seen the fatal effect of the clumsy use of the bayonets at Killiecrankie, and he lost no time in having them made to screw upon the muskets, so that these could be fired with them ready fixed. And very soon he had need of all his generalship. The ministers at Edinburgh had ordered him to garrison Dunkeld with the Cameronian regiment newly raised. The town was unfortified, and in vain Mackay protested against exposing his men thus to the attack of the whole body of the Highlanders encamped at Blair Castle. But the Highland army, led on by Cannon, were received with a spirit worthy of the old race of Covenanters, were repulsed and driven back with great slaughter. The young commander Lieutenant Colonel Cleland, and after him Captain Monro, fell at the head of the besieged, but the victory was decisive. The Highlanders dispersed with their booty to their homes. Cannon, with his disorderly Irish, escaped to the Isle of Mull. The fame of Mackay and his troops was higher than ever, and the war in Scotland was at an end. We have continued to this point the affairs of Scotland, that we might not interrupt the still more important transactions which at the same time took place in Ireland. On the 12th of March, 2 days before the opening of the Scottish Convention, James had landed in Ireland. That island was peculiarly open to the influence of James, for the bulk of the population were Catholics, and they were thrown into a state of great excitement by the hope of being able to drive the Protestants from their estates by his appearance there with a French army, of wreaking vengeance on them for all their past oppressions, and of regaining their ancient patrimony. From the moment almost that James had mounted the throne of England, he began his preparations for putting down Protestantism in Ireland, and raising a military power there which should enable him to crush it also in England. The Protestant judges had been removed one after another from the bench, so that little justice could be obtained in Irish tribunals by Protestant suitors. The Protestants were diligently weeded out of the army, and lying Dick Talbot, the Earl of Tyrconnell, James's most obsequious tool, was his Lord Lieutenant, and bent on carrying out his plans to the fullest extent. There arose a terrible panic amongst the Protestants that a general massacre was contemplated, and the Englishry began 411 to collect whatever value they could carry with them and escape across the Channel into England or Wales. Tyrconnell sent for the leading Protestants to Dublin and protested with many oaths that the whole rumor was a malicious and groundless lie. Nobody, however, put any faith in his assurances, and the exodus rapidly increased, while such Protestants as possessed any means of defense in towns armed themselves, threw up fortifications, and determined to sell their lives dear. Such was the case at Kenmare, in Kerry, at Bandon, Mallow, Sligo, Charleville, Enniskillen, and Londonderry. Such was the state of Ireland at the time of the landing of William at Torbay. Tyrconnell dispatched a body of Popish infantry in December 1688 to take possession of Enniskillen. The inhabitants summoned the Protestants of the surrounding country to their aid, rushed out on the soldiers as they approached the gates of the town, and defeated them. They then appointed Gustavus Hamilton, a captain in the army, their governor, and determined to hold their own against the lieutenant governor. Londonderry likewise shut its gates in the face of the Earl of Antrim, who armed a Popish regiment to garrison their town. This exploit was the work of 13 apprentices, whose bold and decisive deed was quickly imitated by the rest of the inhabitants. The town was put into a posture of thorough defense. The country round was alarmed, the Protestant gentry flocked in with armed followers, horse and foot, and Antrim thought it prudent to retire to Coleraine. At another time, Tyrconnell would have taken a bloody vengeance on the courageous Protestants of Ulster, but matters in England appeared too critical to permit him such indulgence. He had recourse, therefore, to artifice. He dispatched Lord Mountjoy, the master of the ordnance, with his regiment, which included many Protestants, to Londonderry. Mountjoy was a Protestant himself, though an adherent of King James, had much property in Ulster, and was highly respected there. The citizens of Londonderry willingly admitted him within their walls and suffered him to leave a garrison there, consisting solely of Protestant soldiers, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Lundy as governor. To the people of Enniskillen, Mountjoy was less courteous. He somewhat curtly treated a deputation thence, and advised them to submit unconditionally to James. Tyrconnell even affected to enter into negotiation with William, and General Richard Hamilton was not very wisely dispatched by William to Ireland to treat with him. Hamilton had been in command under Tyrconnell till a recent period, and had been sent by him with reinforcements to James in England. There, finding James had fled, he coolly went over to William, and, strangely enough, was deemed sufficiently trustworthy to be returned to his old master as negotiator. He no sooner arrived than he once more declared for King James. Tyrconnell, however, did not himself so soon throw off the mask of duplicity. He protested to the Prince of Orange that he was quite disposed to treat for the surrender of Ireland, and to the alarmed Catholics of Ireland, who got some wind of his proceedings, that he had not the most distant idea of submitting. On the other hand, he prevailed on Lord Mountjoy, who had so well served him at Londonderry, to go on a mission to James at St. Germain's, professedly to procure a concession from James that his Irish subjects should submit to William for the present, and not rush into a contest to which they were unequal, but wait for better times. The real truth was that James had already dispatched Captain Rush from St. Germain's to Tyrconnell to assure him that he was coming himself with all haste with a powerful fleet and army. Tyrconnell was, therefore, desirous to get Mountjoy secured, as he was capable of uniting the Protestants and heading them against the bloody butchery that James and Tyrconnell destined for them. Mount somewhat reluctantly fell into the snare. He proceeded to France, accompanied by Chief Baron Rice, a fanatical papist, who had boasted that he would drive a coach and six through the Act of Settlement. Rice had secret instructions to denounce Mountjoy as a traitor and to recommend James to make him fast. No sooner, therefore, did he present himself at St. Germain's than he was clapped into the Bastille. This act of diabolical treachery being completed, Tyrconnell now abandoned further disguise and prepared to hand over the whole Protestant population of Ireland to the exterminating fury of the Catholic natives. Now or never, now and forever, was the watchword of blood and death to all the Englishry. It was embroidered on the viceregal banner and floated over the castle of Dublin. The Catholics were called on to arm and secure Ireland for the Irish. The call was obeyed with the avidity of savages. Those who had not arms manufactured them out of scythes, forks, and other rural implements. Every smithy was aglow, every hammer resounding in preparation of pike 412 and skean, the Irish long knife. By February 1689, the army of Ireland was swelled with regulars and irregulars to 100,000 men. There was one universal shout of bacchanalian acclaim, and rush to secure the plunder of the Protestants. The houses of the wealthy were ransacked, the cattle driven off, the buildings, and even the heath set fire to. The wild marauders roasted the slaughtered cattle and sheep at huge fires often made of timbers of the buildings, emptied the cellars, and sang songs of triumph over the heretic Englishry, and of Ireland restored to its legitimate owners. What an Ireland it was likely to become under them was soon evident. They were not content to kill enough to satisfy their hunger. These children of oppression and ignorance, like wolves, destroyed for the mere pleasure of destroying. And Davaux, the French ambassador, who accompanied James over the country from Cassell to Dublin, describes it as one black, wasted desert, for scores of miles without a single inhabitant, and calculates that in 6 weeks these infuriate savages had slaughtered 50,000 cattle and 300,000 or 400,000 sheep. Before such an inundation of fury and murder, the few Protestant inhabitants were swept away like chaff before the wind. All the fortified towns and houses in the south were forced by the ruthless mob and soldiery, or were abandoned, and the people fled for their lives to seek an asylum in Ulster. Those of Kenmare managed to get across in a small vessel to Bristol. In all this fearful scene of devastation, Hamilton, who had come over as the emissary of William, was one of the most active and unpitying agents. Enniskillen and Londonderry were the only Protestant places which now held out, and Hamilton commenced his march northward to reduce them. This march was only another wild blast of desolation, like that which had swept the south and left the country a howling wilderness. In addition to Hamilton's regular troops, hosts of the self-armed and merciless Irish collected on his track, and burnt, plundered, and murdered without mercy. The people fled before the rout, themselves burning their own dwellings, and laying waste with fire the whole district, so that it should afford no shelter or sustenance to the enemy. The whole of the Protestant population retreated northwards, leaving even Lisburn and Antrim deserted. 30,000 fugitives soon found themselves cooped up within the walls of Londonderry, and many thousands were shut up in Enniskillen. At this crisis James landed at Kinsale and marched to Cork. He had brought no army but a number of officers to command the Irish troops. His general-in-chief was Count Rosen, a man of much military experience. Next to him were Lieutenant General Maumont, Brigadier General Pusignan, and 400 other officers of different ranks. He was accompanied by Count Davaux, who had been ambassador in England, a man clever, shrewd, keenly observant, and with little mercy or principle. His object was to secure Ireland rather for Louis than for James, and he served his master with cunning and zeal. James brought with him arms for 10,000 men, abundance of ammunition, and a military chest of about £120,000 sterling. Before quitting St. Germain's, Louis Roman XIV himself had paid James a parting visit, displayed towards him the most marked friendship, embraced him at parting, and told him, in his epigrammatic way, that the greatest good that he could desire for him was that they might never meet again. James landed on the 12th of March, and 2 days after was in Cork. The Irish received him with enthusiastic acclamations as a savior, but the effects of his anticipated arrival, and the measures concerted by himself and carried out by the brutal Tyrconnell, met him on the instant. He was anxious to push on to Dublin, but the whole country was a desert, and horses could not be procured in sufficient numbers to convey his baggage, nor food to sustain them on the way. During the detention consequent on this, Tyrconnell arrived to welcome His Majesty to Ireland. On the 24th of March, he entered Dublin amid the hurrahs and the festive demonstrations of flowers, garlands of evergreens, of tapestry and carpets hung from the windows, of processions of young girls in white and friars and priests with their crosses, and with the host itself. At sight of that, James alighted, and falling on his knees in the mud, bared his head in humble devotion. The next morning James proceeded to form his privy council. This was composed of his natural son, the Duke of Berwick, the Duke of Powys, the Earls of Abercorn, Melfort, Dover, Carlingford, and Clanricarde, the Lords Thomas Howard, Kilmallock, Marion, Kenmare, Lord Chief Justice Herbert, the Bishop of Chester, General Sarsfield, Colonel Dorrington, and strangely enough Davaux, who should have retained the independent position of ambassador, the Marquis d'Abbeville, and 2 other foreigners. The 413 Protestant Bishop of Meath, at the head of his clergy, appeared before him, imploring his protection and permission to lay before him the account of the injuries they and their flocks had received. James affected to declare that he was just as much as ever desirous to afford full liberty of conscience, and to protect all his subjects in their rights and opinions. But he said it was impossible to alter what had already taken place, and he gave an immediate proof of the impartiality which Protestants were likely to receive at his hands by dismissing Keating, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, the only Protestant judge still remaining on the bench. These measures dispatched, it became the question whether, in the interval before the meeting of Parliament, James should continue in Dublin or should proceed to the army besieging Londonderry and encourage it by his presence. This called forth the conflicting views and interests of his adherents, and his whole court became rent by struggling factions. The English exiles warmly urged the king to proceed to Ulster. They cared little for the fate of Ireland, their views and wishes were fixed on England. In the north, as soon as Londonderry was put down, it was easy for James to go across to Scotland, there to commence the campaign for the recovery of the English crown. But this was the very thing which his Irish partisans dreaded. They felt certain that if James recovered the English throne, they should be left to contend with the colonists of Ulster themselves. And the victorious ascendancy of that small but sturdy body of people was too vividly burnt into their minds by ages of their domination. They therefore counseled James to remain as a king at Dublin and leave his generals to put down the opposition in the north. And in this, they were zealously seconded by Davos and the French. James on the throne of England would be a very different person to James on the throne of Ireland only. In the one case, if he succeeded, he might ere long become independent of Louis. If he failed, the English Protestant king would soon subdue Ireland to his sway. But if James continued only monarch of Ireland, he must continue wholly dependent on Louis. He could only maintain himself there by his aid in men and money, and then Ireland would become gradually a French colony, a dependence most flattering to the pride and power of France, a perpetual thorn in the side of England. The contention between the two parties was fierce, and Tyrconnell joined with the French and Irish in advising James to remain at Dublin. On the other hand, Melfort and the English pointed out to him the immense advantage to his prospects to settle the last remains of disaffection in the north, and to appear again in arms in his chief kingdom, where they persuaded him that the Highlanders and all the Catholic and Royalist English would now flock to his standard. William, they assured him, was to the highest degree unpopular. A powerful party in Scotland were opposed to him, and in the ascendant. These views prevailed. James, attended by Davos and the French officers, set out for Ulster. The journey was again through a country blasted by the horrors of war and robbery. There was no fodder for their horses, scarcely a roof to shelter the heads of the travelers. And, after a long and terrible journey, plunging and struggling through deep roads and bogs where there was no road at all, famished and worn out by fatigue, they reached Charlemont on the 13th of April. When James at length arrived before Londonderry, the fall of that place did not appear likely to be quite so early an event as he had been led to believe. Rosen, however, treated lightly the resistance which the inhabitants could make. The walls of the town were old, the ditches could scarcely be discerned, the gates and drawbridges were in disorder, and the town was commanded at various points by heights from which artillery might play upon it. What was still more favorable to James, it was well known that Lundy, the governor, was a traitor. Rosen was placed in the chief command, and Maumont next to him over the head of Hamilton. Lundy meanwhile depressed the spirits of the people within by telling them that it was useless to attempt to defend such a place, and kept up a secret correspondence with the enemy without, informing them of all that passed there, and of its weak points and condition. He did more, he contrived to send away succors which arrived from England. Colonel Cunningham appeared in the bay, with a fleet having on board 2 regiments for the defense of the place. Cunningham and his chief officers went on shore and waited on the governor. Lundy called a council, taking care to exclude all but his own creatures, and these informed Cunningham that it was mere waste of men and money to land them. The town was perfectly indefensible, and that, in fact, he was going to surrender it. His supporters confirmed this view of the case, and Cunningham and his officers withdrew, and soon after made sail homeward, to the 414 despair of the inhabitants. Lundy, as he saw them depart, sending word into the enemy's camp that he was ready to surrender. But the spirit of the inhabitants was now roused. They openly declared Lundy a traitor, and, if they could have found him, would have killed him on the spot. He had, however, concealed himself, and at night was enabled, by connivance of his friends, to escape over the walls in disguise. As night approached, the people, to their astonishment, found the gates set open, and the keys were not to be found. People said they had seen the Confederates of Lundy stealing out, and the alarm flew through the place. The townsmen came together and called all to arms by beat of drum. A message was dispatched to Cunningham to bring in his forces, but he was already on the move and declared that his orders permitted him only to follow the commands of the governor. Thus deserted, the inhabitants courageously resolved to depend on their own energies. They placed Major Baker and Captain Murray at the head of the armed citizens, who amounted to 7,000, many of them Ulster gentlemen of family, and endowed with all the dauntless spirit which had made them so long masters of the north of Ireland. At this moment, too, the Rev. George Walker, the rector of Donegal, who had been driven in along with the rest of the fugitives, displayed that spirit, eloquence, and ability which inspired the whole place with a wonderful enthusiasm, and which have made his name famous amongst the Protestant patriots of Ireland. Walker was appointed joint governor with Major Baker, and they set themselves to work to organize their armed people into military bodies with their proper officers, to place cannon on all the most effective points, and post sentinels on the walls and at the gates. The forces of James were already drawn up before the place, expecting the promised surrender of Lundy. Presently a trumpeter appeared at the southern gate and demanded the fulfillment of the governor's engagement. He was answered that the governor had no longer any command there. The next day, the 20th of April, James sent Lord Strabane, a Catholic peer of Ireland, offering a free pardon for all past offences on condition of an immediate surrender, and a bribe to Captain Murray, who was sent to hold a parley with him, of £1,000 and a colonelcy in the royal army. Murray repelled the offer with contempt, and advised Strabane, if he valued his safety, to make the best of his way out of gunshot. At this unexpected answer, James displayed the same pusillanimity which marked his conduct when he fled from England. Instead of ordering the place to be stormed, he lost heart, and though he had been only 11 days before the town, set off back to Dublin, taking Count Rosen with him, and leaving Maumont in command, with Hamilton and Pusignan under him. Then the siege was pushed on with spirit. The batteries were opened on the town, to which the townsmen replied vigorously, and on the 21st of April made a desperate sally under Captain Murray, killed General Maumont and 200 of the Irish, and, under cover of a strong fire kept up by a party headed by Walker, regained the town. The siege under Hamilton, who succeeded to the command, then languished. On the 4th of May the townspeople made another sally, and killed Pusignan. After this sallies became frequent, the bold men of Londonderry carried off several officers prisoners into the town, and 2 flags of the French, which they hung up in the cathedral. It was at length resolved by the besiegers to carry the place by storm, but they were repelled with great loss, the very women joining in the melee, and carrying ammunition and refreshments to the defenders on the walls. As the storming of the town was found to be impracticable, Hamilton commenced a blockade. The troops were drawn round the place, and a strong boom thrown across the river, and the besiegers awaited the progress of famine. All this time, the people of Enniskillen had been making a noble diversion. They had marched out into the surrounding country, levied contributions of provisions from the native Irish, and given battle to and defeated several considerable bodies of troops sent against them. They took and sacked Belturbet and carried off a great quantity of provisions. They made skirmishing parties and scoured the country in the rear of the army besieging Londonderry, cutting off straggling foragers and impeding supplies. The news of the continued siege of Londonderry and the heroic conduct of the people of both these places raised a wonderful enthusiasm in England on their behalf. Lundy, who had reached London, and Cunningham, who had brought back his regiments, were arrested, and Lundy was thrown into the Tower and Cunningham into the gatehouse. Kirk was also dispatched with a body of troops from Liverpool to relieve the besieged in 415 Londonderry. On the 15th of June his squadron was discerned approaching, and wonderful was the exultation when it was ascertained that Kirk had arrived with troops, arms, ammunition, and supplies of food. It was high time that relief should have come, for they were reduced to the most direful extremities, and were out of cannonball, and nearly out of powder. But they were doomed to a horrible disappointment. Kirk, who could be bold enough in perpetrating barbarities on defenseless people, was too faint-hearted to attempt forcing the boom in the river and relieving the place. He drew off his fleet to the entrance of Loch Foyle, and lay there in tantalizing inactivity. His presence, instead of benefiting them, brought fresh horrors upon them. For no sooner did James in Dublin learn that there was a chance of Kirk's throwing in fresh forces and provisions, than he dispatched Rosen to resume the command, with orders to take the place at all costs. This Rosen, who was a Russian from Livonia, was a brutal savage, and vowed that he would take the place, or roast the inhabitants alive. He first began by endeavoring to undermine the walls, but the besieged so briskly attacked the sappers that they soon killed 100 of them and compelled them to retire. Filled with fury, Rosen swore that he would raze the walls to the ground and massacre every creature in the town, men, women, and children. He flung a shell into the place, to which was attached a threat that, if they did not at once surrender, he would collect from the whole country round all the people, their friends and relatives, the women, the children, the aged, drive them under the walls and keep them there till they perished. He knew that the besieged could give them no support, for they were perishing fast themselves from famine, and its attendant fevers and diseases. The fighting men were so weak that they often fell down in endeavoring to strike a blow at the enemy. They were living on dogs, rats, any vile thing they could seize. They had eaten up all the horses to 3, which were mere skin and bone. They had salted the hides and chewed them to keep down their ravening hunger. There were some amongst them who began to talk of eating the bodies of those who fell in the action. Numbers perished daily in their houses of exhaustion, and the stench arising from the unburied dead was terrible and pestilential. Many of their best men had died from fever, amongst them Major Baker, their military governor, and Colonel Mitchellborne had been elected in his place. They were reduced to fire brickbats instead of cannonballs, and their walls were so battered that it was not they but their own spirit which kept out the enemy. Yet, amid these horrors, they treated the menace with silent contempt and sent out an order that anyone even uttering the word surrender should be instantly put to death. The savage Rosen put his menace into force. He drove the wretched people from the country, at the point of the pike, under the walls. On the 2nd of July, this melancholy crowd of many hundreds was seen by the besieged from the walls, hemmed in between the town and the army. Old men incapable of bearing arms, miserable women, and lamenting children, where, without food or shelter, they were cooped up between their enemies and their friends, who could not help them. Many of these unhappy people had protections under James's own hand, but Rosen cared not for that. For 2 days and nights, this woeful throng of human beings was kept there. In spite of the strong remonstrances of Hamilton and other English officers, who were not accustomed to such devilish modes of war, the indignant men in Londonderry erected gallows on the walls and sent Rosen word that, unless he let the perishing people go, they would hang up the principal of their prisoners. But it was not till many of the victims had died, and a storm of indignation at this unheard-of barbarity assailed him in his own camp, that Rosen opened his ranks and allowed the poor wretches to depart. James, who was himself by no means of the melting mood, was shocked when he heard of this diabolical barbarity, and the comments upon it amongst those around him. He recalled Rosen and restored the command to Hamilton. Then the siege again went on with redoubled fury, and all the last expiring strength of the besieged was required to sustain it. Hamilton also terrified them by continual ruses and false rumors. He ordered his soldiers to raise a loud shout, and the besieged to be informed that Enniskillen had fallen, and that now there was no hope whatever for them. The besieged were so depressed by this news, for they had no means of testing it, that they offered to capitulate, but could obtain no terms that they could accept. And all this time, the imbecile or base Kirke was lying within a few miles of them, with abundance of provisions, and a force capable with ease of forcing its way to them. He had even the cruelty to send in a secret message to Walker that he was coming in full 416 force, and then to lie still again for more than a fortnight. At length, however, he received a peremptory order from William to force the boom and relieve the town. No sooner did this order reach him than he showed with what ease he could have accomplished this at first, 6 weeks ago. The boom was burst asunder by 2 vessels, the Mountjoy and Phoenix, dashing themselves against it, while they were covered by a third, the Dartmouth, and the place was open, July 30, to the conveyance of the troops and the provisions. Kirke was invited to take the command, and the Irish camp, despairing of any success, drew off on the 1st of August and raised this most memorable siege, in which 4 out of the 7,000 defenders perished, besides a multitude of other inhabitants, amounting, according to some calculations, to 8 or 9,000 souls. On the side of the Irish, as many are said to have fallen, and of the 36 French gunners who directed the cannonade, all had been killed but 5. Besides the miseries endured in the town, those of the poor people who survived being driven under the walls found, on their return to what had been their homes, that they were their homes no longer. Their villages, crops, ricks, buildings, all had been burnt down, and the whole country laid waste. The Mountjoy and Phoenix breaking the boom at Londonderry. CP 416. See larger version. The Enniskilleners had meanwhile been actively engaged against other detachments of James's army, but had bravely beaten them off, and on the same day that Londonderry was relieved, had won a signal victory over them at Newton Butler, attacking 5,000 Irish under General Macarthy, though they themselves numbered only about 300, and killing, it is said, 2,000, and driving 500 more into Lough Erne, where they were drowned. This decisive defeat of the Irish hastened the retreat of the army retiring from Londonderry. They fled towards Dublin in haste and terror, leaving behind their baggage. Sarsfield abandoned Sligo, and James was on the very point of abandoning Dublin in the midst of the panic that seized it. At the same time came from Scotland the news of the death of Dundee at Killiecrankie, And on the 13th of August, Marshal Skomberg landed at Carrickfergus with an army of 16,417 composed of English, Scots, Dutch, Danes, and French Huguenots. Matters were fast assuming a serious aspect for James, his affairs not only in the field but his civil government, falling every day into a more ominous condition. Landing of Marshal Skomberg at Carrickfergus, CP 416. See larger version. One reason for James quitting the siege of Londonderry in person was that the time for the assembling of his Irish Parliament drew near. No sooner did he reach Dublin than he was met by the news that the English fleet under Admiral Herbert had been beaten by the French at Bantry Bay. Herbert had been ordered to intercept the French fleet between Brest and Ireland, but he had missed it and James had safely landed. Whilst he was still beating about, a second squadron, under Chateau Renard, had also made its way over and anchored with the first in Bantry Bay. On Herbert discovering them there, confident in their superior numbers, they came out and there was a sharp fight. In the evening Herbert sheered off towards the Scilly Isles, and the French with great exultation, as in a victory, returned into the bay. James found the French at Dublin in high spirits at the unusual circumstance of beating English sailors. But his English adherents were by no means pleased with this triumphing over their countrymen, hostile though they were. And James, who had always prided himself on the English navy, is said, when Davox boasted how the French had beaten the English, to have replied gloomily, "It is the first time." Even the English exiles in France showed a similar mortification, though the French victory, such as it was in their cause. Both sides, however, claimed the victory. In England, Parliament voted thanks to Herbert. In Dublin, James ordered bonfires and a Te Deum. On the 7th of May, the day after the Te Deum, James met his Parliament. What sort of a Parliament it was, and what it was likely to do in Ireland, may be surmised from the fact that there were only 6 Protestants in the whole House of Commons, consisting of 250 members. Only 14 lords appeared to his summons, and of these only 4 were Protestants. By new creations and by reversal of attainders against Catholic peers, he managed to add 17 more members to the upper house, all 418 Catholics, so that in the whole Parliament there were only 10 Protestants, and 4 of these were the bishops of Meath, Ossory, Cork, and Limerick. The majority of these members were not only Catholic, eager to visit upon the Protestants all the miseries and spoliations which the latter had inflicted on them, but they were men totally unaccustomed to the business of legislation or government, from having been long excluded from such functions, and condemned to pass their time on their estates in that half-savage condition, which qualified them rather for bandits than for lawgivers and magistrates. James's first act was that of complete toleration of liberty of conscience to all Christian denominations. This sounded well, and was in perfect keeping with his declarations and endeavors in England for which he had been driven out, and England had now an opportunity of observing with what justice, of judging whether or not his real object had been wrongfully suspected. In his speech from the throne, he reverted with great pride to these endeavors, and to his determination still to be the liberator of conscience. This was language worthy of the noblest lawgiver that ever existed. But unfortunately, James's English subjects never could be persuaded of his sincerity, and did not believe that this happiness would arrive as the result of his indulgence. The very next act which he now passed decided that they had not mistrusted him without cause. Scarcely had he passed the Act of Toleration, when he followed it up by the repeal of the Act of Settlement, by which the Protestants held their estates and their rights and liberties in Ireland. This just and tolerant monarch thus, at one stroke, handed over the whole Protestant body to the mercy of the Irish Catholics and to one universal doom of confiscation. The bill was received with exultation by this Parliament, which portended all the horrors which were to follow. But there were other parties whose estates were not derived from the Act of Settlement, but from purchase, and another act was passed to include them. It was a bill confiscating the property of all who had aided or abetted the Prince of Orange in his attempt on the crown, or who were absent and did not return to their homes before the 5th of October. The number of persons included in this great act of attainder, as it was called, amounted to between 2,000 and 3,000, including men of all ranks from the highest noble to the simplest freeholder. All the property of absentees above 17 years of age was transferred to the king. The most unbounded lust of robbery and revenge was thus kindled in the public mind. Everyone who wanted his neighbor's property, or had a grudge against him, hurried to give in his name to the clerk of the House of Commons, and, without any or much inquiry, it was inserted in the bill. To make the separation of England and Ireland complete, and to set up the most effectual barrier against his own authority, should he again regain the throne of England. James permitted his parliament to pass an act declaring that the Parliament of England had no power or authority over Ireland, and this contrary to the provisions of Poyning's Act, which gave the initiative power to the English Council, and made every Irish act invalid unless first submitted to the King and Council of England. Having transferred the property of the laity back to the Irish, another act made as sweeping a conveyance of that of the Church from the Protestant to the Catholic clergy. Little regard had been had to Catholic rights in piling property on the Protestant hierarchy, and as little was shown in taking it back again. The Anglican clergy were left in a condition of utter destitution, and more than this, they were not safe if they appeared in public. They were hooted, pelted, and sometimes fired at. All colleges and schools from which the Protestants had excluded the Catholics were now seized and employed as popish seminaries or monasteries. The College of Dublin was turned into a barrack and a prison. No Protestants were allowed to appear together in numbers more than 3, on pain of death. This was James's notion of the liberty of conscience, and a tender regard for every man's rights and liberties. It was a fine lesson, too, for the clergy and gentry who had welcomed him to Ireland as the friends of passive obedience. They had now enough of that doctrine, and went over pretty rapidly to a different notion. The Protestants everywhere were overrun by soldiers and rapparees. Their estates were seized, their houses plundered, their persons insulted and abused, and a more fearful condition of things never existed in any country at any time. The officers of the army sold the Protestants protections, which were no longer regarded when fresh marauders wanted more money. This model parliament voted £20,000 a year to Tyrconnell for bringing this state of things about, and £20,000 a month to the king. But the country was so 419 completely desolated, and its trade so completely destroyed by this reign of terror and of license, that James did not find the taxes come in very copiously, and he resorted to a means of making money plentiful worthy of himself. He collected all the old pots, pans, brass knockers, old cannon, and metal in almost any shape, and coined clumsy money out of them, on which he put about 100 times their intrinsic value. The consequence was that shopkeepers refused to receive this base coin. All men to whom debts were due, or who had mortgages on other men's property, were opposed to having them discharged by a heap of metal which in a few weeks might be worth only a few pence a pound. Those who refused such payment were arrested, and menaced with being hanged at their own doors. Many were thrown into prison, and trade and intercourse were plunged into a condition of the wildest anarchy. The whole country was a scene of violence, confusion, and distress. Such was the state of Ireland and of James's court when, as we have seen, Skomorg landed with his army at Carrickfergus on the 23rd of August, and roused James, his court, and the whole country to a sense of their danger, and of the necessity for one great and universal effort. A spirit of new life seemed to animate them, and James, receiving fresh hope from the sight, marched from Dublin at the head of his troops to encounter Skomorg. During the summer, the court of William had not been an enviable place. In the spring, the Parliament had proceeded to reverse the judgments which had been passed in the last reign against Lord William Russell, Algernon Sidney, the Earl of Devonshire, Cornish, Alice Lisle, and Samuel Johnson. Some of the Whigs who had suffered obtained pecuniary compensation, but Johnson obtained none. He was deemed by the Whigs to be too violent. In fact, he was a radical of that day. The scoundrel Titus Oates crawled again from his obscurity, and, by help of his old friends the Whigs, managed to obtain a pension of £300 a year. This done, there was an attempt to convert the Declaration of Rights into a Bill of Rights, thus giving it all the authority of parliamentary law. And in this bill it was proposed, in case of William, Mary, and Anne all dying without issue, to settle the succession on the Duchess Sophia of Brunswick-Luneburg, the daughter of the Queen of Bohemia, and granddaughter of James I. But it failed for the time. Bill of Indemnity was also brought in as an act of oblivion of all past offences, but this too was rejected. The triumphant Whigs, so far from being willing to forgive the Tories who had supported James, and had been their successful opponents during the attempts through Titus Oates and his fellow plotters to exclude James from the succession, were now clamorous for their blood and ruin. William refused to comply with their truculent desires, and became, in consequence, the object of their undisguised hatred. They particularly directed their combined efforts against Danby, now Earl of Carmarthen, and Halifax. They demanded that Carmarthen should be dismissed from the office of President of the Council, and Halifax from holding the Privy Seal and being Speaker of the House of Lords. But William steadfastly resisted their demands, and declared that he had done enough for them and their friends, and would do no more, especially in the direction of vengeance against such as were disposed to live quietly and serve the state faithfully. On the 19th of October, the second session of William's first Parliament met. The Commons were liberal in voting supplies. They granted at once £2 million and declared that they would support the king to the utmost of their ability in reducing Ireland to his authority and in prosecuting the war with France. The required sum was to be levied partly by a poll tax, partly by new duties on tea, coffee, and chocolate, partly by an assessment of £100,000 on the Jews, but chiefly by a tax on real property. The Jews, however, protested that they would sooner quit the kingdom than submit to the imposition, and that source was abandoned. The Commons next took up the Bill of Rights and passed it, omitting the clause respecting the succession of the House of Brunswick, which measure was not brought forward again for 11 years. They, however, took care, at the suggestion of Burnet, to insert a clause that no person who should marry a papist should be capable of ascending the throne, and if anyone on the throne so married, the subjects should be absolved from their allegiance. After thus demonstrating their zeal for maintaining the throne in affluence and power, the Commons next proceeded to display it in a careful scrutiny of the mode in which the last supplies had been spent. The conduct of both army and navy had not been such as to satisfy the public. The Commons had, indeed, not only excused the defeat of Herbert at Bantry Bay, but even thanked him for it as though it had been a 420 victory. But neither had Skomberg effected anything in Ireland, and he loudly complained that it was impossible to fight with an army that was not supplied with the necessary food, clothing, or ammunition. This led to a searching scrutiny into the commissariat department, William himself being the foremost in the inquiry, and the most frightful peculation and abuses were brought to light. The muskets and other arms fell to pieces in the soldiers' hands, and, when fever and pestilence were decimating the camp, there was not a drug to be found, though £1,700 had been charged government for medicines. What baggage and supplies there were could not be got to the army for want of horses to draw the wagons, and the very cavalry went afoot, because Shales, the commissary general, had let out the horses destined for this service to the farmers of Cheshire to do their work. The meat for the men stank, the brandy was so foully adulterated that it produced sickness and severe pains. In the navy the case was the same, and Herbert, now Lord Torrington, was severely blamed for not being personally at the fleet to see into the condition of his sailors, but was screened from deserved punishment by his connections. The king was empowered by Parliament at length to appoint a commission of inquiry to discover the whole extent of the evil, and to take remedies against its recurrence. 5-guinea piece of William and Mary. Crown of William and Mary. 4-penny piece of William and Mary. Then the Commons reverted again to their fierce party warfare. Whigs and Tories manifested an equal desire to crush their opponents if they had the power, and they kept William in a constant state of uneasiness by their mutual ferocity and their alternate eagerness to force him into persecution and blood. Edmund Ludlow, one of the regicides who had managed to escape the murderous vengeance of Charles and James, but whose companion, John Lisle, had fallen by the hands of Charles's assassins at Lausanne, had been persuaded that he might now return to England unmolested. But he soon found that he was mistaken. The Tories vehemently demanded his arrest of the king, and William was obliged to promise compliance. But he appeared in no haste in issuing the warrant, and probably a hint was given to Ludlow, for he escaped again to the Continent, and there remained till his death. Halfpenny of William and Mary. On the other hand, the Whigs were as unrelaxing in their desire of persecuting the Tories. They refused to proceed with the Indemnity Bill, which William was anxious to get passed as a final preventive of their deadly intentions. They arrested and sent to the Tower the Earls of Peterborough and Salisbury for going over from their party to that of James in the last reign, in order to impeach them of high treason. The same was done to Sir Edward Hales and Obadiah Walker. They appointed a committee to inquire into the share of various individuals in the deaths of Lord William Russell, Sidney, and others of the 421 Whig party. The committee was termed the Committee of Murder, and they summoned such of the judges, law officers of the Crown, and others as had taken part in these prosecutions. Sir Dudley North and Halifax were called before them, and underwent a severe examination, but they did not succeed in establishing a charge sufficient to commit them upon. Halifax had already resigned the speakership of the House of Lords, and they sought to bring William to deprive him of the Privy Seal. In these proceedings of the Commons, John Hampden, the grandson of the great patriot, and John Howe were the most violent. Hampden went the length of saying that William ought to dismiss every man who had gone over to him from the late king, and ought not to employ anyone who entertained Republican principles. This declaration, from a man who had himself been a full-length Republican and the friend of Sidney, threw the House into a roar of laughter. But that did not abash Hampden. On behalf of a committee of the Commons, he drew up an address so violent that it was altogether dropped, calling on the king to dismiss the authors of the late malversations and the consequent failures of the army and navy. The Whigs next brought in a bill to restore to the corporations their charters, which had been taken away by Charles Roman II. But, not content with the legitimate fact of the restoration of these ancient rights, they again seized on this as an opportunity for inflicting a blow on the Tories. They introduced, at the instigation of William Sacheverell, a clause disqualifying for 7 years every mayor, recorder, common councilman, or other officer who had been in any way a party to the surrender of these charters. They added a penalty of £500 and perpetual disqualification for every person who, in violation of this clause, should presume to hold office in any corporation. They declared that if the Lords should hesitate to pass this bill, they would withhold the supplies till it was acquiesced in. But William did not hesitate to express his displeasure with the bill and with the indecent hurry with which it was pushed forward. A short delay was interposed, and meanwhile the news of the intended passing of the bill was carried into every quarter of the kingdom, and the Tories, peers, and commons, who had gone down to their estates for Christmas, hastened up to town to oppose it. The battle was furious. The Whigs flattered themselves that, if they carried this bill, the returns to the next Parliament would be such that they should be able to exclude their opponents from all power and place. After a fierce and prolonged debate, the bill was thrown out, and the Tories, elated by their victory, again brought forward the Indemnity Bill. But this time they were defeated in turn, and the Whigs immediately proceeded with their design of converting this bill into one of pains and penalties. And to show that they were in earnest, they summoned Sir Robert Sawyer before the House for his part in the prosecution of the Whigs in the last reign. He had been Attorney General, and conducted some of the worst cases which were decided under Jeffreys and his unprincipled colleagues, with a spirit which had made him peculiarly odious. The case of Sir Thomas Armstrong was in particular brought forward, a very flagrant one. Sir Thomas had been charged with being engaged in the Rye House plot. He had escaped to the Netherlands, but the authorities having been bribed to give him up, he was brought back and hanged, without a hearing, as an outlaw. It was a barbarous case, and deserved the severest condemnation, but it was pleaded, on the other hand, that Sawyer had rendered great services to the Whig cause, that he had stoutly resisted the attempts of James to introduce popery and despotism, that he had resigned his office rather than advocate the dispensing power, and had undertaken the defense of the 7 bishops. No matter, he was accepted from indemnity and expelled the House. A committee of the whole House proceeded to make out a complete list of all the offenders to be excluded from the benefit of the bill. This brought William to a resolve which, if carried into effect, would have given a death blow to the Whig party, and have neutralized the glory of their accomplishment of the Revolution. He sent for his chief ministers, and announced to them his determination to relinquish the fruitless task of endeavoring to govern a country thus torn to pieces by faction, that he was weary of the whole concern, and would return to Holland, never more to meddle with English affairs, but abandon them to the Queen, that for 10 months he had been vainly endeavoring to make peace between the factions of Whig and Tory, and to prevent them from rushing at each other's throats, that they clearly regarded nothing but their mutual animosities, for in their indulgence they utterly neglected the urgent affairs of the nation. Their enemy was in Ireland, yet it had no effect in bringing them to their senses. Still 422 worse, every department of the government was overrun with corruption, peculation, and neglect. The public service was paralyzed, the public peace was entirely destroyed, and as for himself, with far from robust health, and with the duty of settling the government upon him, it was useless further to contend. He could contend no longer. A squadron was ready to bear him away, and he could only hope that they would show more regard to the wishes of the Queen than they had to his. Whether William was in earnest, or whether he only had recourse to a ruse to bring the combatants to their senses, the result was the same. The ministers stood confounded, to drive the king from the country by their quarrels, and that at a time when the old and implacable enemy of Protestantism and liberty was at their doors, would be a blow to freedom, and to their own credit from which the most disastrous consequences must flow. They entreated him on their knees and with tears to forego this design, promising all that he could desire. William at length consented to make one more trial, but it was only on condition that the bill of indemnity should pass, and that he should himself proceed to Ireland, and endeavor, by his own personal and determined effort, to drive James thence. Accordingly, on January 27, 1690, he called together the two houses, and, announcing his intention to proceed to Ireland, declared the Parliament dissolved, amid the utmost signs of consternation in the Whigs and shouts of exultation from the Tories. This act of William's to defeat the malice of the Whigs, and his continued firm resistance to their endeavors to fine and disqualify the Tories, had a wonderful effect on that party. A numerous body of them deputed Sir John Lowther to carry their thanks to the king, and assure him that they would serve him with all their hearts and influence. Numbers of them who had hitherto stood aloof began to appear at court, and attended the levee to kiss the king's hand. William gave orders to liberate those whom the Whigs had sent to prison on charges of treason. On the 1st of February, the hour arrived in which all ecclesiastics who had neglected to take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy would be deposed. A considerable number of them came in time, but Sancroft, the primate, and 5 of his bishops stood out and were deprived of their bishoprics, but were treated with particular lenity. It was soon found that the conduct of the Whigs had alienated a great mass of the people. Their endeavors, by Sacheverell's clause, to disqualify all who had consented to the surrender of the corporation charters, had made mortal enemies of those persons, many of whom were at the moment the leading members of the corporations, and therefore possessing the highest influence on the return of members to the new Parliament. The same was the case in the country, amongst those who had been sheriffs or other officers at that period. The consequence was that the Tories returned a decided majority to the new House, and amongst them came up Sir Robert Sawyer from Cambridge, whilst the violence of Hampden had caused his exclusion. The revival of the Tory influence introduced great changes in the ministry. Halifax resigned the Privy Seal. Mordaunt, now Earl of Monmouth, Delamere, Sidney Godolphin, and Admiral Herbert, now Earl of Torrington, were dismissed. Caermarthen was continued Lord President of the Council and Prime Minister. Sir John Lowther was appointed First Lord of the Treasury, in place of Monmouth. Nottingham retained his post as Secretary of State, and Thomas Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, was placed at the head of the Admiralty, Torrington having, to his great discontent, to yield that position, but retaining that of High Admiral, and being satisfied by a splendid grant of 10,000 acres of Crown land in the Peterborough Fens. Delamere, too, was soothed on his dismissal by being created Earl of Warrington. Richard Hampden became Chancellor of the Exchequer. Parliament met on the 20th of March, and the Commons, under the new Tory influence, elected Sir John Trevor Speaker, who was besides made First Commissioner of the Great Seal. In this man is said to have commenced that system of government corruption of Parliament, the buying up or buying off of members, which grew to such a height and attained its climax under Sir Robert Walpole. Trevor was an unscrupulous Tory, and Burnet says he was furnished with such sums of money as might purchase some votes. He undertook, accordingly, to manage the party in the House. The Whigs were in the worst of humors, but they had now learnt that it was not wise to push matters with the Crown too far, and as a body they watched their opportunity for recovering by degrees their ascendancy. Some of the more violent, however, as the Earl of Shrewsbury and the notorious Ferguson, entered into immediate correspondence with James. William, in his opening speech, dwelt chiefly on the necessity of settling the revenue, to enable him to proceed to Ireland, and on passing the Bill of Indemnity. And he was very plain in expressing his sense of the truculent spirit of party, which, in endeavoring to wound one another, injured and embarrassed his government still more. He informed them that he had drawn up an Act of Grace, constituting the Bill of Indemnity, and should send it to them for their acceptance. For it is the practice for all such acts to proceed from the Crown, and then to be voted by the peers, and finally by the Commons. He then informed them that he left the administration during his absence in Ireland in the hands of the Queen, and he desired that if any act was necessary for the confirmation of that authority, they should pass it. The Commons at once passed a vote of thanks, and engaged to support the government of their Majesties by every means in their power. On the 27th of March, they passed unanimously the 4 following resolutions, namely, that all the hereditary revenues of King James, except the hearth tax, were vested now in their present Majesties, that a bill should be brought in to declare and perpetuate this investment, that the moiety of the excise granted to Charles and James should be secured by bill to their present Majesties for life, and finally, that the customs which had been granted to Charles and James for their lives should be granted for 4 years from the next Christmas. William was much dissatisfied with the last proviso, and complained that the Commons should show less confidence in him, who had restored their liberties, than in Charles and James, who destroyed them. Sir John Lowther pressed this point on the Commons strongly, but in vain, and Burnet told King William that there was no disrespect meant towards him, but that the Commons wished to establish this as a general principle, protective of future subjects from the evils which the ill-judged liberality of past parliaments had produced. The next measure on which the Whigs and Tories tried their strength was a bill brought in by the Whigs to do what was already sufficiently done in the Bill of Rights, to pronounce William and Mary the rightful and lawful sovereigns of this realm, and next to declare that all the acts of the late convention should be held as valid as laws. The first part, already sufficiently recognized, was quietly passed over, but the Tories made a stout opposition to extending the act beyond the year 1689, on the plea that nothing could convert the self-constituted convention into a legal parliament. But the distinction was a mere party distinction, for if the convention was not a legal body, nothing could render its acts so. The Earl of Nottingham, who headed this movement, entered a strong protest on the Journal of the Lords against it, and this protest was signed by many peers, and amongst them the Whig peers Bolton, Macclesfield, Stamford, Bedford, Newport, Monmouth, Herbert, Suffolk, Warrington, and Oxford. The bill, however, was carried, and with still more ease in the Commons. The Tories, mortified at the triumph of the Whigs, now brought in a bill to change the military government of the City of London, as the lieutenancy of the counties had been changed. They thanked the king for having by his measures brought in so many churchmen and thrown out so many nonconformists. This bill the Whigs managed to impede till the session closed, but not so with another from the Tory party, ordering payment of the £500 fines incurred by all who had taken office or served as magistrates without taking the necessary oaths of allegiance and supremacy. This was carried, and the money ordered to be paid into the exchequer, and a separate account of it to be kept. The defeat of the Whigs only infused more fierceness in the party warfare. They hastened to bring in a bill compelling every person in office, civil, ecclesiastical, or military, to take an oath to abjure King James and his right to the crown, thence called the Abjuration Oath. This oath might, moreover, be tendered by any magistrate to any subject of their majesties whatever, and whoever refused it was to be committed to prison, and kept there till he complied. It was hoped by the Whigs that this bill would greatly embarrass the Tories who had taken office under the present monarchy, and accordingly it met with a decided opposition in the Commons, and was thrown out by a majority of 192 to 178. It was then, with some alteration, introduced as a fresh bill into the Lords. William went down to the Lords to listen personally to the debate, and several of the peers made very free and pertinent remarks on the uselessness of so many oaths to bind any disloyal or unconscientious person. The bill was defeated in the Lords by being committed, but never reported, for on the 20th of May, after King William had given his consent to the bill, which he had recommended, for conferring on the Queen full powers to administer the 424 government during his absence in Ireland, and also to that revising the quo warranto judgment against the City of London, the Marquis of Caermarthen appeared in the House with an act of grace ready drawn and signed by the King. Henry Roman 7, Chapel, Westminster Abbey. See larger version. William had tried in vain to curb the deadly animosities of the contending parties by bills of indemnity. These could be discussed and rejected, not so an act of grace. It issued from the sovereign and came already signed to Parliament. It must be at once accepted or rejected by each House, and in such a case as the present, where it was meant as a healing and pacifying act, it could not be rejected without a disloyal and ungracious air. Accordingly, it was received with the deference which it deserved, and both Houses gave their sanction to it, standing bareheaded, and without one dissenting voice. From the benefit of this act of grace, pardoning all past offences, were, it is true, accepted 30 names, prominent amongst whom were the Marquis of Powys, the Lords Sunderland, Huntingdon, Dover, Melfort, and Castlemaine, the Bishops of Durham and St. David's, the Judges Herbert, Jenner, Withers, and Holloway, Roger Lestrange, Lundy, the traitor governor of Londonderry, Father Petter, and Judge Jeffreys. This last monster of infamy was already deceased in the Tower, but it was well understood that if the others named only kept themselves at peace, they would never be inquired after. Neither party, however, thanked William for the constrained peace. The Whigs 425 were disappointed of the vengeance they burned to enjoy. The Tories, and even those who had the most narrowly escaped the intended mischief, ungenerously said that if William had really anything to avenge, he would not have pardoned it. William Penn. See larger version. The day after the passing of this important act, he prorogued Parliament. The convocation which had been summoned and met in Henry Roman 7's Chapel St. Paul's, its usual meeting place, having been burnt down in the Great Fire, was not yet rebuilt, had been prorogued some time before. Its great topic had been the scheme of comprehension, which was warmly advocated by Burnet and the more liberal members, but the High Church was as high and immovable as ever. Nothing could be accomplished, and from this time, the nonconformists gave up all hope of any reunion with the Church. William now made preparations for the Irish campaign. It was time, for Skomorg had effected little, and the English fleet had done worse than nothing at sea. It was not only in Ireland that the danger of William lay, or whence came his troubles. He had to maintain the contest on the continent against Louis Roman XIV, against James in Ireland, against corruption and imbecility in his fleet, against the most wholesale mismanagement and peculation in every department of the English government, and against the feuds and disaffection of his own courtiers and servants. Whilst the contests which we have just related were agitating Parliament, William was vigorously at work, inquiring into the malversation all around him. Shales, the commissary general, was dismissed, and a new spirit was introduced into the commissariat under the vigilant eye of 426 William himself. Instead of the vile poisons and putrid meats, excellent provisions were supplied to the army. The villainies by which the poor soldiers had been robbed of their clothing, and bedding and tents, terminated, and they were soon well clothed, lodged, and equipped. The road to Chester swarmed with wagons conveying wholesome supplies, and a fleet lay there ready to convey the king over, with additional troops and stores. Before he set out himself, the army in Ireland amounted to 30,000 effective men. But the affairs of the Channel Fleet were in the worst possible condition. William there committed the error of continuing Torrington, better known as Admiral Herbert, who had been suspected of a leaning towards James, and who had been already beaten at Bantry Bay, in the chief command, when he removed him from his post of First Lord of the Admiralty. Herbert was a debauched, effeminate fellow, indulging in all sorts of license and luxury, whilst his sailors were suffering the most atrocious treatment. They had such meat served out to them that neither they nor even dogs could touch it. They were ill-fed, ill-clothed, ill-paid. The contractors and the officers were enriching themselves at their expense, and what was worse, they were compelled to bear the disgrace of having our commerce interrupted in all directions by the French cruisers. Whilst they lay inactive in Portsmouth, the French scoured the English coast and captured trading vessels with their cargoes to the value of £600,000. William had, however, difficulties at home to surmount before he could depart for Ireland. Just as he was prepared to set out, the discovery was made of an extensive traitorous correspondence between a number of concealed Jacobites and the court of St. Germains. Some of his own ministers and courtiers were deep in it. 2 messengers had been dispatched from James's queen from St. Germains with letters to the conspiring Jacobites. One of these, of the name of Fuller, was induced by some means to betray the secret. He went boldly to Whitehall and delivered his dispatches to William. Crone, the other, was arrested, and soon after another messenger of the name of Tempest. The disclosures made through this means revealed an extensive ramification of treason that was enough to appall the stoutest heart and coolest brain. The Queen's own relative, Clarendon, was one of the most zealous plotters. Aylesbury and Dartmouth, who had both taken the oaths to the new monarchs, were among the most guilty. And the latter, though an admiral, was prepared, in connection with other officers, to betray the coast defenses and to carry over their ships to the enemy. William Penn was arrested on account of an intercepted letter to James and charged with treason, but he denied any treasonable intentions and said he only corresponded with James as an old friend. Nothing of a criminal nature could be proved against him, and he was soon liberated. Viscount Preston, who had been raised to that dignity by James, but was not admitted by the peers to possess a valid patent of nobility, was another. And what was far more mortifying, the Earl of Shrewsbury, who had so recently resigned the seals as Secretary of State, was discovered to be deeply implicated. It was found that the conspiracy was spread far and wide throughout the country, and that the Jacobites in Worcestershire, Lancashire, Yorkshire, and other northern counties were laying in arms and ammunition, and gentlemen who had received commissions from James were actually mustering and drilling troops on the solitary moorlands. The correspondence was as active between England and Ireland as between England and France. Amid dangers of such magnitude, it may seem strange that William should venture to leave England and burthen his wife with the cares and responsibilities of such a crisis, amid the machinations of so many determined enemies. But his affairs as imperiously demanded his presence in Ireland, and he therefore took the best measures that he could for the assistance and security of the Queen. He appointed a council of 9 of the most efficient and trusty persons he could think of, some Whigs, some Tories. They were Devonshire, Dorset, Monmouth, Edward Russell, Carmarthen, Pembroke, Nottingham, Marlborough, and Lothian. In making this selection, William must have put aside many personal prejudices. Marlborough was appointed as most likely to advise the Queen as to military affairs, though he was the known partisan and adviser of Anne. Russell, who was an admiral and treasurer of the navy, was the person to advise her in naval matters, and Caermarthen was, from his experience, and as having a great regard for the Queen, the man on whom she could most rely for the management of the main business of the state. William solemnly laid upon them the great trust which he reposed in them, and called upon them as men and statesmen, to afford the Queen every assistance which her being left under such trying circumstances demanded for 427 her. He likewise informed Rochester that he was well acquainted with the treasonable practices of his brother Clarendon, and bade him warn him from him to tempt him no further to a painful severity. Having arranged this matter, William set out on the 4th of June for Chester, where he embarked on the 11th and landed at Carrickfergus on the 14th. He proceeded immediately towards Belfast and was met by Skomberg on the way. William was attended by Prince George of Denmark, the Duke of Ormond, the Earls of Oxford, Scarborough, and Manchester, Mr. Boyle, and many other persons of distinction. He appointed the whole of his army to rendezvous at Loughbrickland, and immediately set about organizing his plans and preparing his stores for an active campaign. Before we enter upon that, however, we must take a hasty glance at what Skomberg had done during the autumn, winter, and spring. This was little for so numerous an army, commanded by so experienced a general. Skomberg was, it is true, 80 years of age, and many complained that time had diminished his fire, and that much more ought to have been effected. But William, who may be supposed a most competent judge, cast no blame upon him. On the contrary, he thanked him for having preserved his army at all, his troops having had to contend with the horrors of a deficient and most villainous commissariat, as we have already shown. Skomberg on landing had taken Carrickfergus, Newry, and Dundalk, where he entrenched himself. He had found the country through which he passed a perfect waste. It could afford him no provisions, and, if he were compelled to fall back, no shelter. James, on his landing, had advanced from Dublin to Drogheda, where he was with 20,000 men, besides vast numbers of wild Irish, armed with scythes, pikes, and skeans. But Skomberg found himself in no condition for fighting. His baggage could not reach him for want of wagons, and from the state of the roads. His arms were many of them good for nothing, being the vile rubbish furnished by the contractors under the management of the fraudulent ministry and the infamous Commissary General Shales. His soldiers were suffering from want of proper clothing, shoes, beds, and tents. Worse still, the soldiers were fast perishing with fever. Bad food, bad clothing, bad lodging, and drenching and continual rains without proper shelter were fast doing their work on the English army. Skomberg did his best. He stimulated his soldiers to make roofs to their huts of turf and fern, and to make their beds of heather and fern, raised on dry mounds above the soaking rains. But all was in vain. The soldiers were become spiritless and demoralized. They were either too listless to move or too excited by whiskey, which they managed to get, to follow his recommendations. Scenes like those which appeared in London during the plague now horrified his camp. The soldiers gave way to wild license, drank, swore, sang bacchanalian songs, drank the devil's health, and made seats of the corpses of their dead comrades at their revels, which they declared were the only ones they had to keep them out of the wet. The sickness appeared at the same time in the English fleet, which lay off the coast at Carrickfergus, and swept away almost every man from some of the vessels. By the commencement of November, Skomberg's army could not number more than 5,000 effective men. The Irish in James's army did not suffer so much, and they rejoiced in the pestilence which was thus annihilating their heretic enemies. But the weather at length compelled James to draw off, first to Ardee, and then into winter quarters in different towns. Skomberg, thus set at liberty, quickly followed his example and quartered his troops for the winter in the different towns of Ulster, fixing his headquarters at Lisburn. His army had, however, lost above 6,000 men by disease. In February 1690, the campaign was begun by the Duke of Berwick, James's natural son, who attacked William's advanced post at Belturbet. But he met with such a reception that he nearly lost his life, being severely wounded and having his horse killed under him. In fact, the condition of the two armies had been completely changed during the winter by the different management of the two commanders. Skomberg had been diligently exerting himself to restore the health and to perfect the discipline of his troops. As spring advanced, he received the benefit of William's exertions and stern reforms in England. Good, healthy food, good clothing, bedding, tents, and arms arrived. Fresh troops were from time to time landing, amongst them regiments of German and Scandinavian mercenaries. By the time of William's arrival, the army was in a fine and vigorous condition and amounted to 30,000 men. Not so the army of James. It had grown more and more disorderly. James and his court had returned to Dublin, where they spent the winter 428 in the grossest dissoluteness and neglect of all discipline or law. Gambling, riot, and debauchery scandalized the sober Catholics, who had hoped for a savior in James. Of all the army, the cavalry alone had been maintained by its officers in discipline. The foot soldiers roamed over the country at pleasure, plundering their own compatriots. James's own kitchen and larder were supplied by his foragers from the substance of his subjects, without regard to law or any prospect of payment. It was in vain that remonstrances were made. James paid no attention to them. His bad money was gone. He had used up all the old pots, pans, and cracked cannon, and applied to Louis for fresh remittances, which did not arrive. To complete the ruin of his affairs, he requested the withdrawal of Rosen and Davox, who, heartless as they were, saw the ruinous course things were taking, and remonstrated against it. Lauzun, an incompetent commander, was sent over to take their place, accompanied by about 7,000 French infantry. When Lauzun arrived in Ireland, the desolation of the country, the rude savagery of the people, and the disorders of the court and capital were such as to strike him and his officers with astonishment and horror. He declared in his letters to the French minister, Louvois, that the country was in so frightful a state that no person who had lived in any other could conceive it, that James's chief functionaries pulled each his different way, instead of assisting the king, and that such were the wants, disunions, and dejection, that the king's affairs looked like the primitive chaos. Unfortunately, Lauzun was not the man to reduce chaos to order. He had accompanied Mary, the Queen of James, in her flight from London to Paris, and had thereto won the good graces of Madame Maintenon. And by the influence of these ladies, who imagined him a great general, he obtained this important command. He had to fill the place of both Davox and Rosen, of ambassador and general, without the sagacity and skill which would have fitted him for either. He conceived the greatest contempt and hatred of the Irish, and was not likely to work well with them. Such was the condition in which James was found on the landing of King William. William, we have said, pushed on immediately to Belfast, and thence, without permitting himself to be delayed by the congratulatory multitudes that surrounded him, he hastened forward to his main army at Loughbrickland. The soldiers of his army consisted of a variety of nations, many of whom had won fame under great leaders. There were Dutch who had fought under William and his great generals against those of Louis of France. Germans, Danes, Finlanders, French Huguenots, now purged of their false countrymen. English and Scottish troops who had fought also in Holland, in Tangier at Killiecrankie, and Anglo-Irish who had won such laurels at Londonderry, Enniskillen, and Newton Butler. All were animated by the presence of the king and of his assembled generals of wide renown, and with the confidence of putting down the popish king and his French supporters and Irish adherents, who had robbed and expelled them and their families. The Germans and Dutch burned to meet again the French invaders of their country, the desolators of the Palatinate, and the French Protestants were as much on fire to avenge themselves on their Catholic countrymen, who had been their oppressors. It was not merely English troops acting on ordinary grounds of hostility against Irish ones, but representatives of almost all Protestant Europe collected to avenge the wrongs of Protestants and of their own countries. William was confident in his army, and declared that he was not come to Ireland to let the grass grow under his feet. Skomberg still recommended caution when it was no longer needed, and thus gave a color to the words of those who accused him of having shown too much caution already, which they insinuated was but the result of old age. On the 24th of June, only 10 days after landing, William was in full march southwards. James did not wait for his coming, but abandoned Dundalk and retreated into Drogheda. His generals, indeed, represented to him that caution and delay were his best policy against so powerful a force, and even recommended that he should retreat beyond Dublin and entrench himself at Athlone as a more central and defensible position. But James would not listen to this, and Tyrconnell strengthened him in the resolution. James entering Dublin after the Battle of the Boyne, CP 431. See larger version. The morning of the 1st of July, destined to become a great epoch in Ireland, rose brilliantly, and the opposing armies were in motion by 4 o'clock. William overnight had given the word Westminster as the recognition sign, and ordered his men to wear each a green sprig in his hat, to distinguish them from the enemy, who, out of compliment to France, wore a white cockade, generally of paper. According to William's disposition of battle, Mainhart Skomberg, the son of the old general, supported by Portland and Douglas 430 with the Scottish Guards, was to take the right and secure the bridge of Slane. He himself headed the left wing near Drogheda with a strong force of cavalry, and Skomorg the center, which was opposite Oldbridge, where he was supported by the Blues of Salmiz and the brave Londonderries and Enniskilleners, and on his left the French Huguenots under Calumet, and between them and William the Danes. Mainhart Skomorg found the bridge of Slane already occupied by Sir Neil O'Neill, with a regiment of Irish dragoons, but the English charged them briskly, killed O'Neill, and made themselves masters of the bridge. This was a grand advantage at the outset. It enabled the English to attack the right wing of James, and endangered their seizure of the pass of Duleek, a very narrow defile in the hills, about 4 miles in their rear, by which they would cut off altogether their retreat. Lawson, who had posted the main strength of the Irish infantry at the foot of Oldbridge, and supported them by Sarsfield's horse, was compelled to dispatch the horse towards Slane Bridge, to guard against this danger, thus weakening his center. Nearly at the same moment that this movement took place, William put himself at the head of his cavalry, and with his sword in his left hand, for his right arm was too sore and stiff from a gunshot received on the previous day to hold it. He dashed into the river and led his wing across. At the same moment Skomorg gave the word, and the center was in motion. Salmiz Dutch Blues led the way, and their example was instantly followed by the men of Londonderry and Enniskillen, and at their left the Huguenots. The men waded through the stream, holding aloft their muskets and ammunition. The brunt of the encounter was there, for there the enemy had expected the main attack, and had not only concentrated their forces there, horse and foot, but had defended the bank with a breastwork and batteries. The English had to advance against the deadly fire from these defenses, and from the thronging Irish, who raised the wildest hurrahs, whilst they could return no fire till they were nearly across and sufficiently raised from the water. Then they saw the breastwork and the batteries lined with one mass of foes. They, however, pushed resolutely forward, fired, charged the foe, and in an instant the whole demoralized Irish broke and fled. Never was there so complete and ignominious a rout. These men, on whom so much depended, but who, despite all warnings to James, had been suffered to plunder and riot without restraint or discipline, now dispersed with so dastardly a rapidity that it was more like a dream than a reality. The engagement was now general, from the left where William commanded, almost under the walls of Drogheda, to the bridge of Slane. The English and their allies had forced their way across the river, and were engaged in fierce contest with the Irish horse and the French cavalry and foot. When Skomorg saw the cavalry of Tyrconnell and Hamilton bear down upon his center, and that they had actually driven back Salmiz Blues into the river, he dashed into the river himself to rally and encourage them, probably stung by a generous sense of shame, for he had discouraged the attempt to attack the Irish army in that position. The old man now exhibited an opposite degree of incaution, for without defensive armor he rushed into the melee, disregarding the advice of his officers to put on his cuirass. As he rode through the river, Calumet was borne past him to the north bank mortally wounded, but still crying to his brave Huguenots, "On, on, my lads, to glory, to glory." Skomorg took up the cry of encouragement to the men, appalled by the loss of their general, and said, "Allons, messieurs, voilà vos persecuteurs." But scarcely had he uttered the words when he, too, received a mortal wound and fell. When he was found, he was dead, with a bullet wound through his neck and a couple of sword gashes on his head. For half an hour, the battle raged with a fury such as the oldest soldiers of the Netherlands now declared they had never seen surpassed. Hamilton and Tyrconnell led on their cavalry against Skomorg's forces with a steadiness and bravery that were as much to their credit as their conduct in civil life had been disgraceful. William, on his part, had found a warm reception on the left. The Irish horse withstood him stoutly, and drove back his guards and the Enniskilleners repeatedly. On his first coming up to the Enniskilleners, he was mistaken for one of the enemy, and was near being shot by a trooper. The mistake being rectified, the Enniskilleners followed him with enthusiasm. William threw away all thought of danger, and led them into the thickest of the fight. At one moment a ball carried away the cock of his pistol, at another the heel of his boot, but he still led on. The Enniskilleners fought desperately, and the horse of Ginkell charged brilliantly. King William Roman III, at the Battle of the Boyne. From the painting probably by Jan Wick, in the National Portrait Gallery. See larger version. They were thus fighting their way towards the center, and had advanced as far as Plotton Castle, about a mile and a half from Oldbridge, when the 431 Irish horse made a last furious effort, drove back the Enniskilleners, and killed a number of them. William rallied them, and again led them to the charge, broke the Irish cavalry, and took prisoner Hamilton, who had been heading this gallant charge. When William saw, wounded and a prisoner, the man who had proved so traitorous to him when sent to Ireland, he said, Is this business over, or will your horse make more fight? On my honor, sir, replied Hamilton, I believe they will. Your honor indeed, muttered William, but ordering the wounded man to be properly attended to, he rode forward to join the main body and end the fight. That was now soon over. The center and the right wing had done dreadful execution. They had nearly annihilated whole regiments. One of them had only 30 men left without a wound. They had fought in a manner worthy of a better cause and a better leader, for James had early abandoned the field and left his deluded followers to the mercy of the enemy. No sooner did he see the Irish fly before the enemy at Old Bridge than, from his safe position on the hill of Donor, he gave orders for all the baggage and the artillery, except 6 pieces, already in full employ in the engagement, to be conveyed with all speed on the road to Dublin, so as to effect their passage through the defile of Duleek. And, escorted by Sarsfield's horse, he made all haste after them. If James was one of the worst and most infatuated monarchs that ever reigned in time of peace, in war he was the most dastardly. In England he fled disgracefully on the approach of William, without a blow, and here again he showed the same utter want of spirit and energy. He had taken no care to keep his soldiers disciplined and in proper tone for the coming war, and he deserted them at the first symptoms of reverse. If the English had pushed on briskly from the bridge of Slane, they might still have intercepted him and brought him prisoner to William. But, the conflict over, they relaxed their efforts, and William gave orders to spare the flying troops as much as possible. When Lauzun and Tyrconnell approached the pass of Duleek with their retreating cavalry, they found it choked with a confused mass of wagons, artillery, and terrified fugitives. They therefore faced about, and repelled the pursuers till the rout had got through. The cavalry of William still followed the flying throng as far as the Neil, a second pass, until it grew dark when they returned to the main army. James continued his panic flight, however, never stopping till he reached Dublin. The city had all day been in a state of intense excitement. First had come the news that William was wounded, then that he was dead. Amid the rejoicing of the Jacobites came the horrid news of the defeat, followed about sunset by James himself, attended by about 200 cavalry, haggard, wayworn, and covered with dust. All that night kept pouring in the defeated troops, and early in the morning James, not deeming himself safe, took leave of the mayor, aldermen, and officers of his army, upbraiding the Irish with their cowardice in having deserted him almost without a blow, and vowing that he would never trust to an Irish army again. The Irish returned the compliment and declared that, if the English would exchange kings, they were ready to fight again, and to conquer too. If any man had ever caused his own misfortune and defeat, it was James, but he never took the means to avoid discomfiture, and he never saw, or at least never seemed to see, that the blame lay with himself. Without therefore making another effort, though he had a large army still on foot, and all the south of Ireland to employ it in, he continued his flight towards Waterford, in terror all the way lest he should be overtaken by William's cavalry. And reaching Waterford on the 3rd day, he got away by water without loss of time to Cassell, whence he sailed for France, quitting Ireland at the spot where he had entered it. It might have been expected that Tyrconnell and Lauzun would yet rally their forces at Dublin and make a resolute stand there. But the decisive defeat of the Boyne, the untrustworthiness of the Irish infantry, the loss on the field amounting to upwards of 1,500, and those chiefly cavalry, the desertion of vast numbers of infantry on the road southward, and the precipitate flight of James discouraged them. Towards evening of the same day that James left, Tyrconnell and Lauzun mustered their forces and marched out of the city, determining to make their stand on the Shannon, within the strong defences of Athlone and Limerick. No sooner had they evacuated the city than the Protestants issued from their retreats, liberated all the prisoners, and sent off messengers to invite William to enter his new capital in triumph. This he did on the 6th of July, and then made for Waterford. William's object in reaching Waterford was to take ship for England, not, like James, to abandon his army out of mere cowardice, but in order 432 to protect England too. He had received news that the French, under Tourville, were hovering on the southern coast of England, that they had again defeated the British fleet under the wretched Torrington, and were meditating invasion of the country. He hastened on. The Irish troops at his approach abandoned Clonmel and Kilkenny. Waterford was similarly evacuated, and William, nominating Count Solmes commander-in-chief during his absence, was about to embark when he received further intelligence. Tourville had made a partial descent at Teignmouth in Devonshire, sacked it, and then drawn off in consequence of the menacing attitude of the inhabitants of the western counties. He therefore hastened to rejoin his army, which was on the way towards Limerick, where Douglas had found such resistance that he had been compelled to raise the siege. On the 9th of August he sat down before that town, and found the Irish determined to make a resolute defense of it. The Irish, ashamed of their conduct at the Battle of the Boyne, and seeing their Saxon masters once more rapidly recovering their ascendancy in the island, one and all, men and officers, determined on here making a stand to the death. They did not owe their spirit to their French allies, for Lauzun and his officers ridiculed the idea of defending the place, which they regarded as most miserably fortified. Tyrconnell joined them in that opinion, but Sarsfield encouraged his countrymen and exhorted them to cast up breastworks of earth, which, in our times, as at Sebastopol, have convinced military men that they are far more impervious to cannon than stone or brick walls. He could not convince the French, who had lost all faith in Irish prowess, and who pined to return to France from the miseries and privations of Ireland, nor Tyrconnell, who was old and completely dispirited by the action of the Boyne. He and the French drew off with the French forces into Galway, and Boiselot, a Frenchman who did sympathize with the Irish and Sarsfield, were left to defend the place. They had yet 20,000 men who were animated by a new spirit and were destined to make the defense of Limerick as famous as that of Londonderry. Limerick stood partly on an island in the Shannon, and to take that part it was necessary to have boats, for only a single bridge connected the two parts of the town, or the two towns, as they were called, the English and the Irish. William had a quantity of tin boats on the way for this service, and his cannon and ammunition were also following him. Sarsfield seized immediately on this circumstance when it came to his knowledge. He got out of the city in the night, surprised the escort of the guns, and destroyed the guns, blew up the powder, and made good his return to the town. This exploit raised Sarsfield wonderfully in the opinion of his countrymen, and at the same time raised their own spirits. William sent for fresh guns from Waterford, and pressed on the siege. But the autumnal rains began to deluge the low, marshy banks of the Shannon, and to sweep away his men with fever. The Irish, on the other hand, had received a fresh stimulus to exertion in the arrival of Baldearg O'Donnell, the chief of one of the most famous old races of Ulster, who had been in the service of Spain, and had returned to assist his countrymen in this last effort to throw off the yoke of the Saxon. The high veneration for the name of the O'Donnell and the character of the man placed him at the head of a large class of the Irish in Limerick. There was a prophecy that an O'Donnell was to conquer the English, and the enthusiastic Celts believed that this was the time. And in truth, the prediction appeared beginning to verify itself, for, after a desperate attempt to take the town by storm on the 27th of August, William resolved to raise the siege and place his troops in healthy quarters for the winter. During this attempt, William had another narrow escape from a cannonball. His men, too, after breaching the walls in several places and carrying the counterscarp or covered way, suffered great loss. On the 30th the siege was raised, and William hastened to Waterford, and thence to England. He left the government of the island in the care of 3 Lords Justices, namely, Viscount Sidney, Lord Coningsby, and Sir Charles Porter. About the same time, Tyrconnell and Lauzun quitted Ireland for France, leaving the affairs of James in a council of civilians, and the army under a commission, at the head of which stood the Duke of Berwick as commander-in-chief. And in the very lowest place, the brave Sarsfield, of whom the aged Tyrconnell entertained a jealousy worthy of himself and of his master. Reproduced by Andre and Slay, L.D., Bushy Hertz. A Lost Cause, The Flight of James Roman II, after the Battle of the Boyne, 1690. By Andrew Seagow, R.A. from the painting in the National Gallery of British Art. See larger version. The French retreating from Torbay, CP 434. See larger version. We must now take notice of what had been passing in England and Scotland during William's campaign in Ireland. Immediately after his departure, the traitor Crone was brought to the bar, and, after a full and fair trial, convicted and condemned to death. Pardon, however, was offered him on condition of his revealing what he knew 433 of the Jacobite machinations. After a violent struggle with himself, and after 2 respites, he complied, and gave important information to the Privy Council. The evidences of an active conspiracy of the Jacobites were too prominent to be overlooked. Tourville, the French admiral, was hovering on the coasts of Devon and Dorsetshire, and the Jacobites, as expecting a descent of a French force, were all in a state of the greatest excitement. It was deemed necessary to arrest a number of the most dangerous conspirators, amongst whom was Clarendon, the Queen's uncle, and he and the rest were committed to the Tower. Torrington was ordered to join the fleet in the Downs and chase the French admiral from the coast. At St. Helens he was joined by a powerful Dutch squadron, under the command of Admiral Evertson, and they lay off Ventnor, whilst Tourville with his fleet lay off the Needles. An engagement was expected every hour, when Torrington was seen to draw off from the coast of the Isle of Wight and retreat before the French admiral towards the Strait of Dover. The alarm in London became excessive. The scheme of the Jacobites, as it was revealed to the council, was to enter the Thames. The Jacobites in London had agreed to rise and seize the Queen and proclaim James. James himself had engaged to leave Ireland to Lauzun and Tyrconnell and throw himself once more amongst his adherents in England. Another squadron of the French was to land at Torbay, and the country once in their possession, the united French fleet was to cut off the return of William from Ireland. With a knowledge of these plans and the doubtful conduct of Torrington, the Privy Council was in a state of great agitation. Caermarthen was for the most decisive measures, in which he was energetically supported by Monmouth. They proposed that Russell, who was not only a first-rate officer, but a determined one, should be sent over to the fleet, and Monmouth, at his own request, as a military officer, was sent with him. A dispatch, however, was sent before them, ordering Torrington to come to an engagement at all hazards, and this compelled him to act before Russell and Monmouth could get on board. On the 30th of June, the day before the Battle of the Boyne, he felt himself 434 compelled to come to an engagement with Tourville off Beachy Head. Tourville had 82 men of war. The united fleet of England and Holland did not exceed 60, but a Blake or Russell would have thought little of the difference. Torrington, as had been too plainly evident in the affair of Bantry Bay, was a man of very different stuff. When compelled to fight, he determined that the Dutch should bear the brunt of it. He therefore placed the Dutch vessels in the van and gave the signal to engage. The Dutch fought with their usual bravery, and for many hours sustained almost the whole fury of the battle, little supported by the English. Torrington showed no inclination to engage, but appeared rather disposed to see the Dutch, whom he hated, annihilated. A few of the English captains did their duty gallantly, but so far as Torrington was concerned, had it not been for the Dutch, the French might have ascended the Thames, as Van Tromp formerly did, and insulted the whole seaboard of the country at their pleasure. When the Dutch had lost 2 admirals and many other officers, they drew off, their ships being in a terribly shattered condition. One of their dismantled ships fell into the hands of the French, the others Torrington ordered to be either burnt or towed away. And, ignominiously retiring into the Thames, he pulled up the buoys to prevent the French from following. Tourville, however, had suffered so much from the Dutch that he drew off towards his own coast and left the Londoners to suffer all the alarms without the danger of invasion. London, indeed, was in the same state of terror as in the time of the Dutch invasion of the Thames. The wildest rumors were every hour arriving. The confidence in Torrington was gone, and he was generally denounced as being a traitor to the government. Either he was a most incompetent commander, or his heart was not in the cause, and the latter was no doubt the fact. For, though his treason was not patent at this time, it afterwards became certain enough that he maintained a close correspondence with the courts of both St. Germain's and Versailles. But whether traitor or imbecile, London was in no degree confident of his being able to repel the French. It was believed by numbers that the dockyards at Chatham would be destroyed, the ships in the Thames under protection of the Tower be set fire to, and the Tower itself be cannonaded. To add to the gloom and affright, the news of the defeat of Count Waldeck at Fleurus, in the Netherlands, by Luxembourg, Louis's general, just then arrived. Paris was ablaze with fireworks and rejoicings. London was all gloom and panic. And truly, there were menacing circumstances. Tourville was bearding the English on their own coasts. Torrington dared not or would not go to encounter him, and Marshal Humieres lay with a strong force on the opposite shores, not far from Dunkirk, in readiness, it was believed, to go on board Tourville's fleet and make a descent on England, where the Jacobites were prepared to join the invaders. But on the 4th day after the Battle of Beachy Head arrived the news of William's splendid victory on the Boyne, and the spirit of the nation rose at once. It was felt that the ascendancy of James was over, and the news of his ignominious flight, which soon followed, completely extinguished the hopes of his partisans, and gave stability to the throne of William and Mary. And this was soon strikingly demonstrated. Tourville triumphantly ranged along the English coasts, after his victory at Beachy Head, without opposition, and he now imagined that nothing was necessary to the restoration of James but a descent on England with a tolerable force, which was certain to be welcomed by the expectant Jacobites. Accordingly, Tourville took on board a considerable body of soldiers and made for the coast of Devon. His fleet numbered 111 sail, but of these, a large number were mere Mediterranean galleys, rowed by slaves, and sent as transports to carry over the troops. On the 22nd of July he landed at Torbay, where William himself had landed. But instead of finding the gentry or the people ready to join him in support of King James, the whole West rose as one man at the glare of the beacon signals which blazed on the hilltops. Messengers were spurring from place to place all night to carry the exact intelligence to the authorities, and the next morning all Devonshire appeared to be marching for Torbay. Tourville speedily beheld numbers of armed horsemen, the gentry and yeomanry of the neighborhood, assembled on the hills, and everything warned him to embark again as quickly as possible. But he would not retire without leaving some trace of his visit. He dispatched a number of his galleys to Teignmouth, where the French landed, set fire to the town, burned down 100 houses, destroyed the fishing boats in the harbor, killed or drove away all the livestock they could find, and demolished the interior of the churches, the pulpits, the communion tables, and the Bibles and prayer books, which they tore up and trampled underfoot in their hatred of Protestantism. This specimen of what England was to expect if she received back James at the point of French bayonets produced the most salutary effects on the whole nation. Mary showed herself equal to the emergency in the absence of her husband. She applied to the Lord Mayor to know what state of defense the city was in, and received the most prompt and satisfactory answer. His lordship assured her that the city would stand by her to a man, that it had 10,000 men, well armed and disciplined, prepared to march, if necessary, at an hour's notice, that it would raise 6 regiments of foot and 2 regiments of horse at its own cost, and pay besides into the royal treasury 100,000 pounds. The country everywhere displayed the same loyalty. The yeoman cavalry of the different counties assembled in arms, those of Suffolk, Essex, Hertford, and Buckingham, marched to Hounslow Heath, where Mary received them amid acclamations of loyalty. She received the cavalry troops of Kent and Surrey on Blackheath. The militia was called out. Noblemen hurried to their counties to take command of the forces there, and others, amongst whom was the lately recreant Shrewsbury, flocked to Whitehall to offer their lives and fortunes for the defense of the throne. The miners of Cornwall appeared, 10,000 in number, armed as best they might be, ready to expel the invaders. Those of the Jacobites who stubbornly retained their faith in James, who still designated him as the stone which the builders had foolishly rejected, and who by their secret press urged the people to the assassination of William, and to vengeance on his Protestant supporters, slunk into hiding places and remained prudently quiet. Even the non-juring clergy and bishops excited the indignation of the masses as men who encouraged by their conduct the hopes of the papists. And the Bishop of Norwich was attacked in his palace, and was only rescued by the prompt measures of the authorities. The non-jurors were suspected of leaning not only to James but to popery. And a new liturgy, which had been printed and industriously circulated, praying, in no ambiguous words, for the restoration of James by a foreign invasion, and for the murder of William, was widely believed to proceed from them, although they strenuously denied it. Such was the position of things in England when William returned from Ireland. In Scotland, great changes had taken place. The remains of the Jacobite force in the Highlands had been effectually put down. In the spring of 1690, James had sent over an officer with the commission of General-in-Chief of the Jacobite forces in Scotland. General Buchan, therefore, took precedence of the drunken and incompetent canon. But all the troops that he could muster were not more than 1,400, and these were surprised and crushed by William's general, Sir Thomas Livingstone, who occupied Inverness. General Mackay completed the subjugation of the Highlands by building a fort at Inverlochy, called, after the king, Fort William, which effectually held the Camerons and Macdonalds in check. The last chance of James was over in that quarter. At Edinburgh, the battle with the disaffected politicians came very soon to a similar end. The most prominent of them, Montgomery, Ross, and Annandale, offered to yield their opposition if William would admit them to favor and office. But William disdained to purchase their adhesion, and they then, in resentment, flung themselves into the arms of James. The treaty was carried on through the medium of James's agent in London, one Neville Payne, and Mary, James's queen, sent over dispatches, creating Montgomery for his treason Earl of Ayr and Secretary of State, with a pension of 10,000 pounds to relieve his immediate necessities, for he was miserably poor and harassed by creditors. Ross was to be made an earl, and have the command of the guards, and Annandale was to be a marquis, Lord High Commissioner, and Governor of Edinburgh Castle. But this measure, which the court of St. Germain's fondly fancied was going to give them the ascendancy in the Scottish Parliament, produced an exactly contrary effect. The old Tory Jacobites were so much incensed at this favor shown to these renegade Whigs, whilst they themselves were passed over, that the whole plot went to pieces in an explosion of jealousy. And on the meeting of the nobles, the new proselytes of Jacobinism, who were to have turned the scale in favor of the Stuart dynasty, were found to be utterly helpless and abandoned. This turbulent and factious party being thus broken up, and some of them going over to the new government voluntarily as the means of safety, and others being brought over by timely offers of place or money, the settlement of the affairs of Scotland became tolerably easy. The Presbyterian religion was declared the established religion of Scotland. Contrary to the will of William, a toleration act for that kingdom had 436 been rejected. The Confession of Faith of the Westminster Assembly was adopted. The remaining Presbyterian ministers who had been rejected at the Restoration, now reduced from 350 to 60, were restored, and the Episcopalian ministers were forcibly ejected in turn, and Presbyterians installed. The old synodal polity was restored, and the 60 old restored ministers, and such as they should appoint, were ordered to visit all the different parishes, and see that none but godly ministers, sound in the Presbyterian faith, were occupying the manses and the pulpits. This, however, did not satisfy a section of the old Cameronian school. They complained that the Parliament had betrayed the solemn league and covenant, and had sworn, and had caused others to swear, to a non-covenanting monarch, and they refused to bow the knee to this Baal. Thus a non-juring party sprang up also in Scotland. In William's opinion, however, too much had been done in the way of conformity, and on his return from Ireland, he selected as Lord High Commissioner to Scotland Lord Carmichael, a nobleman of liberal mind, and accompanied this appointment by a letter to the General Assembly, declaring that he would never consent to any violent or persecuting measures, and that he expected the same from them. We never, he nobly observed, could be of the mind that violence was suited to the advancing of true religion, nor do we intend that our authority shall ever be a tool to the irregular passions of any party. Moderation is what religion enjoins, what neighboring churches expect from you, and what we recommend to you. And the determination of the monarch put a strong and beneficial restraint on the spirit of the religious zealots of the north. Edinburgh Castle in 1725, from a print of the period. See larger version. William had returned from Ireland with a great accession of power and éclat. He had shown that the imbecile and bigoted James could not stand for a moment before him. He had reduced Ireland to such general subjection that the remaining insurgents in the south could not long hold out. To hasten this result, and to cut off the access of fresh reinforcements from France, he now sent out an expedition, which had been some time preparing under Marlborough, to reduce Cork and Kinsale and garrison them for himself. That strange but able man, Marlborough, though he was at this very moment in full correspondence with the court of St. Germain's so as to meet all chances, and even the now remote one of James ever regaining the throne, though he was disliked and suspected by William and Mary, yet himself proposed this expedition, anxious to grasp some of the glory of reconquering Ireland, and 437 perhaps not inattentive to the equally attractive prospect of winning booty. Marlborough was already lying at Portsmouth with his squadron when William reached London, and sailing thence on the 18th, he landed at Cork on the 21st of September, with 5,000 men. The Duke of Württemberg there joined him with his 4,000 Danes, together making a strong force, but which was in danger of becoming paralyzed by the German Duke, insisting on taking the chief command on account of his superior rank. Marlborough was not a man willingly to resign any position likely to do him honor, but he consented to share the command, taking it on alternate days. With him he had also the Duke of Grafton, one of Charles Roman II's illegitimate sons, who had fallen under suspicion of leaning to his uncle James, but to prove his loyalty to William, came out as a volunteer. Cork was vigorously attacked, and in 48 hours it capitulated. The garrison, between 4,000 and 5,000 men, surrendered as prisoners, and Marlborough promised to use his endeavors to obtain the favor of William for both them and the citizens. He forbade his troops to plunder, but was obliged to use force to repel the hordes of wild people who rushed in and began ransacking the Catholics. The Duke of Grafton fell in the attack. Without losing a day, Marlborough sent forward his cavalry to Kinsale to demand its surrender, and followed with his infantry. The Irish set fire to the town and retired into two forts, the Old Fort and the New Fort. The English, however, managed to put out the fire, and Marlborough arriving, invested the forts and took the Old Fort by storm, killing nearly 500 men who refused to surrender. The garrison of the New Fort, after seeing Marlborough prepared to storm that too, yielded on condition that they might go to Limerick. They were 1,200 strong. In this fort was found abundance of provisions, 1,000 barrels of wheat, and 80 pipes of claret. Having executed this mission, and secured the two forts for the king, Marlborough re-embarked and reached London again in little more than a month from the day that he sailed from Portsmouth. William, astonished at the rapidity of the success, declared that there was no officer living who had seen so little service, who was so qualified for a general as Marlborough. The English people went still further, and declared their countrymen had achieved more in a single month than the king's Dutch favorites in 2 campaigns. On the 2nd of October, William opened the new session of Parliament. He was received with the warmest demonstrations of attachment. He had shown himself strong, and James had shown himself weak. The country had been alarmed by the menace of invasion, and all parties were disposed to rally round the monarch who gave them every promise of security and preeminence. In his speech, he paid the highest tribute to the bravery of the army, and declared that, had his affairs allowed him to have begun the campaign earlier, he should have been able to clear the whole country of the enemy. In order to do that in the ensuing campaign, and to put a check on the 2 conspicuous designs of the French, it would be essential to grant liberal supplies. He reminded them of the dishonor which had befallen the English flag, and of the necessity of promptness in Parliament to enable him to wipe away the stain, and to secure the reputation of England by crushing the efforts of the King of France. His speech was received with loud acclamations. Thanks were voted for his achievements in Ireland, and to the Queen for her able administration during his absence, and the Commons proceeded to vote supplies on a scale which had yet had no example. The army was fixed at 69,000 men, of whom 12,000 were to consist of cavalry. The navy was to consist of 28,000 men, and the cost of the whole, including ordnance, was estimated at £4,000,000. In return for this unprecedented force and unprecedented allowance for it, the Commons demanded that they should appoint a commission of 9 to examine and bring forward the accounts. The commissioners to be all members of their own house. The proposition was acceded to without opposition by both the peers and the king, and a bill, including the appointment of the commissioners, was prepared and passed. On the 15th of November, a bill received the royal assent for doubling the excise on beer, ale, and other liquors, and on the 20th of December another bill passed for granting certain duties upon East India goods, wrought silks, and other merchandise, and a second bill for increasing the duties on wine, vinegar, and tobacco. In considering ways and means, the Commons proposed, as they had laid so many burdens on themselves, that the persons of all those who had been engaged in the rebellion in Ireland should be attainted, and their estates confiscated, and the proceeds be applied to the discharge of the expenses of the war. And they brought in and passed 438 a bill for that purpose. But the Lords did not appear inclined to sanction so wholesale a confiscation of the estates of all the Catholics of Ireland, as this would have amounted to. Nor could it be very acceptable to the king, though they proposed to place a considerable portion of the forfeitures at his disposal. The Lords allowed the bill to lie on their table, notwithstanding several urgent reminders from the Commons, and so, at last, it dropped. This must have been what William particularly desired, for it was contrary to his natural clemency to let loose the fiends of party fury after the sufficiently deadly evils of war, and it was contrary to his promises to many who had submitted on assurances of impunity. And having got the chief supplies which he wanted, he sought to shorten the session as much as possible, by telling Parliament that, by a certain day, it was necessary for him to leave for Holland on important affairs. Yet, after the liberal votes of the Commons, still keeping in memory the disgrace of the navy, he added that, if some annual provision could be made for augmenting the navy and building some new men of war, it would be a very necessary care for that time, both for the honor and safety of the nation. The Commons thought so much the same that they voted an additional £500,000 expressly for building new ships of war. The last proceeding which marked this session was the discovery of a fresh Jacobite plot. The Tory minister Caermarthen had long been the object of the particular enmity of the Whigs, and they were doing everything possible to undermine his influence. At last, their efforts appeared to be growing perceptible. The king had introduced into the ministry, one after another, men to whom Caermarthen had a particular aversion, or who were particularly hostile to his power. Godolphin was made First Lord of the Treasury. Marlborough was rising fast in the military department, and Sidney was sent for by William from Ireland, without consulting Caermarthen, and appointed Secretary of State. His enemies were eagerly watching for the favorable moment to come down on the declining minister and complete his ruin, when he suddenly, at the very close of the year and the session, laid before William all the particulars of a desperate plot of the Jacobites, which showed plainly enough that a minister of such vigilance was not to be lightly dispensed with. Fortune, however, rather than his own sagacity, had favored the prime minister. The anticipated absence of William from England in the spring appeared to offer a favorable conjuncture for James making another attempt for the recovery of the throne. The Jacobites, therefore, had met and concluded to send 3 of their number to St. Germain's to consult with the court there on the best means of effecting this object. It was proposed that James should make great protestations of his determination to allow of and secure the political and religious rights of all his subjects, and that he should come attended only by so moderate a force that it should not look like a French invasion. The opinions of the leading Jacobites were to be conveyed by these messengers in a packet of letters to be carefully concealed, and amongst the writers of these letters were the Earl of Dartmouth, Viscount Preston, so called, and the Earl of Clarendon. This weak man, whom William had warned through Rochester of his knowledge of his practices, and who had declared that he would never again meddle with treason, was again as busy as ever. A vessel was engaged, called the James and Elizabeth, to carry over the 3 agents, namely, Preston, Ashton, and Elliot, who were to come on board on the last night of the year. The skipper of the James and Elizabeth, though offered extraordinary pay for the trip, suspecting what was the nature of his passengers, gave notice of the fact to Caermarthen, who sent and boarded the vessel at midnight, when the traders were secured along with their papers, which were conveyed to the Secretary of State's office at Whitehall, where Caermarthen and Nottingham passed the night in examining the contents of the fatal packet, and the next morning laid them before the king. This great discovery, which fell like a thunderbolt on the Jacobites, was scarcely less disconcerting to the Whigs. It was hopeless after this to attempt anything against so alert and trusty a minister. William, relieved from all apprehensions of danger by this timely discovery, left the 3 traitors in the custody of his government, and the leaders yet at large under their eye, and hastened to get over to Holland. On the 5th of January, he prorogued Parliament till the 31st of March, and in his farewell speech, he said that he thought it proper to assure them that he should make no grants of the forfeited lands in England or Ireland, that those matters could be settled in Parliament in such a manner as should be thought most expedient. Unfortunately, this was a promise which William failed to keep, and 439 which brought upon him no lack of trouble in the future. On the 6th, whilst his English subjects were indulging in all the festivities of the season, William set out, attended by a splendid train of courtiers, for The Hague, where a great congress was appointed to consider the best means of resisting the aggressions of Louis of France. He was received by his subjects, after a dangerous voyage, with shouts of joy. William's spirit and sound sense seemed to reanimate the drooping energies of the Allies. The quota of troops to be furnished by every prince was determined. It was agreed to bring 220,000 men into the field in spring, and never to rest till they had not only driven Louis from the territories of his neighbors, but had compelled him to give toleration to his Protestant subjects. These matters arranged, William made use of the influence which the new alliance with the Duke of Savoy gave him, to procure a cessation of the persecutions of the Duke's Protestant subjects, the Waldenses. To him these simple mountain shepherds, Christians of a church remaining independent of Rome from the earliest times, owed it that they could once more live in peace, that numbers of them were released from dungeons, and their children, who had been torn from them to be educated in popery, were restored. All being thus favorably settled, the princes dispersed to their several states, and William retired to obtain a short period of relaxation at Loo, but he was speedily roused from his repose. The proceedings of the Congress had been closely and anxiously watched by Louis of France. He saw that its deliberations were certain to produce a profound impression on Europe, and he resolved to neutralize this by one of his sudden and telling blows. At once, all his available means and forces were put in motion. 100,000 soldiers were in rapid march on Mons, one of the most important fortresses of the Spanish Netherlands. Louis did not even trust the operations of this assault to his famous general, Luxembourg, and the greatest military genius of the age, Vauban, but he hurried to the scene of action himself, early as the season was, in March. 5 days after the siege commenced, Louis was there, accompanied by the Dauphin, the Dukes of Orleans, and of Chartres. He pushed on the attack with vigor to have it over before any assistance could arrive. Though suffering from the gout, he went about amongst the soldiers, encouraging them by the blandest and most familiar addresses, helped personally to bind up their wounds in the hospitals, and partook of the broth prepared for them. With his quick perception of the dangers from his adversaries, he had noticed the diversion which it was intended that the Duke of Savoy should make, by taking the field on that side, and he had suddenly thrown an army into Savoy, captured Nice, and provided the Duke with enough to do to hold his own. By this means, he had been able to bring from the Maritime Alps a large body of troops to this siege. William was sensible of the disastrous effect which the fall of Mons would have on the spirits of his allies, and on the courts of Sweden and Denmark, which had been brought to the point of joining the Confederation. He therefore rushed from his place of temporary retirement, mustered the forces of the States General, sent dispatches after the German princes, urging them to bring up all the troops they could collect to the rescue of Mons, and to the generals of the Spanish troops in Flanders. By forced marches, he advanced towards the devoted city. But all the vices of confederations were now glaringly apparent in contrast to the single and prompt action of a despot. The German princes, naturally slow, were already far off. The Spanish generals were utterly unprepared for such an emergency, and William found it almost impossible to procure even horses to drag his artillery and stores. He sent on, however, hasty messengers to apprise the people of Mons of his approach, but the vigilance of the French prevented them from reaching the city. An immense quantity of artillery was thundering against the walls of Mons. Breaches were made in them. A redoubt was carried, sword in hand. Shells fell in showers on the roofs and streets of the town, which was burning in 10 places. The inhabitants, appalled by the terrible destruction awaiting them, threatened to murder the garrison if they did not surrender. And the garrison, ignorant of the relief which William was bringing, surrendered on the 20th of April. William, deeply chagrined, returned to The Hague, and thence hastened back to London, whilst Louis, in proud triumph, returned to Versailles to receive the congratulations of his courtiers on his splendid coup de main. On William's return to London, he found his government had tried the traitors, Preston, Ashton, and Eliot. Preston and Ashton were found guilty and sentenced to death. Eliot was not brought to trial. By some it has been asserted that the evidence of his being admitted into the real interior of the plot was not clear, by others that 440 he purchased his escape by disclosures. Ashton was hanged on the 18th of January, the very day on which William had embarked at Gravesend for Holland. Preston, after much vacillation between the desire to accept a proffered pardon and repugnance to the conditions attached to it, that of making a full disclosure of his accomplices, at length chose life and dishonor, and made charges against Clarendon, Dartmouth, Turner Bishop, of Ely, and William Penn. Clarendon was sent for a time to the Tower. Dartmouth, who was accused, as an admiral, of the heinous crime of intending to betray Portsmouth to the French, indignantly repelled the accusation, and died in the Tower without having been brought to trial. Turner escaped to France. Penn was accused of writing to James to assure him that, with 30,000 men, he might command England. But this message to James rested on the evidence of the lying and infamous Melfort, who was totally unworthy of all belief. And Penn, so far from shrinking from the charge, went straight to Sidney, the Secretary of State, and denied the whole allegation. That he had a friendly feeling for and commiseration of James, he did not deny, but he declared himself a faithful subject of William and Mary, and, so far from being willing to aid any design against them, if he became aware of any such he would at once disclose it. Instead of clapping Penn in the Tower, which the government would have done, had they any such letters inviting James to come over with 30,000 men, he was suffered to depart in full freedom. He afterwards made a religious journey on the continent as a minister of the Society of Friends, and then he returned to England, but without any attempt on the part of government to molest him. But there were deeper and more real traitors than any of these around William, namely, Admiral Russell, Sidney Godolphin, and Marlborough. These men, encouraged by the fall of Mons and the triumphant aspect of Louis's affairs, renewed with fresh activity their intrigues with the court of James. It was in vain that William heaped riches, honors, and places of confidence upon them. They were ready to receive any amount of favors, but still kept an eye open to the possible return of James, and made themselves secure of pardon from him, and kept him duly informed of all the intended movements of William both at home and on the continent. Russell was made High Admiral in place of Torrington. He was Treasurer of the Navy, enjoyed a pension of £3,000 a year, and a grant from the Crown of property of great and increasing value near Charing Cross. But, with an insatiable greediness, he still complained of unrequited services, and, having a shoal of poor and hungry relatives badgering him for places and pensions, he complained that their incessant demands could not be gratified, and he cherished the hope that he could sell his treason at a favorable crisis to King James at no mean price. Godolphin was First Commissioner of the Treasury, sat in the Privy Council, and enjoyed the confidence of the sovereign, his former conduct in being one of the most pliant tools of James, ready to vote for his act of indulgence being overlooked. Yet he was sworn, through the agency of a Mr. Bulkeley, to serve the interests of James. Hand in hand with him went Marlborough, who, though he was now fast overcoming the long-retained prejudices of William, and had been honored by his commission in the expedition to Ireland, and by his warm approbation on his return, and had the prospect of a brilliant command of the army in Flanders, where he could indulge his highest ambition. Was yet a most thorough traitor, making a hypocritical pretense of great sorrow to James for his desertion of him, and, through Colonels Sackville and Lloyd, the non-juring Bishop of Norwich, offering, on a good opportunity, to carry over the whole army to James. Amid these lurking treasons, the exultation of the Jacobites over the fall of Mons was open and insolent. They came by swarms out of their hiding places and thronged the park and the neighborhood of the palace, even insulting the Queen in her drives before William's return. William's indignation on hearing these facts roused him to put the laws in force against the non-juring bishops. The most extraordinary lenity had been shown them. They had been suffered to reside in their sees and occupy their palaces. They had been offered to be excused taking the oaths on condition that they would live quietly and discharge their ecclesiastical functions of ordaining ministers, confirming their young flocks, and other such duties, but without avail. Now that Turner was discovered in treasonable correspondence with St. Germain's, and the rest refused to disavow what he had attributed to them in his letters, it was resolved to eject them. Sancroft was ejected from Lambeth, and Tillotson was nominated Archbishop of Canterbury in his place. Ken was 441 removed from Bath and Wells, and Kidder instituted in his stead. In place of Turner succeeded Dr. Patrick. Fowler was appointed to Gloucester, and Cumberland to Peterborough. Soon after Lamplugh, Archbishop of York, died and Dr. Sharp took his place. Sancroft continued to maintain all his old pugnacity, and nominated other bishops in opposition to William's government as sees fell vacant. But perhaps the most savage outcry was raised on the appointment of Dr. Sherlock to the deanery of St. Paul's, vacated by the election of Tillotson to Canterbury. Tillotson himself was furiously assailed by the Jacobites as a thief and a false shepherd, who had stolen into the fold of the rightful pastor. Sherlock had been a zealous non-juror himself, but had been seriously convinced of the scriptural ordinance to submit to any government, whatever its origin, which was firmly established. He was, therefore, violently and scurrilously assailed as a perjured apostate. Amongst the ejected non-juring clergy, Henry Dodwell was so insolent that William remarked, "That Dodwell wants me to put him in prison, but I will disappoint him." The magnanimous forbearance of William, and the audacious impertinence of the non-jurors in consequence, form a wonderful contrast. The Duke of Marlborough, after the portrait by Sir Godfrey Kneller. See larger version. Scarcely had William time to settle these affairs and arrange the plan of campaign in Ireland when he was compelled to return to Holland. Unaware as yet of the more recent treason of Marlborough, he took him with him. He had conceived the highest opinion of his military talents, and he was confirmed in this opinion, on his arrival at The Hague, by the Prince of Vaudemont, a distinguished commander in the Dutch 442 service. He praised highly the generals Talmash and Mackay. As to Marlborough, he declared that he had every quality of a general, that his very look showed it, and that he was certainly destined to do something great. William replied that he was of the same conviction. William found himself at the head of 70,000 men of various nations. The different contingents of the Allies, and the beginning of the campaign, was very promising. He sent Marlborough on to Flanders to collect the forces there, and form a camp to cover Brussels against the advance of Luxembourg and the French. His convenient position no doubt suggested to James the idea of his immediate execution of his promised treason. James, therefore, sent him word that he expected his fulfillment of his engagement, but to this startling demand Marlborough replied that the time was not come. It was necessary to have first obtained a complete ascendancy over the troops, or, instead of following him, they would abandon him, and the only consequence would be making things worse. William's immediate arrival put an end to the temptation, and he marched against Luxembourg, who retired before him. He next sent a detachment against Marshal Boufflers, who was besieging Liege, and, having succeeded in this, he crossed the Sambre, to endeavor to bring Luxembourg to an engagement. But this crafty general, who had an inferior though well-appointed army, took care to avoid a general action, calculating that William's army, made up of so many nonentities, would, if let alone, ere long go to pieces. Thus the summer was spent in marches and countermarches without any result, except of wearying out the patience of William, who in September surrendered the command to the Prince of Waldeck, and retired to his favorite hunting seat at Loo, and soon after returned to England. The summer campaign was carried on by the Allies in other quarters with more or less success. In Spain, the French made some barbarous inroads, but were vigorously repelled. They were more successful in their combat with the Duke of Savoy. Marshal Catinat took several of their towns, besieged Coney, and advanced within 3 leagues of Turin, the Duke's capital. Just, however, as they were hoping for a signal triumph, They were arrested by the appearance of a new hero, destined, in cooperation with Marlborough, to shake to the foundations the power of Louis Roman XIV. This was Eugene, Prince of Savoy. Eugene, being joined by young Skomberg with a few troops and some money from William, at the suggestion of Skomberg, made a sudden march across the mountains, raised the siege of Coney, and then, issuing on the plains, drove back Catinat and regained Carmagnola. On the Rhine, where the Elector of Saxony commanded, nothing of moment was effected. But the French allies, the Turks, who were harassing Austria, received a severe defeat at Salinkemmen, on the Danube, which placed the Emperor of Germany at his ease. The campaign in Ireland did not begin till June. The condition of that island during the winter was miserable in the extreme. The ravages which the Irish, mad with oppression, ignorance, and revenge, let loose by the frightful policy of James, had inflicted on the country from the north to the south, such as we have described them, must necessarily have left it a prey to famine, chaos, and crime. In the north, where the Protestants had regained the power, there was the commencement of restoration. Those who had fled to England with their movable property came swarming back. It was, indeed, to towns burnt down and fields laid waste. But they brought with them money, and, still more, indomitable energies, which impelled them instantly to begin rebuilding their dwellings, at least in such a manner as to shelter them from the elements, and to cultivate and sow their fields. Commerce came back with them, and the estuaries of the Foyle, the Lagan, the Bann, the Carlingford, and the Boyne were busy with ships and boats pouring in food, seed, and livestock. So soon as nature had time to do her part and to ripen her crops, there would be once more comparative plenty, and there was an animating prospect of a secure permanence of peace and order. But in the south, and still more the southwest, where the troops of James still held their ground, the condition of things was as appalling as can be conceived. In the north, the Protestants kept a tight hand on the native Irish. They refused them the possession of arms. They forbade them to proceed more than 3 miles from their own dwellings, except to attend market, and not more than 5 papists were to meet together on any occasion or pretence. They forbade them to approach the frontier within 10 miles, to prevent them from communicating with the enemy. If outrages were committed, they were visited with unsparing severity. But if the north was strict and yet struggling, the south was in a fearful state of calamity. The soldiers traversed the country, levying contributions of 443 cattle and provisions wherever they could find them. They were no better than so many bandits and rapparees, who swarmed over the desolated region, carrying violence, terror, and spoliation wherever they came. There was no money but James's copper trash, bearing high nominal values. Provisions and clothes, where they were to be had, fetched incredible prices, and merchants feared to approach the ports, because they were in as much danger of wholesale robbery as the shopkeepers and farmers on land. In the Irish camp, the utmost license, disorder, and destitution prevailed. The Duke of Berwick was elected to command during the absence of Tyrconnell in France, but his power was a mere fiction, and he let things take their course. Sarsfield was the only officer who had any real influence with the soldiers. But early in the spring Tyrconnell returned, bringing some supplies of money and clothing, and in April a fleet also arrived, bringing arms, ammunition, flour, and provisions. With these came what was much needed, 2 general officers, St. Ruth and Dussin. St. Ruth was a general of considerable experience. He had lately served in Savoy and had the prestige of victory, but he was vain and cruel, was mortally hated by the Huguenots for his persecutions of them, and was called by them the hangman. His very name, therefore, was a guarantee for the Huguenot troops in the English service, fighting to the utmost. He was astonished and disgusted at the dirty, ragged, and disorderly crew that bore the name of the Irish army, but he began actively to repress their license, and to drill them into some discipline. On the 6th of June, Ginkell took the field against him with a body of efficient troops, reinforced by some excellent regiments from Scotland, and having now under his command Talmash and Mackay, 2 brave officers. At the head of the French refugees was the Marquis Rouvigny, the brother-in-law of General Caillemot, who fell at the Boyne. On the 7th, Ginkell reached Ballamore and compelled the fortress there, containing a garrison of 1,000 men, to surrender, and sent all the prisoners to Dublin. Having placed the fortress, which stood on an island in the lake, in good defense, he marched forward, and on the 18th sat down before the very strongly fortified town of Athlone. On his march he had been joined by the Duke of Württemberg and his Danish division. Athlone stood on the Shannon, the river cutting it in two. The stream there was deep and rapid, and was spanned by a bridge on which stood 2 mills, worked by the current below, and on the Connaught side was a strong fort, called King John's Fort, with a tower 70 feet high, and flanking the river for a distance of 200 feet. The town on the Leinster side, where Ginkell was was defended by bold earthen ramparts, the most indestructible of any kind by cannon. Ginkell, however, lost no time in attacking it. On the 20th, his cannon were all in order for bombarding, and he opened a terrible fire on the town. Under cover of his fire, the troops rushed to the walls, and the French refugees were the first to mount a breach. And one of them, flinging his grenade, fell with a shout of triumph. His example was quickly followed. The assailants sprang over the walls in hundreds, clearing the way with hand grenades, and the Irish giving way, there was a hot pursuit along the bridge, by which they sought to escape into the other half of the town. The crash and confusion there were such that many of the flying Irish were trodden underfoot, and others were forced over the parapets of the bridge and perished in the Shannon. The near side of the town was in Ginkell's possession, with the loss of only 20 men killed and 40 wounded. The cannonade was continued on the bridge and on the town across the river, and the next day it was repeated with increased effect from batteries thrown up along the river bank. The next morning it was discovered that the mills were greatly damaged. One, indeed, had taken fire, and its little garrison of 60 men had perished in it. A great part of the fort had also been beaten down. The French officers had constructed a tete de pont at the end of the bridge to assist the fort, had broken down some of the arches, and made the conquest of a passage by the bridge next to impossible. To add to the difficulty of the enterprise, St. Ruth had hastened from Limerick with an army superior in numbers to that of Ginkell, but this force was more imposing in appearance than formidable in reality. St. Ruth, calculating on the difficulty of the passage, imagined that he could hold the place with little loss till the autumnal rains drove the English from the field through sickness. He therefore ordered Dussin to attend to the defense of the passage, and fixed his camp about 3 miles from the town. There was a weak spot, however, which was pointed out to Ginkell, a ford at some little distance from the bridge. It is true that a force 444 was posted to guard this ford, commanded by Maxwell, an officer who had recently been to St. Germain's with dispatches from the Duke of Berwick, and was put into command at this ford by Tyrconnell in defiance of St. Ruth, the interference of Tyrconnell in military affairs, much to the disgust of St. Ruth, being as constant as if he were commander-in-chief as well as Lord Lieutenant. Sarsfield soon became aware of the design of Ginkell to attempt this ford, and warned St. Ruth of it. But the vanity of that officer made him treat the warning with scorn. "What?" said he. "Attempt the ford, they dare not do it, and I so near." Warned again, he exclaimed, "Monsieur, Ginkell's master ought to hang him for attempting to take Athlone, and mine ought to hang me if I let him." Sarsfield, who knew better what the enemy dared do, said as he withdrew, "He does not know the English." The assault of Athlone, CP 443. See larger version. Ginkell himself, after reconnoitering the ford and the breastwork opposite, had no great desire for the attempt. He continued the cannonade on the fort and town till the end of June, and it became necessary, from the want of forage, to advance or retreat. A council of war was called. Mackay was against the attempt, but Wurtemberg, Talmash, and Ruvigny were for it, and Ginkell, though hesitatingly, consented. There was observed a degree of carelessness in the Irish soldiers guarding the ford. There had been a rumor in their camp that the English were about to retreat in despair, and the light-hearted Hibernians had begun to relax their vigilance and to gamble and idle about. It was resolved to seize the opportunity and dash over at once. 1,500 grenadiers were selected for the service, and a handsome present was distributed to each man. The Duke of Wurtemberg, Talmash, and a number of other officers volunteered to accompany them as privates, and the spirits of the men rose to enthusiasm. In memory of the auspicious day at the Boyne, they stuck each a green twig in their hats, and, locking their arms 20 abreast, they plunged into the stream. In their ardor they lifted up the Duke of Wurtemberg and bore him on their shoulders. 6 battalions were drawn up ready to support them, under the command of Mackay. 445. The stream, even at the ford, was deep enough to reach their chins and very strong, but the resolute men pressed on and soon got firm footing, and with a stunning shout reached the other bank. The Irish, suddenly aroused to the danger, hurried to the bank, fired a single volley and broke. The grenadiers the next moment were over the breastwork, and in full pursuit of the enemy. In a few minutes they had chased the guards from the head of the bridge. Planks were thrown over the broken arches, and the troops, rushing over, enabled others to cross in rude pontoons, and in less than an hour the English were masters of the town, with the loss of only 12 men killed and about 30 wounded. Scene at the removal of the Irish soldiers from Limerick, CP 447. See larger version. Dussin made a vain attempt to regain the town. He was repelled with ruinous loss and was himself thrown down by the flying rout and nearly trampled to death. St. Ruth, when he heard that the town was taken, exclaimed, Taken, that is impossible, and I close at hand. But he found it no longer safe to be so close at hand. In the night, covered with shame at his folly and absurd confidence, he struck his tents and made a hasty retreat towards Agram, where, encouraged by the natural strength of bogs and hills, he halted and entrenched himself. There was the fiercest bickering in the camp, the French party and the Irish charging each other with the misfortune. St. Ruth, to excuse himself, laid the blame on Maxwell, whose duty it was to guard the ford. Maxwell was not there to defend himself, for his soldiers fled faster than he, and he was made prisoner. But Tyrconnell, who had always supported Maxwell, protested that he had done his duty like a brave man, and had, along with himself, repeatedly warned St. Ruth of his temerity. The dispute rose so high that Tyrconnell quitted the camp and retired to Limerick in high dudgeon. Being relieved from the presence and interference of Tyrconnell, St. Ruth again resolved to fight. He was stung by the loss of reputation which he had sustained at Athlone, and by the reflection of its injurious impression at the court of France. Sarsfield, one of those Cassandra-like counselors who give the most prudent advice but are never listened to, attempted to dissuade 446 him. He pointed out how far superior in discipline and bottom were the troops of Ginkell to those which he now commanded, and recommended a system of excursive warfare, which should harass, and, by seizing favorable crises, defeat the English piecemeal. His words were lost on St. Ruth, who prepared for the approach of Ginkell by going amongst his soldiers personally to rouse their desire to reconquer their good name, and by sending the priests amongst them to stimulate them by religious motives. Ginkell did not let him wait long. As soon as he had settled the defenses of Athlone, he pursued his march towards Agram. On the 12th of July he came up with the army of St. Ruth, and found it very strongly posted. Before him was a morass of half a mile across. Beyond the morass rose the hills round the old ruined castle of Agram, and at their feet, between them and the bog, the infantry were strongly entrenched, and supported by the cavalry posted commandingly on the slopes of the hills. Difficult as was the approach, it was recommended by Mackay to make an instant attack, whilst the spirits of the troops were high from the first sight of the enemy they had so lately beaten. The battle was determined on, though it was getting late in the afternoon. The infantry struck boldly into the red bog, and plunged on courageously, though often up to their waists in mud and water. Mackay led his horse against their right, and Eppinger's dragoons and Portland's horse advanced against their left. The cavalry found their way through the bogs very difficult. The Dutch and English dragoons met with a repulse in the pass of Uricree, and the infantry were in front of the enemy long before the cavalry could operate on the wings. The Irish infantry that day fought bravely. They poured a fierce fire into the English, and were well supported by the horse. The battle became desperate. The English fought their way into the entrenchments and drove the Irish up one of the hills, but there they found two old Danish forts, the old castle of Agram, and every hedge and thicket lined with muskets. The contest was unequal, and the infantry found themselves at length driven back to the margin of the bog. Elated at the sight, St. Ruth exclaimed, "The day is ours. Now will we drive these English back to the gates of Dublin." But he was deceived. Talmash rallied the foot and led them again to the conflict, and whilst the struggle was renewed and the day fast closing, St. Ruth perceived the horse of Mackay and Ruvigny, the English and Huguenot cavalry, approaching on the right. They came over but a few soldiers abreast, through a narrow track between the bogs, but they soon formed in a dense body, and St. Ruth rode off to encounter them and stop them from outflanking his force. As he galloped up towards them, a cannon shot carried off his head. The officers threw a cloak over his body to prevent his fall from disheartening his men, but the absence of command was soon felt. The English fought with fresh fury, and Sarsfield, who was in the rear with the reserve, waiting orders, did not advance till the Irish ranks were broken and all was over. The flight became general. The English horse pursued and hewed down the fugitives as long as they could see, and had not Sarsfield covered the miserable fugitives with his horse, scarcely a man of the infantry would have been left. The English army camped for the night on the ground which had been occupied by the enemy. Nearly 20,000 English and their allies entered the battle against something more than the same number of Irish and French. On the side of the English 600 were killed and 1,000 wounded. On the part of the Irish 4,000 fell on the field, and nearly as many are said to have perished in the flight. The panic-stricken multitude, flinging their arms away, continued their flight, some of them to Limerick and others to Galway, where Dussin was now in command. Whole wagon loads of muskets and other arms were picked up and purchased by Ginkell at a few pence apiece. The English spent the next day in burying their own dead, but left the corpses of the Irish on the field and marched forward to attack Galway. Dussin, who had about 2,500 men in Galway, made at first a show of resistance, calculating on the assistance of Baldirg O'Donnell. But O'Donnell, after endeavouring in vain to bargain for an earldom, consented to accept £500 a year and a commission in William's army. This unexpected event compelled Dussin to surrender, on condition that he might march out and join the Irish army in its last place of retreat, Limerick. Ginkell soon followed and invested the town. The last struggle for a monarch little worthy, the cause of so much bloodshed, was now to be fought out. At Limerick, the Irish were to make their last stand for the possession of their native country. If they failed here, the Saxon remained absolute lord of their soil. On the 14th of August, the advanced guard of Ginkell's army appeared in sight of Limerick. On the same day, Tyrconnell, who was an authority in the city, died of apoplexy, and Dussin and Sarsfield were left in full command of the troops. A commission was produced, which appointed 3 Lords Justices, Plowden, Fitton, and Nagle, but the city was in reality a military garrison, and the military ruled. There were 15,000 infantry in the town, and 3 or 4,000 cavalry posted on the Clare side of the Shannon, communicating with the town on the island by the Thomond Bridge. By this means, communication was kept up with the country on that side, so that provisions might be brought in, and several cargoes of biscuits and other dry stores were imported from France. The country all around, however, had been so swept by successive forages that it was difficult to collect any cattle or corn, and the stoutest hearts were little confident of being able to maintain a long defense. Ginkell took possession of the Limerick side of the town and reoccupied the ground before held by the besiegers. He commenced by erecting fresh batteries of far heavier cannon than William brought to bear on the city, and soon poured a fiery storm of balls and shells into it, which crashed in the roofs and laid whole streets desolate. At the same time, a squadron of English men-of-war sailed up the Shannon and closed access to the city or escape from it by water. The town, however, held out till the 22nd of September, when Ginkell, beginning to fear the rains and fevers of autumn, and that they might compel him to draw off, and thus continue the war to another year, determined to obtain possession of the bridge and attack the cavalry on the other side. He therefore passed the river by a bridge of William's tin boats, and, assaulting the cavalry, put them to utter rout. They left their camp with many arms and much store of provisions, and fled with as much precipitation as they had done from Aghrim, scattering again the whole country with their arms. Ginkell next attacked the fort which defended the bridge, carried it and the bridge, and thus was able to invest the whole town. In the haste to draw up the movable part of the bridge nearest to the city, the soldiers retreating from the fort were shut out, and a terrible massacre was made of them on the bridge. Out of 800 men, only 120 escaped into Limerick. This disaster broke the spirit of the Irish entirely. Even the stout-hearted Sarsfield was convinced that all was over, and it was resolved to capitulate. An armistice was agreed to. The Irish demanded that they should retain their property and their rights, that there should be perfect freedom for the Catholic worship, a Catholic priest for every parish, full enjoyment of all municipal privileges, and full capability to hold all civil and military offices. Ginkell refused these terms, but offered others so liberal that they were loudly condemned by the English, who were hungering after the estates of the Irish. He consented that all such soldiers as desired to continue in the service of James should be not only allowed to do so, but should be shipped to France in English vessels, that French vessels should be permitted to come up and return in safety, that all soldiers who were willing to enter William's service should be received, and that on taking the oath of allegiance all past offences should be overlooked, and they and all Irish subjects taking the oath should retain their property, should not be sued for any damages or spoliation committed during the war, nor prosecuted for any treason, felony, or misdemeanor, but should, moreover, be capable of holding any office or practicing any profession which they were capable of before the war. They were to be allowed to exercise their religion in peace, as fully as in the reign of Charles Roman II. It is to the disgrace of England that this part of the treaty should not have been kept. These terms were accepted, and the treaty was signed on the 3rd of October, and thus terminated this war, which, in the vain endeavour to restore a worthless monarch, had turned Ireland into a desert and a charnel house. When it came to the choice of the soldiers to which banner they would ally themselves, out of the 15,000 men, about 10,000 chose to follow the fortunes of James, and were shipped off with all speed, as they began to desert in great numbers. Many of those who actually embarked did it under a solemn assurance from Sarsfield that their wives and children should go with them. But, once having the men on board, this pledge was most cruelly broken, and the greatest part of the women and children were left in frantic misery on the shore. The scenes which took place on this occasion at Cork are described as amongst the most heartrending in history. But this agony once over, the country sank down into a condition of passive but gloomy quiet, which it required more than a century to dissipate. While Scotland again and again was agitated by the endeavours to 448 reinstate the expelled dynasty, Ireland remained passive, and it was not till the French Revolution scattered its volcanic fires through Europe that she once more began to shake the yoke on her galled neck. Yet during all this time, a burning sense of her subjection glowed in her blood, and the name of the Luttrell who went over to the Saxon at the dividing day at Limerick, and received for his apostasy the estates of his absent brother, remained a term of execration amongst the Irish. Meanwhile, the Irish regiments which went to France won a brilliant reputation in the wars of the continent, and many of the officers rose to high position in France, in Spain, in Austria, and Prussia. Their descendants still rank with the nobility of those countries. Chapter 13. William and Mary. Proceedings in Parliament, complaints against Admiral Russell, treason in the Navy, legislation against the Roman Catholics, the East India Company, treasons bill, the poll tax, changes in the ministry, Marlborough is deprived of his offices, his treachery, the Queen's quarrel with the Princess Anne, William goes abroad, fall of Namur, Battle of Steinkirk, results of the campaign, the massacre of Glencoe, proposed invasion of England, James's declaration, Russell's hesitation overcome by the Queen, Battle of La Hague, gallant, conduct of Rooke, Young's sham plot, founding of Greenwich Hospital, ill success of the fleet, discontent of the people, complaints in the Lords and Commons, the land tax, origin of the national debt, liberty of the press, the Continental Campaign, Battle of Landen, loss of the Smyrna fleet, attack on the Navy, new legislation, banking schemes of Chamberlain and Patterson, the Bank of England established, ministerial changes, negotiations for peace, Marlborough's treason and the death of Talmash, illness and death of Queen Mary. On the 19th of October, William arrived from Holland, and on the 22nd he opened Parliament. He congratulated it on the termination of the war in Ireland and on the progress of the English arms both on land and sea. It was true that on the continent there had been no very decisive action, but the Allies had compelled the French to retreat before them and to confess their power by avoiding a general engagement with them. At sea, though not so much had been effected in some directions as might have been hoped, yet the French had been driven from the open into their own ports, and an English fleet had convoyed a large merchant fleet from the Mediterranean in safety. This was very different to previous years, when their cruisers had made great captures of our merchantmen. We had also sent a fleet up the Shannon, which prevented them from aiding the insurgents in Ireland, and were now in undisputed supremacy again on the ocean. Of course, William had to demand heavy supplies to maintain the fleet in this position, and to pursue the war with vigor against Louis. All this the members of both houses listened to with apparent satisfaction, and voted him cordial thanks. On the 6th of November, it was unanimously voted in the Commons that the supplies asked for by the Crown should be granted. And first they voted £1,575,898 for the service of the Navy, including the building of 3 new docks at Portsmouth, 1 dry and 2 wet ones. On the 16th they resolved that the Army, in compliance with William's recommendation, should be raised to 46,924 men. And on the 4th of January, 1692, they voted £2,100,000 for the maintenance of the army, of which Ireland was to pay £165,000. But though a large majority in both houses supported warmly the endeavour to curb the inordinate ambition of Louis Roman XIV, these sums were not passed by the Commons without searching inquiries into the accounts and into the abuses which, notwithstanding William's vigilance, abounded in all departments of government. No doubt the party in opposition, as is generally the case, did much of this work of reform more to gratify their private resentment, and to make their rival's term of office anything but agreeable, than from genuine patriotism. But, at the same time, there was plenty of ground for their complaints. Serious charges were made against Admiral Russell for his lukewarm conduct at sea and his mismanagement of the Admiralty. The 449 fact was that Russell, as was strongly suspected, and as we now know from documents since come to light, was no less a traitor than Torrington, Dartmouth, and Marlborough. He was in active correspondence with James, and ready, if some turn in affairs should serve to make it advantageous, to go over to him with the fleet, or as much of it as would follow him, and others of the admirals, for De Laval, Killigrew, and other admirals and naval officers were as deep in the treason. There were loud complaints of the vileness of the commissariat still, and it was declared that far more of our men fell by disease from bad and adulterated food than in battle. The complaints against Russell, who was called to the bar of the House, he threw upon the Admiralty, and the Admiralty on the Commissariat Department. Russell complained also of the ministry, and particularly of the Earl of Nottingham, and thus, by this system of mutual recrimination, all parties contrived to escape. The Commons, however, were not so to be silenced. They charged on the officers of the army, on its commissariat, on the men in office, and on the government officials almost universally, the same monstrous system of corruption, peculation, and negligence of everything but making money for themselves. They insisted on a rigorous examination of all the accounts by their own members, and they voted that all salaries and profits arising from any place or places under the Crown should not amount to more than £500 for any one person, except in the cases of the Speaker of the House of Commons, the Commissioners of the Great Seal, the judges, ambassadors, and officers of the Army and Navy. George Savile, Marquis of Halifax. See larger version. There were plenty of posts in which this restriction would have been most salutary, for men in some of the most trivial and useless of them were pocketing many thousands of pounds. But it was soon found that the whole nation could not furnish sufficient people patriotic enough to serve their country for £500 a year each. And therefore, in a few weeks a fresh resolution was taken, which negatived this. The business of the year 1691 closed by the passing of a bill to exclude all Catholics, in pursuance of the Treaty of Limerick, from holding any office in Ireland, civil, military, or ecclesiastical, or from practicing in any profession, or sitting in the Irish Parliament, before they had taken the oath of allegiance. The Commons attempted by this bill to make it necessary for a Catholic to take also the oath of supremacy, and the oath against transubstantiation. But the Lords showed that this was contrary to the first article of the Treaty of Limerick, and this clause was struck out, and the bill then passed. When the agitation for Catholic emancipation commenced, loud complaints were made that, by this bill, the Treaty of Limerick had been violated. But this was a mistake. The violation of it took place some years afterwards by another bill. The first article of the treaty provided that on a Catholic taking the oath of allegiance, he should be admitted to all the privileges specified, according to the law in Charles Roman II's time, and this law, whether always enforced or not, empowered the Crown to tender this oath to all subjects. The year 1692 was opened by Parliament bringing forward several important bills, which were, however, too much contested to be carried this year. The first of these was a bill for regulating the trade of the East India Company, increasing the number of shareholders, restricting the amount of stock in the hands of individuals, and incorporating a new company which had sprung up with the old one. The East India Company had become a most flourishing concern. From the Restoration to this time, only 33 years, its annual imports had risen in value from £8,000 to £300,000. Its capital amounted only to £370,000, but it yielded an annual profit of 30%. Besides having, up to 1676, doubled the value of the whole capital. The company, however, instead of increasing in shareholders, was rapidly sinking into a monopoly of a few individuals. Amongst these Sir Josiah Child, whom we lately quoted in our review of the commerce of the period, stood chief, and was become, as it were, the king and despot of the whole concern. 5 members were said to possess or hold 1/6 of all the votes, and amongst these Child had the predominant amount. His income from the company was stated at £20,000 a year, and his word was law in it. These enormous profits naturally called forth a rival company, and the contest between them grew from year to year till it came to occupy and divide the spirit of the whole mercantile world. The new company insisted on the right of trading also to many parts of India. The old one stood on their charter as a charter of exclusion of all others. The favor of government was purchased by the old company by well-applied gifts of money to government and by sharing with government the profitable patronage. The question was now brought before Parliament and hotly debated, but the bill was dropped for the present, and a proposition to William to grant a charter to the new company was evaded, on the plea of requiring deep consideration. The next important bill was for regulating trials in cases of high treason. It was time that great reforms should take place on this head. During the Stuart times, men had been most easily and conveniently put out of the way, by counsel being refused them, under charge of high treason, and by refusal to allow them the perusal of the bill of indictment previous to the trial. Juries were packed by sheriffs, and state prisoners were thus murdered at will. The same gross injustice extended to prisoners charged with other offenses, but the great strain towards injustice was in the case of those charged by the state with treason, and against whom it employed the ablest lawyers of the realm. By this machinery, all through the reigns of the Stuarts as well as of their predecessors, whole throngs of men, many of them of extraordinary endowments and high rank, had been judicially destroyed. The proposed bill, therefore, provided that every person charged with high treason should be allowed to have his own counsel, to have a copy of the indictment delivered to him 10 days before the trial, along with a list of the freeholders from whom his jury were to be selected, that he might have opportunity to challenge any of them. The bill was most desirable, but it was frustrated for the time by the lords insisting on an extension of their own privileges regarding such trials. Instead of being tried by the court of the Lord High Steward, who could 451 summon 12 or more peers at his discretion if the Parliament was not sitting, they demanded that, during the recess, as during the session, every peer should be summoned to attend any such trial. The Commons somewhat unreasonably opposed this very proper reform, on the ground that the peers had too many privileges already, and the bill dropped for the time. Besides these, the Commons sent up various other bills, which were nearly all rejected by the Lords. There was a bill for reducing the rate of interest on money, a bill investing in the king the forfeited estates in both England and Ireland as a fund for the war, a bill to proportion the pay in the army to the real complement of men, for there was a practice, in which Marlborough was especially engaged, of returning regiments as complete which were far from being so, and of pocketing the pay of the men wanting. There was a bill to continue the commissioners of public accounts, most unreasonably rejected by the Lords, whilst they allowed to pass a bill which has always been regarded with hostility in England, a poll tax, levying on all persons, except servants, children, and paupers, a shilling a quarter on every peer of Parliament, £10 a year, on every income of £300 a year, 10 shillings per annum, and on all gentlemen of £300 a year income from real property, and on all clergymen or teachers with incomes of £80, £1 each a year. On the 29th of February, William prorogued Parliament and made active preparations for his departure for the Continent. Before he took his leave, however, he made various changes in his cabinet and ministry, which showed that the Whigs were still losing ground with him, and the Tories, or the Trimmers, who veered, according to circumstances, to one party or the other, acquiring favor. The Earl of Rochester, younger brother of Lord Clarendon, one of Mary's uncles, Lord Ranelagh, Lord Cornwallis, and Sir Edward Seymour, who had all along hitherto opposed the king, were made members of the Privy Council, and the Earl of Pembroke Privy Seal. Charles Montague was made a commissioner of the Treasury, and Sidney Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. But the circumstance which occasioned the greatest sensation, and wonder, and mystery was the sudden dismissal of Lord Marlborough from all his offices under the king, both in the court and the army. As Marlborough had been manifestly rising in William's estimation from the successful display of his military talents, this abrupt dismissal excited the keenest curiosity of both court and country, which William took no means to gratify. But from what we now know of the causes of this striking expression of William's displeasure, we can well understand that there was more in it than William could, without implicating the Princess Anne, make known. We have seen that Marlborough all along, whilst courting the favor of William, was endeavoring to recover that of James. He had been one of the very first to abandon that monarch when trusted by him, but he had written letters expressing the bitterest repentance and remorse for that treason, whilst he was thus prepared, if necessary, to perpetrate a new one. But Marlborough, as he had a genius capable of the very highest achievements, had one also capable of the most complicated treacheries in politics. It was not enough for him to be serving William and vowing secretly to James that he was only watching his opportunity to serve him, but he had a third and more alluring treason. He and his wife had the ductile and yet obstinate Princess Anne completely in their hands. They lived with her at Whitehall, they drew largely from her income, they selected her friends, they molded her likings and her antipathies. She was a complete puppet in their keeping. From his lucrative station as keeper of Anne's purse, person, and conscience, through his clever and unprincipled wife, Marlborough watched intently the temper of the nation. He saw that there was an intense jealousy of the Dutch, not only amongst the people on account of trade and national rivalry, but in the Parliament and aristocracy, on account of William's preference for his Dutch friends. Bentinck, Ginkell, Overkirk, and Zulestein were the only men in whom he reposed entire confidence. On them he heaped wealth, estates, and honors. Ginkell was just now elevated to an earldom, and a large grant of lands was contemplated for him in Ireland. On Portland rich grants had been bestowed, and more were anticipated. William's continual absences on the continent, his cold reserve whilst in England, the large expenditure of men and money for the prosecution of the continental war, though really for the liberties of Europe, were represented by the discontented as a wholesale draft upon the country for the aggrandizement of Holland. These were the things Marlborough saw which gave vitality to the intrigues of the Jacobites, and the only causes which prevented the revulsion from becoming general in favor of James 452 were his incurable despotism, his imbecility as a monarch, and the certain return of popery in his train. But there was another person to whom none of these objections applied, the Princess Anne, the person already in his guidance or power. Anne was at once English and a Protestant. The former fact gave her a mighty advantage over William, the latter over James. Would it not, therefore, be possible to substitute Anne for her father? To do this, it was only necessary to inflame the prejudice in Parliament and among the people against the Dutch influence, to inoculate the army with the same feeling, already well disposed to it by jealousy of the Dutch troops, and to obviate the objections of those who repelled the idea of bringing back James by turning their attention on one nearer home. The absence of William on the continent and the disaffection of most of the admirals would afford an opportunity of resisting his return to both army and navy. And with Anne Queen, Marlborough would become the pillar of her throne, commander of her army, and dispenser of her patronage. That this was no mere dream is clear enough now. It was, indeed, one of the various rumors of the time. Evelyn says that it was one of these that Marlborough was endeavoring to breed division in the army, and to make himself the more necessary by making an ill correspondence betwixt the princess and the court. But James himself as plainly asserts the fact of this charge against Marlborough. It was the plan, he says, of my friends to recall me through the Parliament. My Lord Churchill was to propose in Parliament to drive away all the foreigners from the councils and the army of the kingdom. If the Prince of Orange consented to this, he would have been in their hands. If he refused, Parliament would have declared against him, and Lord Churchill was, at the same time, to cause the army to declare for the Parliament, the fleet the same, and then to recall me. Already this plan was in agitation, and a large party was already gained over when some faithful but indiscreet subjects, thinking to serve me, and imagining that Lord Churchill was not acting for me, but really for the Princess of Denmark, discovered all to Bentinck and thus destroyed the whole scheme. The proof that William was satisfied that Marlborough's grand plan was real was that he at once dismissed him from all his employments. That Marlborough had long intrigued with James, William was quite aware, but on that account he never troubled him. This, however, was by far a more dangerous treachery, and he resented it accordingly. The Marlboroughs, notwithstanding, continued at Whitehall with Anne, and might probably never have been molested, had not the imperious Lady Marlborough in her anger determined to set the king and queen at defiance. She therefore had the assurance to accompany the princess to the drawing-room at Kensington Palace a few evenings after, and the next day brought an expostulatory letter from the queen to her sister, informing her that, after such an outrage, Lady Marlborough must quit Whitehall. Anne sent to entreat Mary to pass the matter over, declaring that there was no misery that she would not suffer rather than be deprived of Lady Marlborough. The only answer was an order from the Lord Chamberlain, commanding her ladyship to quit the palace. Anne, determined not to lose the society of her favorite, left Whitehall with the Marlboroughs and betook herself to Sion House, which was lent to her by the Duke of Somerset, and soon after she removed to Berkeley House, standing on the present site of Devonshire House in Piccadilly, which became her permanent residence. There all the Marlborough faction assembled, and there Anne vented her indignation without restraint or delicacy against William, calling him a Dutch abortion, a monster, a Caliban. A fresh stimulus was given to the malice of that clique. Every means was used to excite hatred of the government of William and to increase the partisans of James. With such a termagant spirit as Lady Marlborough, and such a plotting spirit as that of her husband, a strong feeling was excited against the queen, who was represented as totally without heart, as having usurped the throne of her father, and sought to strip her sister of her most valued friendships. Amidst such an atmosphere of malice and detraction, William was compelled to leave the Queen. Lady Marlborough and the Princess Anne at the Queen's drawing-room, CP 452. See larger version. He embarked for Holland on the 5th of March. He left the country amid the rumors of false plots and real schemes of invasion. One Fuller, under the tuition of the notorious Titus Oates, had been accusing no less than 50 lords and gentlemen, including Halifax and some of the king's own ministers, of having pledged themselves to bring in James. However true it might be that many of these were at heart really ready for such a change, it was clearly shown that Fuller's story was got up merely to make money by it, and it was treated with contempt. The rumor of an invasion was, as we shall find, more real. Disbelieving it, or pressed by the necessity of giving a blow to Louis IV in Flanders, William made a speedy journey to The Hague. There, the difficulties which he had to overcome were such as would have sunk the courage of any less firm-hearted man. But though William managed to just hold his stupid and selfish allies together, too stupid and selfish to perceive their own real interests, he found it impossible to get them into the field. Whilst they were moving like tortoises, each afraid to be before his neighbor, each taking leave to delay because his neighbor delayed, Louis rushed into the arena with his wonted alertness. On the 20th of May, he was in his camp at Flanders. He made a grand review of his troops in the neighborhood of Mons. Their 120,000 men were drawn up in a line 8 miles long. Such a circumstance was well calculated to spread a deadening report amongst the allies of the crushing vastness of his army. He was attended by a splendid retinue of nearly all the princes and rulers of France. There was the Duc de Chartres, in his 15th year only, the Dukes of Bourbon and Vendôme, the Prince of Conti, and whole troops of young nobles following them as volunteers. Louis appeared in the midst of them with all the splendor and luxury of an Eastern emperor. From the imposing review, Louis bore down directly on Namur. Namur stood strongly at the confluence of the Meuse and the Sambre. It was strong by nature on the sides next the rivers, and made so by art on the land side. The Baron de Cohorn, an engineer who rivaled Vauban, was always in William's army to advise and throw up fortifications. Cohorn had made it one of the most considerable fortresses on the continent, and he now lay in the city with a garrison of 9,000 men, under the Prince de Brabazon. All the other fortresses, Mons, Valenciennes, Cambrai, Antwerp, Ostend, Ypres, Lille, Tournai, Luxembourg, and others, had yielded to the Grand Monarch. Namur alone had resisted every attempt upon it. And now Louis invested it with his whole force. Louis himself laid siege to the place with 40,000 men, and posted Luxembourg with 80,000 more on the road between Namur and Brussels. Brabazon calculated on the army of William, effecting the relief of the place, and Louis resolved to make his approach impossible. William, joined by the forces of Brandenburg and Liege, and with his army swelled to 100,000 men, advanced to the Mahaine, within cannon shot of Luxembourg's camp. But there he found himself stopped. Luxembourg's army lay on the other bank of the river, and was so strongly posted, and watched so vigilantly every movement of William, that he saw no means of forcing a way towards the beleaguered city. Whilst thus impeded by the river and the vast force of Luxembourg, nature came to complete the chafing king's mortifications. Heavy rains set in on St. Medard's Day, the 8th of June, the French St. Swithin. The rivers burst their banks and the whole country lay under water. If William had had the means to cross the river, the drenching torrents and the muddy soil would have rendered all military operations impossible. Louis with difficulty kept his men to their posts in the siege. Still, the assault was pushed on. Cohorn, the engineer, was disabled by a severe wound whilst defending a fort on which he greatly prided himself, and from that hour the defense languished. Brabazon was a man of no spirit. Cohorn's fort was taken, and the town surrendered on the 20th of June. The exultation of Louis and the French on the fall of Namur was unbounded. This triumph had been won in the very presence of William and the allies at the head of 100,000 men. He ordered medals to be struck to commemorate this success, which his flatterers, and amongst them Boileau himself, declared was more glorious than the mastery of Troy by the Greeks. Te Deum was sung in Paris. The French nation was in ecstasies, and Louis returned to Versailles to enjoy the incense of his elated courtiers and mistresses. But he did not return without a sting to his triumph. The news of a signal defeat of his fleet at La Hague reached him even as he lay before Namur, and the thunder of William's artillery at the great intelligence wounded his vanity, though it could not reach his army. Louis, having quitted the Netherlands, Luxembourg strongly garrisoned Namur, dispatched the Marquis of Boufflers to La Bassière, and himself encamped at Soignies. William posted himself at Genappe, sent detachments to Ghent and Liege, and determined to attack Luxembourg. This general shifted his ground to a position between Steinkirk and Enghien, and William then encamped at Lambeque. Here he discovered that all his movements had been previously betrayed to Luxembourg by the private secretary of the Elector of Bavaria, one Millevoix, a letter of whose to the French general had been picked up by a peasant and brought to the camp. William seized on the circumstance to mislead Luxembourg. The detected spy was compelled to write a letter to the French general, informing him that the next day 4:55 William was intending to send out a foraging party, and, to prevent it from being surprised, would draw out a large body of troops to protect it. The letter being dispatched to the French camp, William took immediate measures for the engagement. His object was to surprise the camp of Luxembourg, and the story of the foraging party was to prevent his alarm on the approach of the troops. He sent his heavy baggage across the Seine, and by 4 in the morning his troops were on the march towards Luxembourg's position. The Duke of Württemberg led the van with 10 battalions of English, Dutch, and Danish infantry, supported by a large body of horse and foot under the command of General Mackay, and Count Salmes followed with the reserve. William's forces reached the outposts of Luxembourg's army about 2 o'clock in the afternoon and drove them in with a sudden and unlooked-for onset. A regiment from the Bourbonnais was put to instant flight, and William, who had been informed that he should have to march through a country of hedges, ditches, and narrow lanes, but that, on approaching Luxembourg's army, he would find it open plain, now calculated that he had nothing to do but to dash into the surprised camp and produce universal confusion. He had indeed had to pick his way through hedges and ditches, but now, instead of the open plain, there lay still a network of hedges and ditches between him and the enemy. This caused so much delay that the enemy soon became aware of the real fact that William was upon them with his whole army. There was an instant hurrying to standards, and William found himself face to face with a body sufficient to dispute the ground with him till the whole was in order. Luxembourg had been deceived by the forced letter of Millevoix. He had relied on it as being as correct as usual, and, though scout after scout brought intelligence of the English approaching, he deemed it only the foraging party and their supporters, and sat coolly at cards till it was nearly too late. Then he mounted his horse, reconnoitered the enemy, threw forward the Swiss regiments and the far-famed household troops of Louis, and encouraged his men to fight with their usual bravery. The young princes put themselves at the head of the household troops, and displayed an enthusiasm which communicated itself to the whole line. They found as vigorous opponents in the Duke of Württemberg and the gallant and pious Mackay. The conflict was maintained at the muzzles of the muskets, and Luxembourg afterwards declared that he never saw so fierce a struggle. The Duke of Württemberg had already seized one of the enemy's batteries and penetrated within their entrenchments, but the immense weight of troops that kept pouring on against them at length bore them back. Mackay sent messenger after messenger to bid Salmes hasten up his reserve, but from cowardice or treachery, Salmes would not move. He said coolly, "Let us see what sport these English bulldogs will make." At length, William sent an express order for him to move up, whereupon he trotted his horse forward a little, but never advanced his infantry. When, therefore, Mackay saw that his soldiers were being hewed down by hundreds, and no succor came, he said, "God's will be done," and fought on till he fell. The contest was not, however, decided till the detachment of Boufflers appeared upon the field. Luxembourg sent off an express to hasten him to his assistance, but Boufflers, unlike Salmes, had not waited for that. He had heard the firing and was already on the way. Then William was compelled to order his troops to draw off, and this retreat he managed with his accustomed skill. He was, however, roused out of his usual stoicism by the infamous conduct of Salmes, and the whole army declared that they would not have been repulsed but for his base desertion of them. The French claimed the victory, though William retired to his camp in good order, and both armies continued to occupy their former position. The fame of William as a general in the field was greatly injured. He was acknowledged to be admirable at a retreat, but it was said that a first-rate general seldom practiced that portion of the art of war. But his enemies, by their very joy at this rebuff, acknowledged their sense of his power. After this, nothing of consequence distinguished the campaign in the Netherlands. On the 26th of September, William left the army under command of the Elector of Bavaria and retired to his hunting seat at Loo. The camp was broken up, and the infantry marched to Marienkirk and the horse to Cora. But hearing that Boufflers had invested Charleroi and Luxembourg, he sent troops under the Elector of Bavaria to raise the siege of those towns. Boufflers retired, and then the Elector distributed his troops into winter quarters, and Luxembourg on his side left the army under Boufflers and went to Paris. Besides this, there had been an attempt on the part of England to besiege Dunkirk. The Duke of Leinster was sent over with troops, which were joined by others from William's camp, but they 456 thought the attempt too hazardous and returned, having done nothing. William quitted Holland, and on the 18th of October arrived in England. The result of this expensive campaign, where such unexampled preparations had been followed only by defeat and the loss of 5,000 men, excited deep dissatisfaction, and the abortive attempt to recover Dunkirk increased it. The public complained that William had lain inactive at Grammont whilst Louis took Namur, and that if he could not cross the Scheldt in the face of the French army, he might have crossed it higher up and taken Louis in the flank. That he might, instead of lying inert to witness his enemy's triumph, have boldly marched into France and laid waste Louis's own territories, which would have quickly drawn him away from Namur. Such, indeed, might have been the decisive movements of a great military genius, but there is no reason to think that William was such a genius. His most striking qualities were dogged perseverance and insensibility to defeat. During William's absence, a variety of circumstances had taken place which threw a dark shade upon his fame, which threatened almost to shake his throne, and which gratified the naval pride of the country. The horrible event which had occurred in Scotland, still properly styled the massacre of Glencoe, had just become known to the English as William left for the Continental campaign, and threw no little odium upon him. The dissatisfaction which William felt at his bill of toleration for Scotland having been refused by the Scottish Parliament induced him to remove Lord Melville, who had suffered the liberal views of the king to be swamped by the Presbyterians, as William thought, too easily. He therefore appointed Sir James Dalrymple, whom he had created Viscount Stair, Lord President of the Court of Session, and his son, Sir John, called then, according to the custom of Scotland, the Master of Stair, as Lord Advocate, took the lead in the management of Scottish affairs. One of the matters which came under his notice was that of the settling of the Highlands, and it was resolved by William's cabinet, where Lord Stair and the Earl of Argyll were consulted as the great authorities on Scottish measures, that £12,000 should be distributed amongst the Highland chiefs to secure their goodwill. Unfortunately, the agent that was chosen for the distribution of this money was one of the hated tribe of Campbell. It was the Earl of Breadalbane, who had deadly feuds with some of the clans. And, as they regarded him with aversion and suspicion, the most insurmountable obstacles arose to any reasonable arrangement. Besides that every chief wanted more money than Breadalbane thought he ought to have, the Earl of Argyll contended that these chiefs owed him large sums, and that their quotas should be paid over to him in liquidation of those debts. To this the chiefs would not consent, and when the money was not paid over, they loudly avowed their conviction that Breadalbane meant to appropriate it to himself. Amongst the chiefs, MacDonald of Glencoe was especially obnoxious to Breadalbane. Glencoe is a peculiarly wild and gloomy glen in Argyllshire. The English meaning of the word is the Glen of Weeping, a name singularly appropriate from its being frequently enveloped in dense mists and drizzling rains. It was too barren and rugged for agriculture, and accordingly, its little section of the Clan Donald were noted for their predatory habits, common, indeed, to all the Highlanders, and deemed as actually honorable. They had committed frequent raids on the lands of Breadalbane, and therefore, when the old chief presented himself amongst the other chiefs at the castle of Breadalbane, he was rudely insulted, and was called upon to make reparation for his damages done to the Campbells. MacDonald, or, as he was commonly styled, Mac Ian, was glad to get away in safety. Incensed at his treatment, he exerted all his arts and influence amongst the other chiefs to embarrass and frustrate the attempts of Breadalbane towards a settlement. Whilst these things were in agitation, the English government issued a proclamation that every rebel who did not come in and take the oaths to William and Mary before the 1st of January, 1692, should be held to be a traitor and treated accordingly. Notwithstanding considerable delay, all the chiefs took care to come in before the appointed day except Mac Ian. In his stubborn rage against Breadalbane, he deferred his submission to the last moment. On the 31st of December, however, he presented himself at Fort William to take the oaths, but Colonel Hill, the governor, refused to administer the oaths on the plea that he was not a magistrate, and told Mac Ian that it was necessary that he should go to Inverary and swear before the sheriff. The old chief was confounded. This was the last day of grace, and it was impossible to 457 reach Inverary in the depth of winter in time. Hill, however, gave him a letter to the sheriff expressing a hope that, as Mac Ian had presented himself in time to take the oaths, though under an error as to the authority, he would allow him to take them. Mac Ian did not reach Inverary till the 6th of January, and the sheriff, after much entreaty and many tears from the old chief, consented to administer the oaths and dispatch information of the circumstances to the council in Edinburgh. Glencoe, scene of the massacre. From a photograph by G. W. Wilson and Co., Aberdeen. See larger version. The news did not reach Breadalbane and Argyll in Edinburgh, but in London, whither they had gone to represent the state of these affairs. And both they and the Master of Stair, who was there too, instead of being glad that all the chiefs had come in, were exceedingly rejoiced that Mac Ian had not submitted till after the prescribed time. They agreed to suppress the fact that Mac Ian had come in, though after the date, and only laid before William's council the circumstance that he had not come in at the expiry of the limited time. A proposal was therefore made by them that this nest of robbers, as they termed the people of Glencoe, should be utterly rooted out, without which, they declared, there could be no peace in the Highlands. William therefore signed a warrant laid before him for that purpose, putting his signature both at top and bottom. With this fatal instrument in their hands, these worthless men instantly took measures to wreak their vengeance on this little horde of people, and to root them completely out. An order was sent to Governor Hill to dispatch a sufficient force to Glencoe to kill every man, woman, and child in it. Whether Hill was deemed too humane or too dignified for the office of wholesale butcher does not appear, but he was directed to send Lieutenant Colonel Hamilton on the errand. Hamilton, however, to make all sure by studying the place, sent, on the 1st of February, a Captain Campbell, better known as Glenlyon, from the place of his residence. Glenlyon took with him 120 men, part of a regiment of Campbell's, and marched to Glencoe. And then appeared the full diabolism of the scheme of Mr. Secretary Stair and his associates, Argyll and Breadalbane. He was not to fall on the 458 Macdonalds, and put them to the sword as open and proscribed enemies, but to secure the completion of the barbarous design by a plan of the most revolting treachery on record. He was to profess to come as a friend, only to seek temporary quarters on his wintry march, and especially to visit a niece of his married to one of the sons of Mac Ian. He was to feign friendship, to live with the poor people some time in familiarity, till all suspicion was laid to rest, and then to murder them in cold blood. Accordingly, when this band of soldiers was seen approaching, a son of the chief and some of the people went out to learn the cause of the visit. The reply was, all in friendship and only to seek quarters. The traders were welcomed and lodged amongst the different families. Glenlyon and some of his men were accommodated by a man called Inverrigan. Lindsay, the lieutenant, accepted the hospitality of old Mac Ian, and a sergeant named Barber was received by a leading man called Auchintriator. For nearly a fortnight, this air of friendship was kept up. Glenlyon professed much attachment to his niece and her husband. He and Lindsay played at cards with the chief and his sons, and all went gaily, as far as whiskey, and French brandy, and blithe spirits on the part of the hosts, could make it so. But all this time, Glenlyon was studying how the more completely to secure the destruction of every soul in the glen. He and his men noted carefully every outlet, and the result of the observations was sent to Hamilton. All being considered ready, Hamilton fixed the 13th of February for the slaughter, and appointed to be there before 5 o'clock in the morning, and to stop all the earths to which the old fox and his cubs, as he termed Mac Ian and his sons, could flee. That night, as he was marching with 400 men through the snows to do this butcherly deed, Glenlyon was spending the evening with Mac Ian, and engaged to dine the next day with his murdered man. But with all the Judas-like deceit with which he carried on his hellish design, that evening 2 men were heard lamenting they had something to do that they did not relish. A suspicion was awakened, and one of the sons of Mac Ian went at midnight to Glenlyon's lodgings to see if he could discover anything. In confirmation of his worst suspicions, he found him and his men all up and armed. Yet he suffered himself to be persuaded by the villain that they were called to a sudden march to chastise some of the Glengarry clan for marauding, and the young man returned home and went to bed. Glenlyon had said, "Do you think I would do anything against my own niece and her husband?" At 5 in the morning, though Hamilton had not arrived, the bloodthirsty Glenlyon commenced the massacre by murdering his host and all his family. Lindsay did the same by his host, old Mac Ian and his family, and Barber shot down his host and family in the same manner. Then the soldiers at every hut imitated their example, and speedily there was a hewing and shooting down of victims flying from the huts to the defiles for escape. Men, women, children, pleading most piteously, were ruthlessly murdered. But fortunately, the sound of the firearms aroused the whole glen at once, and the rush of the affrighted people was too simultaneous to allow of their being killed. The greater part of them escaped in the darkness to the hills, for Hamilton had not arrived to blockade the defiles. The sanguinary haste of Glenlyon had saved the majority. The 2 sons of Mac Ian were amongst the number who escaped. Above 30 people, however, were massacred, and an old man of 70, unable to fly, was brutally stabbed. But those who had escaped the sword and musket only escaped to the snow-covered rocks to perish, many of them of cold and famine, for the wretches set fire to everything in the valley and left it one black and hideous desert. When the news of this terrible affair at length spread, the public could scarcely believe that so demoniacal a deed could have been done in a Christian country. The Jacobites did not fail to dilate on its infamy with emphasis. The whole frightful particulars were gleaned up industriously by the non-jurors from the soldiers of the regiment, which happened the next summer to be quartered in England. All the execration due to such a deed was liberally showered on the courtiers, on the actors of the brutal butchery, and on the king who had sanctioned it. Terror, if not conscience, seized on the chief movers in it. Breadalbane sent his steward to Glencoe to induce the miserable inhabitants who had returned to their burnt-up valley to sign a paper asserting that they did not charge him with any participation in the crime, promising in return to use his influence with the king to obtain a full pardon and immunity from forfeiture for them all. Glenlyon was shunned as a monster wherever he appeared. But Stair, so far from showing any shame or remorse, seemed to glory in the deed. As for William, there was a zealous attempt to make it appear that he did not know 459 of what had been done, and when his warrant was produced, then that he was deceived as to the circumstances of the case. Unfortunately for William's reputation, there was a searching inquiry into the facts of the affair, and when he did know these in all their atrocity, he failed to punish the perpetrators. Stair was for the time dismissed, but very soon restored to William's service, and after this all attempts would be futile to absolve him from gross want of feeling and of justice in the case. It is a black spot on his fame, and must remain so. Burnet, who is always anxious to defend William, says that, from the letters and documents produced which he himself read, so many persons were concerned in the business that the king's gentleness prevailed to a fault, and so he did not proceed against them. A singular kind of gentleness, at the very least, the blood guiltiness of Breadalbane, Stair, and Glenlyon was so prominent, and they were so few, that they ought to have been made examples of. And such a mark of the sense of the atrocity of the crime would have wiped from William's reputation the clinging stain. Scarcely had William left England in the spring, when the country was menaced by an invasion, and whilst he was contending with Luxembourg and Flanders, the Queen and her ministers had been as actively contending with real and imaginary plots, and with the French fleet at La Hague. The Papists of Lancashire had for some time been particularly active in encouraging in King James the idea that he would be welcomed again in England by his subjects. One Lant, a carpenter, had been dispatched to St. Germain's and brought back assurances that his Majesty would, in the course of the spring, certainly land in England. He also sent over Colonel Parker, one of the parties engaged to assassinate William, to concert the necessary measures with the Catholics and Jacobites for the invasion. Parker assured them that James would embark at La Hague with 30,000 men. Johnson, a priest, was said to be associated with Parker to murder William before his departure if possible, but the king had gone already when they arrived. The great minister of Louis, Louvois, was dead. He had always opposed these ideas of invasion of England as absurd and impracticable. His removal enabled James to persuade Louis to attempt the enterprise. It was determined to muster a fleet of 80 sail. The Count de Tourville commanded 45 of them, and under him the Count d'Estrées 35 more. The most active preparations were making for the completion of all things necessary for the equipment of this fleet, and the army which it was to carry over. The ships under Tourville lay at Brest, those of d'Estrées at Toulon. They were to meet at Ushant, and take on board the army at La Hague. James was in high spirits. He was puffed up by the invitations which the Catholic emissaries had brought him. He had, he believed, firmly won over the admirals of the fleet, Russell, Carter, de Laval, and Killigrew. Whilst in this elation of mind, he sent over invitations to many Protestant ladies of quality to attend the expected accouchement of his queen. He said many base aspersions had been cast on the birth of his son, and he desired now to prevent a recurrence of such slanders. He therefore offered to all the distinguished persons invited safe conducts, both for going and returning from the French monarch. No one accepted the invitation, and a daughter was born to James about whom no one in England was very much concerned. But the preparations of James and Louis occasioned similar preparations in England. The militia was called out. London was strongly guarded by troops. The train bands of the southern counties appeared in arms on the coasts. The beacons were all vigilantly watched, and the fleet was manned and equipped with all possible speed and strength. The invitation of James to the birth of his daughter was speedily followed by a proclamation to his subjects in England. James had always done himself more harm by his declarations than all the efforts of his friends and allies could do him good, and this was precisely of that character. He expressed no regret for any of his past actions or measures. He betrayed no suspicion, even, that he might have governed more wisely. On the contrary, he represented himself as having always been right, good, and gracious, and his subjects wrong, captious, and unreasonable. He had always meant and done well, but he had been shamefully maligned. He now promised to maintain the church indeed, but people had had too recent a proof of how he had maintained it in Ireland. He meant to pardon many of his enemies, but, at the same time, added such a list of proscriptions as made it look more like a massacre than an amnesty. Amongst those accepted from all pardon were the Duke of Ormond, the Marquis of Winchester, the Earls of Sunderland, Danby and Nottingham, the Lords Delamere, Wiltshire, Colchester, Cornbury and Dunblane, the Bishop of St. Asaph, doctors, Tillotson and Burnet. He accepted 460 even the poor fisherman who at Faversham had mistaken him for a Jesuit priest on his flight and called him Hatchet Face. All judges, magistrates, sheriffs, jurymen, jailers, turnkeys, constables, and everyone who had acted under William in securing and condemning any Jacobite. All justices and other authorities who should not immediately on his landing abandon the government and support him, and all jailers who should not at once set at liberty all prisoners confined for any conspiracy in favor of James, or for any political deed on that side, all were alike condemned. In short, such was the draconian rigor with which the declaration was drawn that there was hardly a man who was not a downright Jacobite who did not tremble at the belief that it might include him. The Queen and her ministers no sooner read the declaration than they saw the whole effect of it. They had it printed and circulated all over the kingdom, with a clever running commentary. Parliament was summoned for the 24th of May, and a number of persons, charged with being concerned in a plot for bringing in James, were arrested and others absconded. Amongst those seized were Marlborough and Lord Huntingdon, who were sent to the Tower. Mr. Ridley, Mr. Knevet, Mr. Hastings, and Mr. Ferguson were sent to Newgate. The Bishop of Rochester was confined to his own house. The Lords Brudenell and Fanshawe, the Earls of Dunmore and Middleton, and Sir Andrew Forester were next secured. The Earls of Scarsdale, Lichfield, and Newborough, the Lords Griffin, Forbes, Sir John Fenwick, Sir Theophilus Oglethorpe, and others escaped. The Princess Anne expected arrest. On the 11th of May, a week after Marlborough was sent to the Tower, Russell sailed from the Downs in quest of the French fleet. He was at the head of 99 sail of the line, the greatest force which had ever descended the English Channel. Off Beachy Head he had met Carter and de Laval, who had been watching the French ports, and a fine fleet of Dutchmen were also in conjunction with him. There were between 30 and 40,000 sailors, Dutch and English, on board, and he was supported by the admirals de Laval, Ashley, Cloudesley Shovel, Carter, and Rooke. Van Almond was in command of the Dutch squadron, with Calemberg and Vandergoes. James meanwhile was at La Hague with the army, anxiously awaiting the fleet of de Tourville to carry it over. James confidently calculated on the disaffection of the English admirals, Russell, de Laval, Carter, and others. He sent an emissary to remind Russell of his promises, and to promise him and the other admirals high rewards in return. But Lloyd, the emissary, had found Russell wonderfully changed. The fatal declaration had produced the same effect on him as on others. He told the man that he was desirous to serve James, but that he must first grant a general pardon. And besides, if he met the French fleet, though James was aboard of it, he would never allow himself to be beaten by the French. In London, the terror of this known disaffection had been great. The Queen and her ministers consulted deeply what should be done. Should they send and arrest the traitors? The effect, they foresaw, would be to scatter terror through the whole fleet. They adopted a far more politic plan. On the 15th of May, as the combined fleet lay off St. Helens, Russell called together the officers on board his own ship, and informed them that he had a letter from the Queen to read them. In this she stated that she had heard rumors of disaffection amongst the officers, but would not believe it. She knew they would fight as became Englishmen for their country. The letter had an instant and wondrous effect. They immediately signed unanimously a declaration that they would live and die for the crown, the Protestant religion, and the freedom of England. On the 18th the fleet sailed for the coast of France, and next day the fleet of Tourville was disgrayed. Tourville had only 45 ships of the line, and he had orders, if he met the English fleet, to engage. But Louis had since learned the junction of the Dutch with the English, and dispatched messengers to warn him, but they were intercepted. Tourville, however, notwithstanding the preponderance of the enemy, determined to engage. He had been upbraided after the fight at Beachy Head as timid. His blood was roused, and besides, he confidently believed that 3/4 of the English fleet were secretly for James, and would at the first brush come over to him. As he lay off Barfleur on the morning of the 19th, he saw the long line of the enemy before him, and bore down upon them for battle. At 11 o'clock, the French admiral opened fire on part of the English fleet, the rest not being able to get up from the wind being contrary. The spirit with which the English received him at once dissipated Tourville's hopes of defection amongst them. The conflict continued with uncommon fury till 1 o'clock, when Russell was compelled to allow his flagship, the Rising Sun, carrying 104 guns, to be towed out of the line from the damage she had received. But the 461 fight continued furiously till 3 o'clock, when a fog parted the enemies. Soon after, however, a wind favorable to the English sprang up, and at the same time dispersed the fog. Fresh ships of the English came up, and the conflict continued to rage till 8 in the evening. During this time Carter, who had been one of the most deeply pledged to James, but who had fought like a lion, fell mortally wounded, but as he was carried down to his cabin, he cried to his men to fight the ship as long as she could swim. Tourville, who was now contending hopelessly against numbers, drew off but was closely pursued, and the most terrible carnage was made of the men on board his great ship, the Royal Sun, the pride of the French navy. He fought, however, stoutly so long as the light continued, and then the whole French fleet made all sail for the French ports. The next morning the English gave chase, and Russell's vessel was retarded for some time by the falling of her topmast, but soon they were once more in full pursuit. About 20 of the French ships escaped through the perilous race of Alderney, between that island and the coast of Cotentin, where the English dared not pursue them, and these vessels, by their desperate courage, escaped to St. Malo. Tourville had shifted his flag to the Ambitious, and the Royal Sun, battered and drenched in blood, made its way, and with the Admiral and the Conquerant, managed to reach Cherbourg, whither de Laval pursued and burnt them, with several other vessels. Tourville himself and the rest of the fleet escaped into the harbor of La Hague, where they drew themselves up in shallow water, close under the guns of the forts de Lisset and St. Vaast. Here they flattered themselves that they were in safety. The army destined to invade England lay close at hand, and James, his son the Duke of Berwick, the Marshal Bellefonds, and other great officers were in the forts. But Sir George Rooke, by the orders of Russell, embarked his men in all the light frigates and open boats that could be procured, and advanced boldly upon the French men of war as they lay drawn up upon the beach. Regardless of the fire from the forts and the ships, the English rushed to the attack with loud hurrahs, proud to beard the French under the eyes of the very army of French and renegade Irish, which dared to dream of invading England. The daring of the deed struck such a panic into the French sailors that they quickly abandoned the vessels which lay under Fort Lisset. The fort and batteries seemed paralyzed by the same event, and the English set fire to the vessels. In vain Tourville manned his boats and attempted to drive back the English sailors. His mariners jumped to land again. In vain, the soldiers ashore hurried down and poured in a volley on the British seamen. They successfully burnt all the 6 vessels lying under Lisset and returned to their ships without the loss of a man. The next morning Rooke was again afloat with the tide, and leading his fleet of boats and his brave sailors against the vessels lying under the Fort St. Vaast. The fort did more execution than the other fort the day before, but all was in vain. The British sailors climbed up the vessels, the French fled precipitately out of them, and they were all burnt to the water's edge, except a few smaller ones, which were towed away to the English fleet. When James saw these surprising acts, he is said to have involuntarily exclaimed, "See my brave English sailors." But guns of the exploding vessels going off killed some of the people standing near him, and he then, coming to a more sober reflection, said, "Heaven fights against me," and retired. There was an end of all hope of ever invading England, and he hastened back to St. Germain's in deep dejection. The news of this most brilliant and most important battle, which gave such a blow to the power and prestige of Louis, was received in London with transports of delight. England was once more safe. France was humbled, invasion at an end. 16 of the finest ships of France had been destroyed, and on the part of England only one fireship. The glory was England's, for, though the Dutch had fought well, it was the English who had borne the brunt and done the miracles of bravery at La Hague. The tidings were borne to William's camp at Grammont, and set all the cannon roaring the exultation into the ears of Luxembourg and his army. At home, there was now time to inquire into the particulars of the plot, for which Marlborough and others had been detained. Luckily for them, there was found to have been a sham conspiracy got up by one Young, a debauched clergyman, who had been imprisoned for bigamy and for many other crimes. Like Oates and his compeers and the more recent Fuller, he hoped to make money, and therefore had accused Marlborough, Sprat the Bishop of Rochester, and the rest of being in it. On examination, the plot was found to be a mere barefaced forgery, got up by Young and another miscreant named Blackhead. They had written an engagement to bring in King 462 James and seize William, and forged to it the names of Marlborough, Cornbury, Sancroft the ex-primate, and Sprat, Bishop of Rochester. This document they had contrived to hide in a flowerpot at the bishop's house at Bromley. The bishop was arrested, but denied all knowledge of the plot, and then Blackhead confessed. Young, however, feigned another plot, and endeavored to inveigle into it a poor man of the name of Holland, who also informed the Earl of Nottingham. Young was imprisoned and pilloried, and ministers were glad to admit the accused to bail. For Marlborough and others, this false plot was a genuine godsend. They were deep in real treason, and this sham treason screened their reputations just at the moment when the power of James was being annihilated, and that of William rising in fresh vigor. But the government was not satisfied with the success of the Battle of La Hague. It was too decisive to be left, they thought, in barren glory. It ought to be followed up by a more severe blow to France. Amid the public rejoicings, Sydney, Portland, and Rochester went down to Portsmouth to congratulate the fleet on its success. They distributed £27,000 amongst the seamen, and gold medals were bestowed on the officers. And, to mark the sense of the King and Queen of this great achievement of the sailors, it was announced that the wounded should be tended at the public charge in the hospitals of St. Thomas and St. Bartholomew, and still more, that the Palace of Greenwich, begun by Charles Roman II, should be finished and appropriated forever as the home of superannuated sailors. Thus originated this noble institution, this home for maimed and declining mariners. But for this honor conferred on the fleet, fresh exploits were demanded of it, that it should sail to St. Malo, bombard the town, and destroy the remainder of Tourville's fleet, which had taken shelter there. Accordingly, Rooke was dispatched to take soundings on the dangerous shores of Brittany, and Russell mustered his fleet, which, having taken on board transports of 14,000 troops under young Skomberg, now Duke of Leinster, accompanied by Ruvigny, now Earl of Galway and his Huguenots, and the Earl of Argyll with his regiment, part of which had committed the melancholy massacre of Glencoe, stood out to sea. Off Portland, however, a council of war was called, and it was contended, by a majority of both naval and military officers, that it was too late in the season. It was only the 28th of July to attempt such an enterprise amid the dangerous rocks and under the guns of the forts and batteries of St. Malo. The fleet, therefore, returned to St. Helens, much to the astonishment and disgust of the whole nation. High words arose between the Earl of Nottingham, First Lord of the Admiralty, and Russell. The minister accused the admiral of cowardice and breach of duty in thus tamely giving up the enterprise against France. Nottingham's hands were wonderfully strengthened by the deep discontent of the merchants, who complained that they were almost ruined by the so much vaunted victory of La Hague. That before, we had a fleet in the Mediterranean and another out in the Channel protecting the traders, but that now the fleet had been concentrated to fight Tourville, and then, instead of taking up proper positions to check the French ships of war and privateers, had contemptibly returned to port. That the French, embittered by the defeat of La Hague, had now sent out their men of war in every direction, and, finding our merchantmen defenseless, had committed the most awful havoc amongst them. 50 vessels alone, belonging to London and Bristol, had been taken by them. More than 100 of our trading vessels had been carried into St. Malo, which Russell, by destroying that port, could have prevented or avenged, while Bart of Dunkirk had scoured the Baltic and the northern coasts of Britain, and Trewin had actually ascended the Shannon and committed frightful mischief in Clare. Amid such expressions of discontent, King William returned from Holland to England. He landed on the 18th of October. He had had little success in his campaign. La Hague was the only bright spot of the year, and the scene which now met him on his return was lowering and depressing. There had been an earthquake in Jamaica, which, in 3 minutes, had converted Port Royal, the most flourishing city of the West Indies, into a heap of ruins, burying 1,500 of the inhabitants, and extending the calamity to the merchants of London and Bristol. The distress in England itself was general and severe. A rainy season had ruined the harvest and reduced the people to a state of extreme misery. Bread riots were frequent, and the complaints of the excessive burthen of taxation were loud and general. Burglaries and highway robberies were of the most audacious kind. William, however, was not a man to sit and brood over such things. He at once sent out parties of cavalry into the districts where the robberies were 463 frequent, and by bribing some of the thieves, got information of the rest, whom his police hunted out industriously. Their chief captain, one Whitney, was taken and hanged, and the highways and domestic hearths were soon as secure as ever. He called together Parliament on the 4th of November, where there was every reason to expect no little faction and difficulties. Parliament was not merely divided into ministerialists and opposition, it was broken into sundry parties, all exasperated by one cause or another. The Whigs were sore with their loss of office to a great extent. The Lords were nettled at the Commons, refusing their claims put forward in the Lord High Steward's Court Bill, and were urged to contention by Marlborough and the other lords who had been imprisoned, and who were loud in denouncing the proceeding as a breach of their privileges. There was a great jealousy of William's employment of so many Dutch in preference to Englishmen, and the Commons were discontented with the manner in which public business was conducted. William was aware of the difficult part he had to play, and in his opening speech, he took care to put Law Hague in the foreground and to congratulate them on this glorious victory gained by Englishmen. He confessed that the success of the campaign on land had been but moderate, but he praised in the highest terms the valor of the British soldiers. He expatiated on the power and the designs of France, told them that the cause of Protestantism was the cause of England, that Louis must be humbled, and that for that purpose there must be still liberal supplies. He threw out a hint of carrying the war into France itself, and assured them that his own aims were identical with theirs, and that he would willingly sacrifice his life for the honor and welfare of the nation. To conciliate both houses, he condescended to ask their advice and assistance in putting the national affairs into the best possible condition, a piece of candor of which he speedily found reason to repent. Both houses voted him thanks for his gracious speech, and, immediately seizing on his request for advice, began to offer it in good earnest. The Lords at once took up the case of Marlborough, Huntingdon, and Scarsdale. They complained that in ungratefully persecuting Marlborough, the court had gone the full length of treating the Princess of Denmark with severity and indignity. Her guards had been taken away. When she went to Bath, the magistrates had orders to omit the honors due to royalty, and the church to omit her name in the prayers, and this simply because she had shown her attachment to the Countess of Marlborough. Marlborough, thus supported by the Lords, who had their own cause of pique about the Lord High Steward's court bill, and by the disrespect shown to the princess, was loud in his complaints of the harshness with which he had been treated, and of being kept in prison with his friends in defiance of habeas corpus. The Earl of Shrewsbury, the Marquis of Halifax, the Earls of Mulgrave, Devonshire, Montague, Bradford, Stamford, Monmouth, and Warrington supported him from various motives, many of them being Whigs, and the Jacobites fanned the flame, hoping for a rupture. Lord Lucas, Constable of the Tower, was ordered to produce the warrants of commitment, and the clerk of the King's Bench to lay before them the affidavit of Aaron Smith, the Solicitor of the Treasury, on which they had been remanded, and Smith was sharply cross-examined. The judges were ordered to attend, and the Lords passed a resolution that the law had been violated in the case of the noble prisoners. They then consulted on the best mode of fully discharging them. The debate was so violent that the ministers were alarmed, and proposed to the king to adjourn Parliament till the 17th of the month, and in the meanwhile to liberate the noblemen from their bail. Accordingly, on the reassembling of the Lords, they were informed that the king had discharged the recognizances of the accused nobles, and the Lords sullenly dropped the question. But though disappointed here, the Lords immediately fastened on the king's request of advice. They moved that a committee of both houses should be appointed for preparing this advice. The motion, however, was rejected by a majority of 12. Nevertheless, they determined to give the king advice themselves. They agreed to an address, praying His Majesty to appoint an Englishman commander of the forces, and that English officers should take precedence of all in the Confederate army, except the officers of crowned heads. This was meant to affect the Dutch, who were only the subjects of a stadtholder. They also desired that the forces left in England should be all English, commanded by an English general, that such officers as pressed men for the fleet should be cashiered, and that no foreigner should sit at the board of ordnance. All those matters, aimed at the king's favored countrymen, William received coldly, returning only short and dry answers. The Lords next attacked Russell for his neglect to make the descent intended on the coast of France. They ordered books and papers concerning that matter to be laid before them. A committee was appointed, and the substance of the charge was communicated to the Commons as concerning a member of that house. Greenwich Hospital. See larger version. The Commons on their part took up the charge against Russell as a charge against themselves. They informed the Lords that they found that Russell had conducted himself at the head of the fleet with fidelity, courage, and ability. Russell made his defense, and accused Nottingham of being the cause of the non-descent. He declared that above 20 days had elapsed between his writing to Nottingham and receiving an answer, that therefore the expedition had become abortive from not receiving timely and necessary information and orders. Nottingham's friends in the Commons warmly took up his defense. The Lords demanded a conference. The Commons refused it, and amid this noise and animosity, the important subject was left undecided. The Commons then proceeded to give the king the advice and the assistance which he had so unluckily asked. They demanded that books and papers should be laid before them necessary to enable them to inquire into the management of the government offices. But they soon came to a stand, for, inquiring into the abuses of the Admiralty, the merits or demerits of Nottingham and Russell came again into question. One or both of them had been guilty of gross mismanagement, but each house defended its own member, and the only result was a motion in the Commons, which, whilst it acquitted Russell, seemed to reflect on Nottingham. The Lords, resenting, made severe reprisals on the character and conduct of Russell, and then the incident ended. The Commons were more generally united in condemning the failure of the Battle of Steinkirk and the conduct of Salmis. Some officers in the House, however, defended the behavior of the Dutch officers on that occasion, and especially of Overkirk in bringing the remains of Mackay's troops out of the battle. But they said not a word in vindication of Salmis, and William, to his disgrace, still continued this insolent foreigner 465 who had willfully sacrificed the lives of the brave English soldiers in his command. Burning of Blount's pamphlet by the common hangman, CP 466. See larger version. The Commons now went into the question of supplies. They were fully prepared to sustain the king in his exertions to check the arms of France, though they protested against a fact which they had discovered by examinations of the treaty between the Allies, that the English paid two-thirds of the expense of the war. After grumbling, however, they voted 54,000 men for the army, 20,000 of them to remain at home, and 33,000 men for the navy. They voted 2 millions for the army and 2 millions for the navy, besides £750,000 to supply the deficiency of the quarterly poll. Still, there was likely to be a deficiency. Notwithstanding the large grants of the previous year, the expenditure had far exceeded them. It was, therefore, proposed to resort to a land tax, the first imposed since the Restoration, and the grand transfer of taxation from the aristocracy to the nation at large. The peers made a violent opposition, not to the tax, but to their estates being valued and assessed by any but commissioners of their own body. But they finally gave way, and a land tax of 4 shillings in the pound was carried. When Louis heard of these unusual supplies, he could not restrain his amazement. "My little cousin, the Prince of Orange," he said, "seems to be firm in the saddle, but no matter, the last louis d'or must carry it." Little did Louis know the condition of England when he said that. If the last piece of gold was to carry it, the chance lay much on the side of England. Whilst France was fast sinking in exhaustion from his enormous wars and lavish luxury, whilst his people were sunk in destitution, and trade and agriculture were languishing, England was fast rising in wealth from commerce, colonies, and internal industry, and was capable of maintaining the struggle for an indefinite period. Yet it was at this moment that the national debt assumed its determinate shape. It had existed, indeed, since the fraud of Charles I on the London merchants by the shutting of the exchequer. It was now said to be suggested by Burnet that there were heaps of money hidden 466 away in chests and behind wainscots for want of safe and convenient public security, and that, by government giving that security at a fixed percentage, it might command any amount of money by incurring only a slight increase of annual taxation for the interest. The idea itself, however, was familiar to William, for the Dutch had long had a debt of £5,000,000, which was regarded by the people as the very best security for their money. Accordingly, a bill was passed on the 3rd of January, 1693, for raising 1,000,000 by loan and another 1,000,000 by annuities, which were to be paid by a new duty on beer and other liquors, and thus, with a formal establishment of the national debt, closed the year 1692. The opening of 1693 was distinguished by a warm debate on the liberty of the press. The licensing, which was about to expire, was proposed for renewal. The eloquent appeal of Milton, in his Areopagitica, that all books which bore the names of the author or publisher should be exempt from the power of the licensers, had hitherto produced no effect. But now circumstances occurred which drew the subject into notice, and raised many other voices in favor of such exemption. In the Lords, Halifax, Mulgrave, and Shrewsbury warmly advocated the principles of Milton, but though the bill passed, it was only by a slight majority, and with a protest against it, signed by 11 peers. Nor was it to pass for more than 2 years. The circumstance which roused this strong feeling was that Burnet had published a pastoral letter to the clergy of his diocese, recommending them to take the oaths to William and Mary, in which, amongst their claims to the throne, he had unfortunately mentioned that of conquest. This had escaped general attention till the royal licenser, Edmund Bohun, a high Tory, who had taken the oaths on this very plea that the king and queen had won the throne by conquest, fell into the trap of one Blount, whose works he had refused to license. This man wrote an anonymous pamphlet with the title, King William and Queen Mary Conquerors. The unlucky censor fell into the trap and licensed it, Then the storm of Whig indignation broke over his head. He was summoned before Parliament and committed to custody. The book was ordered to be burnt by the hangman, and the House unanimously passed a resolution praying His Majesty to dismiss him from his office. The unfortunate licenser was then discharged on his own petition, after having been reprimanded on his knees by the Speaker. Burnet's pastoral letter was likewise ordered to be burnt by the hangman, much to the bishop's shame and mortification. But the liberty of the press was achieved. When the 2 Years' Act maintaining the censorship expired, the Commons refused to renew it. William prorogued Parliament on the 14th of March and prepared to set out for the Continental campaign. William, on his part, had more than his usual difficulty in bringing his allies into the field. Indeed, they were far more occupied in their petty feuds than thinking of presenting a sufficient front to the great enemy who, if successful, would tread them all down in their own territories as Bonaparte afterwards crushed their posterity. The courts of Baden, of Saxony, of Austria, and of the lesser powers were all quarreling amongst themselves. The northern powers were still trying to weaken the allies, and so form a third party, and on the side of Italy, Savoy was menaced by numerous forces of France and ill-supported by Austria. The Prince of Hesse had neglected to furnish his quota, and yet wanted a chief command. The Prince of Baden and the Elector of Saxony were at strife for the command of the army of the Rhine. When William had brought all these wretched and provoking allies into some degree of order, he mustered 70,000 men in the field, and Louis came against him with 120,000. Louis marched himself with his army with all the pomp and splendor that he could assume. He brought all his court with him, as if his officers should be stimulated to the utmost by having to fight under the very eyes of their king and the courtiers and ladies, Madame de Maintenon amongst them. Louis's plan of action was precisely what it had been in the 2 previous campaigns. As he had suddenly invested Mons and Namur by overwhelming forces, before his enemy could approach, he now proposed to surprise and take Brussels or Liege, and so carry off the glory of the exploit both from the Allies and his own general, Luxembourg. This was a cheap and easy way of securing fame without danger, but this time William was too quick for him. Louis arrived at the commencement of June at Namur, where his ladies held a brilliant court. But William had taken up a strong position at Parc, near Louvain, and thrown reinforcements into Maestricht, Haye, and Charleroi. Louis perceived that he was checkmated, and his desire of acquiring still more martial honors suddenly, 467, evaporated. Nothing but hard fighting could make an impression on his stubborn antagonist, and for that Louis had no fancy. He determined, therefore, to return to Versailles with his ladies and his court, and leave Luxembourg to fight it out. The alarm at this proposal in the camp was intense. Luxembourg represented to Louis that it would have the certain effect of damping the spirits of the soldiers and raise those of the enemy. He reminded him that now he had nothing to do but to bear down upon the Allies with all his powers and sweep them away by mere momentum and put an end to the war. But all his entreaties were lost on the Grand Monarch, who had rather steal a victory than win one. He not only persisted in going, but he weakened the forces of Luxembourg by dispatching the division of Boufflers, amounting to 20,000 men, which he had taken under his own especial command, under Boufflers and the Dauphin, to join Marshal de Lorges, who had orders again to ravage the Palatinate. But in reality, Luxembourg was better without the pompous and voluptuous king. He had no one now to come between himself and his real military genius, in which he infinitely excelled William, and he immediately brought his skill into play. Before attacking the Allies, he resolved to divide them on the true Machiavellian principle, divide et impera. He therefore made a feint of marching upon Liege. Liege was one of the places that it was expected that the French would aim at securing this campaign, and the inhabitants had very cavalierly declined to take any measures for defending themselves, saying it was the business of the Allies. William, therefore, put his forces in motion to prevent this catastrophe. He had advanced as far as near Hespin. There, however, he heard that Luxembourg had obtained possession of Haye, which had been defended by a body of troops from Liege and Count Tilly, but which, though supported by another division under the Duke of Württemberg, had been compelled to return to Liege. William now dispatched 20,000 men to reinforce Liege, and thus accomplished the very thing at which Luxembourg was aiming. The moment he learnt that William had reduced his force by this detachment, he marched from Haye on the 28th of July, and passed the Jar near its source with an army exceeding that of the Allies by 35,000 men. William, now aware of Luxembourg's design, committed one of those blunders in strategy, which, except for his indomitable tenacity of purpose, would long ago have ruined him. He could have put the deep river girt between him and the enemy, it was just in the rear. His generals strongly urged him to do this, where he might have maintained his position till he had recalled his forces from Liege. But he would not listen to them. He was afraid of having to retreat before Luxembourg and discouraging his men. He set about, therefore, instantly to strengthen his then position. It was naturally strong. On his right hand lay the village of Neerwinden amongst a network of hedges and deep lanes with a small stream winding through it. On his right lay the village of Ramsdorf, on a brook named the Landen, whence the battle took its name. William ordered an entrenchment to be thrown up from one village to the other and mounted with a formidable rampart of stakes. Batteries were raised along this breastwork, and the two villages were made as strong as the time would allow. The Allies commenced immediately a cannonade with 100 pieces of cannon on the ramparts, which did great execution. But the French soon returned the compliment, and about 8 o'clock made a furious attack on the villages of Lair and Neerwinden. These places were several times lost and regained. In one of the assaults, the Duke of Berwick was taken prisoner. Perceiving himself surrounded by the English, he plucked off his white cockade and endeavored to pass himself off as an English officer. His English tongue might have served him, but he had fallen under the eye of his uncle, Brigadier Churchill, who received him affectionately, and conducted him to William, who addressed him with courtesy, but never saw him again, as he was immediately after the battle exchanged for the Duke of Ormond, who was wounded and taken prisoner in the action. Meanwhile, the battle was raging fiercely all along the line. The French repeatedly rushed up to the breastworks, and were as often driven back by the slaughtering fire of the infantry. A fresh attack was made on Neerwinden, supported by the division under the Duke of Bourbon, but which was repulsed with terrible carnage. Then Luxembourg called together his staff to consult, and it was resolved to try one more assault on Neerwinden with the famous household troops, which had carried the day at Mons and Namur. William met them at the head of several English regiments, which charged the household troops with such impetuosity that, for the first time, they were forced to give way. But whilst William was 468 exerting himself on the right, with a desperation and a risking of his person which astonished everyone, the centre had become much weakened, and a murderous fight was going on at Ramsdorf, or near Landen, on the left. There the Prince of Conti renewed the flagging contest by bringing up some of the finest regiments of the French infantry, whilst Villeroy there encountered the Bavarian cavalry under Count Darco. In this melee, the Duke of Chartres narrowly escaped being taken. Whilst the battle was thus obstinately disputed, the Marquis de Harcourt brought up 22 fresh squadrons from High, which, falling on the English, Dutch, and Hanoverians struggling against the united onslaught of Luxembourg, Marsin, and Marshal de Joyeuse, bore them down by actual numbers. The whole line gave way, and now was seen the folly of William leaving the river in his rear instead of having it in front. The confusion became terrible to escape over the bridge, and a frightful carnage must have followed had not William, with the regiments of Windham, Lumley, and Galway, borne the brunt of the pursuing host till the rest of his army got over the bridge of Near Hespen. As it was, the rout and disorder were dreadful. Numbers flung themselves into the river but found it too deep and were drowned. The Duke of Ormond was here severely wounded. Here, too, Salmes, mortally wounded, was seized by the enemy. The English bulldogs did not mourn his loss. If William, by his want of judgment, had led his troops into this trap, he did his best to get them out of it. He repeatedly dismounted to encourage his men, inciting them by voice and example to stand up to the enemy. He had 2 led horses shot close behind him. One bullet passed through his hat, another through his sleeve, and a third carried away the knot of his sash. At length he got his army over the bridge and encamped on the other bank of the river. The French did not attempt to pursue. They were worn out with their violent exertion, and passed the night on the field of battle amongst the heaps of slain and wounded. The next morning presented the most appalling scene of butchery, unequaled by any battle of that epoch, except that of Malplaquet. 20,000 men are said to have perished in this bloody struggle, about an equal number on each side. On the French side fell Count Montchevreul and the Duc d'Uzes, the premier peer of France. Luxembourg, exhausted with this effort, remained 15 days at Werne, reorganizing his shattered forces, and William employed the time in a similar manner, recalling the troops from Liege and from other places, so that in a short time he was again ready for action, his headquarters being Louvain. The Battle of Landen was the great event of the campaign of 1693. When Luxembourg was rejoined by Boufflers from the Rhine, he invested Charleroi, and that with so much adroitness that William was not able to prevent him. Charleroi capitulated on the 11th of October, and Louis ordered a Te Deum and other rejoicings for this fresh triumph. But though he professed to triumph, he had little cause to do so. He had formerly overrun Holland, Flanders, or Franche-Comté in a single campaign, and sometimes without a battle. Now he had beaten the Allies at Fleurus, Steinkirk, and Landen, and yet here they were as ready to fight him as ever. His country was sinking into the very depths of misery and destitution. The campaign had cost him 10,000 men, and though he had taken 60 cannon, 9 mortars, and a great number of colors and standards, he could not advance 20 miles in the direction of the United Provinces without running the risk of a similar decimation of his troops. It was a humiliating position, after all. After the surrender of Charleroi, both armies went into winter quarters. If the affairs of England had been unsuccessful by land, they had been most disastrous by sea. Before leaving for Holland, William ordered that Killigrew and De Laval should, with their whole fleet, amounting to nearly 100 sail, get out to sea early and blockade the French fleets in their ports, so as to allow our merchantmen to pursue their voyages with security. Our ports were crowded with trading vessels, which had long been waiting to sail to the Mediterranean and other seas with cargoes. About the middle of May, the admirals united their squadrons at St. Helens, and being joined by a considerable number of Dutch men of war, they took on board 5 regiments of soldiers, intending to make a descent on Brest. No less than 400 merchantmen were ready to start, and on the 6th of June, the united fleet put out from St. Helens to convoy them so far as to be out of danger of the French fleets, when Sir George Rooke was to take them forward to the Mediterranean under guard of 20 sail. But the French appear to have been perfectly informed of all the intentions of the English government from the traders about the court, and the English to have been perfectly ignorant of the motions of the French. Instead of Tourville allowing himself to be blockaded in 469 Brest and D'Estrées in Toulon, they were already out and sailing down towards Gibraltar, where they meant to lie in wait for the English. Louis Roman 14. See larger version. The united fleet of the Allies having, therefore, accompanied Rooke and the merchantmen about 200 miles beyond Ushant, returned. Rooke did not think they were by any means certain of their enemies being behind them, and earnestly entreated the admirals to go on farther, but in vain. They not only turned back, but went home, without making the slightest attempt to carry out the attack on Brest. When they reached England, it was well known that Tourville had recently quitted Brest and was pursuing his course south to join D'Estrées. The consternation and indignation were beyond bounds. A swift vessel was dispatched to overtake and recall Rooke, and the merchant vessels if possible. But it is proverbial that a stern chase is a long chase. It was impossible to come up with Rooke. He had reached Cape St. Vincent, and there learnt that a French fleet was lying in the Bay of Lagos. But, imagining that it was only a detached squadron, he went on, till on the 16th of June he perceived before him the whole French fleet, amounting to 80 vessels. As to engaging such an unequal force, that would have been a wilful sacrifice of himself and his charge. The Dutch Admiral Vandergoes agreed with him that the best thing was for the merchant vessels to run into the Spanish ports Faro, San Lucar, or Cadiz, as best served them. Others were too far out at sea. These he stood out to protect as long as he could, and they made some for Ireland, some for Corunna and Lisbon. He himself then made all sail for Madeira, which he reached 470 in safety. 2 of the Dutch ships, being overtaken by the French, ran in shore, and thus drawing the French after them, helped the others to get off. Captains Schraver and Vanderpoel fought stoutly as long as they could, and then surrendered. The French commander Coettelgin took 7 of the Smyrna merchantmen, and sank 4 under the rocks of Gibraltar. The loss to the merchants was fearful. The news of this great calamity spread a gloom over the city of London, and many were loud in attributing disloyalty to Killigrew and De Laval, probably not without cause, for that they were in correspondence with St. Germains is only too certain. Sir George Rooke returned from Madeira to Cork, which he reached on the 3rd of August, his ships of war and the traders which had followed him for safety numbering 50 vessels. Leaving the rest of his ships to convoy the merchantmen to Cassell, he returned to the fleet, which was cruising in the Channel, and which now returned to St. Helens, where they had already landed the soldiers. About the same time, a squadron, which had gone out to seize the island of Martinique, under Sir Francis Wheeler, after coasting Newfoundland and Canada, returned totally unsuccessful. The Dutch set sail for Holland on the 19th of September, and thus terminated this inglorious naval campaign. On the 7th of November Parliament met. William had a poor story of his campaign to relate, but he attributed his defeat to the enormous exertions which Louis had made, and on that plea demanded still greater efforts from England. He asked that the army should be raised to 110,000 men, and the navy proportionably augmented. He complained bitterly of the mismanagement of the fleet, and the Commons immediately proceeded to inquire into the cause of it. The Whigs made a vehement charge of treachery and neglect against De Laval and Killigrew. The Tories, to defend them, threw the blame on the Admiralty. Lord Falkland, who was Chief Commissioner, was proved by Rainsford, the receiver of the Navy, to have embezzled a large sum, and it was moved that he be committed to the Tower. This, however, was overruled, but he was reprimanded in his place. The Lords then took up the same examination, and endeavoured to turn the blame from the Earl of Nottingham to Sir John Trenchard, the Whig secretary. Nottingham declared that early in June he received a list of the French fleet from Paris, and the time of their sailing, and handed it to Trenchard, whose duty it was to send the orders to the admirals. But Trenchard was in his turn screened by the Whigs. The matter was again taken up by the Commons, and Lord Falkland was declared guilty of a high misdemeanor and committed to the Tower, whence, however, in 2 days he was released on his own petition. Robert Harley, destined to make a great figure in the succeeding reign, Foley, and Harcourt, all of whom from being Whigs had become Tories, presented to the House a statement of the receipts and disbursements of the revenue, which displayed the grossest mismanagement. But the farther the inquiry went, the more flagrant became the discoveries of the corruption of both ministers and members of Parliament, through bounties, grants, places, pensions, and Secret Service money, so that it was clear that Parliament was so managed that ministers could baffle any bill, quash any grievance, and prepare any fictitious statement of account. The result was that William was compelled to dismiss Nottingham and to place Russell at the head of the Admiralty. The seals which Nottingham resigned were offered to Shrewsbury, but were not at once accepted. Having expressed their feelings on the mismanagement and treachery of the past year, the Commons proceeded to vote the supplies for the next, and in this they showed no want of confidence in the king. They did not, indeed, vote him his 110,000 troops, but they voted 83,121, but not till they had called for the treaties existing between William and his allies, and the quota which everyone was to furnish. To defray the charge, they voted 5,500,000, in nearly equal proportions between the army and the navy, including £400,000 to pay the arrears of the session, and this they ordered to be raised by a land tax of 4 shillings in the pound and a further excise on beer, a duty on salt, and a lottery. This was a profusion which would have made the country stand aghast under the abhorrent rule of James, and the force was nearly double that with which Cromwell had made himself the dread of Europe. The founding of the Bank of England, 1694. From the original design by George Harcourt for the wall panel in the Royal Exchange. See larger version. These matters being settled, the Commons considered the popular questions of the bill for regulating the trials for high treason, the Triennial Bill, and the Place Bill. None of these bills were made law. The Triennial Bill and the bill for regulating the trials for high treason were lost. The Place Bill was carried, but William refused to ratify it, under the idea that it was intended to 471 abridge his prerogative. The excitement in the Commons was intense. It was resolved to address His Majesty, and such an address was drawn up and presented by the whole House. William received them very graciously, but conceded nothing, and Harley declared, on returning to the House, that the king's answer was no answer at all. Menaces of showing their power on the next occasion, by stopping the supplies, were thrown out, and it was proposed to go up to His Majesty again, to demand a more explicit answer. But the Whigs represented the danger of thus encouraging the hopes of the Jacobites by the prospect of a breach between king and Parliament, and the matter dropped. The question of the charter of the East India Company was again warmly debated. The feud between the old and the new company had grown so violent that the old company, fearing government might be induced to grant a charter to the new company, had put forth all its powers of bribery, and had succeeded. But the former had somehow neglected the payment of the tax on joint stock companies, by which, according to the terms of the Act, their charter was forfeited. The new company eagerly seized on this circumstance to prevent a renewal of the charter. But the old company put nearly £100,000 at the disposal of Sir Thomas Cook, one of their members, and also member of Parliament, and by a skillful distribution of this sum amongst the king's ministers, Caermarthen and Seymour coming in for a large share, they succeeded in getting their charter renewed. The new company and the merchants of London were exasperated at this proceeding. They published an account of the whole transaction. They represented that the old company was guilty of the grossest oppression and the most scandalous acts of violence and injustice in India and its seas. They asserted that 2 of their own ships had exported in 1 year more cloths than the old company had exported in 3 years, and they offered to send more the next year of both cloths and other merchandise than the company had sent in 5. But the bribes prevailed, and the old company obtained its charter. Not very definite in its terms, however, as regarded its monopoly, and subject to such alterations and restrictions within a given time as the king should see fit. At this juncture, the old company were imprudent enough to obtain an order from the Admiralty to restrain a valuable ship called the Red Bridge, lying in the Thames, from sailing. Her papers were made out for Alicante, but it was well known that she was bound for the Indies. The owners appealed to Parliament, and Parliament declared the detention of the vessel illegal, and, moreover, that all subjects of England had a right to trade to the Indies, unless prohibited by Act of Parliament. Encouraged by this decision, the new company prayed the Commons to grant them a direct sanction to trade thither, and the old company, on their part, prayed for a parliamentary sanction to their charter. But no decision in either case was come to, and for some years scenes of strange contention continued to be enacted between the rival companies and free traders in the seas and ports of those distant regions. The last act of this parliamentary session proved the most important of all. It was the establishment of the Bank of England. Banking, now so universal, was but a very recent introduction to England. The Lombard Jews had a bank in Italy as early as 808. Venice had its bank in 1157, Geneva in 1345, Barcelona in 1401. In Genoa, Stockholm, Amsterdam, Hamburg, and Rotterdam there had long been banks, but in England men had continued, till within a very short time previous to this period, to hoard and pay out their own money from their own strong boxes. The goldsmiths of Lombard Street had of late become bankers, and people began to pay by orders on them, and travelers to take orders from them on foreign banks. It was now beginning to be strongly agitated to establish joint stock banks, and there were various speculative heads at work with plans for them. One Hugh Chamberlain and his coadjutor, John Briscoe, published a scheme of a land bank, by which gentlemen were to give security for their notes on their land, on the principle that land was as real and substantial property as gold. But the extravagant and unsound views as to the actual value of land which they promulgated ruined their credit. Because an estate was worth £20,000 at 20 years' purchase, they argued that it was worth that every 20 years, and, therefore, could be immediately convertible at the same rate for any number of years, as if they could put 100 years' purchase in the first 20, and raise the 100 years' value, or £100,000, on it at once. There was, however, a more sober and shrewd projector, William Paterson, a calculating Scotsman, who in 1691 had laid before government a plan for a national bank on sound and feasible principles. His scheme had received little 472 attention, but now, though £1 million of money was raised by the lottery, another £1 million was needed, and Paterson secured the attention of Charles Montague, a rising statesman, to his scheme. Paterson represented that the government might easily relieve itself of the difficulty of raising this money, and of all future similar difficulties, by establishing a national bank, at the same time that it conferred the most important advantages on the public at large. He had already firmly impressed Michael Godfrey, an eminent London merchant, and the brother of the unfortunate Sir Edmund Sperry Godfrey, with the immense merits of his scheme. They now submitted these merits, and the particularly attractive one to a young politician of raising himself by a happy mode of serving the government and acquiring immediate distinction for practical sagacity. Montague was a young man of high family, but a younger brother's younger son, poor, clever, accomplished, and intensely ambitious. At Cambridge he had distinguished himself as a wit and a versifier, but he was now in the Commons, and had made a rapid reputation as an orator and statesman by his management of the bill for regulating the trials for high treason. This man, vain, ostentatious, not too nice in his means of climbing, but with talents equal to the most daring enterprise, and who afterwards became better known as the Earl of Halifax, saw the substantial character of Paterson's scheme, and took it up. Whilst he worked the affair in Parliament, Godfrey was to prepare the city for it. Montague submitted the scheme to the Committee of Ways and Means, and as they were at their wits' end to raise the required £1 million, they caught at it eagerly. The proposed plan was to grant a charter to a company of capitalists, under the name of the Governor and Company of the Bank of England. This company was to have authority to issue promissory notes, discount bills of exchange, and to deal in bullion and foreign securities. Their first act was to be to lend the government £1,200 at 8%, and to receive, as means of repayment, the proceeds of a new duty on tonnage, whence the bank at first received the name of the Tonnage Bank. The bill for establishing this bank was introduced ostensibly to Parliament as a bill for imposing this new duty on tonnage, the charter of the proposed bank being granted in consideration of its making an immediate advance on the tonnage duty. In the Commons, it underwent many sallies of wit and sarcasm, as one of the 1,000 speculations of the time. But in the City, where its real character was at once perceived by the Lombard street money dealers, it was instantly assailed by a perfect storm of execration. It was declared to be a scheme for enabling the government to raise money at any moment and to any extent, independently of Parliament, and thus to accomplish all that the Charleses and Jameses had ever aimed at. To silence this suspicion, Montague introduced a clause making it illegal and amounting to forfeiture of its charter for the bank to lend any money to government without the consent of the Parliament. This, however, did not lay the tempest. It was now denounced as a republican institution borrowed from Holland and Genoa and meant to undermine the monarchy. It was a great fact, the objectors urged, that banks and kings had never existed together. Notwithstanding all opposition, however, the bill passed the Commons, and though it met with fresh and determined opposition in the Lords, where it was declared to be a scheme of the usurers to enrich themselves at the expense of the aristocracy, on Caermarthen coolly asking them, if they threw out this bill, how they meant to pay the Channel fleet, they passed it, and such was its success in the city, that in less than 10 days the whole sum required by government was subscribed. Such was the origin of that wonderful institution, the Bank of England. One other measure of importance was carried by this Parliament, namely, the Triennial Act limiting Parliament to 3 years. Immediately that the Bank of England bill had received the royal assent, William prorogued Parliament and rewarded Montague for his introduction of the scheme of the bank, by making him Chancellor of the Exchequer. Shrewsbury was now induced to accept the seals. William, having shown him that he was aware of his being tampered with by the agents of James, demanded his acceptance of them as a pledge of his fidelity. To secure him effectually, for William knew well that nothing but interest would secure Whigs, he conferred on him the vacant garter and a dukedom. Seymour was dismissed, and his place as a Lord of the Treasury was given to John Smith, a zealous Whig, so that excepting Caermarthen, Lord President, and Godolphin, First Lord of the Treasury, the cabinet was purely Whig. The old plan of mixed ministries was being rapidly abandoned. William had closed the session of Parliament 473 on the 25th of April, 1694, and in a few days he was sailing for Rotterdam. Before going, however, he had ventured to refuse offers of peace from Louis. This ambitious monarch, by his enormous efforts to vanquish the Allies, had greatly exhausted his kingdom. Scarcely ever had France, in the worst times of her history, been reduced so low, and a succession of bad seasons and consequent famine had completed the misery of his people. He therefore employed the King of Denmark to make advances for a peace. He offered to surrender all pretensions to the Netherlands, and to agree to the Duke of Bavaria succeeding to Flanders on the death of the King of Spain. But he made no offer of acknowledging William and Mary as rightful sovereigns of England. Many thought that William ought, on such conditions, to have made peace, and thus saved the money and men annually consumed in Flanders. But Parliament and the English people both knew Louis far too well to suppose that the moment that he had recruited his finances, he would not break through all his engagements and renew the war with redoubled energy. His people were now reduced in many places to feed on nettles, and his enemies deemed it the surest policy to press him whilst in his extremity. Costumes of the time of William and Mary. See larger version. Finding that he did not succeed in obtaining peace, Louis resolved to act on the defensive in the coming campaign in every quarter except in Catalonia, where his whole fleet could cooperate with the Count de Noailles, the commander of his land forces. William, who had received intelligence of this plan of the campaign, before his departure, ordered the British fleet under Russell to prevent the union of the French squadrons from Brest and Toulon. Russell was then to proceed to the Mediterranean to drive the French from the coast of Catalonia and cooperate with the Spaniards on land. Meanwhile, the Earl of Berkeley, with another detachment of the fleet, was to take on board a strong force under the command of General Talmash and bombard Brest in the absence of Tourville. All this was ably planned, but the whole scheme was defeated by the treachery of his courtiers, by Godolphin, his own First Lord of the Treasury, and by Marlborough 474, against whom the most damning evidence exists. Macpherson and Dalrymple, in the state papers discovered by them at Versailles, have shown that the whole of William's plans on this occasion were communicated to James by Godolphin, Marlborough, and Colonel Sackville, and have given us the strongest reasons for believing that the preparations of the fleet were purposely delayed by Caermarthen, the new Duke of Leeds, Shrewsbury, Godolphin, and others. Letters for that purpose being discovered addressed to them by James through the Countess of Shrewsbury. But of all the infamous persons thus plotting against the sovereign they had sworn to serve, and from whom they had many of them just received the highest honors that the government could bestow, None equaled in infamy the detestable Marlborough. This man, who was professing allegiance at the same time to both William and James, and who would have betrayed either of them for his own purposes, was indefatigable in hunting out the king's secrets, and dispatching them with all haste, enforcing the disgrace of his own country and the massacre of his own countrymen with all his eloquence, the sole object being his own aggrandizement. Talmash was the only general who could be compared with him in military talent. Talmash betrayed and disgraced Marlborough, who was suspected and rejected by William for his treason, felt sure he himself must be employed. Accordingly, he importuned Russell for a knowledge of the destination of the fleet. But Russell, who probably by this time had found it his interest to be true to his sovereign, refused to enlighten him. But Marlborough was not to be thus defeated in his traitorous designs. He was on most intimate terms with Godolphin, and most likely obtained the real facts from him. Godolphin, indeed, had already warned the French through James of the intended blow, and Marlborough followed up the intelligence by a letter dated the 2nd of May, in which he informed James that 12 regiments of infantry and 2 regiments of marines were about to embark under command of Talmash, in order to destroy Brest. This diabolical treason had its full effect. Tourville had already sailed. He left Brest on the 25th of April and was at this moment in the Straits of Gibraltar, which he passed on the 4th of May. Brest was defenseless, but Louis, thus apprised of his danger, instantly sent the great engineer of the age, Vauban, to put the port into the best possible state of defense, and dispatched after him a powerful body of troops. The weather favored the traders and the French. The English fleet was detained by contrary winds. It did not quit St. Helens till the 29th of May. On the 5th of June, the fleet was off Cape Finisterre, where a council of war was held, and the next day Russell sailed for the Mediterranean with the greater part of the fleet. Lord Berkeley with the remainder, having on board General Talmash and his 6,000 troops, turned his prows towards Brest. But by this time, the town was in full occupation by a great body of soldiers, and Vauban had planted batteries commanding the port in every direction, in addition to 8 large rafts in the harbor well supplied with mortars. In fact, there were no less than 90 mortars and 300 cannons. All the passages under the castle were made bomb-proof, and there were at least 5,000 infantry and a regiment of dragoons in the place. The English had no friendly traders amongst the French to act the Marlborough and apprise them of all these preparations, and they rushed blindly on the destruction which their own perfidious countrymen had organized for them. The greater part of the unhappy men were slaughtered, and Talmash was shot through the thigh and borne off to the ships. Talmash died in a few days, exclaiming that he had been betrayed by his own countrymen. He was so, more absolutely than he or even most of his contemporaries were aware of. The object of Marlborough was accomplished more completely than he could have anticipated. His rival was not disgraced, but destroyed, taken out of his way, and the hypocritical monster went to Whitehall to condole with the Queen over this national dishonor and calamity, and to offer what he truly called his own unworthy sword. When the offer was forwarded to William in Holland, he bluntly rejected it. But Marlborough ultimately achieved his end, and we ought never to forget, when we remember Ramillies, Blenheim, and Malplaquet, that amongst the acts by which he rose to a dukedom was the massacre of Camaret Bay. On the 9th of November, William landed at Margate, where the Queen met him, and their journey to the capital was like an ovation. On the 12th, the king met his parliament and congratulated it on having decidedly given a check to the arms of the French. This was true, though it had not been done by any battle during the campaign. Russell, by relieving Barcelona, which 475 had been blockaded by 2 French fleets, had effaced the defeat of Camaret Bay, and in the Netherlands, if there had been no battle, there had been no repulse, as in every former campaign. He had now no Mons, no Fleurus, no Namur, no Landen to deplore. On the contrary, he had driven the French to their own frontiers without the loss of a man. But he still deemed it necessary to continue their exertions, and completely to reduce the French arrogance, and he called for supplies as liberal as in the preceding year. The Customs Act was about to expire, and he desired its renewal. The Commons adjourned for a week, and before they met again, Archbishop Tillotson was taken suddenly ill whilst performing service in the chapel at Whitehall, and died on the 22nd of November. With the exception of the most violent Jacobites, who could not forgive him taking the primacy whilst Sancroft was living, the archbishop was universally and justly beloved and venerated. In the city especially, where he had preached at St. Lawrence in the Jury for nearly 30 years, and where, as we have seen, his friend Firmin took care to have his pulpit supplied with the most distinguished preachers during his absence at Canterbury, he was enthusiastically admired as a preacher and beloved as a man. The king and queen were greatly attached to him, and William pronounced him, at his death, the best friend he ever had and the best man he ever knew. Tillotson was succeeded by Dr. Tennyson, Bishop of Lincoln. Mary was very earnest for Stillingfleet, but even Stillingfleet was too high church for William. Could he, however, have foreseen that it was the last request that the Queen would ever make, he would, no doubt, have complied with it. In a few weeks, Mary herself was seized with illness. She had been worn down by the anxieties of governing amid the feuds of parties and the plottings of traitors during the king's absence, and had now not strength to combat with a strong disease. The disease was, moreover, the most fatal which then attacked the human frame, the smallpox. No means had yet been discovered to arrest its ravages, and in her case the physicians were for a time divided in opinion as to its real character. One thought it measles, one scarlet fever, another spotted fever, a fourth erysipelas. The famous Radcliffe at once pronounced it smallpox. It was soon perceived that it would prove fatal, and Dr. Tennyson was selected to break the intelligence to her. She received the solemn announcement with great fortitude and composure. She instantly issued orders that no person, not even the ladies of her bedchamber, should approach her if they had not already had the complaint. She shut herself up for several hours in her closet, during which she was busy burning papers and arranging others. Her sister Anne, on being apprised of her danger, sent a message, offering to come and see her, but she thanked her, and replied that she thought she had better not. But Mary sent her a friendly message, expressing her forgiveness of whatever she might have thought unkindness in Anne. In everything else the very enemies of Mary were compelled to praise her. She was tall, handsome, and dignified in person, yet of the most mild and amiable manners, strong in her judgment, quick in perceiving the right, anxious to do it, warm in her attachment to her friends, and most lenient towards her enemies. To her husband she was devotedly attached, had the most profound confidence in his abilities, and was more happy in regarding herself as his faithful wife than as joint sovereign of the realm. William, on his part, had not avoided giving her the mortification of seeing a mistress in his court in the person of Mrs. Villiers, yet she had borne it with a quiet dignity which did her much credit, and now William showed that, cold as he was outwardly, he was passionately attached to her. His grief was so excessive that, when he knew that he must lose her, he fainted many times in succession, and his own life even began to be despaired of. He would not quit her bedside for a moment day or night till he was borne away in a sinking state a short time before she expired. After her death he shut himself up for some weeks and scarcely saw anyone, and attended to no business, till it was feared that he would lose his reason. During his illness he had called Burnet into his closet, and bursting into a passion of tears, he said, he had been the happiest, and now he was going to be the most miserable of men, that during the whole course of their marriage he had never known a single fault in her. There was a worth in her that no one knew beside himself. Mary died on the 28th of December in the utmost peace after taking the sacrament, and William, deprived of his unselfish wife's support, was left to carry on his great work alone. But apart from the loss of popularity entailed by the death of so able and beloved a consort, it cannot be said that William's position was altered by the death of his wife. So completely was he the master spirit. Chapter 14. Reign of William Roman III, continued. Rising hopes of the Jacobites, expulsion of Trevor for venality, examination of the books of the East India Company, impeachment of Leeds, the Glencoe inquiry, the Darien scheme, Marlborough's reconciliation with William, campaign of 1695, surrender of Namur, Williams, triumphant return, general election and victory of the Whigs, new parliament, re-establishment of the currency, treason's bill passed, a double Jacobite plot, Barclay's preparations, failure of Barrack's insurrection scheme, William avoids the snare, warnings, and arrests. Sensation in the House of Commons, trial and execution of the conspirators. The Association Bill becomes law, land bank established. Commercial crisis, failure of the land bank. The Bank of England supplies William with money. Arrest of Sir John Fenwick. His confession, William ignores. A good temper of the Commons, they take up Fenwick's confession. His silence. A bill of attainder passes both houses. Execution of Fenwick, ministerial changes, Louis desires peace, opposition of the Allies, French successes, terms of peace, Treaty of Ryswick, enthusiasm in England. The death of Queen Mary raised marvelously the hopes of the Jacobites and the court of St. Germain's. Though the Jacobites had charged Mary with ascending the throne contrary to the order of succession, they now asserted that William had no right thereto, and that Mary's claim, however weak, had been his only colorable plea for his usurpation. Mary it was whose amiability and courtesy had reconciled the public to the government of her husband. His gloomy and morose character and manners, and his attachment to nothing but Holland and Dutchmen, they said, had thoroughly disgusted the whole nation, and would now speedily bring his reign to an end. He spent a great part of the year on the continent. Mary had managed affairs admirably in his absence, but who was to manage them now? They must soon go into confusion, and the people be glad to bring back their old monarch. And truly, the wholesale corruption of his parliament and ministers served to give some force to their anticipations. Hardly ever was there a time when dishonesty and peculation, hideous as they have been in some periods of our government, were more gross, general, and unblushing than amongst the boasted Whigs who had brought about the Revolution. From the highest to the lowest, they were insatiably greedy, unprincipled, and unpatriotic, if want of patriotism is evidenced by abusing the institutions and betraying the honor of the nation. One of the best of them died in April 1695, George Savile, Marquis of Halifax. He bore the name of the Trimmer, but rather because parties had changed than that he himself had changed. He had discouraged extreme measures, especially such as were bloody and vindictive. He had endeavored to save the heads of both Stafford and Russell. He had opposed the virulence of the Whigs in the days of the Popish plot, and of the Tories in that of the Rye House plot. But even he had not kept himself free from intriguing with St. Germans. Compared, however, with the unclean beasts that he left behind, he was a saint. The tide of inquiry was now, however, flowing fast, and higher delinquents were reached by it every day. In 1695 there was a charge made against Sir John Trevor, Speaker of the House of Commons, for receiving a bribe of 1,000 guineas to ensure the passing of the City Orphans Bill. This was a bill to enable the Corporation of London to make a sort of funded debt of the money of the orphans of freemen which had been left in their charge, and which they had spent. To carry this bill and cover their criminality, bribes had been given, not only to Trevor, but to Hungerford, chairman of the Grand Committee, and many others. Trevor, who had been one of Judge Jeffreys' creatures, was ejected from the chair of the House, where he had long made a trade of selling his influence to the amount of at least £6,000 per annum, besides his salary of £4,000. For his insolence and greed he had become universally hated, and there was great rejoicing over his exposure and expulsion from the House. Paul Foley, the chairman of the Committee of Inquiry, was elected Speaker of the House in his stead. Hungerford was also expelled. Seymour came into question. His overbearing manners had created him plenty of enemies, and on his remarking on the irregular conduct of a member, the indignant individual replied that at 477 was certainly wrong to talk during a discussion, but it was far worse to take money for getting a bill passed. The hint thrown out was quickly seized, and on examining the books of the East India Company, to which enormous bribery also was traced, it was found that Seymour had received a bribe of £10,000, but under the artful cover of selling him 200 tons of saltpeter for much less than its value. It was, moreover, sold ostensibly to a man named Colston, but really to Seymour, so that the House could not expel him, but a public mark was stamped on his character. William Patterson, facsimile of the only known engraving. See larger version. But the examination of the books of the East India Company laid bare a series of bribes of ministers and parliament men, which made all the rest dwindle into insignificance. In previous years there were found items in the books of £1,284 and £2,096. But in the past year, during the great contest with the new company, Sir Thomas Cook, who had been empowered to bribe at his discretion, had expended on ministers and members no less a sum than £167,000. Wharton, himself a most profligate man, pursued these inquiries on the part of the Commons with untiring avidity. In order to damp this inquiry, the guilty parties caused it to be whispered about that it was best not to press the matter too far, as a large part of the money might have been given to the king through Portland. But nothing could stop the inquest, and it turned out that large sums had been offered to the king, but had been refused, and that £50,000 offered to Portland had also been refused. 478 Nottingham, too, had refused £10,000, but others had not been so scrupulous. Cook declined at first to disclose the names of those who had received the money, but he was threatened with a bill to compel him on terms which, had he persisted, would have ruined him. He then offered to disclose all on condition that a clause in the bill should indemnify him against the consequences of his disclosures. This was done, and Sir Basil Firebrace was named as receiving a sum of £40,000. When pressed to explain what had become of this money, the worthy knight fell into great confusion and loss of memory, but he was obliged to account for the cash, and then it came out that he had, through a Mr. Bates, paid 5,500 guineas to Caermarthen, now Duke of Leeds. The Duke denied having had the money, and then Bates said he had left it with one Robarts, a foreign servant of the Duke's, to count it out for him, and this with the Duke's permission. Robarts, however, was so bad at counting coin that he had taken half a year to do it in, and only brought it back on the very morning that the committee of inquiry was formed. The Duke did not deny that he had got all the money that he could through Bates from the company for others, but this, according to the morals of that age, was considered quite pardonable. To take a bribe himself was criminal if found out. To assist others in selling their votes was venial. The Commons impeached the Duke, but then his servant Robarts was missing, and as Leeds insisted on his presence as evidence for him, the impeachment remained uncarried out. In fact, William, who, though suffering perpetually from the gross corruption all around him, was always the first to screen great offenders, now hastened Parliament to a conclusion. In the following week, the Scottish Parliament commenced its session after an interval of 2 years. The Duke of Hamilton was dead, and John Hay, Marquis of Tweedale, was appointed Lord High Commissioner, a man in years and of fair character. The question which immediately seized the attention of the estates was the massacre of Glencoe. That sanguinary affair had now come to the public knowledge in all its perfidy and barbarity, and there was a vehement demand for inquiry and for justice on the perpetrators. The facts which had reached the Queen long ago regarding this dark transaction had greatly shocked her, and she had been earnest for a searching investigation. But William, who must now have been aware that the matter would not bear the light very well, had not been too desirous to urge it on. The Jacobites, however, never ceased to declaim on the fearful theme, and the Presbyterians, who hated the Master of Stair, who under James had been one of their worst persecutors, and was a man without any real religion, were not the less importunate for its unveiling. Seeing that the Parliament would now have it dragged to the light, William made haste to make the movement his own. He signed a commission appointing Tweedale its head, and sent it down with all haste to Edinburgh. The Parliament expressed great thanks to the king for this act of justice, but it deceived nobody, for it was felt at once that no commission would have issued but for the public outcry, and it was now meant to take it out of the earnest hands of the estates and defeat it as far as possible. And this turned out to be the case. The report of the commission was long in appearing, and had not the estates been very firm, it might have been longer, and have been effectually emasculated. For the Lord High Commissioner was on the point of sending it to William, who was now in the Netherlands and deeply immersed in the affairs of the campaign. The estates insisted on its immediate production, and Tweedale was compelled to obey. It then appeared that several of the MacDonalds had been admitted to give their evidence on the atrocities committed in their glen, and the conclusion was come to that it was a barbarous murder. The king's warrant, however, was declared to have authorized no such butchery, and the main blame was thrown on the Master of Stair and the Earl of Breadalbane. Undoubtedly Sir John Dalrymple, the Master of Stair, had urged on by his letter the massacre of the clan with unflinching cruelty, but William contented himself with merely dismissing him from his office. To put the Scots Parliament into good humour, William promised them through the Marquis of Tweedale that if they would pass an act establishing a colony in Africa, America, or any other part of the world where it was open to the English rightfully to plant a colony, he would grant them a charter with as full powers as he had done to the subjects of his other dominions. This was, no doubt, in consequence of a scheme agitated by Paterson, the originator of the Bank of England, for founding a colony on the Isthmus of Darien, for trading between the Atlantic and Pacific, forming, in fact, a link of commerce between China and India, as well as the Spanish states on the Pacific coasts and Europe. The act, supposed to be drawn by Paterson himself, was passed, and 479 preparations begun for carrying the scheme into effect, but the expedition did not sail till 1698. Parliament granted some indulgence to the Episcopalians, by which 70 of their clergy retained their livings, and voted £120,000 for the services of the state. At the moment that William was about to set out for the continent, a plot for his assassination was discovered, but the conspirators were not brought to trial till the following year. William embarked on the 12th of May for Holland. Before going, he had appointed as Lords Justices to carry on the government in his absence Archbishop Tenison, Somers, Keeper of the Great Seal, Pembroke, Keeper of the Privy Seal, Devonshire, the Lord Steward, Dorset, the Lord Chamberlain, Shrewsbury, the Secretary of State, and Godolphin, First Lord of the Treasury. There had also been a formal reconciliation between him and the Princess Anne. Marlborough and his wife were now all anxiety for this reconciliation. The Queen being gone, and William, from his infirmities, not being expected to reach a long life, Marlborough saw Anne at once brought many degrees nearer the throne. Instead of James ever returning, the crafty Marlborough felt sure that, even if William did not succeed in retaining his popularity, Any change would seat, not James, but Anne on the throne. It was his interest, therefore, to promote by all means Anne's chance of succession, because, once on the throne, he felt that he should be the ruling power. Anne was, therefore, induced by him and his countess to write a conciliatory letter to William, proposing to wait on him and endeavor to console him in his distress. This had not been done without some difficulty and delay, but when once effected, William received the princess very cordially, gave her the greater part of the late queen's jewels, restored all her honors, her name was once more united in the prayers for the royal family, and the foreign ambassadors presented themselves at her house. In one thing, however, Marlborough was disappointed. William did not appoint Anne regent during his absence, as he had hoped, because he knew that that would be simply making Marlborough viceroy. The king still retained his dislike to the Marlboroughs, and though he permitted them to reside again under the same roof with the princess, he refused for some time to admit Marlborough to kiss his hand in the circle at Kensington, and offered him no renewal of his offices and command. William entered on the campaign of 1695 under unusual advantages. Louis of France had reduced his country to such distress that he was now obliged to stand on the defensive. The people were loud in their complaints all over France of the merciless exactions for the continuance of the war. They were actually perishing of famine. Barbacia, the minister, was not able to devise resources like the able Louvois, who was gone. And now Louis had lost by death the great Marshal Luxembourg, who had won for him almost all his martial renown. The forces in Flanders, deprived of their heroic and experienced head, were badly supplied with provisions, badly recruited, and to make all worse, Louis, as he had chosen his prime minister, now selected his general, not from the men of real military talent, but from a courtier and man of pleasure, Villeroy. He was a tall, handsome man, much admired by the ladies, and a reckless gambler, but totally unfit to cope with William in the field. Boufflers was still at the head of a division of the army, but under Villeroy. Louis was apprehensive that the Allies would make a push at Dunkirk. He therefore ordered a new line to be drawn between the Lys and the Scheldt, and every means to be taken to cover Dunkirk, Ypres, Tournai, and Namur. William arrived in the camp of the Allies on the 5th of July, and immediately marched against Villeroy, who retired behind his lines between Ypres and Menin. He, however, detached 10,000 men to support Boufflers, who had advanced as far as Pont d'Espierres. William then sent forward the Elector of Bavaria to confront Boufflers, who also retired behind his lines, and the Elector passed the Scheldt and posted himself at Kirk. William, having thus driven the French to the frontiers of Flanders, then dispatched the Baron von Hayden from the camp of the Elector of Bavaria, along with Ginckel, to invest Namur. At the same time, leaving Vaudemont to confront the army of Villeroy on the border of Flanders, William suddenly marched also for Namur, the Brandenburgers having orders to advance from another quarter. William's hope was, by this ably concerted plan, completely to invest Namur before any fresh troops could be poured into it. But Boufflers, perceiving his design, managed to throw himself into the city with 7 regiments of dragoons, by which the garrison was raised to 15,000 men. Immediately on the heels of Boufflers arrived William and the Elector, and encamped on both sides of the Sambre and Meuse, thus investing the whole place. They began to throw up their entrenchments on the 6th of July, under the direction of the celebrated engineer, Cohorn. The city had always been strong. It had been of late years made much stronger by Cohorn, and since then the French had added to its defenses. Its castle was deemed impregnable. The town was full of provisions and of brave soldiers, and it was regarded as a somewhat rash act in William to attempt so formidable a fortress, with the chance of being taken in the rear by Villeroy at the head of 80,000 men. The moment that Villeroy saw the object of William, he began to put himself in motion to attack Vaudemont, and, having beaten him, to advance on Namur. Vaudemont, however, began to fortify his camp, and Villeroy's vanguard appearing at D'Entraigbes, he entrenched himself on both sides. Villeroy made sure, nevertheless, of a complete victory over him, having such a superiority of force, and he sent word to Louis that he would speedily hear of a victory. But Vaudemont, perceiving another body of French advancing from the Scheldt so as to enclose him, very adroitly drew back, and made a retreat, much admired by military judges, to Ghent. This he was able to effect through the cowardice of Louis's natural son, the Duke of Maine. Villeroy accordingly advanced unopposed and brutally bombarded Brussels. 5-guinea piece of William. William was all this time, except for a few days when he was anxiously observing the French proceedings before Brussels, prosecuting the siege of Namur with a determined ardor which cost a terrible amount of human lives. The The trenches had been first opened on the 11th of July, and the batteries on both sides commenced a furious fire. This continued for a week, and on the 18th a storming party, headed by Lord Cutts, consisting of 5 battalions of English, Scots, and Dutch, attacked the works on the right of the counterscarp, supported by 6 English battalions under General Fitzpatrick, whilst 9,000 pioneers advanced on the left under General Salish. 1,200 of the Allies fell in this bloody action, whilst William, looking on in exultation, thought not of their destruction, but of the bulldog valor of the British soldiers, exclaiming to the Elector of Bavaria, "See my brave English! See my brave English!" They drove in the enemy, though at a terrible sacrifice. On the 30th of July, the Elector of Bavaria attacked Vauban's line that surrounded the defenses of the castle, and broke through it, and reached even Cohorn's celebrated fort, under the eyes of Cohorn himself, but could not effect a lodgment in it. On the 2nd of August, another party of grenadiers, headed by the daredevil Lord Cutts, attacked and lodged themselves on the second counterscarp. The governor, Count Guiscard, now engaged to give up the town, time being allowed for the garrison to retire into the citadel. This being done, and the Allies having engaged to give up the 1,500 wounded men left below, on the 13th the bombardment of the fort commenced with renewed fury. Both sides fought with the fanaticism of courage and committed great havoc on each other. Boufflers at length attempted to cut his way through the besiegers in a headlong sally, but was repulsed and shut up again. Half-crown of William. At this crisis, Villeroy's army had reached Fleurus, and fired 90 pieces of cannon to apprise the besieged of their vicinity. William immediately left the conduct of the siege to the Elector of Bavaria, and drew out a strong force to confront Villeroy, who was reinforced by a large body of troops from Germany. This was a most anxious moment to the people of both England and France. The armies of the two nations were drawn out against each other, and covered the plains of the Sambre and the Meuse. Boufflers was urging Villeroy to strike a decisive stroke for his deliverance and the rescue of Namur, and William had Boufflers in the rear if he was beaten by Villeroy. Surrender of Boufflers, CP 481. See larger version. At Versailles, Louis was imploring heaven for victory, with all his court on their knees, confessing and receiving the Eucharist. And in London the Jacobites, frantic with confident expectation that now William would be annihilated, filled the town with all sorts of horrible rumors and alarms. But after having faced each other for 3 days, Villeroy saw that the position and numbers of the Allies were too formidable, and he quietly decamped along the river Mahaney to Bonif. As Boufflers was now left without hope of succor, the Allies informed him of the retreat of Villeroy and summoned him to surrender without occasioning more slaughter. But there was a tradition in the French army that no marshal of France had ever capitulated, and he stood out until the English, at the cost of 2,000 men, had effected a lodgment in the place. Boufflers now demanded 48 hours to bury his dead, which was granted him, and in truth he had need of it, for his trenches were choked with the fallen, and his force was already reduced to about 1/3 its original strength. When he entered the town, the garrison mustered 15,000 men. Now it was only about 5,000. When the dead were buried, Boufflers offered to surrender in 10 days if he were not relieved before. But the Allies would not listen to anything but an immediate surrender, and he complied, on condition that the garrison should be allowed to march out with the honors of war, but leaving the artillery and stores to the conquerors. The Allies announced the surrender to Villeroy by the discharge of their artillery, and by a running fire of all their musketry 3 times repeated. He knew the meaning of it, and retreated towards Mons. Accordingly, on the 26th of August, Boufflers marched forth with drums beating and flags flying, William, the Elector of Bavaria, and all the officers being assembled to witness this gratifying spectacle. Boufflers lowered his sword in token of submission to the Elector of Bavaria, and the troops marched on. Before Boufflers, however, passed out of the trenches, Dickfeldt informed him that he was the prisoner of the King of England. Boufflers was highly enraged at what he regarded as an act of gross perfidy, but he was informed 482 that he was detained in consequence of his sovereign having broken the cartel, and refused to deliver up the captured garrisons of Dixmude and Danes, and that he was held as a hostage for the faithful discharge of the articles agreed upon. There was no denying the perfidy of his king, which had caused this incident, and Boufflers sent an express to inform Louis, who immediately returned a promise that the garrisons should be sent back, and Boufflers was forthwith released. On his return to Fontainebleau, he was received by Louis as if he were a conqueror, and created a duke, with a grant of money to enable him to support his new rank. The capture of Namur was the great event of the campaign, and spread exultation throughout all the countries of the Allies. It seemed to wipe out the successive defeats of Mons, Fleurus, Landen, and the former loss of Namur. It showed the Allies at length victorious, and Louis discomfited and on the wane. William arrived in London from Holland on the 20th of October. He was received with acclamations, illuminations, and ringing of bells. His progress through London and to Kensington was like that of a conqueror. As if he were destined to take no rest, that very day the council was assembled, and it was concluded to dissolve Parliament. William, however, had been enjoying relaxation at Loo, and no doubt this question of the dissolution of Parliament had been discussed and arranged prior to his arrival. It was deemed wiser to take the nation at this moment when it was in a good humor than to defer the dissolution till the 25th of next March, when, by the Triennial Act, Parliament must expire, and the public mind might be different. Another motive was said to operate with William, the impeachment of Leeds. William was always very reluctant to bring great delinquents to justice. But in the case of Leeds, there were causes for this reluctance which we must respect. It was to Leeds, when he was yet Lord Danby, that William owed his match with Mary, and Mary had ever had the greatest regard for Leeds, who, on his part, had served her assiduously during the king's absences. A new parliament would not be likely to take up again his impeachment, and accordingly, the old one was dissolved, and the new one called for the 22nd of November. This announcement threw into full activity the newly acquired liberty of the press. Since the Revolution, despite the restrictions of the censorship, the press had been extremely busy, and when it was obliged to work in secret, it had been all the more venomous. The Jacobites had employed it to spread sedition and lies, but it now came forward in favor of the king and the Constitution. There were tracts on the election, and besides the old newsletters, there were regular newspapers which advocated their own views, but with a decency and moderation which surprised all parties. Amongst the pamphlets was one, the last literary effort of Halifax, called Some Cautions Offered to Those Who Are to Choose Members, which gave some good advice, especially not to choose lawyers, because they were in the habit of pleading on both sides and were sure to look after their own advancement more than that of the country. Nor officers in the army, who, the writer thought, were out of place in Parliament, attempting to do what no man ever can do, serve two masters. He also warned them against pensioners and dependents on the crown, who do not make good representatives of the people, and against those who, for reasons best known to themselves, had opposed the Triennial Bill. Finally, he bade them seek honest Englishmen, but warned them that they were not very easy to find. The constituencies followed his advice, and the Whig party were victorious. Some of the members of the late Parliament most opposed to government were not returned, as Sir John Knight, for Bristol, who had been so furious against William's favourite Dutchman, and Seymour for Exeter. Neither could John Hampden, who had saved his neck in the Rye House plot by the loss of character, and had since shown as much insolence in Parliament as he did meanness then, get returned, and in his mortification he committed suicide. To such degeneracy had fallen the grandson of the illustrious patriot. When Parliament met on the 22nd, they chose Paul Foley as Speaker of the Commons. The king, in his speech, again demanded large supplies for the continuance of the war, and informed them that the funds granted last session had fallen far short of the expenses. This was by no means agreeable news, and William well knew that there was a large party in the country which complained loudly of this system of foreign warfare, which, like a bottomless gulf, swallowed up all the resources of the country. But he took care to flatter the national vanity by praising the valor of the English soldiers, and by expressing his confidence that England would never consent to the French king making himself master of Europe, and that nothing but the power and bravery of 483 England could prevent it. He complained that his civil list was fixed so low that he could not live upon it, and passing from his own affairs, he recommended to their consideration the deplorable state of the coinage. When the address came to be considered, some strong speeches were delivered against the enormous demands made by the king for this continual war. Musgrave and Howe represented the nation as bleeding to death under this Dutch vampirism, but William had touched the right chord in the national character, and an address of thanks and zealously promised support was carried. The Commons likewise voted again above 5 millions for the services of the year. The first business which occupied the attention of the Commons was the state of the currency. The old silver coin had become so clipped and sweated that, on an average, it now possessed little more than half its proper weight. The consequence was, all transactions in the country were in a state of confusion, and the most oppressive frauds were practiced, especially on the poor. They were paid in this nominal coin, but, when they offered it for the purchase of the articles of life, The vendors refused to receive it at more than its intrinsic worth, by which means the price of everything was nearly doubled. The old hammered money was easily imitated, and whilst the clippers went on diminishing the weight of the coin, the forgers were as busy producing spurious imitations of it. The most terrible examples were made of such coiners, till juries refused to send such numbers of them to be hanged. All money dealers received the coin only at its value by weight, but paid it out by tale, and thus made enormous fortunes. The House of Duncombe, Earls of Feversham, is said to have thus raised itself from insignificance to a coronet. The House of Lords, therefore, took up the subject of recoinage and invited the Commons to unite with them in it, but the Commons, considering it a matter more properly belonging to them, went into a committee of the whole House on the subject. The debate continued for several days. There was a strong party opposed to recoinage, on the ground that, if the silver coin were called in, there would be no money to pay the soldiers abroad, nor for merchants to take up their bills of exchange with, that the consequence would be universal stagnation and misery. But at this rate the old coin must have stayed out so long that literally there would none of it be left. It was resolved to have a new coinage. But Loans, the Secretary of the Treasury, proposed that the standard should be lowered, in fact, that a nominal instead of a real value should be impressed upon it. That ninepence should be called a shilling, as if thereby any greater value could be given to it. This mode of raising the price of everything by lowering the value of the coinage, which would now be laughed at by the merest tyro in political economy, had then its partisans. But John Locke exploded the whole delusion in a little tract written at the desire of Somers, which showed all the inconveniences and injustice which would flow from a lowered standard. There were, however, other difficulties to be met, and these were, whether the government or the public should bear the loss of the clipped coin, and by what means it could best be called in. If the government bore the loss, and ordered all persons to bring in their clipped coin and receive full-weighted coin instead, that would be a direct premium on clipping, and all the coin would be clipped before it was paid in. Somers proposed as a remedy to proclaim that all the hammered coins should henceforth be taken by government only by weight, but that, after having been weighed within 3 days, everyone should take it back with a note authorizing him to receive the difference between the deficiency of weight and the full weight at a future time. By this means, government would have suffered the loss. Locke, on the contrary, proposed that government should receive all clipped coin up to a day to be announced, at full value. After that day, only at its value by weight, and something of this kind was carried by Montague after a debate in the House. It was ordered that, after a certain day, no clipped money should pass except in payment of taxes or as loans to government. After another fixed day, no clipped money should pass in any payment whatsoever, and that, on a third day, all persons should bring in all their clipped money to be recoined, making just what it would, and after that time clipped money should not be a legal tender at any value or be received at the mint. By this plan, the holders of clipped money suffered part of the loss where they could not be in time, but the public eventually bore the greatest part of it, for a bill was brought in to indemnify government for its share of the loss by a duty on glass windows, which was calculated to raise £1,200,000. This was the origin of that window tax which under William Pitt's government grew to such a nuisance. In order to meet the demand for milled and unclipped coin to be given in exchange for the clipped 484 coin to be brought in, premiums were offered of 5% on good milled money, and of threepence per pound on all plate that should be brought in to be melted into the new coins. The 4th of May, 1696, was fixed as the last day for receiving the clipped money in payment of taxes, and early in February furnaces were at work melting down the old coin into ingots, which were sent to the Tower in readiness, and the coining began. 10 of these furnaces were erected in a garden behind the Treasury. Yet, in spite of every endeavor to prevent inconvenience, the Jacobites managed to excite great alarm in the minds of the people. There was a widespread panic that there would be grave personal losses and wrongs, and that all receipts of money would be stopped, and that there would be general distress. The malcontents attacked Montague and the other ministers in the House. The merchants demanded indemnification for the rise which guineas had taken, namely, from 20 shillings and sixpence to 30 shillings, in consequence of the scarcity of the silver coinage. For a guinea now, instead of purchasing 20 shillings worth of their goods, would purchase one-third more, so that their stocks were reduced one-third in value till the silver coinage was again plentiful. Parliament, to remove this cause of complaint, inserted a clause in the bill, offering a premium on plate, fixing the price of a guinea at 22 shillings. Still, however, people imagined that guineas would be scarce, and so gold would rise and hoarded them up, which made them scarce. but government worked manfully at the recoining. Mints were set up at York, Bristol, Exeter, and Chester, as well as in London, and in less than 12 months the coinage was produced with such success that the English currency, which had been the worst, was now the best in Europe. The bill for regulating the trials for high treason was again brought in, and, being still steadily refused by the Lords unless with their clause for granting them the privilege of trying any of their order by the whole House of Peers, instead of by the court of the Lord High Steward, the Commons now gave way, allowed the clause, and the bill passed. It was ordered to come into force on the 25th of March next, 1696. The year 1696 opened with a great Jacobite plot. James had tried the effect of declarations proposing to protect the liberties of the subject and the rights of the established church, and nobody believed him, and with good reason. Seeing, therefore, that empty pretenses availed nothing, he thought seriously of invasion, and of something worse, of preparing his way by the assassination of William. During the winter of 1695-6, Louis fell into his schemes. In 1694, two emissaries, Crossley and Parker, had been sent over from St. Germain's to London to excite the Jacobites to insurrection, but they had been discovered and imprisoned. Parker contrived to escape out of the Tower, but Crossley was examined, but nothing being positively proved against him, he was liberated on bail. It was now resolved to send over fresh and more important agents. One of these no less a person than the Duke of Berwick, James's son, and Sir George Barclay, a Scottish refugee. The fact was that there were two parts of the scheme. As in the conspiracy of Grey and Raleigh in the time of James I, there was the main plot and the by-plot, so there was here a general scheme for an invasion, and a particular scheme for the assassination of the king. This assassination was to come off first, and an army and transports were to be ready on the French coast, to take advantage of the consternation occasioned by the murder. The management of the general plot was confided to Berwick, and of the murder plot to Barclay. Berwick must be supposed to have been well aware of the assassination scheme from the first, for both James and Louis were, and the whole movements of the army and navy were dependent on it. But if Berwick did not know of it at first, he was made acquainted with it in London, as we shall see. But it was the policy of both Louis, James, and Berwick to avoid all appearance of a knowledge which would have covered them with infamy. This was to fall on the lesser tools of their diabolical scheme, and they were to reap the benefit of it. A mode of communication between the court of St. Germain's and the Jacobites in England had long been established through a man named Hunt, who was a noted smuggler. This man had a house about half a mile from the Sussex coast, on Romney Marsh. The whole country round was a boggy and dreary waste, and therefore, having scarcely an inhabitant, was admirably adapted to the smuggling in of French goods and French plots. There Barclay landed in January and proceeded to London. He was followed in a few days by the Duke of Berwick, and very soon by about 20 coadjutors, some 485 of whom were troopers of James's guard, amongst them one named Cassell's, another Brigadier Ambrose Rookwood, one of a family which had been in almost every plot since the Gunpowder Plot, and a Major John Bernardy, a man of Italian origin. Conspirators landing at Romney Marsh, CP 484. See larger version. James saw and instructed many of these men himself before they left St. Germain's, and furnished them with funds. He had given Barclay £800 to pay expenses and engage assistants, which Barclay complained of as a miserable and insufficient sum. These men were now informed that they must put themselves under the orders of Barclay, and they would easily discover him at evening walking in the piazza of Covent Garden, and might recognize him by his white handkerchief hanging from his pocket. Meanwhile, Barclay had begun to open communication with the most determined Jacobites. The first of these were Charnock, who had originally been a fellow of Magdalen College, Oxford, but had apostatized, become a violent papistical agitator, and finally an officer in James's army, and Sir William Parkins, a lawyer and officer of the Court of Chancery, for whilst plotting against the king, he had sworn fidelity to him and was receiving his pay. These men most gladly united with Barclay, for they had been engaged in the very same design for some time. They assured him that there was no chance of effecting an invasion without preceding it by dispatching William. But to do this, they wanted first an authority from James, and to be assured that it would be followed up. Hereupon Barclay showed them his commission from James. As Barclay's myrmidons arrived from France, his hopes grew high. He called them his janissaries, and said he trusted they would win a star and garter for him. He wanted 40 for his purposes, and these men made up at once half the number. Fresh desperadoes rapidly joined the band, until it was evident that the number of conspirators was getting far too numerous, and far too indiscriminate in character for safety. It was necessary to use haste, and Barclay tells us he was constantly studying how and where best to accomplish their object. He set two of his gang to haunt the neighborhood 486 of the palace and to learn what they could of the king's movements. They went to Kensington and to every place which William frequented to find out the most suitable spot and opportunity. At last, the conspirators fixed on Turnham Green as the best for their detestable purpose. They learned that when William returned from hunting, he crossed the Thames there by the ferry boat, not getting out of his carriage, and that he did not wait for his guards, but drove on from the water side till they overtook him. It was a low, swampy place, hidden amongst bushes at the western end of the green. The conspirators were now 35, while the king had rarely more than 25 guards with him. The day fixed was Saturday, the 15th of February, for it was on Saturdays that William made these hunting excursions. As soon as they knew that the king had started, the conspirators were to follow in different bodies, and from different directions, so as to avoid observation. They were to remain at small public houses near the crossing place, and as soon as their scouts gave them notice of the king's party approaching the Surrey side of the river, they were to put themselves in bylanes, to be ready to intercept him. They were to be divided into four sets, one headed by Porter, one by Charnock, a third by Rookwood, and the fourth by Barclay himself. Two parties were simultaneously to rush upon the coach as it passed across road, one from each side. Rookwood was to come from his hiding place in the rear, and Barclay to appear in front, and to him the death of the king was assigned. Horses and arms were purchased by Barclay for the occasion, and the horses were kept in different stables, so as to excite no suspicion. All was now in readiness. The Duke of Berwick had remained in London till matters were in this position. He had been equally busy in endeavoring to induce the Jacobite leaders to rise in arms. He told them that his father, with 10,000 soldiers, was lying at Calais ready to cross when this movement was made, but that the King of France would not consent to the army crossing till the English had given proof of their being in earnest to receive King James in arms. Nor could they think this unreasonable. He had twice sent expeditions to cooperate with them, once in 1690, when de Tourville landed in Devonshire, and again in 1692, when his fleet had come up to the very shore in expectation of being joined by the English fleet, but on the contrary had been attacked by that fleet, and the losses at La Hague suffered in consequence. They could not expect Louis to venture his ships and troops again till he saw a real demonstration for James in England. Then his army would cross at once. But these representations were all lost on the Jacobites. They continued to say, "Only let James land with an army, and we shall be ready to join him." Berwick returned to France and hastened to inform James, whom he met on the way to Calais to join the invading army, that there was no chance of a rising in England till a French army landed, but that he had a confident hope that the conspirators would succeed in dispatching William, and then would be the time to cross over. James went on to Calais to the army, which Boufflers was called from Flanders to command, and Berwick went on to Versailles to communicate to Louis the state of affairs, and all parties waited for the falling of the blow in England. Such was now the position of these two monarchs and the Duke of Berwick, whom the Jacobite writers have so confidently endeavored to clear of the crime of participating in this base scheme of assassination. True, Berwick, whilst in England, would have nothing to do with the conspiracy itself, because he declared it was not criminal. No, that was not his objection, but it was too dangerous and would probably cause all engaged in it to be hanged. On the safe side of the water, therefore, whilst the humbler ruffians were risking their necks for them, these three arch-assassins waited for the signal that the deed was done, a fire which was to be lit on one of the Kentish hills. Meanwhile, the conspiracy was suffering, as might have been expected, from the admission of too many colleagues. As the time approached, Fisher, who had boasted that he would himself kill one of the king's coach horses, went and informed Portland that there was a design of taking the king's life. Portland at first paid little attention to this information, but it was soon confirmed in a manner which left him no alternative but to apprise the king of it. On the evening of the 14th, a Mr. Pendergrass, a Catholic gentleman of Hampshire, waited on Portland, and assured him that if the king went on the morrow to hunt, he was certain to be assassinated. Pendergrass said the king was the enemy of his religion, but that his religion would not permit him to see such a thing done without giving him a warning, and he 487 entreated Portland to induce the king not to go out on any account. When pressed to name his accomplices, he declined, saying they were his friends and one of them his benefactor. He would not betray them. The fact was that Porter had sent for Pendergrass up from the country to take part in the assassination, but though he was under great obligations to Porter, he refused. He would have been ready to unite in an invasion, but not in a murder. The king was with difficulty prevented by Portland from going, but he did stay, and when it was announced to the conspirators that the king had given up hunting for that day, they were a good deal startled. But as the weather was assigned as the cause, they imagined they were still unbetrayed and waited for the next Saturday. One of them, Chambers, a great ruffian who had been severely wounded at the Battle of the Boyne, and had a savage malice against William, vowing to have his life yet or lose his own. Between this day and the next Saturday, however, de la Rue had grown afraid, and went and gave a warning similar to Pendergrass's. On the Friday, Pendergrass was sent for to the king's closet, where William was alone with Portland and Lord Cutts, who had fought so bravely at Namur. William was very courteous to Pendergrass, and thanked him for his information, complimented him as a man of honor, but desired him to name the conspirators. Pendergrass persisted in his refusal, except he had the king's assurance that his information should not cause the destruction of these men, but only be used to prevent the commission of the crime. This assurance being solemnly given, he named them. It does not, however, appear that this solemn assurance was kept, for undoubtedly Pendergrass's information was used for the arrest of the conspirators, and though he himself was not brought openly forward in court against them, they were condemned and executed through that means, so that not using his evidence openly was a mere quibble. And even this was laid aside as soon as, at Pendergrass's demand, they had engaged to use Porter's evidence on condition of his safety. Ignorant of the mine ready charged under their feet, the conspirators anxiously awaited Saturday, the 22nd. This time all outwardly bade fair for success. The usual preparations were made at the palace for the hunting. There had been during the week no sign of any agitation or bustle, nor word dropped which could give the slightest suspicion that their design was known. The guards were sent off to go round by Kingston Bridge to Richmond, as there was then no bridge nearer. The king's coach came out to take him away, and the conspirators were breakfasting at Porter's lodgings, when word was hurriedly brought to them that the coach had been sent back to the stables, and the guards had come galloping back, saying that a discovery of something terrible had been made. If the men had not been infatuated by their zeal for the assassination, as is very general in such cases, they would now have made the best of their way into some place of security. The return of the guards in such hurry, and with such rash words, was not very skillful on the part of the government if they meant to take the conspirators, and, as the arrests were delayed till night, there was ample time for them to have all got off. But they still flattered themselves that, though some whisper of the design had reached the palace, the actual conspirators were unknown, and they were only the more bent on seizing some instant mode of accomplishing their object. That night the king's officers were upon them, and Charnock, Rookwood, and Bernardy were taken in their beds. The next day 17 more were arrested, and 3 of the Blues also. Barclay had had more cunning than the rest. He had absconded and got safe to France. The Lord Mayor was sent for to Whitehall, and desired to put the city into a perfect state of readiness for action. A council was held. It was agreed to send for some regiments from Flanders in consequence of the preparations at Calais. The Earl of Dorset was sent down to his lieutenancy of Sussex. Sidney, Lord Romney, warden of the Cinque Ports, was also dispatched for the guard of the coast of Kent, and Russell hastened to assume the command of the fleet. On Monday, the 24th, the king went to the House of Lords, sent for the Commons, and announced to the assembled Parliament the discovery of the plot and the arrest of a number of the traitors. The sensation was intense. The two houses united in an address of congratulation for the king's safety, with which they went in a body to Kensington, and the same day the Commons passed 2 bills, one suspending the habeas corpus, and the other declaring that Parliament should not be dissolved by the king's death in case any such conspiracy should succeed. Sir Rowland Gwynne moved that the House should enroll itself as an association for the defense of the king and country. The idea was instantly seized by Montague, who saw how immensely it would 488 strengthen the Whigs, and the deed was immediately drawn, and ordered to be ready for signature the next morning. In this, the House bound itself to defend the king with their own lives against James and his adherents, and to avenge him on his murderers in case of such an assassination, and to maintain the order of succession as fixed by the Bill of Rights. The next morning the members hurried in to sign the form of association, and, as some were not present, it was ordered that all who had not signed it within 16 days should be called upon to do so, or formally to refuse. They resolved that anyone who declared the association illegal should be held to be a promoter of the wicked designs of James, and an enemy to the laws and liberties of the country. They prayed the king to banish by proclamation all papists to a distance of 10 miles from the cities of London and Westminster, and to order the judges to put the laws in force throughout the country against Roman Catholics and non-jurors. The forms of the association and the address of the two houses were immediately printed and published, along with a proclamation offering £1,000 reward for the discovery and apprehension of each of the conspirators, and £1,000, with a free pardon, to each of the accomplices who should deliver himself up and reveal what he knew. One after another, the miscreants were dragged from their hiding places, or gave themselves up as king's evidence for the £1,000 and free pardon. On the 11th of March, Charnock and two others were placed at the bar of the Old Bailey before Lord Chief Justice Holt and other judges. The prisoners demanded that their trials should be postponed till after the 25th of the month, when the new Act for Trials for Treason came into force, and which allowed counsel to the accused. But the counsel for the Crown would not consent to it, a circumstance which does no honor to William and his ministers, for from them the order to proceed must now have been given. All the accused denied that James knew of or had done anything to sanction the attempt to assassinate the king. But this assertion neither agrees with the depositions made by the other conspirators admitted as evidence, nor with the facts of the case. And, indeed, Charnock left a paper, still in the Bodleian Library of Oxford, in which he declares that the attempt would not have been justifiable had it not been sanctioned by James, that His Majesty's Commission did fully justify it, and that it was just as proper to attempt to kill the Prince of Orange at the head of his guards, serving as they did the king whose throne he had usurped, and who was at war with him, as if he had been at the head of 20,000 men. They had their king's commission for it, and their king being at declared war, it was quite legitimate to attack and kill William wherever they could meet with him. Despite this high assumption, Charnock, after conviction, offered, if they would pardon him, to reveal the whole particulars of the plot and the names of everyone concerned in it, but there was evidence enough. His offer was not accepted, and the three were executed at Tyburn on the 24th. The association into which the Commons had entered for the defense of the king had not yet been made law, but a bill was now brought in for that purpose. Out of the 513 members of the Commons, 400 had signed it, but on its reaching, the Lords' exception was made by the Tories to the words, rightful and lawful sovereign, as applied to William. Even Nottingham, who had so long and faithfully served William, declared that he could not accept them. That William was king de facto he admitted, but not king by rightful succession. He was supported by Rochester, Normanby, and others. But on the Duke of Leeds proposing that the words rightful and lawful should be altered to having right by law, and no other person having such right, singularly enough the Tories acquiesced in the change, though it would not be easy for minds in general to perceive a distinction between being a rightful and lawful sovereign and a sovereign who had a full, and indeed, exclusive right by law. The Commons retained their own form, and the Lords theirs. The Bill of the Commons was passed on the 4th of April. It provided that all such persons as refused the oaths to His Majesty should be liable to the forfeitures and penalties of Papist recusants, that all who questioned William's being a lawful and rightful sovereign should be subject to heavy penalties, that no person refusing to sign this association should be capable of holding any office, civil or military, of sitting in Parliament, or being admitted into the service of the Prince or Princess of Denmark. All magistrates, of course, were included in the requirements, and some who refused to sign were dismissed. The Lords were to use their own form, and with this understanding it passed their House without delay. The bishops drew up a form for 489 themselves, and according to Burnet, not above 100 clergymen all over England refused to sign. The people everywhere signed the bond with almost universal enthusiasm, even in the most papist districts, as Lancashire and Cheshire. Bishop Burnet. See larger version. Before this remarkable session closed, a bill was brought in to check the corruption of elections. It had now become common for moneyed men to go down to country boroughs and buy their way into Parliament by liberal distribution of their gold. It was, therefore, proposed to introduce a property qualification for members of Parliament, that a member for a county should be required to possess £500 a year in land, and a member for a town £300 a year in land. It was even proposed to adopt the ballot, but that was rejected. The bill itself was carried through both houses, but William declined to ratify it. The towns abounded with Whigs, and had stood stoutly by him, and it appeared to be a sweeping infringement on their privileges to debar them from electing men in whom they had confidence, because they were not landed proprietors, though they might otherwise be wealthy as well as duly qualified for such duties. He ratified, however, another bill intended for the benefit of the landed gentry. This was for the establishment of Hugh Chamberlain's Land Bank. Unsound and delusive as the principles of this scheme were, It had the great attraction to the landowners of offering them extensive accommodation and a fancied accession of wealth, and to William the further advance of a large sum for his wars. The Bank of England had only furnished him with 1 million at 8%. 490, this land bank was to lend him 2 millions and a half at 7%. It was ratified by William, and the Parliament was prorogued the same day, April the 27th. At home, the confusion and distress were indescribable and lasted all the year. In the spring, until autumn, it was a complete national agony. The last day for the payment of the clipped coin into the treasury was the 4th of May. As that day approached, there was a violent rush to the exchequer to pay in the old coin and get new. But there was very little new ready, and all old coin that was not clipped was compelled to be allowed to remain out some time longer. Notwithstanding this, the deficiency of circulating medium was so great that even men of large estate had to give promissory notes for paying old debts and take credit for procuring the necessaries of life. The notes of the new Bank of England and of the Lombard Street money changers gave also considerable relief. But the whole amount of notes and coin did not suffice to carry on the business of the nation. Numbers of workpeople of all kinds were turned off because their employers had not money to pay them with. The shopkeepers could not afford to give credit to everyone, and, as their trade stagnated in consequence, they were compelled to sacrifice their commodities to raise the necessary sums to satisfy their own creditors. There was a heavy demand on the poor rates, and the magistrates had orders to have sufficient force in readiness to keep down rioting. This distress was aggravated by those who had new milled money, hoarding it up lest they should get no more of it, or in expectation that its scarcity would raise its value enormously, and that they could pay their debts to a great advantage or purchase what they wanted at still greater advantage. The Jacobites were delighted with this state of things, and did all they could to inflame the people against the government, which they said had thus needlessly plunged the nation in such extreme suffering. There were numbers of exciting tracts issued for this purpose, and especially by a depraved priest named Grascombe, who urged the people to kill the members of Parliament who had advocated the calling in of the silver coin. To make the calamity perfect, the land bank had proved as complete a bubble as Montague and other men of discernment had declared it would. The landed gentry wanted to borrow from it, not to invest in it. Its shares remained untaken, and it found, when the government demanded the £2,600,000 which it had pledged itself to advance, that its coffers were empty, and it ceased to exist, or rather to pretend to have any life. The bursting of the land bank bubble was severely trying to the new Bank of England. The failure of the one alarmed the public as to the stability of the other, and the Jacobites and the Lombard Street rival moneylenders lent their cordial aid to increase the panic. The Lombard Street bankers made a vigorous run upon the bank. They collected all its paper that they could lay hands on and demanded instant payment in hard cash. Immediately after the 4th of May, when the government had taken in the bulk of the money and had issued out very little, they made a dead set against the bank. One goldsmith alone presented £30,000 in notes. The bank resolved to refuse the payment of the notes thus obviously presented in order to ruin it, and then the Lombard Street bankers exultingly announced everywhere that the boasted new institution was insolvent. But the bank, leaving the Lombard Street goldsmiths to seek a remedy at law, continued to give cash for all notes presented by the fair creditors, and the public steadily supported them in the system and condemned the selfish money dealers. Montague also contrived to relieve the tightness to a considerable extent by availing himself of a clause in the Act of the Land Bank, empowering government to issue a new species of promissory notes, bearing interest on security of the annual taxes. These bills, called now and henceforward exchequer bills, were issued from £100 to £5, and were everywhere received with avidity. They also urged on the mints in the production of the new coinage, and to facilitate this, they made Sir Isaac Newton Master of the Mint, who exerted himself in his important office with extraordinary zeal and patriotism. In August, William sent Portland over from Flanders, where the campaign was almost wholly barren of events, to bring him money for the subsistence of his troops by some means. The failure of the land bank made his demand appear hopeless, but the government applied to the Bank of England, and, notwithstanding its own embarrassments, it advanced to the government £200,000 on the 15th of August, and that in hard cash, for it was plainly told that its paper was of no use in Flanders. Yet to such extremities was the bank reduced that at the same time it was obliged to pay its demands by 491, three-fourths the value of its notes in cash, marking that amount as paid on the notes, and returning them into circulation, reduced to one-fourth of their original value. As the bank, however, so bravely supported the government determined as firmly to support the bank. And the public confidence, which had never entirely failed it, from this moment grew stronger and stronger. As the year drew towards a close, the rapidly increasing issue of the new coin began to reduce the intensity of the distress, and the forbearance of creditors of all kinds enabled the nation to bear up wonderfully, much to the chagrin of its enemies both at home and abroad, where the most ridiculous stories of English poverty and ruin were circulated. But, except the trouble arising from the coinage, the great event during William's absence had been the capture of Sir John Fenwick, and his examination, with the view of tracing the further ramifications of the conspiracy in which he had been engaged. Fenwick, if not engaged in the assassination scheme, was charged by Porter and the other king's evidence with being fully privy to it and deep in the plot for the invasion. He was a man of high birth, high connections, being married to a sister of the Earl of Carlisle, had held high office in the state, and was a most indefatigable and zealous traitor. During the king's absence, and when the Jacobites were in great spirits, hoping to drive out William, he had shown the most marked and unmanly disrespect to the queen. It was not, therefore, likely that he would escape the just punishment of his treason if he were caught. For a long time he managed to conceal himself, and during his concealment, he and his friends were hard at work to remove the only witnesses that he dreaded. These were Porter and a person named Goodman. The Earl of Aylesbury, who was also in the Tower on a similar charge, was equally anxious to have these two men out of the way, and the friends of both plotters united to get rid of them by bribery. For this purpose, besides the active personal exertions of Lady Fenwick, they employed two Irishmen of their party, one Clancy, a barber in Donelagh, a disbanded captain. Clancy met Porter at a tavern and offered him 300 guineas down, 300 more as soon as he landed in France, and an annuity of £100 a year. Porter was greatly tempted by the offer, and at length consented to accept it. A day was fixed for the payment of the first 300 guineas at the tavern, but, on reflection in the interval, he did not like the prospect of having to face at St. Germain's the king whose agents he had betrayed to death, and the friends and associates of those agents. He saw that nothing could obtain their forgiveness or prevent them from taking mortal revenge on him. He therefore posted to the Secretary of State and revealed the whole affair. The necessary measures were taken, and Porter attended punctually at the meeting with Clancy. He received the 300 guineas, and then, giving a concerted signal, the officers of government rushed in and secured Clancy, who was tried for subornation, convicted, and set in the pillory. This discovery, through the double treachery of Porter, alarmed Fenwick for his personal safety. He no longer deemed himself secure in the kingdom, for he had taken such part in the attempt to win over Porter, writing a letter for him to take with him to St. Germain's to secure his good reception there, that it was too obvious that he was not far off. Porter was indemnified for his loss of the promised annuity by a much better one from William's government, no less than £250 a year, and would undoubtedly, if possible, hunt out Fenwick. Sir John, therefore, made prompt arrangements for his own escape to France. There was no time to be lost. He was indicted at the next sessions in the city for treason. Porter and Goodman gave evidence before the grand jury, who returned a true bill. Sir John managed to escape to near Romney Marsh, where a vessel was to take him off, but unfortunately on the way he met an officer who had been apprehending two smugglers. The man knew him and offered the smugglers a pardon and reward to assist in seizing him. Sir John fled, and they pursued, and he is said to have been taken in the end near Slyfield Mill, between Stoke Dabernon and Bookham, in Surrey. Sir John had contrived, after being taken, to write a letter to his wife, by one Webber who was with him, in which he declared that all was now over unless she could get her relatives, the Howards, to intercede for him. They might promise for him that he would spend his life abroad, and would pledge himself never to draw a sword against the present government. If that could not be done, the only chance left was to bribe a juryman to starve out the jury. This letter was intercepted, and when Sir John 492 was brought before the Lords Justices at Whitehall, and he appeared very high, and denied the charges against him indignantly, it was laid before him to his sudden terror and confusion. He saw how completely he had committed himself by his confession, and he turned pale, and seemed half inclined to admit his guilt. In the silence of his prison he revolved another scheme, and on the 10th of August, 2 months after his apprehension, he presented a memorial to the Duke of Devonshire, offering to disclose to the king all that he knew of the plots, with every one concerned in them, and throwing himself on the mercy of the king. Having so fully betrayed his own guilt, this seemed the only chance of obtaining a lenient judgment. Devonshire sent over the memorial to William in Holland and was desired by him to receive Fenwick's confession. Old Mercer's Hall, where the Bank of England was first established. See larger version. This was in due time written down and delivered, and, had it been a real revelation of the plots and their agents, would have probably obtained considerable indulgence for him. But it disclosed nothing that was not already well known to William. Passing over all the other parties who were secretly engaged in laboring for the overthrow of William's government and the restoration of James, persons whose names and doings would have been of the utmost value to the government, he merely accused Marlborough, Russell, Godolphin, and Shrewsbury. The intrigues of all these were far more familiar to William and his intimate friends than they were to Fenwick. William and Devonshire were disappointed. The whole thing had the air of a ruse to hide the still undiscovered delinquents and make a merit of a stale and useless piece of information. Devonshire, on forwarding the list, observed that, whatever these noblemen had been, they were, to all appearance, very firm to the king now. William, on reading Fenwick's paper, was incensed. "I am astonished," he wrote to Shrewsbury, "at the fellow's effrontery. Observe this honest man's sincerity. He has nothing to say, except against my friends, not a word about the plans of his brother Jacobites. He ordered the prisoner to be brought to trial without delay." Fenwick, in fact, had only ensured his own 493 doom. He probably thought William was not aware of the double dealing of his own ministers, and that he should be able to throw a bombshell into the Whig camp, while he screened his own fellow seditionists. But he found he had to deal with a man much more sagacious than himself. William ordered the confession of Sir John to be laid before the Lords Justices, and himself acquainted some of the accused of what it contained, and expressed his contempt of it. Marlborough and Russell, if they had not before made up their minds to avoid any further tampering with St. Germain's, seem from this moment to have done so. It was clear their secret was not only well known to William, but, pretty generally, to the agents of James. Marlborough, however, took it calmly. Russell made a great pretense of innocence and demanded inquiry. Shrewsbury alone seemed dismayed and overcome by it. He wrote to William, admitting that Lord Middleton, James's secretary, had been over several times and had visited him, but this he attributed to their nearness of kinship. He said, "One night at supper, when he was pretty well in drink, he told me he intended to go beyond seas, and asked me if I could command him no service. I then told him, by the course he was taking, it would never be in his power to do himself or his friends service. And if the time should come that he expected, I looked upon myself as an offender not to be forgiven." Shrewsbury added that perhaps these accusations might render him incapable of serving William, meaning that he might not think him fit to retain the seals under such a suspicion by the public. But that, if he could not answer for the generality of the world, yet the noble and frank manner in which his Majesty had used him on that occasion would ever be acknowledged by him with all gratitude. Lady Fenwick interceding for her husband, CP 496. See larger version. Fenwick, perceiving the fatal blunder that he had made, sent in a second confession. But this appeared rather to absolve James and his adherents from any knowledge of the baser plan of assassination, and from having sanctioned the scheme of seizing William's person, than to throw 494 any new light on the real workers in the treason. Things were in this position when William returned on the 6th of October. The courtiers at once flocked to Kensington to pay their respects to his Majesty, and amongst them the noblemen who had been so deeply accused by Fenwick, with the single exception of Shrewsbury. William received them all most graciously, and asked where Shrewsbury was. He was informed that he was ill, and the next day the Duke himself wrote to say that he had had a fall from his horse, had received considerable injury, and was incapable of traveling. But the king and the other ministers well knew that the real cause was his extreme sensitiveness, which made him ashamed to face his sovereign after the discovery of his delinquency. And both they and William wrote to urge his appearance at court as soon as possible. William said, "You are much wanted here. I am impatient to embrace you, and to assure you that my esteem for you is undiminished." Somers wrote to him that unless he appeared in his place at court, it would convince the public that he felt the justice of Fenwick's charge. But Shrewsbury, whose mind so readily preyed on itself, could not bring himself to face the king, and sent to request leave to resign the seals. With a magnanimity wonderfully different to that of Henry Roman VIII, who would have had all these nobles' heads off in a few days, William would not hear of his resignation, telling the Duke that it would bring the worst suspicions on him, and, more on Shrewsbury's account than his own, He insisted on his keeping the seals. At length he consented, but still dared not go to town, but remained in the seclusion of his home amongst the wilds of Gloucestershire. On the 20th of October, William opened the session of Parliament with a speech in which he reviewed the troubles and difficulties of the past year. He admitted the distress which the endeavors to restore the coinage to a healthy state had occasioned, the pressure caused by the limited coinage being yet only partly relieved. He avowed that the liberal funds voted in the last session had fallen far short of the public needs, and that the civil list could not be maintained without further aid. But, on the other hand, he contended that they had many causes of congratulation. Abroad the enemy had obtained no advantage, and at home, the fortitude and temper with which the nation had struggled through the hardships attending the recoinage, increased as these had been by the fears or selfishness of those who had hoarded their money, were admirable. A little time must bear them through this, and he had to inform them that he had received overtures of peace from France. He should be prepared to accept proper terms, but the way to obtain them was to treat sword in hand. He therefore recommended them to be at once liberal and prompt in voting the supplies. He recommended to their sympathy the French Protestants, who were in a most miserable condition, and he trusted to their taking efficient measures for the maintenance of the public credit. The Commons, on retiring to their house, at the instance of Montague, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, passed 3 resolutions, which demonstrated the confidence of the country in the government, and constituted in themselves the most absolute defeat of all the grumblers and malcontents possible. Montague had advocated the Bank of England. That had succeeded. He had denounced the scheme of the Land Bank. That had proved, as he declared it to be, a delusion, and had brought ruin on its projectors. He had carried the plans of government for the restoration of the coinage stoutly through the most unexampled crises. When the paper of the Bank of England was fluctuating in value, the enemies of government casting suspicion on it, so that it would occasionally sink 1/4 of its value in the course of a single day. When both the allies and the enemies of England fancied that her credit was gone and her resources exhausted, Montague knew better, and by his spirit and eloquence kept the machine of government going, and now he reached a point of unquestionable triumph. The credit of the country was no longer falling, but rising. The coinage was fast assuming a position which it had never enjoyed for ages, and the confidence of Parliament displayed itself in its votes. The resolutions which confounded the adversaries of William's government, and which have often been referred to as motives for encouragement in periods of governmental distress, were these: first, that the Commons would support the king against all foreign and domestic enemies; secondly, that the standard of gold and silver should not be altered; thirdly, that they would make good all parliamentary funds established since the king's succession. An address was passed on the basis of these resolutions, which was followed by another from the Lords, and the Commons proceeded in the same spirit to vote 6 millions for the current expenses of the year. The great topic of the remainder of the session was the inquiry into the guilt of Sir John Fenwick. In denouncing the noblemen named in his confession, he had made them and their adherents his mortal enemies. The Whigs were deeply incensed through the accusation of Russell and Shrewsbury, and the Whigs were now more influential than ever. Instead of damaging them and embarrassing William, Fenwick had fatally damaged himself. As for Godolphin, who was the only Tory in the ministry, they contrived to get him to offer his resignation, which, unlike that of Shrewsbury, was accepted, so that the Whigs had now a ministry wholly of their party. Russell was loud in his demands of vengeance, and William, at the suggestion of the Whigs, sent for Fenwick, and insisted that he should supply further information as to the real conspirators, whom he had evidently purposely screened. Fenwick declined, and William gave him to understand that he had nothing more to expect from him. The stubbornness of Fenwick soon received an explanation. His wife had managed to corrupt Goodman, the second witness against him. An annuity of £500 had been offered him to abscond, accompanied by the menace of assassination if he refused. He consented to flee, and was accompanied by an agent named O'Brien to St. Germain's. Fenwick now believed himself safe, as no man could be condemned on a charge of high treason upon the evidence of one witness. But the vengeance of his enemies was not thus to be defeated. Sir John might have recollected how often the end in such cases had been secured by a bill of attainder. Fenwick himself had been a zealous advocate for such a bill against Monmouth. When it became known that Goodman was spirited away, the exasperation of the Commons was extreme. On the 6th of November, Russell vehemently demanded of the House that it should examine and decide whether the accused parties were guilty or not. Before proceeding to extremities, the Commons, however, called Sir John before them, and offered to intercede with the king on his behalf if he made a full and immediate confession. But he would not consent to become the informer against his own party and was remanded. It was then resolved, by 179 votes to 61, that a bill of attainder should be brought in. The two parties put forth all their strength, and the bill was not carried till the 26th. For 20 days, the eloquence and influence of the House were in violent agitation. The Tories were seen contending for the liberty of the subject, which they had so often overridden by such bills, and the Whigs as vehemently pressed on the measure as they had formerly denounced similar ones when directed against those of their own party. During the debates, the depositions of Goodman made before the grand jury, fully implicating Sir John in the conspiracy, were laid before the House in support of the evidence of Porter. Goodman's absence was proved, to the satisfaction of the House, to be owing to the inducements and exertions of Fenwick's friends, and two of the grand jurymen were examined and detailed the evidence received by them from Goodman on his examination, fully agreeing with that sent in writing. Some petty jurymen, also, who had decided the case of another conspirator, confirmed this evidence. The Commons had proof enough of his guilt, though it might want the legal formality of two direct witnesses. In the Lords, the Earl of Monmouth made an adroit movement in favor of Sir John. He defended him warmly, at the same time that he sent to him in prison, through the Duchess of Norfolk, his cousin, a scheme for defeating his enemies. He advised him to maintain the truth of his confession, to declare that he derived his information from high quarters, and to beg the king to demand of the Earls of Portland and Romney whether the information in their possession against the noblemen implicated did not correspond with his own. The king, moreover, should be urged to lay before Parliament the evidence on which he had suddenly dismissed Marlborough, and any letters intercepted on their way from St. Germains to these parties. This would have been a thunderbolt to the government, and Monmouth awaited in exultation its effect. But Sir John disappointed him. He feared to exasperate further the king and his judges, the lords, to whom the accused belonged, and did not take the hint. Monmouth, incensed, then turned against him himself. Marlborough exerted himself with all his power to condemn him, even getting the Prince of Denmark to go and vote against him. The bishops remained, and voted, 8 of them, against the passing of the bill. Burnet and Tennyson, however, both spoke and voted for it, with little regard to the practice that the prelates should take no part in advocating measures of blood. The Lords Godolphin and Bath, though both amongst those accused by Fenwick, voted in his favor, and Shrewsbury absented himself from the debate. The Duke of 496 Devonshire, too, to whom he had carried his confession, voted against the bill. Sir John offered to make a full disclosure on condition of receiving a full pardon, but this was not accorded him, and he refused further confession on any other terms. At length, on the 27th of December, the bill was carried, but only by a majority of 68 votes to 61. 41 lords, including 8 bishops, entered a protest on the journal against the decision. Unfortunately for Monmouth, the friends of Sir John were so incensed at his turning round against him that the Earl of Carlisle, Lady Fenwick's brother, produced to the House the papers which he had sent to Sir John in prison, and stated the censures on the king with which he had accompanied them. A tempest suddenly burst over his head, of indescribable fury. The Whigs were exasperated at his endeavoring to sacrifice Russell and Shrewsbury to save Fenwick, and the Tories at his endeavoring to sacrifice Marlborough and Godolphin, and at his treacherously deserting Sir John for not following his advice. He was committed to the Tower, deprived of all his places, and his name erased from the list of privy councillors. Parliament having passed this act, adjourned for the Christmas holidays, and every exertion was made to obtain a pardon for Sir John. His wife threw herself at the feet of William, but he only replied that he must consult his ministers before he could give an answer. On the 11th of January, 1697, he put his signature to the bill. When Parliament met again, she presented a petition to the House of Lords, praying them to intercede with the king to commute the sentence to perpetual banishment, but without success. On the 28th of January, Fenwick was conducted to execution on Tower Hill. On the scaffold, he delivered to the sheriff a sealed paper, in which he complained of the irregularity of the proceeding against him, denied any participation in the plan of assassination, but confessed his attachment to James, and his belief in the right of the Prince of Wales after him. After an abortive attempt to pass a bill establishing a property qualification for the Commons, another to put the press again under the licensing system, and another to abolish those dens of protected crime, the Savoy and Whitefriars, Parliament was prorogued on the 16th of April. Whilst this desperate conflict had been going on between Whig and Tory in England, in Scotland, a most useful measure had passed the Scottish Parliament, namely, an act establishing a school and schoolmaster in every parish. And to this admirable act it is that Scotland owes the superior intelligence of its working classes. At the same time, the rigid bigotry of the clergy perpetrated one of the most revolting acts in history. A youth of 18, named Thomas Aikenhead, had picked up some of the skeptical notions of Hobbes and Tyndall, and was arrested, tried, and hanged for blasphemy between Leith and Edinburgh. It was in vain that he expressed the utmost repentance for his errors. The ministers were impatient for his death, and he died accordingly, to the disgrace of the Presbyterian Church and the whole country. William embarked for Holland on the 26th of April, having before his departure made several promotions. To the disgust of many, Sunderland was appointed one of the Lords Justices and Lord Chamberlain. The Protestants wondered that a man who had apostatized when there was a popish king should find such favor with a Presbyterian one, and the honorable-minded that a man who had stooped to so many dirty acts and arts should be thus exalted by a prince of sober morals. But William's only excuse was that his ministers were so bad that there was little to choose in their principles, and that he employed them not for their virtues but their abilities. Russell was rewarded for running down Fenwick with the title of Earl of Orford. The Lord Keeper Somers was elevated to the full dignity of Lord Chancellor, and created Baron Somers of Evesham. Montague was made First Lord of the Treasury, in place of Godolphin. Lord Wharton, in addition to his post of Controller of the Household, was appointed Chief Justice in Ayr, south of the Trent, and his brother, Godwin Wharton, became a Lord of the Admiralty. The campaign in Flanders was commenced by the French with an activity apparently intended to impress upon the Allies their ample ability to carry on the war, although, in fact, never had France more need of peace. Its finances were exhausted, its people were miserable, but far more than the sufferings of his subjects to Louis were the ambitious projects which he was now particularly cherishing. John Sobieski, the brave deliverer of Vienna from the Turks, the King of Poland, was dead, and Louis was anxious to place the Prince of Conti on the throne of that kingdom. He had, however, a still more weighty motive for peace. The King of Spain, the sickly and imbecile Charles Roman II, was fast hastening to 497 the tomb. He was childless, no provision was made by the Spanish government for filling the throne, and Louis of France was watching for his death. Louis himself was married to the elder sister of the Spanish king, and the Dauphin was thus next in succession, but the marriage had been attended by a renunciation of rights. The question was one of great intricacy, and we will postpone for the present a discussion of the rights of the Dauphin and the rival claimants, the Archduke Charles and the Electoral Prince. But if the throne of Spain fell vacant during the alliance, the Allies, and William amongst them, would support the emperor's claims. Accordingly, it was to the interest of the emperor to prolong the war, and to the interest of Louis to end it. Lord Somers, after the portrait by Sir Godfrey Kneller. See larger version. Spain and Germany, therefore, were averse from peace. William and Louis were the only parties, each for his own purposes, really anxious for it. Louis, early in the spring, had made overtures to Dykvelt through Kahlers, which were really surprising. They were no less than to relinquish all the conquests made by him during the war, to restore Lorraine to its duke, Luxembourg to Spain, Strasbourg to the Empire, and to acknowledge William's title to the crown of England without condition or reserve. Such terms the Allies never could have expected. They were a renunciation, by the ambitious Louis, of all that he had been fighting for during so many years, of all that he had drained his kingdom of its life and wealth to accomplish. That he contemplated maintaining the peace any longer than till he had secured Spain and Poland is not to be supposed. If he obtained peace now, these objects would 498 become more feasible, and he knew that William, his most formidable enemy, would have disbanded his army, and would have to create a new one and a new alliance before he could take the field again to oppose him. These undoubtedly were Louis's notions, and it was plausibly urged by Spain and Austria that it was better now to press him as he was sinking till he was perfectly prostrate, and then bind him effectually. But on the other hand, William felt that England and Holland had to bear the brunt of the war, that it was all very well for Spain and Germany to cry "keep on," but the fact was, they did little or nothing towards keeping on. The Germans had no union, and therefore no strength. They sent excuses instead of their contingents and instead of money to pay their share of the cost of the war. When they did rise, they were nearly always behind their time and divided in their counsels. As for Spain, it literally did nothing to defend its own territories. The whole of Flanders would have been lost but for William and his Dutch and English troops. Catalonia would have been lost but for Russell and his fleet. Moreover, without consulting the Allies, Spain had joined in a treaty with Savoy and France to save its Milanese territory, and to the extreme prejudice of the Allies, it had, by releasing the French armies from Italy, increased the force in Flanders. William was greatly incensed by the endeavors of these powers to continue the war, and Louis, as the best spur to their backwardness, determined to seize Brussels and conduct himself as if bent on active aggression. Catinat, relieved from his command in Savoy, had now joined Villeroy and Boufflers in Flanders, and these generals determined to surprise Brussels. They first advanced on the little town of Ath, and William, who was but just recovering from an attack of illness, uniting his forces with those of the Elector of Bavaria, endeavored to prevent them. He was, however, too late, but he marched hastily towards Brussels to defend it against Villeroy and Boufflers. He passed over the very ground on which the Battle of Waterloo was long afterwards fought, and posted himself on the height whence Villeroy had bombarded the city 2 years before. Neither side, however, was anxious to engage and incur all the miseries of a great battle, with the prospect of a near peace. They therefore entrenched themselves and continued to lie there for the rest of the summer, awaiting the course of events. Louis, however, assailed the King of Spain in another quarter, Catalonia. Their Vendôme attacked the viceroy and defeated him, and invested Barcelona, which, though bravely defended by the Prince of Hesse-Darmstadt, was obliged to capitulate. At the same time came the news of another blow. Louis had sent out a squadron under Admiral Point to attack the Spanish settlements in the West Indies, and he had sacked and plundered the town of Carthagena and carried home an immense treasure. These disasters made Spain as eager for peace as she had before been averse, and the Emperor of Germany was obliged to cease talking of returning to the position of the Treaty of Westphalia, a state of things totally out of the power of the Allies to restore. The plenipotentiaries of the different powers now at last were ordered to meet. The only question was, where? The emperor proposed Aix-la-Chapelle or Frankfurt, but Louis objected to any German town, but was willing that the place should be The Hague. It was at length settled to be The Hague. The ambassadors of the Allies were to occupy The Hague itself, and the French, Delft, about 5 miles distant. Midway between these towns lies the village of Ryswick, and close to it a palace belonging then to William, called Newburgh House. There it was determined that the plenipotentiaries should meet for business. The palace was admirably adapted, by its different entrances and alleys, for the approach of the different bodies of diplomatists without any confusion, and there was a fine, large, central hall for their deliberations. There appeared for England the Earl of Pembroke, the Viscount Villiers, Sir Joseph Williamson, and Matthew Prior, the poet, as their secretary. For the Emperor, the Gruff Kaunitz, the celebrated imperial minister, was at the head of the German referees. For France came Harlay, Cressy, and Caylors. Don Quiros was the minister of Spain, and there were whole throngs of the representatives of the lesser powers. The minister of Sweden, Count Lilienroth, was appointed mediator, and, after various arrangements regarding precedence, on the 9th of May the plenipotentiaries met. But, it seemed, only to entangle themselves in a multitude of absurd difficulties regarding their respective ranks and titles. The ambassadors of Spain and of the emperor were the most ridiculous in their punctilios. Then came the news of the death of the King of Sweden, Charles Xi, and the waiting of the mediator for a renewal of his powers, and for putting himself into mourning, and it was the middle of June before any real business had been 499 done. William grew out of patience, and determined to take a shorter cut to the object in view. He empowered Portland to arrange with Boufflers, with whom he had become acquainted at the time of the latter's arrest at Namur, the preliminaries of a peace between France, England, and Holland. Portland and Boufflers met at a country house near Halle, about 10 miles from Brussels on the road to Mons, and within sight of the hostile armies. The questions to be settled between these two plain and straightforward negotiators were these. William demanded that Louis should bind himself not to assist James, directly or indirectly, in any attempt on the throne of England, and that James should no longer be permitted to reside in France. These demands being sent by express to Paris, Louis at once agreed to the first requisition, that he should engage never to assist James in any attempt on England. But as to the second, he replied that he could not, from honor and hospitality, banish James from France, but he would undertake to induce him to remove to Avignon, if he did not voluntarily prefer going to Italy. William accepted this modified acquiescence. On the other hand, Louis demanded from William that he should give an amnesty to all the Jacobites, and should allow Mary of Modena her jointure of £50,000 a year. William peremptorily refused to grant the amnesty. That was an interference with the prerogative of his crown, which he could permit to no foreign power. The jointure he was willing to pay, on condition that the money should not be employed in designs against his crown or life, and that James, his queen and court, should remove to Avignon and continue to reside there. Neither the residence of the exiled family nor the matter of the jointure was to be mentioned in the treaty. But William authorized his plenipotentiaries at the Congress to say that Mary of Modena should have everything which on examination should be found to be lawfully her due. This, indeed, may be considered an ambiguous phrase, for Mary, as well as James, being deposed, all her legal rights connected with the crown had lapsed. William was afterwards much blamed for the non-payment of this jointure, but those who charged him with breach of faith knew very well that the jointure was only conditionally offered, and that the conditions were altogether disregarded. The ceremonious and do-nothing plenipotentiaries were greatly startled by the news that Portland and Boufflers were continually meeting, and were supposed to be actually making a treaty without them. A thing so irregular, so undiplomatic was unheard of, but William was a man of business, and in spite of forms and ceremonies, pushed on the treaty and concluded it. Spain, which had arranged a separate treaty in Savoy, was especially scandalized. But still more was James alarmed and incensed. He addressed two memorials to the princes of the Confederacy, one to the Catholic princes, entreating them to unite with him against England for his rights, reminding them that his case was theirs, and that the English Revolution was setting a fatal precedent for them. The other was to the princes at large, warning them against infringing his inalienable rights by entering into any agreement with the usurper to transfer his crown and dignity to him. These producing no effect, he issued a third, protesting against any engagements they might enter into to his prejudice or the prejudice of his son, and declaring that he should himself never feel bound by any of them. If Louis was not moved by his entreaties and remonstrances, it was not likely that the princes who had for 8 years been fighting in alliance with his rival would. Perhaps, however, James felt it only his duty to put in his disclaimer. The negotiations went on. Besides the terms offered by France to William, and his allies being accepted by all except the emperor, it was agreed that commissioners should meet in London from France to settle the respective pretensions of France and England to the territories of Hudson's Bay. The Dutch made a separate treaty of commerce with France. France surrendered all conquests made since the Treaty of Nijmegen and placed the chief fortresses in the Low Countries in the hands of Dutch garrisons, except 80 towns and villages, which the French claimed from longer possession, and the right to which was to be determined by commissioners, with a power of appeal to the States General. A demand of toleration was made on behalf of the French Protestants, but was refused on the same ground as William refused the amnesty to the Jacobites, interference with the prerogative of Louis. On the 10th of July, the representatives of the emperor were asked by the French to sign, but, on declining, the 21st of August was fixed as the last day on which France would be bound by its offer. William and the rest of the allies were greatly exasperated at this refusal of the emperor. The 21st arrived, and, the 500 commissioners not signing, the representatives of France declared His Most Christian Majesty had now withdrawn Strasbourg from his offer, and would annex it forever to his realm. And, moreover, if the treaty were not signed on or before the 10th of September, he should not hold himself bound by the rest of his engagements. William's triumphant procession to Whitehall, CP 501. See larger version. On the 10th, the rest of the allies signed the treaty, but the emperor still held out, and a further time was allowed him, namely, till the 1st of November. On the 11th of September, an event occurred which made the resistance of the emperor the more obstinate for a time. Prince Eugene fought a great battle at Zenta against the Sultan in person, completely routed the Turks, and killed or caused to be drowned in the Theus the Grand Vizier, the Aga of the Janissaries, and 30,000 of the enemy. There were 6,000 more wounded or taken prisoners, with their artillery, baggage, tents, ammunition, and provisions. The Grand Seigneur himself escaped with difficulty, whilst the imperialists lost only about 1,000 men in the action. The emperor hoped that such a brilliant victory would induce the allies to prolong the war, but, as it produced no such effect, he was obliged to comply. The petty princes, who had done nothing during the war but create delays and embarrassments, stood out to the very last on the demand that the Lutheran religion should be restored in Louis's territories, where it had been put down, but they stood out in vain. The treaty was duly signed and ratified at the time fixed. The new treaty produced very different sensations in France and England. In France there was much murmuring. For what, it was asked, had the king been fighting all these years? He had given up everything, and could only have done that under defeat. The court of St. Germain's and James's adherents were in despair. In England the most riotous joy broke forth. There were all the usual demonstrations of such occasions, bonfires, drinking, and firing of guns. The bells rang out from every steeple, and the Bank of England stocks, which were at 20%, below par, rose to par. The Jacobites cursed Louis for a traitor to the cause of James and fled to hide themselves. The rejoicings were equally enthusiastic all over the kingdom. When William entered his capital, it was a regular triumph. From Greenwich to Whitehall, it was one dense crowd of hurrahing people, troops of militia and train bands, the city authorities attending him in all their paraphernalia, the foot guards standing under arms at Whitehall, and the windows all the way crowded with handsome or excited faces. The 2nd of December was appointed as a day of public thanksgiving, and the new Cathedral of St. Paul's was crowded by its first great assemblage on the occasion. There were deputations bringing zealous addresses to the foot of the throne, and foremost and most loyal in language amongst them was that of the University of Oxford, which had so long distinguished itself by its Toryism and devotion to the Stuarts. There was cause, indeed, for joy, for the country was for a time freed from the most exhausting war in which it had ever been engaged. It had passed through it with credit, though its armies and navies were in a great measure commanded by traitors. Its wealth and credit were higher than ever, and above all, the tone and temper of the nation were sure guarantees that the return of James or his son was the most impossible of things. Still, had the allies on the continent been true to each other, and to the principles for which they professed to contend, they might have inflicted a far more complete punishment on the heartless ambition of Louis, and thus prevented the speedy recurrence of the horrors which they now hoped were for a long time at an end. Chapter 15. Reign of William Roman III, concluded. William meets his parliament, reduction of the standing army, visit of Peter the Great, schemes of Louis, the East India Company, Spanish partition scheme, its inception and progress, Somers's hesitation. The treaty is signed, new parliament, Tory reaction, dismissal of the Dutch guards. William forms an intention of quitting England, attack on the late ministry, jobbery in the Admiralty, Patterson's Darien. Scheme, Douglas's reasons against it, enthusiasm of the Scots, departure of the first expedition and its miserable failure, the untimely end of the second expedition, second partition scheme, double dealing of the French new parliament, attack on Somers, report on the Irish grants, resumption bill passed, William's unpopularity, death of the Duke of Gloucester, conclusion of the new partition treaty and its results. Charles makes over his dominions to the French candidate. His death, disgust of William at Louis's duplicity, Tory temper of the House. The succession question, debates on foreign policy. The Succession Act passed, new negotiations with France, attack on the Whig ministers, acknowledgement of the Spanish king, impeachment of the Whigs, the Kentish petition, its reception by the House, the Legion, memorial panic in the House, violent struggle between the two houses, the impeachments dropped, William goes abroad, the Grand Alliance and its objects, beginning of the war, death of James Roman II. Louis acknowledges the Pretender, reaction in England, new parliament and ministry, the King's speech, British patriotism is roused, voting of supplies, the bills of attainder and abjuration, illness and death of William, his character. William met his parliament on the 3rd of December. He congratulated it on the achievement of a peace in which the Confederates had accomplished all they had fought for, the repression of the ambitious attempts of France to bring under its yoke the rest of the kingdoms on the continent. She had been compelled to yield up everything which she had seized from the commencement of the war. But he reminded them that this had not been accomplished except at a heavy cost. They had supported him nobly in furnishing that cost, and he trusted they would not now be less prompt to discharge the remaining unpaid claims, and in taking measures to liquidate by degrees the debts incurred. He expressed his hope that they would provide him for life with a sufficient civil list to maintain the necessary dignity of the crown. Though the war was over, he reminded them that there were many reasons why the army and navy should yet be maintained on a respectable footing. The Commons voted him an address, in which they united in the congratulations on the restoration of peace, but passed over the subject of the army. William noticed the omission and felt it deeply. Nobody was more aware than himself that, though they had bound France by the Treaty of Ryswick, no bonds of that kind ever held Louis Roman XIV, any longer than it suited his necessities or his schemes of aggrandizement. He observed that Louis still kept on foot his large armies, and that he still retained James and his court at St. Germain's in open violation of the treaty, and the circumstances of Spain, whose king was gradually dying childless, with Louis intently watching to pounce on his dominions, filled him, as it did every far-seeing man, with deep anxiety. Though no king ever less sought to infringe the liberties of his subjects, yet William, naturally fond of an army and of military affairs, was especially anxious at this crisis for the retention of a respectable force. He knew that Europe, though freed from actual war, was, through the restless ambition of Louis, still living only in an armed peace. The Commons did not leave him long in suspense. In a few days, they went into the subject of the proposal to keep up the army. The spirit of the House was high against a standing army. All the old arguments were produced that a standing army was totally inconsistent with the liberties of the people, that the moment you put the sword into the hands of mercenaries, the king became the master of the rights of the nation and a despot. They asked if a standing army were to be maintained, what should they have gained by the revolution? The Tories, who were anxious to damage the Whigs, and the Jacobites, who were anxious to damage William's government altogether, were particularly eloquent on these topics. The true patriots, and they were few, were eloquent from principle. It was in vain that the friends of William represented that it was a very different thing to maintain an army in particular circumstances, which depended on the will of Parliament, from maintaining one at the sole pleasure of the king. The opponents of a standing army contended that a militia was the natural 503 force for internal defense, which could be brought to nearly as much perfection as regular troops, and could be called out when wanted, and that the navy was our proper army, and that if kept in due efficiency it was able not only to protect us and our trade, but to render all such assistance to other nations as became a generous and Christian nation. By a division of 185 votes against 148, the House resolved that all the forces raised since 1686 should be disbanded. Peter the Great at Diptford Dockyard. From the painting by Daniel Maclise, R.A. In the Royal Holloway College, Egham. See larger version. This fell with an appalling shock on William. All his army of brave mercenaries, his Dutch guards, his Huguenot cavalry, must be sent away. He would, it was found, be left only with about 8,000 regular troops. Never was there such a stripping of a martial monarch, who had figured at the head of upwards of 100,000 men against the greatest military power of Europe. He made little remark publicly, but he poured out his grief to his great correspondent, the Dutch Grand Pensionary, Heinsius, and to Burnet. To them he said that it would make his alliance of so little value, his state so contemptible, that he did not see how he was to carry on the government, that he never could have imagined, after what he had done for the nation, that they would treat him thus, and that, had he imagined it, he would never have meddled with the affairs of England, that he was weary of governing a country which had rather lay itself open to its enemies than trust him, who had acted all his life so faithfully for them. But it was useless complaining. The country was resolved on having no standing army, and every attempt of ministers to modify or enlarge the resolution was disregarded. They proposed that the bill should be committed, because it would leave the king in the hands of the old Tory regiments, and, again, that £500,000 per annum should be granted for the maintenance of guards and garrisons. Both motions were negatived. There was a strong feeling excited against Sunderland, on the supposition that he had encouraged the king in his desire for a large army, because he warmly argued for it, and that minister, equally odious to both parties, felt it safest to retire. He therefore resigned his post of Lord Chamberlain, though William did all he could to dissuade him from doing so, and sought the seclusion of his princely abode of Althorpe. These were the last transactions of the English government in 1697, but there was at this moment a person residing in England who was destined to produce greater changes in the face of Europe, and in its relations, than any who had gone before him. This was Peter the Tsar of Muscovy, who was at this time residing at Sayes Court, a house of the celebrated John Evelyn, at Deptford, and studying the fleet and shipbuilding of England, in order to create a naval power for himself. He was only a youth of 25, and was the monarch of a country then sunk in barbarism, which was unrepresented at the courts of Europe, was little heard of by the rest of the continent, and whose merchants were forbidden, on pain of death, to trade with other countries. Yet already Peter had raised a regular army, and something of a navy, putting them under the management of Scottish and French officers. By means of these, in 1696, he had besieged and taken Azov. He had put himself through all the ranks of the army, beginning as a common soldier, and he had then determined to see personally the chief maritime nations, Holland and England, and learn what he could of the arts that made them so powerful. He set out with only 12 attendants, amongst whom were his two chief princes, Menschikoff, who had been originally a pieman, and Galitzin. These were to act as his ambassadors to the courts of Holland and England, he himself remaining incognito. He first settled at Zondam, in Holland, where he lived in a small lodging, dressed and worked with his attendants as ship carpenters, learning to forge the ironwork of ships as well as to prepare their woodwork. He had a yacht on the Zuider Zee and practiced its management and studied rope making and sail making. He found himself too much crowded about and stared at on his removal to London, where he spent his time chiefly in the dockyards of Diptford, Woolwich, and Chatham. William used to go and see him at Sayes Court, and sent the Marquis of Caermarthen to attend upon him, where they are said to have drunk brandy and pepper together during the long winter evenings. In the ensuing April, disturbances at home called him away, but not before he had destroyed Evelyn's fine holly hedges by driving over them in the deep snows in his sledge, to Evelyn's great mortification. At the opening of the year 1698, all appeared peace in Europe, but it was the quiet only which lies in the bosom of a volcano. Enormous expenditure of blood and treasure had been made to repel the unprincipled schemes of Louis Roman XIV. Europe seemed to have triumphed over him. He had suddenly surrendered all that he had striven 544, as if he perceived the impossibility of his aspirations. Nothing was less the fact. Never had he been so daring in his plans of aggrandizement as at this moment. Why should he continue to drain his kingdom of its population and its substance to grasp merely at Flanders, when, by exerting the arts of diplomacy, he might possess himself, not only of Flanders, but of all Spain, the north of Italy, the Sicilies, the South American and Indian dependencies? This grand scheme Louis now resolved to compass. He had married, as we have said, the Infanta, Maria Theresa, the sister of Charles Roman II, of Spain, and had children by her. On marrying her, he had sworn to renounce all claims to the Spanish throne through her, but this weighed nothing with Louis. He resolved that a son of the Dauphin, that is, his grandson through Maria Theresa, should be put forward as the French candidate in lieu of his father. Against him was the Emperor of Germany, the first cousin of Charles Roman II, but he had resigned his claims in favor of his son by a second marriage, the Archduke Charles, by his first marriage with a younger sister of Charles Roman II. He was the grandfather of the Electoral Prince of Bavaria, but the rights of this claimant, like those of the Dauphin's son Philip, were somewhat discountenanced by the fact that his grandfather's marriage had been accompanied by a renunciation of rights. It will be seen, therefore, that the question was one of some intricacy, and it was complicated by doubts as to the validity of the renunciations. Louis determined that the House of Austria should be set aside, and his own issue occupy the Spanish throne, when France, in fact, stretching from Gibraltar to Flanders, and including a large share of Italy, would be able to give law to the continent, and swallow up Flanders and Holland, if not Germany too. This was the danger which wrought on the anxious heart of William at this moment. Montague, in the height of his popularity, undertook and carried a measure which eventually, however, did the Whigs infinite mischief. Ministers had applied to the East India Company for a loan. The company offered to lend them £700,000, to be repaid out of the supplies at the convenience of government. The new company, which had so long been striving after a charter, hearing of the proposal, immediately outbade the old company, offering to lend the government £2,000,000 at 8%. The bait was too tempting to resist. A bill was brought into the Commons and passed its first reading by a large majority. The old company, alarmed, petitioned the House, stating the claims it possessed from having been encouraged by many royal charters to invest its capital and to create a trade with India. It begged the House to consider that 1,000 families depended on the stock, and that the property of the company in India, producing an annual revenue of £44,000, would all be destroyed or reduced to trifling value. They deposed that they had expended £1,000,000 of money in fortifications alone, that during the war they had lost 12 ships and cargoes worth £1,500,000, that since the last subscription they had paid £295,000 for customs, and above £85,000 in taxes. They had furnished 10,000 barrels of gunpowder, when the government was greatly pressed for it, and taken £80,000 worth of exchequer bills. The House weighed the proposal, but was persuaded by Montague to give the preference to the new company. On this, the old company offered, notwithstanding their great losses, to advance £2,000,000 to government, on condition that the charter to the new company was not granted. The offer came too late. The bill for the new company was passed, and carried also in the Lords, but with considerable opposition, and a protest from 120 peers. This act was, notwithstanding, deemed a very unjust and arbitrary measure, and the arguments of the Whigs for a standing army, and their embezzlements in the government offices and by most flagrant contracts, seriously affected their popularity. Towards the end of July, William went to Holland, and having addressed the States General and given audience to a number of ambassadors at The Hague, he betook himself to his favorite seat at Loo, where, in August, he was joined by Portland, the pensionary Heinsius, and the Count Tallard, an emissary from Louis Roman XIV. In this retirement, they discussed one of the boldest projects which could possibly be entertained by statesmen, namely, a partition of the Spanish dominions. That the scheme was Louis Roman XIV. There can be no question, and daring as it was, served but as the blinding maneuver which covered still more daring ones. The ultimate object of Louis was the seizure of the crown and territories of Spain, to which we have already alluded, but William, with great address, at once set to work to countermine him. This plan of dividing the Empire of Spain amongst such parties as should suit the views of 505 William and Louis had been suggested by France, apparently very soon after the Peace of Ryswick, and had been going on all the spring in England in profound secrecy. One of the motives for sending Portland to Paris in January had been to learn the full particulars of the scheme, which had been somewhat mysteriously opened to William. In writing to Heinsius on the 3rd of January, when Portland was about to start for France, William expressed his surprise as to the real meaning of something that was proposed to be done by the Republic, France, and England towards the maintenance of the peace, and imagined it might relate to their position with the Emperor. However, he added, the Earl of Portland will readily be able to get at the bottom of this affair in France, and that is another reason for hastening his departure as much as possible. View in The Hague, Old Gate in the Binnenhof, with the arms of the County of Holland. See larger version. Portland was scarcely settled in his diplomatic position in Paris when the scheme was broached to him, but at first cautiously. On the 15th of March, he wrote to William that the ministers Pompon and de Torcy had communicated to him, but in the profoundest secrecy, that the king their master desired to make him the medium of a most important negotiation with the King of England. The impending death of the King of Spain was likely to throw the whole of Europe into war again, unless this were prevented by engagements entered into by the kings of France 506 and England to prevent it. For if the emperor were allowed to succeed to Spain with its dependencies, Flanders, Italy, and the colonies, he would become so powerful that he would be dangerous to all Europe. Portland declared that he could give no opinion, nor could the king his master give an answer, so far as he could see, until he had the full views of the King of France on the subject, and that the naval and maritime interests of England and Holland might be greatly affected by any arrangement regarding the succession of the Spanish territories. The French ministers said it would be easy to order matters regarding the Low Countries to the satisfaction of England and Holland, and that France would guarantee that the crown of Spain should not be annexed to that of France. But as to the Indies, or the security of English trade in the Mediterranean, Portland could draw nothing from them. The views of France were so far not very clear, but Portland added the important piece of information that the Count de Tallard was at that very moment setting out for London, ostensibly to congratulate William, but really to prosecute this negotiation. Accordingly, Tallard arrived in London on the 19th of March, and he and William, in strict secrecy, admitting no one else to their confidence, discussed this scheme of Louis. This was no other than that the crown of Spain, with the Spanish Netherlands and colonies, should not be allowed to pass to the emperor, but should be settled on the Electoral Prince of Bavaria, the third claimant, that Naples, Sicily, Sardinia, the province of Guipuscoa on the French side of the Pyrenees, Fontarabia, San Sebastian, Ferrol, and some towns on the Tuscan coast, then owned by Spain and called Praesidiae, should be settled by a mutual treaty between them on the Dauphin, and that Milan should be settled on the Archduke Charles, the second son of the emperor, to whom he had resigned his rights. The negotiations were carried on in England in closest secrecy between William and Tallard, William entering into engagements which most momentously affected England as well as all Europe, without taking a particle of advice from his council, much less seeking the advice of Parliament, proceeding which we should now consider unconstitutional, but which was then by no means unusual. When he quitted England after the dissolution of Parliament, it was only the more unobservedly to complete this extraordinary business. Tallard followed him to Loo, and they were soon after joined by Portland. It was now about the middle of August, and William wrote to Somers, desiring him to send him full powers under the Great Seal to complete the negotiation, leaving the names in blanks. He said he had ordered Portland to write to Vernon, the Secretary of State, to draw out the commission with his own hand, so that no creature should know anything of it except Somers and one or two of the other most trusted ministers. He told Somers that it was confidently believed that the King of Spain could not outlive the month of October, might die much sooner, and therefore not a moment was to be lost. In consequence of this communication, Somers, who was seeking health at Tunbridge Wells, immediately called into his councils Russell, now Lord Orford, Montague, and Shrewsbury. He informed William that Montague and Secretary Vernon had come down to him at Tunbridge. They had seriously discussed this very momentous question, and that it seemed to them that it might be attended with very many ill consequences if the French did not act a sincere part, that the people of England would undoubtedly resent being drawn into any fresh war, and that it required deep consideration what would be the condition of Europe should this proposed partition be carried out. To them, it seemed that if Sicily were in French hands, they would become entire masters of the Levant trade, that if they obtained any of the Spanish ports on the Tuscan coast, Milan would be so entirely shut in from independent intercourse or commerce by sea and land that it would be utterly powerless, that if France had Guipuscoa and the other Spanish places on the French side of the Pyrenees, the rest of Spain would be as completely open to French invasion as Catalonia now was. And finally, if this negotiation was concluded, what guarantee had William for the King of France's faithful execution of it? Were England and Holland to sit still and see France enforce this partition? If that be so, says Somers, what security ought we to expect from the French that, while we are neuter, they will confine themselves to the terms of the treaty, and not attempt to take further advantage? These considerations were sound, but William had certainly chosen the lesser of two evils, for the placing of the French candidate on the throne of Spain would have entirely overturned the European balance. In obedience to the king's orders, Somers sent the carte blanche with the Great Seal affixed, but 507 he had failed in inducing Vernon to give him a warrant for affixing the seal. The secretary was too well aware of the unconstitutional character of this proceeding to issue such a warrant, and Somers was obliged to content himself with keeping the king's letter as his authority for the act. Undeterred by the plain suggestions of Somers and the other ministers as to the total want of security which he had for Louis's observance of this treaty, and the dangerous power it conferred on France, William was in such haste to conclude the treaty that the Earl of Portland and Sir Joseph Williamson had signed a rough draft before Somers's carte blanche arrived, and on the 11th of October, or about 6 weeks after its receipt, the formal treaty was signed by Portland, Williamson, Tallard, and Heinsius. William returned to England in the beginning of December. He arrived on the 4th and opened his new parliament on the 6th. It had been obliged to be prorogued owing to his prolonged stay, having been called for August. The ministers in William's absence had not taken much pains to influence the elections, and it soon appeared that a very independent body of gentlemen had been sent up. Not only had the electors put forward men of free principles, but the press had warmly urged the selection of a liberal speaker as essential to the full exercise of parliamentary freedom. There were 3 candidates for the speakership more particularly in view: Sir Edward Seymour, Sir Thomas Littleton, and Harley, the one supported by the Tories. A paper on the choice of a speaker had been actively circulated, which said that the great Lord Burleigh declared that England could never be undone except by a parliament, and that whenever we were enslaved like our continental neighbors, it would be by the joint influence of a corrupt parliament and a standing army. It cried down Seymour as a man who had constantly been bargaining with the court since the days of the pension parliament of Charles Roman II, and it declared that men holding office under the crown were most unfit for the office of speaker. This was aimed at Littleton, which seemed a good omen for the court, but, as it soon appeared, was no sound indication, for Harley was not elected, but Littleton. In his opening speech, William told the Commons that, notwithstanding the state of peace, it would be necessary for them to consider well the strength which they ought to maintain both at sea and on land, that the honor and even safety of the nation depended on not stripping it too much of its forces in the eyes of foreign nations. It was necessary, he contended, that Europe should be impressed with the idea that they would not be wanting to themselves. They had acquired a great position among the nations, and it was their duty to preserve it. He recommended them to make some progress in the discharge of the debts incurred in this long and expensive war, for an English parliament could never, he imagined, neglect the sacred obligations which it had assumed. He also suggested to them some measures for the improvement of trade and for the discouragement of profaneness, and he begged them to act with unanimity. The remarks on the necessity of maintaining more troops than the last parliament had determined on, and on defraying the debts incurred by the war, seemed to rouse an extraordinary spirit of anger and disrespect in the new House. It neglected the ordinary courtesy of an address. Before leaving for Holland in the summer, William left a sealed paper, ordering ministers not to reduce the army in compliance to less than 16,000 men. Probably this was become known, and there had got abroad a persuasion that the king meant to resist the will of the Parliament in this respect. No other cause appeared sufficient to explain the animus which now manifested itself. The House resounded with speeches against standing armies, and on the waste of the people's substance on foreign wars, and it resolved that all the land forces of England in English pay should not exceed 7,000, and that these should all be natural-born subjects, that not more than 12,000 should be maintained in Ireland. These, too, all natural-born subjects, and to be supported by the revenue of Ireland. The ministers had told the king before the meeting of Parliament that they thought they could obtain a grant of 10 or 12,000 in England, and William had replied that they might as well leave none as so few. But now that this storm broke out, the ministers, seeing no possibility of carrying the number they had hoped for, sat silent, to the great disgust of the king. This resolution went to strip William of his Dutch guards whom he had brought with him, and who had attended him in so many actions, and of the brave Huguenots, who had done such signal service in Ireland. The spirit of the Commons, instead of being merely economical, was in this instance petty and miserable. It was neither grateful nor becoming to its dignity. To make so sweeping a reduction of the army 5, 8 to begrudge the king, who had rescued them from the miserable race of the Stuarts, and had so nobly acquiesced in everything which regarded their liberties, the small satisfaction of a few Dutch and Huguenot troops. The Huguenots especially, it might have been expected, would have experienced some sympathy from the Parliament, not only in return for their own gallant services, but because their friends and fellow religionists were at this moment suffering the severest persecution. But a deep dislike of foreigners had seized the nation, and this had been rendered the more intense from the lavish wealth which William heaped on Portland and others, and from his retiring every year to spend the summer months in Holland. They had never been accustomed to have their monarch passing a large portion of his time abroad, and they regarded it as an evidence that he only had any regard for the Dutch. The Commons, without considering his feelings, introduced a bill founded on their resolution, carried it briskly through the House, and sent it up to the Lords, where it also passed. Deeply annoyed, William is said to have walked to and fro on learning that the Commons insisted on his dismissing the Dutch guards, and to have muttered, "By God, if I had a son, these guards should not quit me." He wrote to Lord Galway, one of his foreign friends, "There is a spirit of ignorance and malice prevails here beyond conception." To Heinsius he wrote in a similar strain, that he was so chagrined at the conduct of the Commons, that he was scarcely master of his thoughts, and hinted at coming to extremities, and being in Holland sooner than he had thought. In fact, he was so much excited as to menace again throwing up the government. He sat down and penned a speech which he proposed to address to the two houses. It is still preserved in the British Museum. It ran, "My lords and gentlemen, I came into this kingdom at the desire of the nation to save it from ruin and to preserve your religion, laws, and liberties. And for this object I have been obliged to sustain a long and burthensome war for this kingdom, which, by the grace of God and the bravery of this nation, is at present terminated by a good peace, in which you may live happily and in repose if you would contribute to your own security, as I recommended at the opening of the session. But seeing, on the contrary, that you have so little regard for my advice, and take so very little care of your own safety, and that you expose yourselves to evident ruin in depriving yourselves of the only means for your defense, it would neither be just nor reasonable for me to be witness of your ruin, not being able on my part to avoid it, being in no condition to defend and protect you, which was the only view I had in coming to this country." And it then went on to desire them to name proper persons to take charge of the government, promising, however, to come again whenever they would put him in his proper place, with proper power to defend them. The entreaties of Somers, however, induced him to abandon his purpose. The mischief which the Whigs had done themselves by granting a charter to the new East India Company, in violation of the existing charter of the old company, merely because the former company had offered them a large money bait, encouraged the Tories greatly in their endeavors to regain power. They exhorted the old company to petition that means should be taken to enable it to maintain its trade and property against the new company for the remaining portion of the 21 years of its charter. And there were not wanting some in the House who declared that the new charter, granted in violation of an existing one, and from such corrupt motives should be abolished. Montague, however, who had passed the act for this charter, was able to protect it, but not to prevent fresh onslaughts on the unpopular Whigs. They were charged with gross corruption, and with embezzlement of the public revenue, for the purchase of great estates for themselves, and the grievous burthen of the people by taxation. Russell, Earl of Orford, was specially singled out by the Commons. He was both First Lord of the Admiralty and Treasurer of the Navy, as well as Admiral, and assumed great authority, forgetful of the humble station from which he had risen. He was charged with keeping large sums of public money for his own private use, instead of paying the officers and seamen when their pay was due. They called for his accounts, and there appeared to be £460,000 in his hands. In his defense, he represented that this was actually in course of payment, and that part of the sum was yet in tallies, which must be converted into cash before it could be distributed. But this did not satisfy the Commons. They voted an address to the 509 King, complaining of the impropriety of one and the same person being Lord High Admiral, Chief Commissioner of the Board of Admiralty, and Treasurer, of gross misapplication of the public money, of many unnecessary changes introduced into the Navy, of delays in granting convoys, and of favoritism to particular officers. Orford was prudent enough to retire from his offices before the storm, which was gathering, burst in all its fury upon him. The Tories, elated by this success, endeavored to get Sir George Rooke put into Orford's place. But the Whigs were yet strong enough and imprudent enough to get the Earl of Bridgewater named First Lord of the Admiralty, a man almost wholly unacquainted with naval affairs, and Lord Haversham, another of the land admirals, as the sailors called these unprofessional men, succeeded to Priestman, one of the junior lords who retired. Charles Montague, Earl of Halifax, after the portrait by Sir Godfrey Kneller. See larger version. Those matters being settled, the House voted £15,000 for sailors for the year, the vote expressly stipulating for sailors only, lest the king should include some land forces under the name of marines. They also granted £1,484,000 for the service of the year, to be raised by a land and income tax of 3 shillings in the pound. To this act, availing themselves of their sole right to introduce money bills, they also tacked a clause appointing commissioners to take an account of the estates forfeited in Ireland by the last rebellion, in order to their being applied in ease of the subjects in England. This was another sharp reminder of the king's proceedings. It had been promised by him, 510, that he would not bestow the forfeited estates without the sanction of the House, but in disregard of this, he had given large estates to his favorites. William was deeply mortified by this clause, and some of the lords entered a protest against it, on the ground that the clause was foreign to the contents of the bill, and was contrary to the practice of Parliament. The king, however, did not venture to refuse his signature to the act, which he passed on the 4th of May, 1699, and at the same time prorogued the Parliament. Before quitting England, William was obliged to almost entirely remodel his ministry. The Duke of Leeds retired from the presidency of the council. His influence had expired with the discovery of his bribe from the East India Company. The Earl of Pembroke, a moderate Tory, who performed his official duties with zeal and integrity, was put in his place. Villiers, Earl of Jersey, having returned from his embassy to France, was made Secretary of State in place of the Duke of Shrewsbury, who became Lord Chamberlain. The Earl of Manchester went as ambassador to France in place of Jersey, and Lord Lonsdale, another Tory, obtained the Privy Seal. On the 2nd of June, William, having appointed a regency, embarked for Holland, where he retired to Loo, but not to peace of mind, for he saw events marching to an ominous result. The forces of England and of the continent were disbanded, except those of Louis, which were rapidly increased, and not only the Spanish monarchy, but all Europe appeared at his mercy. But before following these movements, we must trace some nearer home. Ireland was quiet. The Parliament of that kingdom had voted £120,000 for the maintenance of the 12,000 troops ordered by the English Parliament to be quartered in that country, and the Duke of Bolton and the Earls of Berkeley and Galway were appointed Lords Justices. In Scotland, far different was the state of things. Their excitement raged against the Ministry of England, and not the less against the king, who disowned their company, organized to carry out the act granted for trading to Africa and the Indies. The charter for this company was granted by the Scottish Parliament and ratified by William in 1695. Its professed object was to trade with the East and West Indies and Africa, but there was a plan for carrying out these objects, which does not seem to have been made known to the government or made public generally till after the acquisition of the charter. This was to seize on the Isthmus of Darien, to establish a strong colony there, and not only to grow rich through possession of the gold mines, but to found ports both on the Atlantic and on the Pacific, so that a great carrying trade might be prosecuted between Europe and China and the East Indies by that route. William Paterson, the projector of this scheme, was the same man who had projected and carried into being, through the influence of Montague, the Bank of England. He has been generally represented as a visionary speculator and schemer, and has not unfrequently been confounded with John Law of Lauriston, the author of the famous South Sea Bubble and Mississippi Scheme, which spread such ruin through both France and England. Patterson, however, was a very different man. Undoubtedly, he was a most speculative genius, but in his speculations there was something grand, substantial, and based, for the most part, on the purest moral principles. The Bank of England is a lasting memorial of his real sagacity and acute talents. It was well devised and immediately rose to entire success. Through some disagreement in the mode of management, Patterson sold out his stock and proposed the erection of an orphan bank, connected with the Orphan Fund established by the Corporation of London already mentioned. This was not entertained, and he then projected his grand scheme for the Scottish Company to trade to the Indies. This scheme, so far from being visionary, had all the elements of a great and far-seeing reality. The unsound portion of Patterson's project was the not sufficiently taking into account these political obstacles. Spain possessed, or rather claimed to possess, the Isthmus of Darien. Louis of France was contemplating the seizure of Spain and its American territories. William was under treaty of peace with both Spain and Louis. It was impossible, therefore, to obtain possession of the Isthmus of Darien without producing a fresh European war. To attempt it by treaty was useless, for Spain would never consent to permit England, of which she was in the highest degree jealous, thus to establish a great mercantile colony in the midst of her most valuable transatlantic colonies, from which she was annually drawing her cargoes of gold and other valuable products. Louis of France, who was resolved to succeed to the Spanish Empire, was as little likely to permit such a thing. To obtain possession of Darien, then, could only be done by invasion, and that invasion 511 must produce immediate war, for which William was not prepared. But the scheme was got up ostensibly to trade to the East and West Indies and Africa. There was no mention of Panama, and its prospects were so fair that they seized on the imaginations of the English and Scottish public. The company was to have the monopoly of trade with Asia, Africa, and America for 31 years. Patterson had spent 10 years in the West Indies, and, as it is supposed, in Panama. At all events, he had the reputation of being intimately acquainted with those regions and their resources. His proposals of the company were eagerly accepted both in London and Edinburgh. Though it was intended to raise only £360,000 as the original stock for both countries, £300,000 were subscribed in London alone in a few days. But this remarkable success excited all the vindictive feelings of companies whose interests this new league appeared likely to affect. The East India companies, new and old, immediately were on the alert, and raised such a feeling in the House of Commons that it resolved to impeach Patterson and the bankers, Coutts and Cohen, for the commission of an illegal act in daring to levy money in England, without the sanction of the English legislature. In the meantime, a subscription list had been opened at Hamburg, and by this the Dutch East India Company was equally alarmed, and the influence both of the Dutch and of the English companies was made to bear on the king. William, who had been too much absorbed by his warfare with Louis to perceive the hostile feelings which he was exciting by passing the Scottish Act, now made haste to condemn his own precipitancy. He complained that he had been deceived by the Scottish government, and at once gave orders to prohibit the scheme, and sent similar orders to his consul at Hamburg to forbid the subscription there. The Senate of the city of Hamburg was induced to prohibit the canvassing of the company's agents, and the English subscribers, alarmed at the menaces of the king and commons, withdrew their names. Nor were these all the enemies of the scheme. There were Scottish traders united for commerce with India by the ordinary route, and these joined in the cry. One of these, Mr. Robert Douglas, attacked the scheme in a very able letter. In this letter, we are first let into the secret that the real destination is not so much the West Indies as Darien, on the mainland. It is not, however, from Patterson having mentioned expressly Darien, that Douglas declares it to be that place, but he infers it from the fact that the locality darkly hinted at by Patterson is at once near the Caribbean Isles, and at the same time so situated that it will alter the whole method of trade in Europe, and effectually ruin both the English and Dutch East Indian companies, because it opens a shorter, safer, and more convenient way to the East Indies by the Pacific from England and Holland. Douglas then points out that it is not nearer or more convenient than the old way to the western or Bombay coast of the Indian Peninsula, that it was then a very dangerous route, because our merchant vessels on that track would have to pass the Dutch, Batavian, and Spice Island settlements, which would show the utmost hostility to such a traffic. But still more, that it was impossible, because this Isthmus of Panama was the track by which Spain conveyed her treasure from Peru to Portobello, that as to the rightful possession of the country by Spain, the city of Darien, called Santa Maria, was one of the first cities built by them on the mainland of America, as the province was the first province possessed by them. These were sound reasons why the king could not consent to any such invasion of the territory of Spain, and why Spain was not likely to concede it by treaty. These reasons should have made Paterson and the Scots pause. Unwarned by the great outcry, the firm opposition, and insurmountable obstacles, Paterson and the Scots went on. The Scottish people, who conceived the idea of achieving enormous wealth in the golden regions of Central America, regarded themselves as victims of the jealousy of William's favorite Dutch, and of the haughty monopolizing spirit of the English, and the whole country was in a ferment. They considered themselves insulted and most perfidiously treated by the king, who had freely sanctioned the company, and then as unceremoniously disowned and trampled on it. They went on with the subscriptions, and speedily the amount rose to £400,000. The highest and most intelligent of the Scottish nobility, as well as the people generally, were sanguine contributors. Their younger sons saw a new highway to opulence and distinction suddenly opened. Many lords mortgaged all that they could to secure an ample share of the expected benefits. Their tenantry and servants were enthusiastic in their adhesion to it, and the officers whom the peace had left at large prepared for 512 fresh campaigns and adventures in the golden regions. The company had a number of stout ships built in Holland to convey the emigrants and their stores. On the 25th of July, 1698, four of these ships, the St. Andrew, the Unicorn, the Caledonia, and the Endeavour, containing 1,200 men, set sail from Leith. Such was the excitement that all Edinburgh seemed to have poured out to see the departure of the colonists, and hundreds of soldiers and sailors who could not be engaged clamored to be taken on board. Many contrived to get into the vessels and endeavor to conceal themselves in the hold, and when discovered they clung to the timbers and riggings, offering service without pay. When the vessels had sailed, the Scottish Parliament unanimously addressed the king on behalf of the company and the validity of the charter. The Lord President, Sir Hugh Dalrymple, the brother of Lord Stair, and Sir James Stewart, the Lord Advocate, also presented memorials defending the rights of the company. Paterson committed the error of sailing in the fleet as a private individual. He had incurred the resentment of the company by having remitted £20,000 to Hamburg for stores, part of which, through no fault of his own, was embezzled by the agent. The company, therefore, refused to give him the command of the colony, but appointed a council of 7 members without a head. This was certain to entail want of unity of purpose and consequent failure. Paterson was the only man qualified by his abilities, his experience, and his knowledge of the country to take the command. He is said to have seen and conversed with the celebrated buccaneer Dampier and his surgeon Lionel Wafer on the statistics of Darien. And, if the expedition was sent at all, it should have been under his entire control. Nothing, in the political circumstances, could have ensured the establishment of the colony, but Paterson's guidance would have prevented the dire calamities which ensued. He was certain that the vessels were not properly furnished with provisions and stores before setting out, and he in vain urged an examination. When out at sea a few days, he was enabled to get an examination, when there was discovered to be a serious deficiency, but then it was too late. They next sailed for Madeira, where their sealed orders were opened, and they then bore away for the West Indies. They put into St. Thomas's, and there might have obtained plenty of provisions from a ship captain, but for the perverseness of the council. The advice of Paterson was uniformly rejected out of jealousy. On the 30th of October, they landed in a fine bay on the coast of Darien, capable of holding 1,000 ships, and about 4 miles east of Golden Island. The incapable council, in spite of Paterson's advice, would plant their new town in a bog, but the effects on their health soon forced them to remove to higher ground. They erected a fort and threw up defenses at Acta, which they named New St. Andrews, and on a hill opposite made a signal station, where they placed a corps of Highlanders to keep a good lookout for the approach of any enemy. But the miserable management of the council brought speedy misfortune on the infant colony. The people were suffering from want of everything. Paterson soon lost his wife, and numbers sank under disappointment, insufficient food, and the climate. The natives were friendly to them, but wanted them to go and fight the Spaniards. It was soon found that the mountains and forests offered enormous obstacles to a transit to the shores of the Pacific. The different leaders of the expedition fell to quarreling, and Paterson endeavored in vain to reconcile them. They sent out vessels to the West Indian islands for provisions. One they lost, and another endeavoring to get to New York, after beating about for a month, was driven back. Amid the rapidly sinking colonists and the fatal feuds of the leaders, they received on the 18th of May, 1699, the stunning news that the king had issued a proclamation denouncing the act of the colonists as having infringed his treaty with Spain by forcibly entering the Spanish territory of Panama, and forbidding any of the English governors of the West Indian Islands to furnish them with provisions or any necessaries. The moment Louis Roman XIV heard of their settling in Darien, he had offered to the King of Spain to send ships and forces and drive them out for him. The Spanish minister at London, the Marquis de Canals, on the 3rd of May presented a remonstrance against this breach of the peace with his master. Dalrymple, who has left much information on this expedition in his memoirs, says the Dutch and English opponents were at the bottom of this remonstrance, that Spain had let the affair go on a long time without noticing it, and that the rights of the company had been debated before William, in presence of the Spanish ambassador, before the colony sailed. All this may 513 be true, for the real destination of the expedition was kept secret till the fleet arrived at Madeira, and Spain protested as soon as she discovered whither it had gone. William, who was just now making treaties with Louis, and anxious to be on good terms with Spain, strictly enforced the orders to deprive the suffering colony of all means of remaining. These measures of the king produced the most fatal consequences in the colony. Everyone, says Patterson, was in haste to be gone from it. In vain he tried to persuade them to stay for more positive orders. Pennacook, the captain of the fleet, was reported to be intending to steal away with his ship, on the supposition that they had all been proclaimed pirates and would be hanged. The poor colonists continued to die off rapidly, and news now came that the Spaniards were marching against them with a strong force. Seen at the departure from Leith of the Darien expedition, CP 512. See larger version. Famine, sickness, and the fear of being massacred in their weakness by the enemy compelled the colonists to evacuate the place. On the 18th of June, 1699, the Unicorn, St. Andrew, and Caledonia sailed from Golden Island for New York. On the voyage, they met the sloop which they had sent to Jamaica for provisions. It had got none, owing to the royal proclamation, and they all proceeded on their route. They lost 150 out of 250 of their number on the voyage, and arrived at New York in October, more like skeletons than living men. On the 13th of November, Patterson and his companions reached England in the Caledonia. The indignation of the Scots at their treatment was beyond bounds, and the more so because, unacquainted with the real facts of the case, they had sent out a second expedition of 1,300 men. The history of this second expedition was as miserable as that of the first. On arriving, the new adventurers, instead of a flourishing colony, found the place deserted, and only a few miserable Indians to tell them the fate of their predecessors. With this new arrival came 4 Presbyterian clergymen, who assumed the command, and seemed to think of nothing but establishing a presbytery in all its rigor and uncharitableness. Patterson, like Penn in Pennsylvania and Lord Baltimore in Baltimore, had proclaimed perfect civil and religious liberty to men of all creeds and nations. This was now reversed. There was nothing but the most harsh and senseless Phariseeism. Instead of a comfort, these men proved one of the worst curses of this unfortunate colony, thwarting and damping the exertions of the people, and continually threatening them with hell fire. 2 of these ministers perished. In the midst of these miseries arrived Captain Campbell, of Ferrol, with a force of his own men. He attacked and dispersed a body of 1,000 Spaniards sent against him, but this was only a fresh offense against Spain, and therefore against William. They were soon, however, assailed by a more powerful Spanish squadron. Campbell got away to New York, the rest of the colony capitulated, and there was an end of the unhappy expedition to Darien. The Spaniards humanely allowed the remnant of this wretched company to embark in one of their vessels, the Rising Sun, but as the British authorities at all the islands refused them any succor or stores whatever, only 80 of them arrived alive in England. Scotland was in a frenzy of indignation at this cold-blooded conduct of the king, who, if he had visited the projectors with severity, ought to have had some compassion for the poor deluded sufferers. The exasperated Scots called on the king to withdraw his proclamation against a company which had an undoubted right by charter to trade to the West Indies, if not to the mainland. They demanded that the Scottish Parliament should be summoned, but William only sent evasive answers, and the fury of the people rose to such a height that nothing was talked of, but that the king had forfeited his right to the allegiance of Scotland by his conduct, and of war with England. Meanwhile, the partition treaty had become known to the court at Madrid, and William's share in it excited great indignation. At the same time, the agents of Louis had prevailed on the dying king to nominate the Electoral Prince of Bavaria, his heir to the crown. Scarcely, however, was this done when this young prince died, being only 8 years of age. Louis still kept up the farce of disinterestedness and persuaded William to enter into a second treaty, mentioned later on, settling the crown of Spain on the Archduke Charles, but leaving the Italian states to the Dauphin. Again were William, Portland, and Tallard, with an agent of the emperor, busy on the new partition at Loo. But whilst they were busy there, the French ambassador was equally busy at Madrid, inflaming the mind of the imbecile king against William and the emperor, and prevailed on him, as we shall see, to leave the whole Spanish 515 monarchy to the Dauphin's son Philip. The King of Spain was also induced to send a strong remonstrance against the interference of William in the affairs of the Spanish monarchy to Mr. Stanhope, the English minister at Madrid. Similar remonstrances were presented for form's sake to the ministers of France and Holland. The Spanish minister in London, Canals, was ordered to present a still stronger remonstrance to the Lords Justices in London, in which the court of Spain informed them that his Spanish Majesty would take the necessary measures himself for the succession of his crown, adding that if these proceedings, these machinations and projects, were not speedily put an end to, there would undoubtedly commence a terrible war, in which the English, who had felt what the last war had brought upon them, would have the worst of it. Canals, who had a high personal resentment against William, who had forbidden him the court for the insolence of appearing covered, announced haughtily that on the meeting of Parliament he should appeal to it against the king's proceedings. No sooner was this paper transmitted to Loo than William sent orders to the Spanish ambassador to quit England in 18 days, and during that period to confine himself to his house. He was informed that no communication whatever would be received from him or any of his servants. Mr. Stanhope was instructed at the court of Madrid to complain of this conduct of Canals, as an attempt to excite sedition in the kingdom by appealing to the people and Parliament against the king. Mr. Stanhope was then instructed to cease all diplomatic intercourse with the court and to return home. The Spanish court, on its part, justified the act of its minister, and Mr. Stanhope took his leave. The Spanish ambassador at The Hague delivered a similar memorial to that delivered in London, which the States General refused to read. In these circumstances, William returned to England about the middle of October. The temper of his people had not improved during his absence. The Tories were bent on driving every Whig from office. They even now compelled the lately all-powerful Montague to resign his seat at the Treasury Board, as well as the Chancellorship of the Exchequer. Montague was well aware of the humor of the present House of Commons, and anticipated an attack on his two offices by his resignation. Lord Tankerville, formerly Lord Grey of Wark, took his place at the Treasury, and Smith, another member of that board, became Chancellor. At the same time, William gave the office of Lord Chamberlain to the Duke of Shrewsbury, vacant since the retirement of Sunderland. Besides Shrewsbury, there remained no other Whig in office except Somers, and the Tories were at this moment endeavouring to spring a mine under his feet. William met his Parliament on the 16th of November. He addressed them with much studied care to avoid topics of offence, but he found it impossible. He recommended them to take further measures, both by sea and land, for the safety of the kingdom, to punish unlawful and clandestine trading, and to devise, if possible, measures for the employment of the poor. He expressed his resolution to discourage vice, and declared that he would do anything in his power towards the welfare of the nation. And to conclude, he said, "Since our aims are only for the general good, let us act with confidence in each other, which will not fail, with God's blessing, to make me a happy king, and you a great and flourishing people." The very words, "let us act with confidence," roused up this captious Parliament. They sent him a remonstrance instead of an address of thanks, complaining of there being some who endeavored to sow distrust and dissension between them and the king. It was in vain that William protested that this supposition was totally unfounded, and that if any should presume to bring to him any calumnies against his faithful Commons, he would treat them as his worst enemies. They were unappeased. They wanted, in fact, occasion to drive Somers from his councils, and they soon found a plea. During the war, piracy had grown to a great height upon the coasts of North America, and the colonists were themselves deep in it. Lord Bellamont, the governor of New York, had recommended that a man-o'-war should be sent to clear the pirates away, but the Admiralty objected that they had not sailors enough to spare for such a service. It was then determined by the Lord Chancellor Somers, the Duke of Shrewsbury, the Earls of Romney, Orford, and Bellamont, with a few private individuals, to send out a vessel at their own expense. This the king approved of, and promised to contribute one half of the expense and stipulated for one-tenth of the profits. Besides the usual letters of marque given to privateers, the captain was furnished with 516 a warrant under the Great Seal, authorizing him to make war on the pirates and the French, both in those and other seas. Unfortunately, this commission was given to a man who was himself a notorious pirate, one Captain Kidd, whose fame still lives on the American coasts and is the theme of popular ballads. The man promptly showed in his true colors. The old East India Company complained bitterly of Kidd's outrages in the Indian seas, declaring that they would bring it into trouble with the Great Mogul. In the beginning of December, a motion was made in the Commons that the letters Pat granted to the Earl of Bellamont and others of pirates' goods were dishonorable to the king, and contrary to the laws of nations and the laws and statutes of the realm, invasive of property, and destructive of trade and commerce. There was a violent debate, in which the Tories contended that the Lord Chancellor Somers had knowingly affixed the Great Seal to the commission to enrich himself, his colleagues, and the king, out of the plunder of unfortunate merchants. The motion was rejected by a large majority. The character of Somers stood too high for such a charge to reach him. But the opposition did not rest here. It was determined to wound the king and his government in every possible quarter. There lay a cause in Ireland much more dangerous to the king and his chancellor than the affairs of Captain Kidd. William had promised not to bestow any of the confiscated lands there without consent of Parliament. In disregard of his word, he had conferred immense estates on his Dutch favourites, Portland, Albemarle, Athlone, and his French one, Lord Galway Ruvigny, as well as on his mistress, Mrs. Villiers. The Commons, therefore, appointed commissioners to inquire into the royal grants there. These commissioners were the Earl of Drogheda, Sir Francis Brewster, Sir Richard Leving, Hamilton, Annesley, Trenchard, and Langford. The four last-named commissioners were earnest supporters of the Commons' inquiry, but it was soon perceived by them that the Earl of Drogheda, Brewster, and Leving were in the interest of the government. When they came to draw up their report, those three commissioners vehemently dissented and made an appeal to each House of Parliament, declaring that the report had not their concurrence, and that it was not borne out by the evidence laid before them. They complained that the other commissioners had endeavored to overbear them in a most arbitrary manner, trying to influence them by letters and instructions which they alleged they had received from members of the Commons. The Commons, however, regarding Drogheda, Brewster, and Leving as tools of the court, paid no attention to their remonstrance. They received the report signed by the other four, who, on their part, complained that in the prosecution of their inquiry, they had been greatly hindered by the backwardness of the people of Ireland to give information for fear of the vengeance of the grantees, and from reports industriously spread that the inquiry, through the influence of the Crown and the new grantees, would come to nothing. The three dissentient commissioners agreed to much of this, but attributed the fear of the people to the grantees at large, and not to those recently favored by government. They affirmed that John Burke, commonly called Lord Boffin, had agreed to pay to Lord Albemarle £7,500 for procuring from the king letters patent, restoring him to his honours and estates. They gave amazing details of the wholesale plunder of cattle, horses, sheep, etc., from the Catholics, which had never been accounted for to the crown. The report stated the persons who had been outlawed since the 13th of February, 1689, for participation in the rebellion amounted in England to 57, but in Ireland to 3,921. That the lands confiscated in Ireland since that period amounted to 1,060,792 acres with a rental of £211,623, which, at 20 years' purchase, were of the value of over £4 million. That some of these lands had been restored to their ancient proprietors, but chiefly by heavy bribes to the persons who had betrayed His Majesty's trust in them. They then gave a list of 76 grants under the Great Seal, amongst which stood prominent those to Lord Romney, who as Lord Sidney had been Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, consisting of 49,517 acres. 2 to the king's recent favourite, Cappell of Gelderland, made by William Earl of Albemarle, amounting to 106,633 acres. 2. William Bentinck, Lord Woodstock, the son of Portland, 135,820 acres. To Jinkell, Earl of Athlone, 26,480 acres. And to Ruvigny, the Huguenot, Earl of Galway, 36,148 acres. After all the deductions and allowances, they valued the estates forfeited since the 13th of February, 1689, and not restored at £2,699,343, a ridiculous overestimate. The Commons instantly set themselves to frame 517, a bill of resumption of all the grants. They ordered the report of the commissioners, the speeches and promises of the king regarding these forfeited estates, and their former resolutions regarding them, to be printed, that the whole country might judge of this matter for itself. And they resolved that any member of the Privy Council who should procure or be concerned in procuring grants from the Crown for their own purposes should be deemed guilty of a high crime and misdemeanor. As the Tories were the means of carrying this resumption bill, the Whigs, to avenge themselves, moved by way of amendment that all grants made since the 6th of February, 1684, should be resumed, and the Tories were caught in their own snare, for they could not with any show of consistency oppose a measure of their own originating. Therefore the bill passed, and they were compelled to disgorge all the crown property they had settled on themselves from the accession of James. Ministers proposed to insert a clause to reserve 1/3 of the forfeited property for the king's own disposal, but the Commons would not listen to it, and resolved not to receive any petition from any person whatever concerning the grants. That justice might be done to purchasers and creditors in the act of resumption, they appointed 13 trustees to hear and determine all claims, to sell to the highest purchasers, and to appropriate the money to pay the arrears of the army. The Lords introduced some alterations, but the Commons rejected them, and to prevent the bill from being lost in the Lords, they consolidated it with a money bill for the service of the year. The Lords demanded a conference, and the Commons, exasperated at their interference in a money bill, prepared to go greater lengths. They assumed the aspect of the Commons in Charles' ice time. They ordered the doors to be closed and called for a list of the Privy Councillors. They then moved that John, Lord Somers, should be expelled from the service of the king forever. The resolution was not carried, but the temper of the House was such as made wise men tremble for an approaching crisis. The king was disposed to refuse to pass the bill even if the Lords did. But when the Commons left the bill in the hands of the Lords, and that House was warned on all sides that they would have to pass the bill, or the consequences might be fatal, he gave way, though with undisguised resentment. The Commons were proceeding with a fresh resolution for an address to His Majesty, praying that not any foreigner, except Prince George of Denmark, should be admitted to His Majesty's council in England or Ireland, the resolution being aimed at Portland, Albemarle, and Galway, when the king sent a private message to the peers desiring them to pass the resumption bill, and on the 11th of April he went down to the House and gave it the royal assent. He then ordered the Earl of Bridgewater, in the absence of Somers, who was ill, to prorogue Parliament, and it was accordingly prorogued to the 23rd of May without any speech. William left England in the beginning of July, but before his departure, he endeavored to persuade Somers to give way to the rancor of the Commons and resign the seals. Somers refused to resign voluntarily, arguing that it would imply a fear of his enemies or a consciousness of guilt. But William, who knew the necessity of leaving a better feeling behind him if possible, sent Lord Jersey to Somers for the seals, and offered them successively to Chief Justice Holt and to Treby the Attorney General. Both declined, however, what would have turned the enmity of Parliament on them, and William was eventually obliged to bestow them on Nathan Wright, one of the serjeants at law, a man of no mark and very indifferent qualifications for the office. William offered the government of Ireland to Shrewsbury, but he, too, declined the office and set out for Italy. Everyone seemed afraid of engaging in his government, so bitter was the Parliament against him. Even his trusty Portland, now absolutely groaning under the weight of riches which William had heaped upon him, retired from his place in his household, and Lord Jersey was appointed chamberlain, and Lord Romney, groom of the stole. William had never left the kingdom in circumstances of so much unpopularity, and scarcely had he gone when the Duke of Gloucester, the only child of the Princess Anne, died at the age of 11, July 30, 1700. This gave fresh hopes to the Jacobites. They sent a messenger to St. Germain's with the news, and began to bestir themselves all over the kingdom. In truth, the outlook was very gloomy for the Protestant succession. No such successor was as yet appointed. The health and spirits of William were fast sinking. His person and government were extremely unpopular. The House of Brunswick had treated his advances with marked contempt, but they now came forward, urged by the critical state of things, and made their first visit of acknowledgment to the king. The Princess Sophia, Electress Dowager of Hanover, was the person 518 on whom the eyes of the Protestants were now turned. But the nation was in a state of much uncertainty. It was rumored that even Anne had sent a conciliatory letter to her father, and the public mind was disturbed by fears of a disputed succession and of the reviving chances of a Stuart king. William during this year had been busy concluding the new Treaty of Partition. Tallard, Portland, and Jersey had assisted in it. It was signed by them in London early in March, and by Briord and the plenipotentiaries of the States at The Hague on the 25th of October. It had substituted the Archduke Charles, the second son of the emperor, for the deceased Electoral Prince of Bavaria, as heir to Spain with the Spanish Flanders and colonies. But the Dauphin was still to possess Naples and the other Italian states, with Lorraine and Bar, which the Duke of Lorraine was to exchange for Milan. In case of the Archduke dying, some other son of the emperor was to succeed, but not the King of the Romans, for it was stipulated that Spain and the Empire, or France and Spain, were never to be united under one crown. The first treaty was made known to the different powers, and excited much astonishment and disapprobation. The Emperor of Germany, notwithstanding his son was made successor to the Spanish monarchy, Flanders, America, and the Indies, was not conciliated. He expressed his amazement that the kings of other countries should take it upon them to carve up the Spanish monarchy, without the consent of the present possessor and the estates of the kingdom. He denied the right of these powers to compel him to accept a part when he was heir to the whole, and to pronounce his forfeiture of even that part if within 3 months he did not consent to this unwarrantable proceeding. The other princes of Germany were unwilling to excite the enmity of the House of Austria by expressing their approval of the scheme, and Brandenburg, which was just now in treaty with the emperor for the acknowledgement of Prussia as a kingdom, which was signed on the 16th of November, of course united with him. The Italian states were alarmed at the prospects of being handed over to France, and the Swiss declined to sanction the treaty. In Spain, the aristocracy, who had vast estates in Sicily, Naples, and the other Italian provinces, and who enjoyed the viceroyalties and governorships and other good offices there, were greatly incensed at the idea of all these passing to the French. The miserable and dying king was in agonies. He had already made a will, leaving the crown and all its dependencies to the emperor, but neither he nor the emperor had taken the precaution of securing the Italian provinces by marching a strong army thither, probably from fear of arousing Louis to a premature war. He now called a council of state to deliberate on the succession, but the unfortunate prince had to deliberate with a council which had long been bought over by the French. Only 2 of the council had the patriotism to vote that the question should be submitted to the Cortes. They were overborne by the voices of the rest, who had been corrupted by Harcourt, the French minister. Amongst them were prominent the Marquis de Monterey and Cardinal Portocarrero. They advised that they should consult the faculties of law and theology, and these faculties were already bribed by France. The French faction persuaded further the starving people that all their troubles had been produced by the partisans of Austria, and the enraged mob surrounded the palace and demanded to see the king, who was compelled to show himself, though he was too weak to stand without help. All this time the condition of the King of Spain was frightful. His conscience, accustomed to be swayed by his religious advisers, was torn to and fro by the contending exertions of Portocarrero and the Queen. Portocarrero was a man of vast influence. He was not only cardinal but Archbishop of Toledo, and affected a deep concern for the king. Charles, intensely attached to his own family, and having a strong persuasion that its claims were the claims of the nation, was yet so tortured by the arguments of the priests of the opposite factions, and the entreaties of the Queen, that no poor soul was ever in so dreadful a purgatory. At length, after the most violent contests, he sank in passive weakness, and on the 2nd of October he signed the will dictated by France. Having done it, he burst into tears and sighed out, "Now I am nothing." But this signing was effected in deepest secrecy. Neither the Queen nor anyone but a small junto of the French faction was aware of it. As Charles, however, still lingered between life and death for a month yet, the French made every preparation for the event, and Portocarrero took possession of the Great Seals and dispersed all his agents, so as to secure the transfer of the crown to France. On the 1st of November, 1700, the unhappy monarch died, at the age of 39, and the will was made known, to the 519 consternation of the Queen and the Austrian and English ambassadors, who were till that moment in profound ignorance of it. As soon as the news reached Paris, Count Zinzendorf, the imperial ambassador, presented himself at Versailles, and inquired whether the king meant to abide by the treaty of partition or accept the will. The Marquis de Torcy answered for Louis that he meant certainly to abide by the treaty, but this was only to gain time. Louis had long made up his mind, and when he heard that Charles was dead, he exclaimed, "There are no longer any Pyrenees." William's statesmanlike plans had been foiled by his confederate's treachery. William had returned to England towards the end of October, a few days before the death of the King of Spain. He was deeply chagrined at this unexpected event, but, in the present temper of England, disgusted with his proceedings with Louis for the partition of Spain, He could not openly complain. Not the less, however, did he unburthen his feelings to his friend, the pensionary Heinsius. Writing to him, he said, "I never relied much on the engagements with France, but I must confess that I did not think they would on this occasion have broken, in the face of the whole world, a solemn treaty before it was well accomplished." He confessed that he had been duped, and that he felt it the more because his English subjects did not disguise their opinion that the wool was better than the partition, against which one party had complained because of the large amount given to France, the other at the injustice of forestalling the wishes of the French, and both at the secrecy with which the negotiations had been conducted. He expressed his deep anxiety regarding the Spanish Netherlands, which, it seemed, must fall into the hands of France, and as to what barrier was to be set up between them and Holland, and he concluded by saying that he should bear all the blame for having trusted to France after his experience that no trust was to be put in it. But besides his health and the mortification of Louis's triumphant deceit, William had plenty of troubles from the temper of his parliament and the state of the factions which harassed his government. With such gloomy auspices came, in the year 1701, the king had now replaced the retiring Whigs of his ministry by Tories. Lord Godolphin was made first commissioner of the Treasury. Lord Tankerville succeeded Lord Lonsdale, deceased, as Privy Seal. Lord Rochester was sent as Lord Lieutenant to Ireland, and Sir Charles Hedges was appointed Secretary of State. By their advice Parliament was dissolved, and writs were issued for the meeting of the new one on the 6th of February. When Parliament met, it was found that the late Speaker, Sir Thomas Littleton, had absented himself from the House, and the Tories proposed in his stead Robert Harley, who was now fast rising into favor with that party. The King had requested Littleton, in fact, to withdraw, that the Tories might get in their man, but there was such a ferment in the House that it was obliged to be adjourned till the 20th. Then the Whigs brought forward Sir Richard Onslow, but he was defeated by a majority of 249 to 125. This showed that a strong Tory Commons had been returned, and yet it was not true that all the Tories were unanimous. There was, indeed, a considerable breach in the party. Those of them who had been passed over in the selection of the ministry, or had other causes of pique against the government, remained in opposition, and occasioned the king and their own party no little embarrassment. Amongst these were the Duke of Leeds, the Marquis of Normanby, the Earl of Nottingham, Seymour, Musgrave, Howe, Finch, and Showers. It was strongly suspected, too, that Louis had made use of Tallard to bribe some members of Parliament and of the government to an awful extent to oppose any measures for war and continental combinations. In his opening speech, William informed the Parliament that the death of the Duke of Gloucester had rendered it necessary that they should take into consideration the succession to the crown after him and the Princess Anne, who had now no heir. For the happiness of the nation and the security of the Protestant religion made it the subject of the highest moment. The subject of next importance, and scarcely inferior, he said, was the death of the late King of Spain, and the succession arranged by his will, which had made so great an alteration in affairs abroad as demanded their most serious consideration for the interests and safety of England, and the preservation of the peace of Europe and of the Protestant religion. That these great topics might have due consideration, he had desired that they should receive it in a new Parliament. He next referred to the necessity for making a proper provision for the current expenditure and for the reduction of the debt, and recommended them to put the fleet into effective condition. The Electress Sophia of Hanover, the next in succession to Anne, was the daughter of Frederick the Prince Palatine, and Elizabeth Queen of Bohemia, therefore granddaughter of James. I no sooner did Sophia hear of the death of the Duke of Gloucester than she took with her her daughter, the Electress of Brandenburg, and made a visit to William at Loo. She had a twofold object: to obtain his promise of favoring her succession to the crown of England, and his acknowledgment of Brandenburg as a kingdom under the name of Prussia, a favor which the emperor, as we have seen, had already conceded. William seems to have assured the Electress of his intention to support both her claim to the English crown and that of her daughter to the title of Queen of Prussia, and immediately left for England. The royal palace of Whitehall from the Thames, in the beginning of the 17th century. See larger version. At the same time, the court of St. Germain's was on the alert to get the Prince of Wales accepted, and the English Jacobites sent Mr. F. Graham, a brother of the late Lord Preston, to James, to make certain proposals regarding the succession of the Prince of Wales. It was proposed that he should be sent to England and there educated in Protestantism, but this condition James was certain not to agree to, and accordingly the whole scheme fell to the ground. It is said that the Princess Anne was favorable to the prince's succession, could he have been brought up a Protestant, but his parents declared that they would rather see him dead. The Tories, who were averse from a continental war, appear to have held a large meeting to propose an address to His Majesty, praying him to acknowledge the new King of Spain. And had they done this, they would probably have found the king ready to listen to them, for the states were urging him to do the same thing. But though the proposition was warmly advocated, Mr. Monckton, happening to say that if they carried this motion, the next he supposed would be to recommend the acknowledgement of the Prince of Wales, the idea appeared to startle the meeting, and the matter was dropped. But the Whig party was still inclined to war. They had been the advocates and supporters of the former one. They knew that William was strongly disposed to it, and that to support him was the way to regain his favor. Besides, Marlborough was 521 anxious to distinguish himself at the head of an army. In that respect he was at one with the Whigs, and had their support. The Whigs saw the fast failing health of William, and looked towards the Princess Anne with whom the Marlboroughs were everything. A strong spirit of war, therefore, manifested itself in the Commons, in spite of the inclinations of ministers. Secretary Vernon, writing to the Earl of Manchester at Paris, told him that so great a spirit had rarely been seen in the House of Commons for supporting the interests of England and Holland. And this was fully borne out by a unanimous vote of the House on the 24th of February, declaring that it would stand by the king and support him in all such measures as went to maintain the independence of England, the security of the Protestant religion, and the peace of Europe. The question, however, of the best mode of maintaining peace, whether by conceding the French claims on Spain or arming to resist them, was warmly debated by the different factions. William was agreeably surprised at the tone of the House, and on the 17th he informed them of his satisfaction at their assurances, which he took to be important for the honor and safety of England. He then handed to them the pressing memorial of the States General to him, to acknowledge the Duke of Anjou as the King of Spain. They had themselves agreed to do this, in terror lest the French should march over their defenseless frontiers, yet they told William that they would do nothing without his consent and approbation. They counted, however, fully on this, and painted earnestly the dangers to which they were exposed by any opposition to France, and called on him to supply the English aid secured to them by treaty. But they did not seem inclined to vote supplies for the purpose. Parliament now entered on the great deliberation of the session, the appointment of the successor to the crown after the Princess of Denmark. It was a subject which the king had recommended from the throne at the commencement of the session, and which the failing health of William and the prospect of agitations all over Europe warned them not to defer. This important business, however, was set about in an extraordinary manner. Roger Coke says a Whig member meant to bring in a bill to fix the succession on the House of Brunswick, but that the Tories, becoming aware of it, set Sir John Bowles, one of their own party, to bring one in. This Bowles was a half-crazy man, and in the end became altogether insane, and the bill being put into his hands looked as though the Tories meant to cast contempt upon it. The bill was sent into committee, and Bowles was put in the chair. But whenever the discussion was brought in, the members hastened out of the House, and the matter seemed to hang for several weeks as though no one would proceed with it under the present management. But at length Harley took it up in earnest, and remarked that there were some very necessary preliminary questions to be settled before they proceeded to vote the different clauses of the bill. That the nation had been in too great haste when it settled the government on the previous occasion, and had consequently overlooked many securities to the liberties of the nation which might have been obtained, that now they were under no immediate pressure, and it would be inexcusable to fall into the same error. Before, therefore, they proceeded to nominate the person who should succeed, they ought to settle the conditions under which he and his descendants should succeed. This advice was taken, much to the surprise of William, who found the Tories, now in the ascendant, endeavoring to curtail the royal prerogative, and by every one of their restrictions casting a decided censure upon him. The public, likewise, were so much puzzled by this conduct, that they suspected that the motion of Harley was intended to defeat the Brunswick succession altogether. But the terms on which William and Mary had been admitted to the throne were the work of the Whigs, and the Tories could not let slip this opportunity of showing how negligent they had been of the rights of the nation. Accordingly, after great discussions carried on for about 3 months, the following resolutions were agreed to and embodied in the bill: that whoever should hereafter come to the possession of this crown shall join in communion with the Church of England as by law established; that in case the crown and dignity of this realm shall hereafter come to any person not being a native of this kingdom of England, This nation be not obliged to engage in any war for the defense of any dominions or territories which do not belong to the Crown of England, without the consent of Parliament. That no person who shall hereafter come to the possession of the Crown shall go out of the dominions of England, Scotland, or Ireland, without consent of Parliament. That from and after the time that further limitations by this Act shall take effect, all matters and things relating to 522, the well-governing of this kingdom, which are properly cognizable in the Privy Council by the laws and customs of the realm, shall be transacted there, and all resolutions taken thereupon shall be signed by such of the Privy Council as shall advise and consent to the same. That after the limitations shall take effect, no person born out of the kingdom of England, Scotland, or Ireland, or the dominions thereunto, belonging, although he be naturalized and made a denizen, except such as are born of English parents, shall be capable to be of the Privy Council, or a member of either House of Parliament, or to enjoy any office or place of trust, either civil or military, or to have any grant of lands, tenements, or hereditaments from the Crown to himself or to any other in trust for him. That no person who has an office or place of profit under the King, or receives a pension from the Crown, shall be capable of serving as a member of the House of Commons. That after the limitation shall take effect, judges' commissions shall be made quamdius bene gesserint, and their salaries ascertained and established. But, upon the address of both Houses of Parliament, it may be lawful to remove them. That no pardon under the Great Seal of England be pleadable to an impeachment by the Commons in Parliament. Having settled these preliminaries, the bill provided that the Princess Sophia, Duchess Dowager of Hanover, be declared the next in succession to the Crown of England in the Protestant line after His Majesty and the Princess Anne, and the heirs of their bodies respectively, and that the further limitation of the Crown be to the said Princess Sophia and the heirs of her body, being Protestants. When this extraordinary bill was sent up to the Lords, it was not expected to pass there without much opposition and cutting down. There was, in fact, an evident reluctance there, as well as in the Commons, to enter on the question. Many lords absented themselves, and others, as the Marquis of Normanby, the Earls of Huntingdon and Plymouth, and the Lords Guildford and Jeffreys, opposed it. Burnet attempted to move some amendments, but some lords crying out, "No amendments, no amendments," none were further attempted, and the bill was sent down to the Commons as it went up. Had such a sweeping bill as this passed the Houses some years ago, William would have refused to ratify it, as he refused so long to ratify the Triennial Bill. Certainly, it was from beginning to end the most trenchant piece of censure on his conduct. During these transactions, negotiations were going on at The Hague between England, France, Holland, and Spain. Mr. Stanhope, envoy extraordinary to the States General, was empowered to treat, in union with Holland, for a continuation of the peace on certain conditions. These conditions were that Louis should withdraw all his troops from the Spanish Netherlands and engage to send no fresh ones into any of the Flemish towns, that no troops but native-born troops of Flanders or Spain should be kept there, except in Nieuport and Ostend, which should be given up to King William as cautionary towns, and in Luxembourg, Namur, and Mons, which should be garrisoned by the States General, for the security of their frontiers, but without prejudice to the rights and revenues of the Crown of Spain. That no towns in the Spanish Netherlands, nor any port belonging to Spain, should be given up to or exchanged with France on any pretense whatever. That the subjects of England should enjoy the same liberties and privileges as they did on the demise of the late King of Spain, and in as ample a manner as the French or any other nation, in all parts of the Spanish dominions, whether by land or sea. That the Emperor should be invited to join, and that any other princes or states who desired to unite for the preservation of the peace of Europe should be admitted to the treaty. Davox, the French minister, received these demands with an air of the utmost astonishment, and declared that they could not have been higher if his master had lost 4 successive battles. That the French troops would be removed from Flanders as soon as Spain could send forces to replace them, he said was certain. But for the rest of the articles, he could only send them to Versailles for the consideration of the king. Louis expressed the utmost indignation at these demands, which he declared to be most insolent, and could only be put forward by William with a desire to provoke a war. He said that he would renew the Treaty of Ryswick, which was all that could be reasonably expected. In fact, though the demands were no more than were necessary for the security of Holland, William, knowing the nature of Louis, and that he was now at the head of France, Spain, and a great part of Italy, could not seriously have expected that he would accede to them. Perhaps William intended him to reject them 523, as that would furnish a good casus belli, and would enable him to rouse the spirit of the English people to a martial tone. Accordingly, he communicated the refusal of the French court to accede to the terms offered. But the Commons, feeling that the object was to engage them in support of a continental congress, which might lead them into another war more oppressive than the former one, they thanked His Majesty in an address for his communication, but called for copies of the partition treaty, that they might inform themselves on the precise terms agreed upon in that treaty. With France, the Tories, however much they might be disposed to maintain the same course themselves, would by no means omit the opportunity of damaging the Whig ministers who had been concerned in that business. They had already agreed to send 10,000 men to the aid of the States General in support of the Treaty of 1677, and they now set to work to establish by this inquiry a plea against Lord Somers, Portland, and the others engaged in the treaty. The Lords, not to be behind, also called for copies of the two treaties. They appointed a committee to examine them, and placed Nottingham, a thorough Tory, in the chair. There was a sprinkling of Whigs in the committee to give it an air of fairness, and a strong contest went on between the two parties. On the fourth resolution, that there were no instructions in writing given to the plenipotentiaries of England, and that, if verbal orders were given, they were given without being submitted to the Council, Portland, who had been almost the sole manager of these treaties in conjunction with William, by permission of the king, informed them that he had, by the king's order, laid the matter before 6 of the king's ministers, namely Pembroke, Marlborough, Lonsdale, Somers, Halifax, and Secretary Vernon. These lords then endeavored to excuse themselves by admitting that, the Earl of Jersey having read the first treaty to them, they had objected to various particulars, but being informed that the king had already carried the matter as far as possible, and could get no better terms, and that, in fact, everything was settled, they had nothing for it but to desist from their objections. Various protests were entered against the resolutions in committee, but the report, when brought up, was to this effect: that the lords spiritual and temporal had found, to their great sorrow, that the treaty made with the French king had been very prejudicial to the peace and safety of Europe, that it had probably given occasion to the late King of Spain to make his will in favor of the Duke of Anjou, that the sanction of France having possession of Sicily, Naples, several ports in the Mediterranean, the province of Gipuzkoa, and the Duchy of Lorraine, was not only very injurious to the interests of Europe, but contrary to the pretense of the treaty itself, which was to prevent too many territories being united under one crown, that it appeared that this treaty never was submitted to the consideration of the Council or the Committee. Of the Council in our phrase, the Cabinet, and they prayed His Majesty in future to take the advice of his natural-born subjects, whose interest and natural affection to their country would induce them to seek its welfare and prosperity. This last observation was aimed at Portland. The ministers, such as were admitted to the secret of the treaty, as well as the king, had undoubtedly violated the Constitution, and had the Tories been honest, they might have rendered essential service to the country by punishing them. But their object was too apparently to crush Portland and Somers, and to let the rest go, whom they quietly passed over. The new Lord Keeper carried up the address to the king, but the members at large, not relishing the unpleasant office, took care not to accompany him, and he found himself at the palace almost alone. 2 or 3 of the lords-in-waiting were all that served to represent the House of Peers. On its being read, William endeavored to conceal his chagrin, and merely replied that the address contained matter of grave moment, and that he would always take care that all treaties should be made so as to contribute to the honor and safety of England. The debates in the Commons were in the meantime still more vehement on the same subject. Sir Edward Seymour declared that the partition treaty was as infamous as a highway robbery, and Howe went further, denouncing it as a felonious treaty, an expression which so exasperated the king that he protested, if the disparity of condition between him and that member had not been too great, he would have demanded satisfaction by his sword. These discussions in the two houses excited out of doors a general condemnation of the treaty and threw fresh odium on the government. On the last day of March, a message was communicated to both houses by Secretary 524 Hedges that no further negotiation appeared possible with France, from its decided rejection of the terms offered, and its continuing to concede only the renewal of the Treaty of Ryswick. The Commons, instead of an immediate answer, adjourned to the 2nd of April, and then resolved unanimously to desire His Majesty to carry on the negotiations with the States General and take such measures as should conduce to the safety of the kingdom. In reply to 2 resolutions from the States General and a memorial presented by their envoy in England, which the king laid before them, They assured him that they would support him, supplying the 20 ships and 10,000 men, which they were bound to find by the Treaty of 1677. This gave no sanction to any negotiations for a fresh alliance with the powers formerly combined against France, and William was deeply mortified, but he merely thanked them for their assurances of aid and informed them that he had sent orders to his ambassador at The Hague, still to endeavor to come to terms with France and Spain. On the 19th of April, the Marquis de Torcy handed to the Earl of Manchester, at Paris, a letter from the new King of Spain to the King of England, announcing his accession to the throne and expressing a desire to cultivate terms of friendship with him. This announcement had been made long before to the other European powers, and it might well have been doubted whether William would now acknowledge his right. To do that was to admit the validity of the late King of Spain's will, and there could then be no real reason to refuse the conditions of the Treaty of Ryswick. William was from this cause in a state of great perplexity, but the Earl of Rochester and the new ministers urged him to reply and admit the Duke of Anjou's right. The States General had already done it, and, in fact, unless England and the old allies of the Emperor were prepared to dispute it with efficient arms, it was useless to refuse. Accordingly, after a severe struggle with himself, William wrote to the most serene and potent prince, brother, and cousin, congratulating him on his happy arrival in his kingdom of Spain, and expressing his assurance that the ancient friendship between the two crowns would remain inviolate, to the mutual advantage and prosperity of the two nations. With this was certainly ended every right of England to dispute the possession of all the territories and dependencies of the Spanish monarch by the new king, and there could be no justifiable cause of war with France until she attempted to renew her hostilities to neighboring peoples. Whilst affairs were in this position abroad, the anxiety of William was increased to the utmost by the war which was waging between the two rival factions in Parliament. In endeavoring to damage the Whigs to the utmost, the Tories damaged and tortured the king, who was sufficiently miserable with the prospects on the continent and his fast-failing health. The Commons now determined to impeach Portland and Somers on the ground of their concern in the Second Partition Treaty, contrary to the constitutional usages of the country. To procure fresh matter against Somers and Orford, the pirate Captain Kidd was brought from Newgate, where he was now lying, and examined at the bar of the house. But nothing was got thereby. In the case of Portland and Montague, there were additional charges in reference to the grants and dilapidations of the royal revenue for which they were said to be answerable. At this juncture, the men of Kent manifested their old public spirit by sending in a petition, praying the House to endeavor to rise above their party squabbles and to combine for the furtherance of the public business. The whole community were beginning to grow disgusted with the dissensions, which had evidently more of party rancor than patriotism at their bottom. This petition had been got up and signed by grand jurors, magistrates, and freeholders of the county, assembled at Maidstone, and confided to Sir Thomas Hales, one of their members. But Sir Thomas, on looking over it, was so much alarmed that he handed it to the other member, Mr. Meredith. Meredith, in his turn, was so impressed with the hazardous nature of the petition that, on presenting it, he informed the House that some of the supporters of it, 5 gentlemen of fortune and distinction, were in the lobby and ready to attest their signatures. They were called in accordingly and owned their signatures when they were ordered to withdraw, and the petition was read. It concluded by saying that the experience of all ages made it manifest that no nation can be great or happy without union. We hope that no pretense whatever shall be able to create a misunderstanding amongst ourselves, or the least distrust of His most sacred Majesty, whose great actions for this nation are writ in the hearts of his subjects, and can never, without the blackest ingratitude, be forgot. We 525 most humbly implore this honorable House to have regard to the voice of the people, that our religion and safety may be effectually provided for, that your addresses may be turned into bills of supply, and that His most sacred Majesty, whose propitious and unblemished reign over us we pray God long to continue, may be able powerfully to assist his allies before it is too late. Captain Kidd before the bar of the House of Commons, CP 524. See larger version. In proportion to the excellence of the advice was the indignation with which it was received by the angry Commons. When men are conscious that they are acting from private motives of no very respectable kind under the mask of patriotism, the discovery that they are seen through invariably exasperates them. Accordingly, the House was furious at this very seasonable petition. Some of the members went out to the petitioners and called upon them to make a proper submission to the affronted House, but they strongly refused, maintaining that they had only done their duty, whereupon the House voted that the petition was scandalous, insolent, seditious, and tending to the destruction of the Constitution, and they ordered the sergeant-at-arms to take the petitioners into custody. But the stout men of Kent were not secured without a vigorous resistance. They were then sent to the Gatehouse prison, but their treatment only damaged the Commons, for the public were greatly of the same opinion. Similar petitions were soon preparing in different quarters, and these gentlemen were much visited in their confinement, which continued till the prorogation. It was, moreover, much questioned whether the Commons had not greatly outstripped their real authority and infringed the statute of the 13th of Charles Roman II, which guarantees the right of petition.